Chapter 1, I am a wild grass, growing against the light. At the recording of the interview program Elite of the Times, the illustrious star and national idol, Lin Shixue, commenced her speech with fervor. I am but a humble wild grass, a resilient entity evolving against the light into a towering tree. Some may assert that my achievements today are undoubtedly attributed to my exceptional parents. But I must clarify, that is not the case. My accomplishments are in no way connected to my parents. My father is nothing short of scoundrel and alcoholic, violent, vulgar, and cold-hearted. He is the shadow of my childhood. He does not deserve the title of father. As for my mother, she departed from my life at the moment of my birth. I have never experienced the so-called maternal love. The reason I lay bare my experiences today is to convey a message to all children born into ordinary or troubled families. Regardless of gender, one cannot choose their birth or their parents. Yet, we possess the power to determine our own destinies, to shape the heights of our futures. I am a living proof. Even a wild grass can grow into a majestic tree. Facing the camera and the thousands of spectators present, Lin Shixue's gaze was resolute, her aura radiating a unique charm that was distinctly hers. In any setting, she, Lin Shixue, shines as the most dazzling gem. Lin Shixue bears numerous labels that many aspire to but seldom attain. A youthful elite, a female tycoon, an entertainment sensation, a literary luminary, a goodwill ambassador, a fashion icon. Lin Shixue is adorned with an abundance of titles. Moreover, she is regarded as one of the most beautiful women internationally. Standing at 1.7 meters, she possesses the quintessential beauty of an Eastern woman. Her classical features imbued with ethereal grace, and her indomitable spirit bestows upon her a distinctive aura. Though we may not know the specifics of Lin Shixue's childhood, it was undoubtedly steeped in darkness. Lin Shixue has never mentioned her parents, leading us to believe she wished to protect them from scrutiny. However, it seems she simply refrains from discussing them. Her father must have been truly reprehensible. Otherwise, with Lin Shixue's character, she would not harbor such deep-seated animosity towards him. I don't know why, but I feel a surge of emotion. Lin Shixue must have endured immense suffering in her youth. The audience's emotions were collectively stirred, prompting an outpouring of support. Go, Lin Shixue, you're the best. We all love you. Clap, clap, clap. Host Lu Qing led the applause. Instantaneously, the hall resonated with thunderous applause. Thank you. Lin Shixue took a moment to breathe, tempering her excitement from her impassioned speech. At Lu Qing's gesture, she returned to the interview seat. You can scarcely imagine the depths of hardship Lin Shixue faced in her childhood. It is hard to fathom just how cold-hearted her father must have been. Let us now gradually unveil Lin Shixue's journey from darkness to light. Lu Qing rose slowly, addressing the multitude of spectators. His voice, calm yet resonant, told a story that was both engaging and profoundly moving. In addition to the 10,000 spectators present, various online platforms simultaneously streamed this edition of Elite of the Times. The influence of Lin Shixue is undeniably immense. She commands a formidable fan base across the globe, prompting numerous foreign platforms to procure broadcasting rights for this event. Now, let us first view a video. This footage has been meticulously crafted to recreate pivotal moments from Shixue's life, drawing from her memories through the talents of actors and special effects. To be honest, I could not hold back my tears while watching these segments of her life, Lu Qing said, her voice tinged with emotion and a hint of raspiness. Her childhood was filled with unbearable hardship. As her words lingered, the enormous screen behind them gradually illuminated. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue slowly turned to face the screen, while the audience, both present and virtual, instinctively directed their attention toward it. A scene of a wintry landscape emerged, snowflakes gently drifting through the air. Suddenly, a short-haired little girl clad in a red belly band appeared on the screen. The girl, around 3 years of age, wore a red belly band that barely concealed her front, leaving her limbs and back exposed to the frigid air. Shivering from the cold, her pale face betrayed her discomfort, yet her beauty was unmistakable, akin to a delicate porcelain figure. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to Lin Shixue. At that moment, a disheveled man entered the frame. The man appeared unkempt, with tousled hair and worn clothing, stained with various substances. He clutched a half-empty bottle of liquor, taking swigs nonchalantly. Is this Lin Shixue's father, Lin Hang? Daddy, it's cold. Shixue. So cold. The little girl, her innocent eyes filled with fear, trembled as she gazed up at the man. Just run, you won't feel cold. The man's harsh voice echoed as he berated the trembling child. Run. Hurry up. In response to his furious shouting, the little girl, paralyzed by fear, began to run hesitantly. However, after only a few steps, she fell, bursting into tears. Yet the man showed no mercy, yanking her up and bellowing, "Keep running. If you stop, you'll freeze." The heart-wrenching image of the terrified child sobbing helplessly, juxtaposed with the man's furious, grotesque expression, was frozen on the screen. As the video came to an end, countless viewers were left in a state of emotional turmoil, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. How could a father behave in such a manner? He is utterly unworthy of the title. Anger ignited within their hearts, a volcanic eruption of indignation. The abuse suffered by Lin Shixue was unfathomable. Is he even human? To call him scum would be an understatement. This is abuse, he must be prosecuted. This man is unworthy of being a father, unworthy of being a man. Where is he? I will confront him immediately. How could he inflict such harm on his own daughter? Woe unto him. The audience expressed their fury at Lin Hang's transgressions, tears streaming down their cheeks, while the on-screen comments echoed their outrage. From his fragment, one can discern the profound darkness that enveloped Lin Shixue's childhood. Tears streamed down her face. This was the sole memory she retained from before the age of 3, etched so deeply into her being that it felt like a brand upon her soul on. Indelible mark she would carry until her last breath. Wiping her tears, Lin Shixue slowly rose to face the audience, her voice hoarse as she spoke. The little girl is me, and that man is my father, Lin Hang. In a concealed room backstage, an elderly man with clouded eyes leaned against a pristine white hospital bed, a metallic helmet resting upon his head, with hundreds of probes connected to it. Professor, he sat before the instruments, observing the slow emergence of ripples on the screen, addressing Lin Hang, who lay on the bed. Mr. Lin, are you prepared? I shall commence the process of converting your memories into visual imagery. That I am ready. Regardless of the unforeseen circumstances, I will bear all consequences. The agreement has been clearly stipulated. Lin Hang replied weakly. He felt the sands of time slipping away. His days were numbered. Lin Hang's gaze was not directed at Professor, but rather fixed upon the television screen before him, where Lin Shixue appeared. Her voice resonated like a dream, tender as the caress of fireflies upon the grass on a summer night. I am nearing the end of my life. This is my only opportunity for reconciliation with my daughter. Chapter 2. The video is a fabrication. Let us proceed to the next video. The host, Lu Qing, exhaled deeply, speaking slowly. As the video continued to play, both Lu Qing and Lin Shixue were momentarily taken aback. The footage being displayed was not the prearranged clip they had anticipated, but rather an unfamiliar sequence entirely. Outside the delivery room, a young man of refined demeanor and striking appearance paced anxiously, clutching a bouquet of flowers. His expressions fluctuated between tension, excitement, and anticipation. What a handsome man! Many spectators marveled silently as they observed the youth pacing in the video. Especially notable was the unique elegance he exuded. Is this Lin Shixue's father, Lin Hang? I had assumed that Lin Shixue's genes were inherited solely from her mother, but evidently, they also stem from her father. Witnessing Lin Shixue's father in his youth, so dashing, left many viewers astonished. Is this truly her father? As Lin Shixue gazed at the striking young man in the video, she found herself momentarily entranced. In her recollection, her father had never appeared so immaculate, let alone so handsome and refined. He resembled a nobleman. This cannot possibly be her father. At that moment, a voice crackled through Lu Qing's earpiece. Lin Shixue's father has arrived. He wishes to reconcile with his daughter. This video is a genuine portrayal of Lin Hang's lived experiences. Lin Hang is here? Lu Qing was taken aback. The production team had initially intended to invite Lin Hang, but Lin Shixue had declined the idea. She did not wish to meet her father. Not at all. Thus, the team had abandoned the plan. Yet now, Lin Hang had come uninvited. Lu Qing's peripheral vision caught Lin Shixue, who seemed captivated by the video. The sound of a newborn's cries echoed from the delivery room. Outside, Lin Hang, upon hearing the infant's wails, murmured excitedly, "It's happening, it's happening." Tears of joy welled in Lin Hang's eyes, brimming with the profound elation of fatherhood. The joy emanating from his heart felt so genuine. Impossible. He could never exhibit such an expression. This is a deception. Lin Shixue suddenly rose, her emotions spiraling out of control as she shouted vehemently. Lin Shixue was filled with rage. He once told me that if it weren't for the purpose of tormenting me, he would have cast me aside long ago. He would never be so jubilant about my birth. He knows nothing of romance. And holding a bouquet of flowers, who is he trying to deceive? This video is a fabrication. The more Lin Shixue contemplated, the more resolute she became in her beliefs, turning to Lu Qing with a frigid glare. Lu Qing hesitated, seemingly deliberating on how to respond to Lin Shixue's inquiry. The audience, galvanized by Lin Shixue's fervent indignation, echoed her sentiments, affirming that this video was indeed a falsehood. I too find it implausible. If Lin Hang were genuinely delighted at Shixue's birth, how could he later treat her with such cruelty? It must be a fabricated video. What is the production team attempting to accomplish? Lin Shixue, we stand with you. We will not allow the production team to glamorize your father. Such scum must be exposed for what they are, deserving of the world's disdain. Host, what is going on? The audience erupted in righteous fury. The audience, both domestically and internationally, expressed their outrage at the live broadcast, vehemently condemning the show for its apparent deceit. The program's social media presence was swiftly overwhelmed by a torrent of criticism. The barrage of comments across various streaming platforms refreshed at a staggering pace, filled with curses directed at the production team and fervent support for Lin Shixue in her quest to unmask her father's true nature. In the face of this furious audience and the relentless stream of vitriol on the big screen, host Lu Qing managed a faint smile, recognizing that she was encountering such a scene for the first time. If not handled with care, this episode might very well falter. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing slowly rose to her feet, regaining her composure. Shixue, I understand this may be difficult for you to accept, but this video comes from your father, Lin Hang. Regardless of its authenticity, let us discuss it calmly, Lu Qing said, her tone steady and serene as she fixed her gaze on Lin Shixue. If you prefer to remove these videos regarding your father, I can have the staff take them down. Not necessary. I wish to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Lin Shixue retorted with a cold laugh, refusing to believe that Lin Hang could twist the truth to absolve himself of his misdeeds. If he wished to defend himself, then let him come forth. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had genuinely feared that Lin Shixue would withdraw the videos, especially after having just received a message through her earpiece stating that the videos could not be removed. Once Lin Shixue consented, Lu Qing addressed the audience. The newly added video has been uploaded by Shixue's father, Lin Hang. I have not viewed its contents, nor has Shixue. He approached the production team to upload these videos, perhaps to offer some form of defense, or simply to make things difficult for Shixue. After all, he has tormented her in countless ways since childhood. His intentions remain a mystery to us, but I believe that no matter what his objectives are, we shall remain unyielding. Shixue has grown into a towering figure, no longer a fragile blade of grass. So, let us see what Lin Hang aims to accomplish. With her resolute words, Lu Qing's speech was met with thunderous applause from the audience, who were enthralled by her eloquence. Regardless of Lin Shixue's father's intentions, today, before millions of viewers, he was destined to fail, revealing his true self to the world. We support you, Lin Shixue. We will always stand by you. We love you, Lin Shixue. Keep going. Lin Shixue, you are the best. Grateful for the overwhelming support, Lin Shixue stood to thank the audience. In a secluded room, Lin Hang watched his daughter on the television, his eyes filled with tenderness, indifferent to the opinions of others. As we continue watching, the moment when Lin Shixue shouted that the video was fake was abruptly halted. The video resumed, revealing the delivery room door opening, as a nurse emerged, cradling a child wrapped in a towel. Mr. Lin, congratulations, it's a girl. Mother and daughter are safe, the nurse said with a smile. Please confirm the gender. Good. A girl is wonderful, Lin Hang replied, his face beaming with joy. As the gaze followed the nurse, lifting a corner of the bath towel to ascertain the infant's gender, she confirmed it and addressed Lin Hang. Mr. Lin, please follow me. We shall first give your little princess a cleansing bath and administer vaccinations. Your signature is required. All right, Lin Hang replied, but his steps halted abruptly as he added, wait a moment, may I see my wife first? She's endured so much. I wish to express my gratitude. No sooner had Lin Hang spoken than he noticed an affluent middle-aged couple hurrying towards him. He instinctively approached them, excitement evident in his voice. Dad, Mom. Shixue has given birth. It's a girl. Get lost. The couple's expressions darkened, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Hang before scoffing. Not only did they fail to offer him a warm welcome, but their demeanor was also laden with contempt. As they bypassed the nurse without a glance at the infant in her arms, striding purposefully towards the delivery room. Chapter 3. The birth of Shixue. Observing the icy backs of his in-laws, Lin Hang found himself at a loss for words. The nurse comprehended the situation entirely and sighed. Mr. Lin, let us proceed. The mother is in capable hands. She will be fine. Lin Hang nodded slightly. Following the nurse out, the video footage then paused, seamlessly transitioning to Lu Qing, who smiled at Lin Shixue and inquired, has your father ever mentioned the circumstances surrounding your birth? As it was an interview program, this inquiry was undoubtedly central to the discussion. No, Lin Shixue played comedy, adding, he has never brought up anything prior to my recollections. The only thing mentioned was that my mother left shortly after my birth. As for what leaving entails, I am uncertain whether it signifies a departure or death. Lu Qing pressed further, you must still harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of this video, correct? Indeed, Lin Shixue affirmed succinctly, based on my understanding of him, he could not possibly express such joy at my arrival. Indeed, Lu Qing echoed, sharing a sentiment of disbelief. However, the truth of the video will soon be confirmed. We just received news from the backstage that the nurse who assisted in your delivery will be present as a special guest. My delivery nurse? Lin Shixue expressed surprise, pondering if this was yet another scheme devised by her cold-hearted father, aimed at validating the video's authenticity. Meanwhile, in a concealed room, Lin Hang listened to the host's remarks, momentarily taken aback. Slowly turning his head, he glanced at Professor He, rasping, was this your arrangement? No. The staff member shook his head. Nurse Chen called, expressing her desire to personally verify the video's authenticity. I truly appreciate her, Lin Hang replied, recalling how Nurse Chen Hui had been a significant help to him in the past. That middle-aged couple must be your maternal grandparents. Have you ever met them? Lu Qing inquired. No, Lin Shixue shook her head, responding calmly, I have never seen them throughout my life. I have also inquired about everything regarding my mother, but he has never provided any answers. Lu Qing chose not to press further, instead continuing the conversation. Let us continue to delve deeper and uncover what transpires next. Lin Shixue nodded softly. Let us resume watching the video. Perhaps it will reveal the sentiments her father wished to convey, Lu Qing remarked with a smile. This inquiry resonates with the curiosity of the audience as well. The video resumed its normalcy and continued to play. As the scene shifted, Lin Hang appeared, his face adorned with a smile as he cradled little Shixue, making his way to the hospital room. He frequently glanced down at the peacefully slumbering infant in his arms, a profound happiness evident in his demeanor. I shall name you Shixue, he mused. In the span of 5,000 years, poetry is the most beautiful, and snow is the purest. Coincidentally, your mother's name also bears the character for snow. Thus, the origin of Lin Shixue's name was unveiled. Lin Shixue watched the video, observing the gentle young man murmuring sweetly to the infant in the swaddling blanket. It felt utterly disconcerting. The charming and tender youth depicted in the video could not possibly be her father. Such a deep-seated affection could only belong to someone else's father. Could her father truly articulate such cultured phrases as in the span of 5,000 years? Poetry is the most beautiful, and snow is the purest? Lin Shixue found it hard to believe. Her father was simply a boorish, cold-hearted man. Lin Heng approached room 603, a single-occupancy ward, cradling the swaddled little Shixue. Little Shixue, your mother will surely be overjoyed to see you. You are the most precious gift bestowed upon us by heaven. At the entrance of the room, Lin Heng gently tapped the infant's delicate cheek before smilingly pushing the door open. As the door swung ajar, the room revealed itself to be eerily vacant. Where had little Shixue's mother gone? Had they entered the wrong room? Gazing at the empty ward, both Lin Shixue in the broadcasting studio and Lu Qing were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding events. The audience, both domestic and international, shared in their bewilderment. What on earth had transpired? In the video, Lin Heng, staring at the desolate hospital room, was equally flabbergasted. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, he sheepishly ruffled his hair and then chuckled. "My dear, it seems we must have entered the wrong room." He playfully teased the sleeping infant before turning to exit. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. If the video were indeed authentic, setting aside the previous footage of Lin Heng's mistreatment of little Shixue amidst the frigid landscape, it was evident that he was, at that moment, a good father. Lin Heng stepped out of the ward, cradling little Shixue, and once more stood before room 603. "Surely I did not err?" A look of confusion crossed his face. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression shifted dramatically. Clutching the swaddled infant tightly, he hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Wife Lu Shue." Lin Heng immediately dialed her number from his contacts, but the call did not connect. As the call failed, a pallor swept over his face. "It cannot be. It cannot be." Holding the swaddled little Shixue, Lin Heng hurriedly made his way to the nurse's station. "Excuse me, may I inquire where the mother from room 603 has gone?" He urgently asked the nurse at the station. 603? She has already been discharged. Discharged already? Lin Heng was struck by a thunderbolt. Immediately, he erupted with a fiery inquiry. How could she possibly be discharged after just giving birth? How could you allow her to leave? If anything goes awry, who will be accountable? Confronted with Lin Heng's wrath, the nurse retaliated with equal fervor, exclaiming, "The decision lies with you. If you choose to leave, can we truly detain you against your will? We have implored you on numerous occasions. Yet the mother and her family remain resolute in their decision to depart. What more can I do? Any ensuing complications are solely your concern." The commotion disturbed little Shixue, who began to wail. Observing her distress, Lin Heng felt a surge of panic. He hurriedly attempted to console her. "Darling, please don't cry. Be good. We'll go find mommy right away. No tears, no tears. Daddy will buy you a toy." Beads of sweat formed on Lin Heng's forehead as he tenderly soothed his daughter, the earlier fury fading as if it were but a figment of imagination. Yet, Shixue's cries only intensified. The more he tried to comfort her, the louder she wailed. Eventually, a nurse at the station could no longer bear to witness the scene. "She's likely hungry. You should feed her some milk," she suggested with a sigh. "Yes, of course. She must be hungry." "Thank you." Lin Heng expressed his gratitude hurriedly. In a private room, Lin Heng watched the video, his eyes misting over with the weight of poignant memories. That chapter of his life was indeed unforgettable. Chapter 4. I call the police. The video abruptly halted. This pause was not a deliberate choice by the production team, but rather a spontaneous interruption as Lin Heng became lost in thought, causing the memory sequence to cease playing. Although there had been no prior rehearsal for such an occurrence, it posed no challenge for the seasoned Lu Qing. With the video paused, Lu Qing turned back with a smile, saying, "Let us take a moment to relax. I am uncertain what will transpire next. If the video is authentic, it should reveal events that transformed Lin Heng's character." The audience nodded in agreement. Should the video be genuine, it suggested that Lin Heng, the father of Shixue, was not inherently flawed. In fact, he may have been more indulgent than the average father. "Shixue, what do you believe will happen next? Could it be that some extraordinary event precipitated a drastic change in your father's demeanor, possibly linked to your mother's departure?" In response to Lu Qing's inquiry, Lin Shixue's expression remained largely unchanged. "I possess little recollection of events prior to the age of 3, and I am unaware of what may unfold. Yet, Regardless of what occurred, he ultimately directed all his resentment towards me. He remains a scoundrel, unworthy of being a father, Lin Shixue stated calmly. She had never forgiven him. No matter the circumstances of the past, she was blameless. Lin Heng should not have unleashed his anger upon her, nor could it serve as justification for his malevolence. Indeed, Shixue is correct. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. Children are innocent. No matter the trials and tribulations faced by adults, they should never be targeted. Now it is time for audience questions. If anyone has inquiries for Shixue, please feel free to ask. Due to time constraints, only one question from the audience will be addressed at a time, along with one question that garners the most attention online. Let us commence with the inquiries. Lu Qing's gaze shifted towards the audience, who promptly raised their hands. A lady in the front row to the right caught Lu Qing's attention. He gestured for the young girl with her hand raised to pose her question. Thank you. My name is Zhou Yao, a junior in university. Miss Lin, I would like to ask, since you harbor such deep resentment toward your father, have you ever considered reporting him to the authorities? Zhou Yao's question resonated with many in attendance. The treatment Lin Heng subjected to Lin Shixue transcends mere familial discord. It falls within the realm of domestic abuse. Lin Shixue grasped the microphone, her demeanor devoid of hesitation as she calmly responded. Yes, I have considered it. I even reported him. You reported him? Lin Shixue's admission left the audience momentarily stunned. If she had indeed reported him, why had the police not intervened to liberate her from her father's torment? Lin Shixue, well aware of the audience's curiosity, provided an explanation. When I was 7, in the first grade, my home was far from school. Each day, at 6 o'clock, he would rouse me from sleep, and we would walk an hour to school. On one occasion, during a heavy downpour, he insisted we venture out regardless of the weather. I fell several times along the way, scraping my legs. I wept, pleading with him to hail a taxi, but he coldly refused, dragging my sobbing self to school. My homeroom teacher, seeing me drenched and filthy with injuries on my legs, kindly provided me with clothing, bandaged my wounds, and dried my hair. In that moment, I wished fervently to be a child of another family, perhaps one with a parent like my teacher. Thus, I resolved to escape his clutches. Even being adopted would be preferable to remaining with him. So I reported him. The police arrived, but I am not certain what he conveyed to them. Rather than detaining him, they reprimanded me, stating that no father could be devoid of love for his child. Rather, my father's affection was simply unique. As you are aware, I was unable to successfully leave him and still live under the same roof. However, from that point onward, I ceased to call him father. Lin Shixue recounted her experience as though narrating an event detached from her own life, her expression eerily calm. Yet, everyone comprehended the profound sorrow and despair concealed beneath her tranquil facade. After hearing Lin Shixue's response, Zhou Yao bowed deeply, tears glistening in her eyes, and slowly took her seat. Escorting one's daughter to school is a mundane act, yet for Shixue, it embodies an ineffable anguish. I cannot fathom why Shixue's father behaves in such a manner. He is indeed unworthy of the title of father. Fortunately, Shixue encountered a commendable teacher. I imagine that your teacher was a ray of sunshine in your life. Lu Qing remarked with a smile directed at Lin Shixue. Indeed, Teacher Gong illuminated my life and instilled within me a seed of perseverance. Lin Shixue nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. The time spent in school was undoubtedly my happiest period. Teacher Gong treated me as if I were her own daughter, instilling in me a profound belief in self-reliance. She often said to me, "Darkness is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is our fear of the dark. As long as we possess the courage to shine brightly, one day darkness will transform into a mere paper tiger." As you may know, I excelled in my studies, achieving the top rank in the city and subsequently gaining admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University with the highest scores in the province. Her influence over me diminished over time. I broke through the darkness like a radiant beam of light, attaining freedom and a new beginning. I wish to share this sentiment with all friends who find themselves engulfed in darkness. As long as you strive to shine, darkness will eventually become a mere paper tiger. Indeed, as long as our hearts are directed towards the light, darkness holds no terror. Lu Qing sighed in reflection. As for why the police did not take away Xiao Shishue's father at the time, but instead lectured her, the reason is rather simple. Xiao Shishue was only 7 years old. Unless Lin Hang had committed a genuine act of harm against her, it was impossible to strip him of his guardianship. Fortunately, Xiao Shishue encountered a benevolent teacher. Now, let us revisit the scene of Xiao Shishue from that time. As Lu Qing's words faded, the large screen shifted to display footage recorded by the production team of Xiao Shishue on her way to school. It was as if the heavens had torn open, unleashing a torrential downpour, as a single umbrella sheltered a father and daughter trudging through the rain-soaked path to school. Suddenly, the little girl fell, landing in a puddle, and began to cry uncontrollably. In a hidden room, Lin Hang watched the video on television, tears streaming silently down his face. Who could fathom the bitterness and anguish concealed behind his seemingly cold exterior? He remained indifferent to the judgments of others and the hatred his daughter harbored towards him. All he desired was for his daughter to grow up healthy and happy, just like any other normal child, healthy and well. Chapter 5. The arrival of the midwife. As the video clip concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone pondered a singular question. How could such a father exist? Even a passerby would extend a helping hand in such circumstances. And yet, this was a biological father. Is he even human? After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a chorus of condemnation and vitriol directed at Lin Hang. This is not humanity. It is sheer inhumanity. Has his conscience been devoured by dogs? I lament the existence of such a father. Xiao Shishue has endured too much suffering in her childhood. Being an orphan would be preferable to having such a father. Why did the police not revoke his guardianship? Xiao Shishue, we love you. We will always love you. He is unworthy of fatherhood. Why is no one putting an end to his existence? Simultaneously, the barrage of comments on the large screen continued unabated. Xiao Shishue, stay strong. You are right. I am a wild grass, growing against the light. To be human yet devoid of humanity. What difference is there from an enemy? My heart aches infinitely for Lin Shixue. I am grateful that Lin Shixue has persevered. Within the concealed room, Lin Hang listened to the audience's furious curses and the scathing remarks from netizens. Yet his expression remained unchanged. If he were to concern himself with the harsh words of others, he would have done so long ago. Lin Hang's gaze remained fixed upon the tranquil expression of Lin Shixue on stage, as if she were an unperturbed observer of events that did not involve her. His eyes were filled with gentleness. Now, let us turn our attention to the queries that have captured the interest of netizens. Host Lu Qing spoke slowly, allowing the murmurs in the room to gradually subside. The large screen displayed a cascade of questions from numerous viewers. Ultimately, one question remained. Lu Qing focused on the most frequently asked question. Lin Shixue, if you could choose your family at birth, what kind of family would you choose? Lu Qing read the question slowly and turned to Lin Shixue, awaiting her response. This question posed no challenge for Lin Shixue. First and foremost, I must emphasize that one cannot choose their birthplace. If it were indeed possible to select one's origins, I believe that no matter the family, it could not be worse than my own. Lin Shixue responded calmly. Applause erupted enthusiastically throughout the venue. Indeed, it is true, an individual cannot select their birth. Hence, such a hypothetical question holds no significance. Shixue is correct. We cannot choose our origins, but we can choose the manner in which we grow. Lu Qing added with a smile. When faced with darkness, one must strive to grow against the light. Her words once again elicited a fervent round of applause. Earlier, I mentioned that Nurse Chun, who delivered Lin Shixue, was invited as a special guest and has now arrived backstage. Let us welcome her with the warmest applause. Lu Qing initiated the clapping, and the audience followed suit with resounding cheers. Please welcome Ms. Chun Zhihui to the stage. Lu Qing called out. The audience gradually rose to their feet. Lin Shixue also stood slowly, directing her gaze towards the left entrance of the hall. Chun Zhihui would soon emerge from that very door, and the truth of the video depicting her birth would soon be revealed. As the lights flickered, the door opened slowly. A woman, her hair graying and in her 60s, yet full of vitality, walked gracefully through the doorway. She waved to the audience as she approached the stage, bowing slightly to the crowd before introducing herself. I am Chen Zhihui, and I have just turned 60. I was the one who delivered little Shixue. And the memory remains vivid. Thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Lu Qing seized the moment to smile and say, Aunt Chen, please take a seat over here. Hello. Lu Qing. Hello, Lin Shixue. Chen Zhihui greeted Lu Qing and Lin Shixue with a smile and a nod. Hello, Aunt Chen. Lin Shixue replied politely, her smile gentle. Once Chen Zhihui took her seat, Lu Qing and Lin Shixue settled down as well. Aunt Chen, you mentioned that you personally delivered little Shixue. You must have delivered many children in your lifetime. Why does she stand out in your memory? Lu Qing inquired directly, her smile warm. How could she not be memorable? Chen Zhihui's eyes turned to Lin Shixue, filled with kindness. When you were born, your mother had already left. Mr. Lin, lacking any experience in childcare, has persistently sought my guidance on how to raise a child. Even after bringing you home, he continues to call me for advice at irregular intervals. Throughout my nursing career, this is the first time I have been so relentlessly pursued for assistance. Even if I wish to forget, it remains etched in my memory. Chen Zhihui expressed her sentiments. Thank you, Aunt Chen. Lin Shixue arose respectfully and bowed to Chen Zhihui, genuinely grateful for her support. Although she was unaware of the events surrounding her birth, Chen Zhihui's assistance was undeniable. Lin Shixue clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment, not allowing herself to be ensnared by trivial details. No need for thanks. Chen Zhihui replied with a warm smile, then shifted the topic. However, you should express your gratitude to your father. He is undoubtedly a devoted parent. During my interactions with him, I could feel his affection for you. I will not thank him, Lin Shixue replied calmly. Perhaps there was a time when he treated me well, but he later transformed into something akin to a demon. Her words cast a shadow over the atmosphere. I believe he could be a good father. Chen Zhihui hesitated for a moment, but spoke with conviction. I believe Mr. Lin Hang requires my assistance, which is why I am here. Lin Shixue remained silent, for the truth spoke louder than words. Aunt Chen, thank you for coming. Lu Qing seized the opportunity to ease the tension. You saw the earlier video, right? Was that the actual scene that transpired? Indeed, it was entirely authentic. Chen Zhihui affirmed with a nod. I would stake my life on the video's veracity. Aunt Chen, you need not be so emphatic. Lu Qing smiled reassuringly. We trust you. The authenticity of the video is easily verifiable. Given Mr. Lin Hang's situation, many must be acquainted with his circumstances. A simple inquiry would suffice. Yes, Chen Zhihui nodded. At that time, Mr. Lin Hang's situation was known throughout the hospital. Everyone was aware that his wife had just given birth to a daughter and had fled. Even other mothers showed sympathy, offering to breastfeed little Shixue. Vivid images emerged in everyone's minds of Lin Hang navigating the hospital with his newborn daughter in tow. Thus, it seems that Lin Hang was indeed a good father back then. As for his later coldness and cruelty towards Shixue, it is likely that subsequent events irrevocably distorted his character, attributing all faults to her. Lu Qing summarized, behind every twisted soul lies a story, and Lin Hang's is no exception. However, this does not excuse his harm towards Shixue. Resounding applause erupted throughout the room. Lu Qing invited Chen Zhihui to a designated guest seat. Now, let us delve into the events surrounding Lin Hang. What compelled him to torment Shixue? Chapter 6. Preparing the Formula. The screen transitioned, and the video commenced, showcasing the aftermath of Lin Shixue's birth. Under the nurse's guidance at the station, Lin Hang, drenched in sweat and cradling the wailing little Shixue, hurriedly inquired about several matters. After questioning a few individuals, he finally made his way to the hospital's convenience store to procure infant necessities such as milk powder, bottles, and diapers. Upon returning to the ward with these items, he found himself at a loss regarding how to prepare the milk formula. By then, Shixue's cries had taken on a hoarse tone. Ultimately, it was a neighboring mother who came to his significant aid. After a bustling day, little Shixue finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. This segment of the video played at a brisk pace, concluding in just 2 or 3 minutes. The room fell silent, with no discussions among the audience. The subsequent scenes continued to unfold rapidly, depicting Lin Heng's futile attempts to reach Lin Shixue by phone. He remained in the hospital, simultaneously caring for Shixue while seeking guidance from Chen Zhihui on various aspects of infant care. 5 days later, Lin Heng left the hospital with Shixue. Despite the departure of Shue's mother, he persevered and attentively cared for the child. As the video paused at this juncture, Lu Qing turned her gaze from the large screen and faced the audience, who remained largely silent. It appeared evident that Lin Heng had indeed fulfilled his paternal duties from the outset, exhibiting a level of responsibility surpassing that of an average father. Lu Qing began to speak slowly, acknowledging this fact. The audience nodded in agreement, understanding that some subsequent events must have distorted Lin Heng's mindset. Shixue, do you have grandparents? Lu Qing inquired, looking at Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue shook her head. No, or rather, I do not know. I have never met my grandparents or any other relatives throughout my life. She added that they had never mentioned or taken her to visit relatives. Lu Qing nodded, concluding that Lin Heng was likely an orphan. This could also be a contributing factor to his warped mentality. A lack of affection in childhood inevitably leads to certain character flaws. Lu Qing's analysis resonated, and the audience nodded in agreement. Many troubled youths in society stem from familial issues, particularly those from single-parent households, children who suffer from domestic violence, and orphans. I concede this to be true. Lin Shixue spoke softly. The likelihood of problem children emerging from an unhappy family is significantly higher than from those in a happy one. I have conducted specific research on this matter. I strive to assist these children through charitable endeavors. My ability to thrive against adversity is largely due to the individuals who have supported me at every stage of my life. Without them, I might have become just another troubled child. I stand here today to illuminate the path for all children in darkness. As long as there is light in one's heart and a vision for the future, help will undoubtedly come, enabling you to become the person you aspire to be. The room erupted into thunderous applause. The barrage of comments on the large screen also became lively. Well said, Shixue. With light in your heart, you will surely become the person you wish to be. Suffering is not to be feared. What truly frightens is the act of retreating. Lin Shixue shall forever remain a paragon in my heart. Surely, everyone is curious about what transpired with Lin Heng afterwards. I, too, am intrigued by the events that transformed Lin Heng's character so drastically. Lu Qing began to speak, her tone slow and deliberate. This interview diverged significantly from her previous ones, yet it imparted a refreshing novelty, a challenge that ignited her competitive spirit. Perhaps this could be the innovative direction for future interview programs. Let us continue to watch the video. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue turned to face the large screen, the audience's gaze immediately drawn to it. Everyone yearned to uncover the upheaval that had led to Lin Heng's drastic change in temperament, resulting in harm to little Shixue. The screen flickered to life, revealing Lin Heng returning home with little Shixue. It was a modest apartment, neither new nor elaborately decorated. Yet, in a first-tier city, possessing such a dwelling was commendable. Lin Heng gently placed the slumbering Shixue on the sofa. Little Shixue, we are home, he said with a warm smile, playfully caressing her soft, delicate face. Daddy will tidy up your room now. After lingering affectionately on her cheek, he set about organizing the space. A crib had been prepared beside the master bed, ready with bedding and a mosquito net. Just as Lin Heng finished arranging the crib, the sound of little Shixue's cries echoed from the living room. Here it comes. Here it comes. Little Shixue, do not cry, be good. Lin Heng rushed out of the bedroom and hurried to the sofa, scooping her up in his arms to soothe her. Once her cries subsided, he gently placed her down again, saying indulgently, Daddy will prepare your formula now. Be good. At this point, Lin Heng had become quite adept at preparing the formula. Little Shixue's intake was still modest. He filled a bottle with water from the thermos. Checking the measurement, it was precisely 30 milliliters. Then, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his wrist, he tilted the bottle slightly, letting a drop of water fall onto his skin to test the temperature. Just right. Lin Heng then scooped a spoonful of formula, leveled it off, and poured it into the bottle, sealing it with a cap. He clasped the bottle between his palms and rolled it back and forth rapidly, ensuring the powder dissolved evenly in the water, checking that no clumps remained. Satisfied, he carried the prepared bottle back to the sofa, cradling little Shixue in his arms. With her upper body inclined at about a 45-degree angle, he carefully began to feed her. The video paused. Lu Qing observed Lin Heng's smiling visage as he tenderly fed little Shixue. Suddenly, she called for a halt. The video ceased its motion. Seemingly aware of the audience's curiosity regarding her actions, Lu Qing slowly began to explain. What Lin Heng demonstrated, from preparing the formula to feeding, was executed with utmost precision. I imagine there are many gentlemen present across various platforms today. I believe it is essential for everyone to learn from this. If one day I were to care for a baby, I would know exactly what to do, particularly regarding the crucial technique of testing the water temperature and the 45-degree angle for bottle feeding. Lu Qing's words resonated, prompting murmurs among the audience and a flurry of comments on the screen. I have learned much. Prior to this, I was utterly unaware of the correct method for preparing formula and feeding. To be honest, I now feel a twinge of discomfort. Lin Heng is a good man. What truly transpired? His love for Xiao Shixue was profound. Had it not been for the subsequent upheaval, how splendid it would have been. Did he truly love her so deeply? Lin Shixue gazed at the final still image on the large screen, his eyes radiating warmth. In his gaze, Xiao Shixue was the most precious gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. Chapter 7. Seeking Mother 1. We continue to watch. Lu Qing turned her attention to the large screen and began to speak. The video resumed, revealing Lin Heng and Lu Qing in a tacit understanding within a hidden room. The scene shifted, showing Lin Heng engaged in a phone conversation with a company supervisor. He had not been at work for several days. Manager, I would like to request an additional 3 days off. I will definitely return to work afterward. From his brief words, it became evident that the supervisor was growing increasingly displeased with Lin Heng's absence. Setting down his phone, Lin Heng sat in contemplation beside the peacefully sleeping Xiao Shixue. After a moment, a look of determination flickered in his eyes as he gazed tenderly at the infant. Xiao Shixue, we will go find your mother soon. Regardless of your grandparents' feelings towards your father, I will ensure you have a mother. 1TI? Since you remain silent, I shall take that as your agreement. Very well. I understand your thoughts. Lin Heng chuckled softly, playfully pinching Xiao Shixue's cheek. Rising, he declared, Father will take a shower first and dress handsomely. At the very least, I shall not be outdone in appearance. The audience listened with a smile as Lin Heng spoke to the slumbering Xiao Shixue, feeling an overwhelming warmth. This father is utterly delightful and brimming with love. Xiao Shixue is truly fortunate to have such a father. The comments on the screen frequently refreshed, with the audience expressing their admiration for Lin Heng's monologue, generously showering him with praise. How adorable! What a wonderful father! How splendid it would be if this continued forever. The scene is so heartwarming and filled with love. Could Lin Heng's drastic change in temperament be linked to Xiao Shixue's mother? It seemed that this search for her mother might be the root of Lin Heng's distorted character. The various remarks on the screen did not escape Lin Shixue's notice. At this moment, she was consumed by a singular thought. Did he once truly love her? If so, then why the coldness that followed? Why the torment? The video continued, and the scene transitioned from their home, showing Lin Heng holding Xiao Shixue in a taxi. At this moment, Lin Heng appeared exceptionally handsome. A perfectly tailored gray suit adorned him as if it were custom-made. His handsome visage radiated confidence and warmth. In contrast, the small child he cradled, Xiao Shixue, seemed somewhat out of place. Yet, Lin Heng remained unfazed, engrossed in playful interaction with her. Xiao Shixue, are you excited to see your mother soon? I wonder if she has met you yet. You are so adorable and beautiful. She must be overjoyed. You are undoubtedly the splendid combination of your parents' genes, destined for greatness. As he amused Xiao Shixue, he spoke tenderly. To be honest, I do not harbor any resentment towards your maternal grandparents. They believe I am unworthy of your mother. Indeed, I may lack considerable prowess, but I can provide for you and your mother without fail. I will always treat both of you with utmost care. I hope your grandparents can understand. Xiao Shixue, do you think your mother will come home with us? It must surely be the case, right? Hee, I believe so too. Because your mother loves you dearly and would never want to leave your side. Boss, we have arrived at Lanhai Community, the driver announced to Lin Hang. Very well, he replied. After settling the fare, Lin Hang lifted Xiao Shixue from the vehicle. The driver had already stepped out to open the trunk, assisting Lin Hang by retrieving 2 boxes of gifts. Boss, you dote on your child too much. The driver remarked with a smile as he handed the gifts to Lin Hang. Isn't it natural to cherish one's own child? Lin Hang chuckled. Indeed, who among parents does not love their own offspring? The driver mused, seemingly resonating with the sentiment. Thank you. Lin Hang expressed his gratitude, carrying Xiao Shixue in one arm while grasping the gifts with the other, making his way toward the entrance of Lanhai Community. Upon reaching the gate, he was intercepted by a security guard. Sir, which resident are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The guard inquired. Unit 201, no appointment, Lin Hang replied. Then added, I am her son-in-law. Had he refrained from that addition, it might have gone unnoticed, but upon mentioning it, the guard erupted in laughter. Sir, you must be joking. Who doesn't he know that the esteemed daughter of Boss Lu is to be wed to young Master Zhang of the Sihai group? You cannot possibly be him. The guard continued to chuckle, his eyes gleaming with derision. He had encountered young Master Zhang before, exuding affluence, driving luxury vehicles worth millions, accompanied by a secretary and bodyguards. Lin Hang, despite his respectable appearance, paled in comparison to such a figure, especially while holding a child. It was utterly ludicrous. Zhang Ji, the heir of the Sihai group, the largest commercial conglomerate in the area. Lin Hang had certainly heard of him. However, when had Zhang Ji become the prospective son-in-law of the Lu family? The guard must have been mistaken. Yet, the condescending expression on the guard's face spoke volumes. It is futile for him to argue any further. I shall not engage in debate with you either. Just allow me entry. Lin Hang calmly addressed the security guard. The guard shook his head, apologetically stating, I'm afraid that without a prior appointment, no one can enter this community. It's the rule. After saying this, the guard waved his hand, signaling Lin Hang to depart. Lin Hang's expression darkened immediately. How about this? You inform Mr. Lu or Miss Lu that Lin Hang has come to pay a visit, he suggested after a moment of contemplation. Who do you think you are? The guard scoffed derisively. Just leave. Lin Hang's eyes blazed with fury. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he forcibly suppressed his anger. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Shue's number. But this time he was met with a direct notification of a disconnected number. Lin Hang put away his phone and coldly stated to the guard, Then I shall wait here until Mr. Lu comes out. Suit yourself. Mr. Lu would never meet with you. The guard replied disdainfully, then turned away. Returning to the security booth, Lin Hang found a spot to sit down nearby, cradling little Shixue in his arms. The fire of anger on his face had vanished, replaced by a gentle gaze fixed upon the child in his embrace, as he smiled and said, Little Shixue, let us wait here for Grandpa and Grandma, shall we? The video abruptly halted at this point. In the concealed room, Lin Hang seemed to exhibit a flicker of anger, reminiscent of the frustration he felt while waiting in the Lanhai community. In the broadcast studio, as the video came to a stop, the audience instinctively exhaled in relief. Lu Qing slowly began to speak. Will Lin Hang meet little Shue's grandparents? What will transpire next? The audience was invited to speculate. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue with a smile, asking, Shixue, what do you think will happen next? Chapter 8. Searching for Mother. 2. It is likely that he did not meet little Shue's grandparents or mother, or perhaps he was met with rejection from her grandfather. This experience may have altered his mindset. Lin Shixue calmly stated, I share the same conjecture. It seems Lin Hang's attitude towards little Shixue transformed due to this encounter. Lu Qing nodded, addressing the audience present. Let us venture to guess what may happen next. Friends online, feel free to join the discussion as well. Who would like to share their thoughts first? As Lu Qing's words fell, numerous hands rose among the audience. How about that gentleman over there? Lu Qing gestured to a male audience member with both hands raised. Upon her prompting, he promptly stood. Hello, everyone. My name is Chen Hua. I am 35 years old and a father of 2. I can deeply relate to Mr. Fong Hang's predicament. My partner and I have also faced immense pressure from her family. Of course, my situation differs slightly from that of Lin Hang. However, the experiences bear striking resemblance. As Chunhua spoke, the audience's interest was piqued. Please continue, Mr. Chun. Lu Qing smiled, encouraging him. Perhaps your experiences are remarkably similar to those of Mr. Lin Hang. Chunhua affirmed with certainty before recounting his story. My beloved comes from a well-to-do family and is an only child. After 6 months of our romance, I went to meet her parents. At that time, I had neither a car nor a house, and my background was rural. Upon seeing my circumstances, her parents objected vehemently, insisting that we part ways. Our first encounter ended in discord. Nevertheless, my beloved and I remained steadfast in our love, for our feelings were genuine. However, lacking the approval and blessing of our parents inevitably led to numerous conflicts and challenges between us. We nearly separated on several occasions. Later, my beloved became pregnant, prompting us to visit her parents once more. Witnessing the impending arrival of their grandchild, her parents reluctantly acquiesced, but with one stipulation: I had to marry into their family. To be candid, I was tormented at that moment, uncertain whether to accept such a condition. Ultimately, I consented. I could not forsake my love for my partner or my child. Yet, as Chunhua spoke, a shadow of anguish flitted across his face. I felt a profound sense of guilt towards my own parents, who endured gossip and judgment because of our situation. Furthermore, being separated by a vast distance from my family left me with scarce opportunities to visit home. Life at my in-laws was not particularly pleasant. Perhaps it was due to my insecurities and sensitivity, but I felt an intense inner turmoil. The disappointed expressions of my parents frequently haunted my dreams, filling me with remorse. I even contemplated divorce. Fortunately, my career eventually flourished, allowing my family to purchase a home and move out. From that point onward, I began to feel a sense of liberation. I could visit my parents freely and face my in-laws with dignity. I share all of this to express my profound gratitude to my unwavering partner. Additionally, it is essential to acknowledge how disdained one feels when looked down upon by the woman's family. It can truly drive a person to the brink of despair. I believe Mr. Lin Hang experienced something similar. Regardless of whether he meets Lin Shixue's grandparents, he will undoubtedly find it impossible to achieve his desires. Lin Shixue has also been unable to reunite with her mother. This may not be the sole reason for his temperament change, but it is undoubtedly significant. Thank you. Upon concluding his tale, Chunhua sat down, tears brimming in his eyes. That period of mental torment is a burden he will carry for a lifetime. A deep silence enveloped the male audience members, most of whom had not endured such trials as Chunhua. Yet they empathized profoundly. In simple terms, this narrative reflects the choices one must make between love, familial bonds, and dignity. For the sake of love, one may need to relinquish familial ties and a man's pride. How many men can calmly navigate such choices? Many female audience members were moved to tears, some having experienced similar situations. They have dated several boyfriends, and often breakups were not due to a lack of love, but rather the weight of familial pressures. Either they sacrificed their love or their partners did. The comments on the big screen echoed the audience's sentiments. Between love and family, what choices would you make? Mr. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude for Chun's willingness to share his experience. I believe there are numerous individuals, both men and women, who share experiences akin to that of Mr. Chun. However, to be candid, the choice between love and familial bonds is profoundly challenging. This is especially true for those directly involved. Regardless of the decision made, the struggle remains arduous. Lin Hang finds himself in a similar predicament. The disdain from Lin Shixue's grandparents weighs heavily upon him, and he yearns for reconciliation. Yet, even if he were to relinquish his dignity, achieving harmony seems an insurmountable task. At this juncture, Lu Qing paused momentarily before continuing. There exists a pivotal figure in this narrative, Lin Shixue's mother. If she were to remain steadfast and unwavering in her support of Lin Hang, perhaps, like the earlier mentioned Mr. Chun, they would ultimately witness the clouds disperse to reveal the moon. A flicker of curiosity ignited within me regarding the nature of Lin Shixue's mother. As Lu Qing glanced at Lin Shixue, a smile graced his lips. Shixue, you have never encountered your mother throughout your life. What then? Do you envision her to be like? Lin Shixue managed a bittersweet smile. I cannot ascertain what she is like. She has never graced my existence. I once imagined that if she were by my side, she would embody the qualities of kindness, gentleness, and compassion, much like other mothers. Had she been present, perhaps my struggles would have been lessened. Yet, in my current reality, I find it impossible to conceive. In a concealed chamber, Lin Heng observed Lin Shixue as she spoke with subdued emotion, a hint of bitterness surfacing on his face. It is not that Lin Shixue does not long for her mother. She yearns for maternal love. However, over the years, she has grown accustomed to strength, to navigating the world on her own terms, rendering her impervious to external influences. Maternal affection has long since become a relic of the past. I can comprehend your sentiments. Lu Qing replied, nodding at Lin Shixue. You have envisioned your mother and harbored expectations. When these dreams fail to materialize, your resilience only intensifies. Be it your father or mother, no one can hinder your steadfast growth. You must even demonstrate to them that, without their assistance, you can still shine as the brightest gem. Lin Shixue nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us see what circumstances Lin Heng will encounter next. Will he meet Xiao Shixue's grandparents or her mother? Will he truly face the significant setbacks that many anticipate? Chapter 9. Searching for Mother 3 on the large screen. The video continued to play. The scenes sped forward, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue had been waiting at the community entrance for over an hour. Lin Heng did not encounter the appearance of Xiao Shixue's grandparents. This passive waiting strategy was proving ineffective. Meanwhile, Xiao Shixue began to grow restless. With a loud wail, Lin Heng retrieved warm water, a bottle, and formula from his backpack, preparing a bottle for Xiao Shixue at the community entrance. With something to drink, Xiao Shixue calmed momentarily. However, this tranquility was fleeting. Soon, she erupted into distress once more. And despite Lin Heng's best efforts to soothe her, nothing seemed to work. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the notion of continuing to wait at the community entrance. Xiao Shixue, be good, please stop crying. Shall we return home now? Would that be agreeable? Do not cry. Do not cry. We shall seek your mother another time. In the gentle tones of Lin Heng, little Shixue gradually quieted down. Lin Heng let out a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Observing the finally serene Shixue, he abandoned the notion of waiting idly. Cradling her, Lin Heng approached the guard post and called out to the security personnel inside. Please inform Boss Lu that I will visit him again. Having said this, he turned away, disinterested in the guard's response. The outcome was indeed unexpected, leaving the audience somewhat astonished. They had anticipated a quarrel of sorts. Shixue, it appears that this incident is not the catalyst for Lin Heng's temperament shift. Lu Qing remarked, glancing at Shixue. Indeed, Shixue nodded in agreement, believing that something significant would transpire, yet nothing particularly remarkable occurred. Let us continue watching. The scene shifted, revealing Lin Heng had returned home with little Shixue, who was now asleep. After gently placing her in her crib, Lin Heng prepared himself a bowl of instant noodles. He carried the steaming bowl to the balcony, savoring a few bites before the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Lin Heng's expression brightened, and he hurried back to the living room. Upon answering the call, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Heng zponde. Lu Shue. The voice on the other end filled him with immense joy, prompting him to inquire eagerly, Lu Shue, are you well? Little treasure is doing fine. I have taken. Before Lin Heng could finish his sentence, the smile faded from his face, and he fell silent. After a brief pause, he suddenly questioned, why? Without waiting for Lu Shue's reply, she hung up. Staring at the disconnected call on his phone, Lin Heng's face turned pale. His eyes filled with anguish. Why? Why has this happened? Lu Shue, do you truly no longer want your Shue? The frustration boiled within him, and with a violent motion, he hurled the phone onto the floor, shattering it into several pieces. Why? Lin Heng roared in fury, his visage contorted in rage. You may leave me. That is your prerogative. But you cannot forsake Shixue. She's your own flesh and blood. Why? Silent tears streamed down Lin Hang's cheeks, his expression a portrait of torment. The video abruptly halted, capturing Lin Hang's anguished visage on the large screen, enveloping the venue in a heavy silence. Although the specifics of Lin Shue's words remained unclear, the essence was unmistakable. Lin Shixue had chosen to abandon Shixue, relinquishing the love shared between her and Lin Hang. Lu Qing took a moment to inhale deeply, grappling with the poignant scene before her, reflecting on Lin Hang's words. How could Lin Shixue be so heartless as to forsake Shixue? Shixue, what do you think Lin Shixue said on the phone? Lu Qing inquired gravely, glancing at Lin Shixue. Of course, if you prefer not to answer, you need not. He added, aware that such inquiries were akin to pouring salt on an open wound. There is nothing I cannot address. Lin Shixue contemplated before responding. I do not wish to cast blame upon Lin Shixue. Perhaps she has her own reasons that compelled her actions. Without her, I have managed to persevere all these years. What I wish to convey is that if he, Lin Hang, harbors resentment towards me because of this incident, treating me as a mere outlet for his frustration, my disappointment in him would be insurmountable. I would rather he despise me for other reasons, for a desire to torment me. I can empathize with your feelings. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. He indeed understood the emotions Lin Shixue was grappling with. It is truly despicable for a man to twist his psyche and direct his anger towards his own daughter simply because he has been abandoned by a woman. Although I, too, hope Lin Hang does not vent his fury upon little Shixue due to this matter, observing his current state of rage and torment. It is highly likely he has unjustly equated little Shixue with Lin Shixue, directing all his hatred towards her. The large screen displayed a barrage of comments from viewers, echoing Lu Qing's sentiments. I admit that being abandoned by a woman can be a significant blow to a man. However, little Shixue is innocent. Lin Hang has no right to harbor animosity towards her. I previously held a favorable view of Lin Hang, but now I am utterly disillusioned. What a scoundrel! To project his hatred onto an infant. How can he still be considered a man? He is unworthy of fatherhood. My heart aches for little Shixue. Abandoned by her mother and hated by her father, such a man should not have a woman in his life. Let us continue watching. Perhaps the scene we dread the most is about to unfold. Lu Qing's tone remained heavy. On the large screen, the video continued, but it was not a new scene. Rather, it replayed the moment Lin Hang received the phone call. This time, however, it seemed Lin Hang's phone was on speaker, allowing Lin Shixue's voice to resonate through. Lin Shixue. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Hang's surprise was palpable as he eagerly asked, Lin Shixue, are you all right? Little treasure is doing well. I have already brought. Lin Hang's words trailed off as the smile on his face gradually faded. Lin Hang, what we had is now in the past. Do not seek me out again. I am engaged to Zhang Ji, the heir of the Sihai group. If you dare to disrupt my marriage, I will have my father send someone to deal with you. Do not mention our daughter to me. I was blind to have borne you a child. If you wish to raise her, then do so. If not, you may abandon her or leave her at an orphanage for all I care. Do not let yourselves intrude upon my life again, or you will come to regret it. With that, Lin Shixue hung up. Staring at the now disconnected call on his phone, Lin Hang's expression turned ashen, his eyes filled with anguish. Chapter 10. A prayer at the Buddha's feet for 500 years. Why? Lin Shixue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, reminiscent of Lin Hang's emotional turmoil at that moment. She yearned to ask why. She has grown accustomed to independence and resilience. The absence of her mother does not alter her reality. However, Lin Shue's ruthless and even venomous words still deliver a profound blow to her heart. She can forgive her mother for leaving with justifiable reasons. She can accept being abandoned. In fact, she can pardon a myriad of possibilities. Yet, she finds it excruciatingly difficult to fathom the malice her mother harbors towards her. What does it mean to say, if you wish to raise her, then do so. If not, send her away. Abandon her to an orphanage if you must. Do not darken my life again, or you will regret it. Why must there be such hatred directed at her? If such disdain exists, then why bring her into this world? The atmosphere in the studio seemed to freeze. The audience fell into a profound silence. Even the large screen displayed a fleeting blankness in the barrage of comments. Everyone, much like Lin Shixue, was perplexed as to why Lin Shixue could utter such cruel words. Why? Why? After a lengthy pause, the host, Lu Qing, finally broke the silence. I cannot fathom why Lin Shixue would speak in such a manner. Even if there were special reasons, such words should never be directed at one's own flesh and blood. Perhaps, for little Shixue, not having a mother is a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, her childhood might have been even darker. As Lu Qing spoke, her gaze shifted to the guest seat where Chen Zhihui sat, and she inquired, Aunt Shun, do you have any striking impressions of Shixue's mother? Chen Zhihui shook her head, indicating a lack of memorable impressions. The only recollection she had was that of a beautiful girl. Regardless, Lin Shixue's absence from Shixue's life is arguably a positive aspect. While I cannot hastily judge a person's character, it is safe to assume that a woman who can utter such words is unlikely to be a good mother. Let us all rally our support for Shixue. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Qing took the lead in applauding, and the audience erupted into a chorus of cheers. Go, Lin Shixue. We all love you. You are the best. Our love for you is eternal. Simultaneously, the large screen in the studio displayed messages of encouragement. Go, Lin Shixue. You are magnificent. We love you. You will always be our goddess. You are the brightest light in the world. Trials will only make you stronger. We will always support you. Thank you. Lin Shixue stood up, addressing the audience and the camera, offering a slight bow of gratitude. The tears in her eyes had been wiped away, her expression restored to one of calm composure. In a hidden room, Lin Heng watched as countless individuals rallied behind Lin Shixue. A faint smile graced his wrinkled face. His daughter was ultimately becoming the person she aspired to be. Let us continue watching the video. The answers we seek are about to unfold. Lu Qing spoke slowly, aware that the revelations were imminent. Yet, a heavy weight resided in her heart. On one hand, she loathed Lin Heng for transferring his hatred onto Xiao Shixue. On the other, she felt a complicated sympathy for Lin Heng's plight. All eyes were drawn towards the large screen as the video continued to play. The sound of Xiao Shixue's wailing echoed from the bedroom. In the living room, Lin Heng furiously hurled his phone and roared, disturbing the slumbering Xiao Shixue, who was frightened into tears. Upon hearing her cries, Lin Heng hastily dashed toward the bedroom, his expression of anger vanishing swiftly. Don't cry, Xiao Shixue, he tenderly murmured while standing beside the crib, gently patting her. His face no longer bore any trace of anger, as if nothing had transpired. His gaze towards Xiao Shixue was filled with profound affection. Daddy is here, don't cry. Are you hungry, my dear? Shall I prepare some milk for you? By the way, your mother was just here. She said you're as beautiful as she is. Isn't that delightful? Your mother is rather vain and rarely admits anyone is prettier than her. Only you are bestowed with such a privilege. Xiao Shixue, Daddy loves you dearly. Regardless of what happens, I will love you for a lifetime. I must have prayed for 500 years before the Buddha in my past life for the heavens to grant me a daughter like you. As he observed Xiao Shixue gradually cease her crying and drift back to sleep, a gentle smile graced Lin Heng's face. That smile radiated warmth, akin to sunlight in the depths of winter, comforting and delightful. The video paused once more, plunging the broadcasting studio into silence. No one paid heed to the halted video. They were all captivated by Lin Heng's warm, radiant smile. His words to Xiao Shixue echoed in their ears. Your mother said you are as beautiful as she is. Regardless of what happens, I will love you for a lifetime. I must have prayed for 500 years before the Buddha for the heavens to arrange you as my daughter. Lin Heng did not exhibit the drastic personality change that others anticipated, nor did he unleash his anger and hatred upon Xiao Shixue for abandoning him and Lin Shixue. Instead, he calmly soothed Xiao Shixue and spoke affectionately about her mother's visit, reiterating the notion of his past prayers for her. How could such a father later become cold-hearted and torment Xiao Shixue? Surely, something was amiss. Yet, Lin Shixue would not lie. She held disdain for deceit, nor would she exploit the scars upon her own body for attention. Thus, whether it was forcing 3-year-old Lin Shixue to run bare in the frigid cold or compelling her to walk to school in torrential rain, Even if she fell and hurt herself, the cruelty was undeniable. There seemed to be only one possibility. The video must be fabricated. What father-esque love could be so exaggerated? His words flowed like poetry. They say a father-esque love is like a mountain, silent and steadfast. Thus, this video must be fabricated, intentionally staged. This video is false. I refuse to believe that he could be so kind to Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed, "He shall not conceal the truth." Chapter 11, Seeking a Nanny, Part 1. The video is a deceit. I urge the production team to investigate its authenticity. While we may sympathize with Lin Hang, the truth remains unchanged. Such an exaggerated video cannot possibly be real. Where in the world can one find such an exemplary father? I stand in support of Lin Shixue. I advocate for the production team to validate the video's genuineness. The audience present, along with netizens from various platforms across the globe, collectively demanded an inquiry into the video's authenticity. Shixue, I can comprehend your feelings. The host Lu Qing said, observing Lin Shixue's emotional turmoil. Please remain calm. I will have the staff investigate the video's circumstances. Please take a seat for now. Lin Shixue took a deep breath, steadying her emotions. She nodded and sat down once more. The room fell silent. It was only then that Lu Qing turned to the audience and began to speak. At Lu Qing's request, the atmosphere quieted rapidly. Lu Qing continued, stating that the doubts regarding the video's authenticity stemmed from several key reasons. Firstly, Lin Hang's display of affection appeared exaggerated, inconsistent with typical paternal love. Secondly, the stark contrast in Lin Hang's demeanor before and after his conversation with Lu Shixue was too pronounced. Thirdly, there remained skepticism about the veracity of Lu Shue's dialogue. Investigating these 3 points is not overly complex. If we can locate Lu Shixue and inquire whether she ever made such statements, the truth will be revealed. Regarding Lin Hang, I believe subsequent footage will provide clarity. If he truly cherished Lin Shixue so deeply, he would not inflict harm upon her due to this matter. His drastic change in character must be attributable to other reasons. We shall endeavor to find Lu Shixue, based on the information provided in the video. She should still be alive. In a concealed chamber, Lin Hang listened to Lu Qing's remarks with an expression of calmness. The image of Lu Shixue had long since blurred in his mind, devoid of love or hatred. Let us continue to view the video. Since Lin Hang did not undergo a drastic personality change, nor direct his ire towards Lin Shixue, what indeed transpired to precipitate such a transformation in his character? The forthcoming footage should unveil the answers, providing further insight into the earlier video. Lu Qing smiled as she spoke, turning her gaze toward the large screen. Lin Shixue had regained her composure and slowly turned to face the screen, joining everyone in watching the video anew. The scene shifted, revealing a storefront named Nanny's Home. Upon seeing Nanny's Home, the audience immediately grasped that Lin Hang intended to find a nanny for Lin Shixue. This was understandable, for Lin Hang had obligations to fulfill to support both himself and Lin Shixue. The reality was indeed as such. Lin Hang entered the establishment carrying Lin Shixue in his arms. A staff member promptly approached them. "Good day, sir. Are you in search of a nanny? My name is Wang Xiaomin, but you may call me Xiaomin." She greeted Lin Hang with a warm smile. Then his gaze shifted to the child in Lin Hang's arms, and he immediately praised, "What a beautiful child. Thank you. I am in need of a nanny to care for my daughter, specifically during the day, as we will handle her ourselves at night." Lin Hang looked at Wang Xiaomin and got straight to the point. "You have come to the right place. Our family offers the finest nannies in the entire city. Please, have a seat, and I will introduce you to several exceptional candidates. By the way, I am yet to learn how to address you, sir." Wang Xiaomin inquired with a smile as she led Lin Hang towards the reception area. Lin Hang. "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Do you have a particular budget in mind? We offer 3 tiers of nannies, 3,000, 5,000, and 8,000. Each price corresponds to a different level of service." As they spoke, they arrived at the reception area. Wang Xiaomin first invited Fong Heng to sit down before turning to him. "Mr. Lin, have you made a decision? What are the distinctions among the 3 tiers?" Lin Heng asked. "The 3,000 tier mostly consists of older women. However, you can rest assured of their expertise, as they possess ample experience in childcare. The 5,000 tier features nannies aged between 20 and 35, most of whom are graduates from nursing schools or have prior experience as nurses. The 8,000 tier not only boasts superior professional knowledge, but includes certified childcare experts. They are also youthful, attractive, and possess a commendable demeanor. However, seeking a nanny is not akin to finding a girlfriend. Their physical appearance may not hold much significance. Nonetheless, a study conducted by a professor indicated that children who spend prolonged periods with young, attractive, and refined individuals often experience subtle enhancements in their own appearance and demeanor over time. For most families, such an advantage places their children ahead from the very start. My recommendation, should your financial circumstances permit, is to opt for the 8,000 tier. Wang Xiaoman regarded Lin Hang with a slight smile, her eyes sparkling. I will take some time to consider, Lin Hang replied, not rushing to a decision. Of course, Mr. Lin, take your time. I will fetch you a glass of water. Wang Xiaoman smiled as she rose. Lin Hang was genuinely contemplating his options, gently pinching the small face of the child. He analyzed the pros and cons of the 3 tiers of nannies in his mind. In his thoughts, the considerations materialized on the large screen in textual form. The 3,000 tier was immediately dismissed. The older candidates might lack agility and pose certain safety risks. Their childcare philosophies were somewhat outdated, potentially hindering optimal cognitive development during infancy. The 5,000 tier appeared to be a reasonable choice, with suitable ages and formal training from nursing schools or relevant experience. As for the 8,000 tier, it seemed the best option, particularly with the inclusion of childcare specialists. While their youth and beauty were secondary considerations, he was not in search of a romantic partner. The notion that appearance and demeanor could influence a child's development seemed absurd to him. Lin Hang was still mulling over his choice of nanny tier when Wang Xiaoman returned with a glass of water, smiling. Have you made up your mind, Mr. Lin? Not yet, he responded. Then please continue to ponder. I will bring over some materials, she said with a smile. All right. As Wang Xiaoman walked away once more, Fang Heng gazed at the little Shixue in his arms. At that moment, Shixue woke, her dark eyes blinking curiously. Ah, Shixue, you are awake. It seems you wish to choose a nanny for yourself, don't you? What kind of nanny do you prefer? Tell Daddy, Lin Hang said, bending down to Shixue with a cheerful smile. Oh, you desire one like this. Very well, Daddy understands. Such a good girl. Lin Hang lifted his head, playfully brushing Shixue's delicate cheek. He then glanced at Wang Xiaoman, who had approached with the relevant documents, indicating that a decision had been made. Chapter 12. Finding a Nanny, Part 2. The video paused momentarily as Lu Qing called for a break. Why don't we speculate on what tier of nanny Lin Hang will choose? Does he have any specific requirements? After speaking, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue, smiling as she asked, Shixue, what do you think Lin Hang will opt for in a nanny? Given his affection for you in the video, he is most likely to choose one costing 8,000. However, a monthly expenditure of 8,000 is not feasible for everyone. From what we have gleaned, he does not seem particularly affluent, so it is also quite plausible that he might select a nanny costing 5,000, or even as low as 3,000. I have no recollection of events prior to the age of 3, so I cannot anticipate his final choice. As for Shixue's preferences, that is utterly nonsensical. As soon as Lin Shixue finished speaking, Lu Qing chuckled. I too believe that Lin Hang is most likely to select a nanny priced at 8,000. Given the current circumstances, he adores Shixue immensely. He would do anything for her. Shall we see what the online audience thinks? Lu Qing suggested, glancing at the large screen. Lin Shixue and the audience turned their gaze in unison to the display. I also believe Lin Hang will choose an 8,000 nanny, one voice chimed in. 5,000 seems more likely since Lin Hang mentioned he isn't selecting a girlfriend, thus increasing the likelihood of 5,000. It must be 3,000. His circumstances do not allow for a more expensive choice. I think he will opt for 8,000 because the nanny will be beautiful, young, charming, and with great poise. It is highly probable he will pick 8,000. Given his affection for Shixue, it must be an 8,000 tier. Let us continue watching the video, Lu Qing interjected, deeming further discussion futile. The video resumed. Mr. Lin has made his selection, Wang Xiaoman said with a smile. The 5,000 tier, please show me nannies with nursing experience. Certainly. Wang Xiaoman sat across from Lin Hang and swiftly began sifting through the employee dossier in her hands. Lin Hang's choice of the 5,000 tier, requiring nursing experience, clarified his intentions to the group. It likely stemmed from the significant assistance he received from Nurse Chen Zhihui and others during his time in the hospital, which fostered a strong sense of trust in nurses. Furthermore, 5,000 should fall well within his financial capabilities. There are 2 nannies who meet Mr. Lin's criteria and are available, Wang Xiaoman remarked, pulling out the profiles of the 2 nurses and handing them to Lin Hang. Mr. Lin, please take a look and see which one aligns more with your preferences. Let me have a glance first. Lin Hang took the 2 information cards, examining them closely. The contents were quite similar, providing details about the nannies including photographs, educational backgrounds, work experiences, and some client testimonials. There was nothing negative. Everything appeared commendable. Of course, even if there were any unfavorable remarks, they would not be included in the documents. After a brief review, Lin Hang set the materials aside and looked at Wang Xiaoman, inquiring, "May I see their recent work records or documentation?" Wang Xiaoman hesitated, explaining that these records pertained to client privacy and were not permitted for disclosure. "I only require a cursory glance." Lin Hang interjected firmly, cutting her off. "If that is not feasible, I shall have to explore other options." Observing Lin Hang's resolute demeanor, Wang Xiaoman sighed helplessly. "Mr. Lin, you may only have a brief look, and it must remain confidential. This is not only client privacy, but also our business secret." "I understand this," Lin Hang nodded. "Please wait a moment while I fetch the documents." Wang Xiaoman stood to retrieve the records, while Lin Hang engaged in playful antics with Lin Shixue. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xiaoman returned with a notebook. She flipped to a page and said, "This is Yifang's work record for the past 6 months, covering 3 families. The longest duration was 3 months, the shortest was 1 month. Please take a look." She pushed the documentation towards Lin Hang. After approximately 30 seconds of perusal, he returned the notebook to Wang Xiaoman. Next, she turned to another nanny, Tan Yuyu's work records, and handed them to Lin Hang. Over the span of a year, Tan Yuyu had taken on 2 jobs, each lasting 6 months. The duration of her employment indicated a higher level of trust and better evaluations from her clients. "I have made my choice. It is Tan Yuyu," Lin Hang stated, returning the materials to her. From Lin Hang's request to view work records to his decision, Wang Xiaoman understood his intentions clearly. "Very well, Mr. Lin," she replied with a smile. "Do you have time now? I will call Tan Yuyu over for an introduction. Once confirmed, we can draft an agreement for her official start." "All right, I will step out for breakfast and return shortly." Lin Hang nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. It will take a little time for Tan Yuyu to arrive, and your breakfast break will align perfectly." Lin Hang carried Lin Shixue out for breakfast. Yet, the true purpose behind his departure was far from a meal. While everyone assumed he genuinely went to eat, after leaving the nanny agency, Lin Hang did not indulge in breakfast. Instead, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Who was he calling? Soon it became clear. Once the call connected, Lin Hang courteously inquired, "Hello, I speak with Mr. Zheng?" After receiving a positive confirmation, Lin Hang began a conversation. "Mr. Zheng, could I take a minute of your time? I noticed that Tan Yuyu has worked as a nanny in your household, and I would like to inquire about her work attitude. I was just considering employing her and hope to gain some insight. After all, it is all for the sake of the child, is it not?" Perhaps it was Lin Hang's sincere demeanor that encouraged Mr. Zheng to engage in conversation with him. Or maybe it was the heartfelt sentiment of doing it for the child that touched Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zheng likely spoke with Lin Hang for a minute or two, after which Lin Hang expressed his gratitude to Mr. Zheng before they concluded the call. It seems that Tan Yuyu has indeed garnered a positive reputation. Lin Hang mused to himself. After a moment's reflection, Lin Hang dialed another number. At this juncture, the audience comprehended Lin Hang's intention to review the employment records, to retain the employer's contact information. Once the call connected, Lin Hang earnestly inquired about Tan Yuyu's situation. The employer clearly held Tan Yuyu in high regard and conversed with Lin Hang for approximately 5 minutes. Lin Hang interjected affirmatively from time to time, assuring, "That's wonderful. I feel reassured. Thank you." After the call, Lin Hang smiled at the little Shixue it cradled in his arms, saying, "Shixue, you are fortunate to have found a wonderful nanny. I believe you will like Aunt Tan. During the day, you will be with Aunt Tan while Daddy is at work. In the evening, Daddy will spend time with you. Chapter 13. I hope the video is genuine as Lin Hang returned to the nanny's home with little Shixue in his arms. The large screen faded to black. Next, it should depict the moment Lin Hang meets Tan Yuyu and subsequently employs her as a nanny. At this point, let us pause for discussion. Lu Qing smiled as she shifted her gaze from the screen back to the audience. It appears we may have been a bit too hasty in our judgments. Lin Hang has proven to be more rational and resilient than we initially imagined. The departure of Lin Shixue did not truly affect him. The fact that Lin Hang sought a nanny for Shixue indicates he has a plan in mind. That is, to have the nanny care for Shixue while he attends to work, and return home in the evening to be with her. If these videos are indeed authentic, we must acknowledge that our understanding of Lin Hang has been rather superficial. Particularly, the detail of him contacting Tan Yuyu's previous employers is nothing short of brilliant. This approach maximizes the assurance of the nanny's character, ensuring that Shixue receives the best possible care. I must say, Lin Hang excels in certain aspects. Lu Qing articulated her perspective, and the audience nodded in agreement. Initially, one might have thought Lin Hang's character had drastically changed due to Lu Shue's departure, leading him to take it out on little Shixue. However, it now appears otherwise. His meticulous selection of a nanny reflects his profound regard for Shixue. He is undoubtedly an exemplary father. But what significant event could have caused such a transformation in Lin Hang's demeanor? Host Lu Qing turned her attention to Lin Shixue, smiling as she inquired, "Shixue, do you recall when Lin Hang began to alter his attitude towards you?" Lin Shixue shook her head. "For what I can remember, it was when I was 3 years old, running barefoot in the snow. Perhaps there were incidents before that, or perhaps not. I cannot recall any memories from before the age of 3. Shall we entertain a hypothesis?" Lu Qing gazed at Lin Shixue, her lips parting slightly. It was during the period when little Shixue was merely 3 years old that Lin Hang underwent a drastic transformation, inflicting harm upon her like a magician performing tricks. Prior to this, however, he had been a devoted father, lavishing affection upon little Shixue, while both parents attentively cared for her. Lin Shixue fell into a brief silence, pondering. After a moment, she hesitantly spoke, acknowledging the possibility. She was unaware of the events that transpired before the age of 3. Yet based on Lin Hang's subsequent actions toward her, she found it difficult to believe that he had genuinely loved her before. It appears that we can only unveil the truth by continuing to watch the video. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us proceed." Once more, all eyes converged upon the large screen as a new video commenced. The scene shifted, revealing Lin Hang and little Shixue at home, accompanied by a young and charming girl, likely around 23 or 24 years of age. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she exuded a comforting aura. This must be the young nanny, Tan Yuyu, unexpectedly youthful. Tan Yuyu was diligently cleaning the living room, focused and meticulous, as if it were her own home. At that moment, Lin Hang emerged from the bedroom, impeccably attired. "Good morning," he greeted Tan Yuyu. She paused, lifting her head with a smile, replying, "Good morning, Mr. Lin. Are you off to work?" "Indeed," Lin Hang nodded. "I entrust little Shixue to you. Please call me if anything arises." "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I shall take excellent care of little Shixue," Tan Yuyu assured him earnestly. "Thank you. I shall be on my way." Lin Hang expressed his gratitude, glancing once more towards the bedroom. Little Shixue was still asleep. He would prepare her formula the moment she awoke. "You should really hurry, Mr. Lin, or you might be late for work," Tan Yuyu said with a smile. "Ha! Very well," Lin Hang replied before stepping outside. Once in the hallway, he took a deep breath and swiftly entered the elevator. The video paused as Lu Qing called for a halt. Turning around, she let out a soft sigh before speaking. "To be candid, I wish these videos were genuine." Lin Hang's every action conveys his profound love for his daughter, little Shixue. I can scarcely conceive of a justification that would compel him to inflict harm upon her. Regrettably, this remains merely my hope. The experiences that later befell little Shixue have already demonstrated that the Lin Hang of the past and the Lin Hang of the present are as different as night and day. What kind of trauma could have befallen a father who loves his daughter so dearly, leading him to cause her pain? The audience, both present and online, sighed in unison with Lin Shixue. Over the years, have you discerned the reason behind Lin Hang's change in temperament? Lin inquired, her anticipation palpable. Given the extent of Lin Hang's harm towards Shixue, it was natural to expect that she, as the subject of this turmoil, had contemplated the underlying causes, perhaps even seeking them out. The audience's gaze shifted to Lin Shixue, curious about what she might have uncovered regarding Lin Hang. No, Lin Shixue replied with unwavering certainty. Before entering junior high, due to my tender age and naive heart, I was merely filled with resentment towards him for his treatment of me. By the time I reached junior high, a deep chasm had formed between us. Apart from essential communication, our conversations dwindled to almost nothing. In high school, I found myself absent from home except on weekends, further diminishing our interaction. During this period, I pondered why he harbored such animosity towards me, subjecting me to torment, and sought answers. Yet, I had no desire to engage with him, and he was often preoccupied, spending most of his time working outside. Even on weekends, he was frequently absent. Additionally, there's another matter I wish to address. In my recollections, the place I lived was not the house depicted in the video, but rather a rented dwelling in a slum, characterized by its extreme simplicity and poor security. Upon mentioning this, Lin Shixue paused, her meaning abundantly clear. She harbored significant doubts regarding the video's authenticity. It was only then that I recalled several incidents from Shixue's memories that occurred in the slum. Lin immediately grasped the implication. One such incident had resulted in Lin Shixue receiving a severe beating from Lin Hang. At this juncture, Lin's gaze shifted to the guest of honor, Chen Zhihui. Annie Chun, are you familiar with Lin Hang's family circumstances? For instance, where they reside? Chen Zhihui shook her head, admitting she had not inquired about it. After a moment of contemplation, she added, however, judging by Mr. Lin Hang's attire and demeanor, I did not perceive any financial issues during our time at the hospital. It stands to reason that his family conditions are not dire. As for Lin Shixue's claim about their residence in a slum, I am quite uncertain. In a secluded room, Lin Hang's eyes glimmered with a sense of weariness, a reflection of the myriad experiences he had endured. If circumstances permitted, how could he possibly allow his daughter to reside in such an environment? Chapter 14. Pathological love. Perhaps Lin Hang's subsequent transformations are difficult for us to comprehend. It would be best to leave such inquiries to professionals. Observing the relentless barrage of comments on the screen, Lin smiled and remarked, everyone's thoughts seemed trapped within a confining framework, unable to escape. They believe that Lin Hang's profound love for Shixue means he would never harm her, regardless of the obstacles he faced. After much contemplation, I surmise that the most plausible explanation might be that Lin Hang developed psychological or emotional issues later on. Shixue, do you think that is a possibility? Lin inquired, turning her gaze towards Lin Shixue. There is such a possibility, Lin Shixue nodded. Although reconciling with him seems implausible and forgiveness is beyond my reach, I yearn to understand the reason behind his hurtful actions. I believe everyone shares this desire for answers. Lin nodded in agreement. What truly transpired with Lin Hang? She pondered. Let us now connect with a renowned psychologist, Professor Zhou Bufan. He is our program's resident expert and has previously provided astute analyses of numerous cases. Staff, please reach out to Professor Zhou. Upon Lin's words, she slowly turned to face the large screen. After approximately 5 seconds of connection time, Professor Zhou's image appeared on the display. Good evening, Professor Zhou. Lin smiled and said, let us greet everyone. Hello, host. Hello, Lin Shixue. Greetings to the audience here and those watching outside. I am your psychological expert, Professor Zhou. It is a pleasure to meet you again. Professor Zhou waved his hand and spoke with a smile. The audience, familiar with Professor Zhou from previous broadcasts, instantly recognized him, especially his shiny bald head, which has become his signature. As a renowned psychologist in the country, he has delivered numerous lectures and amassed millions of fans. It is this expertise that qualifies him to be a permanent expert on the show. After a brief greeting, Lin swiftly moved on to the main topic. Professor Zhou, you must have watched the recent program. Of course, I have been watching since the beginning and couldn't even bear to leave for the restroom. Professor Zhou replied in a light-hearted, teasing manner, prompting enthusiastic applause from the audience. Professor Zhou remains as playful as ever, Lu Qing chuckled, before continuing the conversation. From the videos we just viewed, what kind of person do you think Lin Hang is? Professor Zhou, evidently well-prepared, responded immediately. I have been pondering this question. Why would a father, who is infatuated with women, reach the point of harming his own daughter? Initially, I found it inconceivable. However, as I observed Lin Hang's extreme adoration for little Shixue in both his words and actions, I suddenly formed a hypothesis. Lin Hang is unwell, psychologically ill. To put it in simpler terms, his love has taken on a pathological form. Normal parental love for children has its limits, particularly evident in the father's expression of that love, which often manifests in strength and willpower. For instance, the sternness, moral judgments, and lack of gentleness typically displayed by fathers. From the videos, it is clear that Lin Hang is exceedingly gentle with little Shixue. One could argue that this level of tenderness is something many mothers fail to achieve. Initially, Lin Hang may have reluctantly assumed the role of a mother. However, as Shixue's mother completely abandoned them, Lin Hang underwent a significant shift in mindset. Even in the absence of her mother, he resolved to care for little Shixue and to fulfill both paternal and maternal roles. This also elucidates why, after receiving a call from Lu Shui and hearing little Shixue's cries, he suddenly calmed down from his previous anger and treated her with even greater gentleness. At this moment, he had stepped into both the father-s and mother-s roles. He was both. Yet, this marked the beginning of his psychological pathology. Even without the mother, he felt compelled to ensure that little Shixue experienced maternal love. Thus, his excessive gentleness and adoration for her become comprehensible. His expressions of love may even seem exaggerated, as he is not a mother and cannot naturally embody feminine tenderness. I predict that Lin Hang will become even more devoted to little Shixue in the future. However, this is where the true horror begins. As this love, which he initially did not possess, evolves to a certain extent, his psyche will genuinely distort. He will come to believe that everything he does is for his daughter's benefit. He desires for his daughter to develop according to his own design. He will reject any external communication she might have. He will blindly impose his will upon her. He wishes to control every aspect of her life. At this point, Professor Zhou took a deep breath, sipped some water, and sighed softly, acknowledging that this is indeed a psychological disorder, one that could be mitigated with early intervention. Unfortunately, no one was there to assist him at the time, and he was oblivious to his condition, leading to a serious deterioration that resulted in various harms inflicted upon Xiao Shixue. In a secluded room, Lin Hang listened intently as Professor Zhou spoke with conviction. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Hang's lips moved involuntarily, uttering a single word: nonsense. The specifics of the situation would only become clear after viewing the subsequent videos. However, it is certain that his mental state is indeed troubled. His affection for Xiao Shixue has morphed into a pathological obsession. Professor Zhou concluded his analysis. Thank you for your enlightening insights, Professor Zhou. Lu Qing expressed gratefully towards the large screen, adding that perhaps the professor might take a moment to rest, as they may have further inquiries later. You're welcome. Until next time, Professor Zhou smiled and waved as he ended the video call. Shixue, I believe Professor Zhou's analysis holds considerable merit, Lu Qing remarked, turning to Lin Shixue. Lin Hang's drastic personality change and the subsequent harm he caused you stem from his psychological affliction. Perhaps, as Professor Zhou suggested, he is indeed unwell. Lin Shixue inhaled deeply, her expression revealing a complexity of emotions. If he truly is ill, should she harbor hatred towards him? Yet, the scars of his actions are not easily forgotten. Not at all. I understand that your feelings are tumultuous at this moment. Lu Qing sighed softly. Anyone in your position would feel the same. Regardless, let us continue watching the video. Lu Qing shifted the topic. Whether Professor Zhou is correct will soon be confirmed. You must also be eager to know what transpires next, right? Indeed, Lin Shixue nodded, acknowledging the pain he has caused her that cannot be erased, but her curiosity about the reasons behind it is undeniable. This answer is something we all are eager to uncover. Lu Qing smiled. So let us proceed. As the video resumed, the scene shifted. Lin Heng returned home from work. Mr. Lin, you're back. Tan Yao Yao, who had been in the kitchen, emerged wearing an apron with a smile, reaching out for the bag in Lin Heng's hand. Lin Heng handed the bag to Tan Yao Yao and eagerly inquired, "How is Xiao Tan? Is she behaving?" "Xiao Shixue has been quite well. She's just in the living room, listening to me cook," Tan Yao Yao replied with a smile, gesturing toward the small bed placed near the kitchen in the living room. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Heng expressed his gratitude and quickly made his way to the small bed. There lay Xiao Shixue, wide-eyed and quietly resting. Upon seeing her, Lin Heng's face instantly softened with affection. He took a chair and sat beside her, engaging in gentle conversation. "Xiao Shixue, Daddy is home now. After a day without seeing her father, she longs for him, and he misses her dearly as well. His yearning for her almost caused a mishap at work, but it matters not. After all, she is his precious little darling, far more important than anything else." Observing Lin Heng as he endlessly converses with Xiao Shixue, Tan Yao Yao's gaze softens considerably. Such a devoted father is indeed a rarity. "Mr. Lin, I will prepare the last dish, and then we can commence our meal. You can keep Xiao Shixue company in the meantime." Research indicates that frequent conversations between parents and their little ones can encourage early speech development. Tan Yao Yao cheerfully remarks as she heads to the kitchen. "All right," Lin Heng replies without raising his head, continuing to engage in conversation with Xiao Shixue. According to their agreement, Tan Yao Yao's responsibilities encompass three main tasks: caring for Xiao Shixue during the day, preparing dinner for Lin Heng, and maintaining cleanliness, both for Xiao Shixue and the household. Once dinner is ready, Tan Yao Yao calls Lin Heng to the table, conveniently positioning the crib beside it, allowing her to tend to Xiao Shixue while dining. Tan Yao Yao proves to be an exceptional caregiver, not only nurturing the child, but also preparing delightful meals. Lin Heng finds the flavors rival those of fine dining establishments. As they dine, they sit at the same table, each enjoying their meals separately. "Xiao Tan, you appear quite young, even a year younger than I. What inspired you to become a caregiver and to excel at it?" Lin Heng inquires naturally. "Perhaps it's my personality. I always strive to do my best in every endeavor," Tan Yao Yao replies with a gentle smile. "My choice to become a nanny is also related to my education. I graduated from a nursing school, specializing in midwifery, and worked as a nurse for 2 years before transitioning to a full-time caregiver for infants." "I see," Lin Heng nods, choosing not to probe further. After their meal, Tan Yao Yao first washes the dishes and tidies up before giving Xiao Shixue a bath. Thus, her day's work concludes. While Tan Yao Yao departs, Lin Heng remains in bed with Xiao Shixue, reading her picture books. After over an hour of activity, he finally bathes and rests. Thus, a day passes. The following days, weeks, and months unfold in a remarkably similar fashion for Lin Heng, Xiao Shixue, and Tan Yao Yao. Under their nurturing care, Xiao Shixue gradually grows. Throughout this time, nothing particularly noteworthy occurs, save for the fact that the trio begins to resemble a family more and more. Upon returning home from work, Lin Heng finds Tan Yao Yao waiting to take his bag and help him remove his jacket. He joyfully chats with Xiao Shixue, allowing Tan Yao Yao to focus on household chores. Their dynamic resembles that of companions who respect one another. As time flows by unnoticed, 9 months have slipped away. Xiao Shixue has begun to babble, often uttering words like daddy and mommy. With her growth, her daytime naps have also become less extensive. During the day, Tan Yuyu patiently accompanied Xiao Shixue in play, imparting knowledge and utilizing toys to stimulate her intellect. In the evenings, Lin Heng would read various types of picture books to Xiao Shixue, who thoroughly enjoyed his storytelling. She would listen attentively and sometimes point at the illustrations, babbling excitedly. At such moments, Lin Heng would feel immense joy, gently guiding Xiao Shixue through the content depicted in the pictures. On weekends, Lin Heng would occasionally invite Tan Yuyu to join them in taking Xiao Shixue out for adventures. If they remained silent about their relationship, outsiders would undoubtedly assume they were a family. As time flowed on, more than 2 months passed, and Xiao Shixue was on the brink of her first birthday. A grand celebration was not feasible, as there were no relatives or friends to invite. Nevertheless, gifts for Xiao Shixue needed to be prepared. One weekend evening, after dinner, Lin Hang turned to Tan Yuyu and said, "Little Tan, are you free this evening? Xiao Shixue is about to turn 1, and I plan to buy her some jewelry. Would you help me decide?" "Of course. I was just about to buy Xiao Shixue a few outfits," Tan Yuyu replied with a smile. Sitting in her high chair, Xiao Shixue, upon hearing their conversation, chimed in with her sweet voice, "Clothes, clothes. Shixue likes clothes." Her adorable demeanor elicited laughter from both Lin Hang and Tan Yuyu. Tan Yuyu gently responded, "Since our little Shixue loves clothes, Annie will buy her several sets, all right?" Xiao Shixue, unable to comprehend Tan Yuyu's lengthy words, simply called out for her mother in her own way. Although this was not the first time she referred to Tan Yuyu as Mama, it created a subtle atmosphere between Lin Hang and Tan Yuyu. Seemingly unaware of this nuance, Tan Yuyu continued to smile and affectionately patted Xiao Shixue's head. "All right, Annie understands. I will buy them for you." She then turned to Lin Hang, stating earnestly, "Mr. Lin, I will pay for Xiao Shixue's clothes myself. This is my birthday gift to her." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang hesitated for a moment. "Little Tan, this may not be appropriate." He contemplated before adding, "I know you care for Xiao Shixue, but you shouldn't bear the expense." "Why shouldn't I?" Tan Yuyu retorted with a playful glare. She then elaborated with conviction, "Xiao Shixue is like my own child. Moreover, she has called me Mama. What is wrong with giving her a few outfits as a birthday present?" Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, Tan Yuyu quickly blushed and added, "Regardless, I must pay for it. Otherwise, I shall withdraw." With her statement reaching such a decisive point, Lin Hang had no choice but to express his gratitude. "Thank you," he replied. However, it seemed that a flicker of disappointment crossed Tan Yuyu's face upon hearing his thanks. The video concluded at this moment. Although the duration of the entire video spanned a significant timeline, it progressed swiftly, showcasing the moments leading up to Xiao Shixue's first birthday. It is evident that under the care of Lin Hang and Tan Yuyu, Xiao Shixue was leading a blissful life. Chapter 16. The Reasons Men Reject Women. Let us first consider the opinions of our online friends. Lu Qing began with a smile. At that moment, the large screen displayed numerous comments from netizens. If only Lin Hang, Tan Yuyu, and Xiao Shixue were truly a family. Tan Yuyu is so lovable. I adore Tan Yuyu. Tan Yuyu is beautiful, particularly captivating. Lin Hang should just marry Tan Yuyu. I wonder if anyone has noticed that Tan Yuyu has feelings for Lin Hang. Tan Yuyu has fallen for Lin Hang. When Xiao Shixue called Tan Yuyu mom, I felt a pang of sorrow. Lin Hang doesn't he appear to be psychologically troubled? Professor Zhou may have misjudged. Thinking about Lin Hang's subsequent changes makes my heart ache. How wonderful it would be if Lin Hang continued to love Xiao Shixue. I truly cannot fathom the reasons behind Lin Hang's drastic personality shift. Shixue, do you have any impressions of this, Tan Yuyu? Lu Qing inquired, withdrawing her gaze from the scrolling comments to look at Lin Shixue with a smile. I have no recollection. Lin Shixue shook her head. Since I can remember, I have always been with Lin Hang. There was no one else in our lives. That would mean Tan Yuyu must have left when you were just 1 or 2 years old. But you were truly adorable and beautiful back then. Lu Qing praised with a smile. I am still beautiful now. Lin Shixue jested on a rare occasion. Lu Qing smiled warmly. You have always been beautiful. Laughter erupted among the audience, creating a much lighter atmosphere than before. Everyone seemed to believe that Tan Yuyu had feelings for Lin Hang and hoped for their union. Lu Qing then asked, "What are your thoughts?" Faced with Lu Qing's question, Lin Shixue felt no hesitation in responding, setting aside everything else. From Lin Hang's demeanor in the video alone, he indeed appeared to be an admirable man, and it was entirely natural for women to be drawn to him. For Xiao Shixue, if Lin Hang could be with Tan Yuyu, it would certainly be a fortunate circumstance. Indeed, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh softly. However, in reality, Lin Hang and Tan Yuyu did not end up together, which led to Xiao Shixue's subsequent hardships. Yet, I'm somewhat curious. Logically, Lin Hang is not foolish, and should be able to sense Tan Yuyu's affections. Why then did he reject Tan Yuyu or feign ignorance of her feelings? If I were Lin Hang, I would undoubtedly accept Tan Yuyu. Although she may not be a stunning beauty, she is certainly attractive. Moreover, her gentle nature and her fondness for Xiao Shixue are remarkable. I cannot conceive of any reason Lin Hang would not be drawn to Tan Yuyu or would refuse her. Even in my view, if Lin Hang were to seek another partner, the foremost condition should be that the person treats Xiao Shixue well. Tan Yuyu perfectly meets this criterion, and not only does she cherish Xiao Shixue, but she also harbors deep feelings for her. The situation Lu Qing mentioned is indeed a point of confusion for many. If Tan Yuyu has affections for Lin Hang, and Lin Hang has no reason to reject her, then why did they not end up together? Gentlemen present, if you were Lin Hang, what reasons would compel you to reject Tan Yuyu? Lu Qing inquired, directing her gaze towards the audience. As fellow men, you should possess a deeper understanding of a man's sentiments. Those who can conceive a reason may raise their hands. Let's select a few to respond. No sooner had Lu Qing finished her statement than several male spectators raised their hands. Lu Qing promptly gestured for one of them to stand and share his thoughts. Greetings, I am Mr. Liang. When a man chooses to decline a woman, there are generally two scenarios. Either he finds her unappealing, or his heart belongs to another. Lu Qing smiled and gestured for him to take a seat, expressing her gratitude for his response. Now, let's invite two more gentlemen to weigh in on this matter. She called upon two more male audience members. I believe there's a third possibility, one who's been wounded by love, whose heart has grown cold. Such a person harbors no illusions about romance, thus rejecting any woman. This prompted the final male spectator to add with a smile, in addition to the three aforementioned scenarios. I posit yet another. One may be unable to engage in romantic endeavors, commonly referred to as a eunuch, and naturally, such an individual would not contemplate women. A hush fell over the crowd, astonished by this unexpected rationale. Laughter erupted soon after, with exclamations of amusement echoing throughout the venue. The online audience also found humor in the moment, filling the screen with lively comments. The atmosphere was joyous. If Lin Hang were indeed a eunuch, how could he have fathered Xiao Shixue? As the laughter subsided, Lu Qing smiled gently and remarked, "Let us approach this matter with the perspective of an ordinary person." Based on the responses from our three gentlemen, I surmise that the most plausible reasons for Lin Hang's rejection of Tan Yuyu are twofold. Firstly, he may have affections for another, likely Lu Shue, the mother of Xiao Shixue. Secondly, it is possible that Lin Hang's heart has grown cold, devoid of any hope for love. This latter possibility seems the most substantial. However, whether it is true or not will be revealed in the forthcoming videos. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Professor Zhou's assessment may be incorrect. Given the current circumstances, Lin Hang appears to have no significant psychological issues. I suddenly sense that Lin Hang harbors numerous secrets. After viewing so many videos, I find myself perplexed as to the reason behind Lin Hang's dramatic personality shift. Lu Qing's observation resonated with the audience, who shared her sentiments. At this juncture, Lin Shixue calmly interjected, "If these videos are not entirely authentic, everything becomes quite simple." Not entirely authentic? From the outset, Lin Shixue has questioned the veracity of the videos, a sentiment echoed by the audience. Subsequently, the arrival of Nurse Chen Jiwei confirmed the initial authenticity of the videos. However, the later videos lack eyewitnesses, making it challenging to ascertain their truthfulness or the extent of their authenticity. From the perspective of Lin Shixue's own experiences, the authenticity of these videos is indeed subject to debate. Just as Lu Qing was articulating this thought, her expression suddenly froze, and her eyes widened slightly, as if she had encountered something astonishing. The audience could clearly perceive Lu Qing's reaction, and Lin Shixue noticed it as well. What had transpired? After a moment, Lu Qing's expression returned to normal as she turned to Lin Shixue and slowly remarked, "I just received a call from the staff. They informed me that Tan Yaoyao will be attending the event as a special guest. Tan Yaoyao is coming." The atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement. Lin Shixue's eyes also widened significantly, her face revealing immense surprise. This was utterly unexpected. Tan Yaoyao was actually coming. Chapter 17. The pink-dressed Tan Yao Yao is coming to the venue? Tan Yao Yao. The mere thought of her arrival was astonishing. Could it be that the videos are indeed genuine? There must be a story between Tan Yao Yao and Lin Hang. For some reason, I am filled with anticipation. Both the audience inside and outside the venue buzzed with discussion. Everyone was astounded by the news of Tan Yao Yao's presence and filled with curiosity. Once the chatter subsided somewhat, Lu Qing looked at Lin Shixue. Shixue, what are your thoughts on Tan Yao Yao attending the event? Lu Qing inquired. Lin Shixue had regained her composure. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, perhaps it is at Lin Hang's behest, or for some other reason. Regardless of her intentions, I am looking forward to meeting her. If she cared for me so attentively back then, I owe her a word of gratitude. That is indeed true. Lu Qing nodded. The videos indicate that she holds a fondness for you and took great care of you. We should be able to uncover some answers regarding Tan Yao Yao's intentions in the subsequent videos. Perhaps it is akin to Aunt Chen's purpose, merely to confirm the authenticity of the videos. As she spoke, Lu Qing's gaze drifted toward Chen Zhihui, seated in the special guest area. Aunt Chen, have you come to verify the authenticity of the videos? What leads you to this conclusion? Lu Qing asked. Indeed, Chen Zhihui approached with the intent of confirming the video's authenticity. But what could have prompted such a thought? What was at stake? Was it to prove that Lin Hang would not harm little Shixue? If that were the case, little Shixue would not have suffered various abuses from Lin Hang later on. In response to Lu Qing's inquiry, Chen Zhihui remained calm. She had already contemplated this matter thoroughly before arriving, making it easy for her to respond. I do not know if you have ever encountered such a situation. When you are misunderstood by others and no one comes to your aid, it can be incredibly disheartening. Or, to put it differently, what if your friend is misjudged, and even their own children do not trust them? In such circumstances, as a friend of Lin Hang, whom I recognize as a true friend, should I not step forward to clarify things for him? As for the events that unfolded later, I was not involved, so I cannot comment further. However, based on my understanding of Lin Hang, he is not someone who would harm his daughter. That is why I am here. I wish to clarify that during the time my friend and I intersected, he did not lie. Chen Zhihui spoke with calmness, yet her tone was resolute. She merely acted in accordance with what was right for a friend. In response to Chen Zhihui's statement, an initial silence enveloped the room, followed by a resounding applause. Lu Qing slowly rose and offered a slight bow towards Chen Zhihui, sincerely expressing gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Chen, for your genuine nature. I wish you health and longevity. Thank you. Chen Zhihui smiled in return. Once seated again, Lu Qing continued the previous discussion. Perhaps Tan Yuyu shared the same sentiment as Aunt Chen, both wishing to assist their old friend Lin Hang. This assistance was not about helping Lin Hang deny the harm caused to Xiao Shixue, but rather about truthfully recalling the moments they shared and the friendship that blossomed between them. Applause erupted once more, as Lu Qing's words resonated profoundly. Let us proceed to watch the video. What events will unfold on Xiao Shixue's first birthday? Will there be any romantic intersections between the two? Lu Qing slowly turned to gaze at the large screen, while the audience, filled with curiosity, directed their attention towards it. The new video commenced. Lin Hang, Tan Yuyu, and Xiao Shixue were bustling through a lively street. Xiao Shixue sat in a small cart, with Lin Hang pushing her forward. The vibrant atmosphere excited Xiao Shixue, who babbled joyfully. Tan Yuyu stood beside the father-daughter duo, playfully teasing Xiao Shixue from time to time. The scene exuded warmth and affection. Soon, Lin Hang and Tan Yuyu led Xiao Shixue into a high-end children's clothing store. Inside, Tan Yuyu purchased 3 outfits for Xiao Shixue, one of which was a lovely pink dress. Upon seeing the pink dress in Tan Yuyu's hands, Lin Shixue felt a jolt of recognition and could not help but exclaim, "Stop!" Hearing Lin Shixue's call to halt, Lu Qing immediately signaled to pause the video and turned to Lin Shixue with a smile, inquiring, "Did something come to mind?" "Yes, that dress. The pink one that Tan Yuyu is holding," Lin Shixue replied, her voice trembling slightly as she gazed at the dress on the screen. Lu Qing quickly grasped Lin Shixue's implication and exclaimed, "You remember that dress?" Indeed. Lin Shixue took a breath, calming her excited emotions before elaborating. I remember that dress. I wore it when I was around 3 or 4 years old. It was my most beautiful piece, and being a dress made it all the more memorable. Even at such a young age, I still recall it vividly. I see. Lu Qing nodded. This indirectly confirms that Tin Yu indeed bought you clothes. Moreover, we can observe in the video that the dress's length is not quite suitable for a 1-year-old. It appears to be sized for a 2 or 3-year-old. If Xiao Shixue did not grow too quickly, she could even wear it until she was 4 or 5. Lin Shixue nodded in agreement. At the tender age of 4, I still wore it, albeit a tad short, yet it hardly mattered. It was my most cherished garment during that time. I would tell myself that donning the dress transformed me into a little princess, someone beloved and envied by all. As she spoke, Lin Shixue's eyes brimmed with nostalgia, her gaze glistening with unshed tears. This pink dress held the remnants of her few precious memories. Hearing her words brought a wave of bittersweet emotion to Lu Qing, whose eyes reddened in response. Turning to the audience, she proclaimed with fervor, Lin Shixue will forever be our little princess. 1. Tishi, you are the best, Lin Shixue. You will always remain our little princess in our hearts. We shall eternally cherish our little princess. The audience, with tears glistening in their eyes, echoed her sentiments with fervent shouts. The collective cry surged like a mighty torrent, resonating throughout the venue with lingering echoes. Simultaneously, the barrage on the large screen mirrored the audience's adoration. Little princess, little princess, little princess. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Shixue will forever love you. Lin Shixue, her eyes glistening with tears, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. As the audience's enthusiasm gradually waned, Lu Qing took a deep breath and said, "Let us continue with the video." Chapter 18. Love Will Blossom. The video resumed. The total cost for 3 outfits exceeded 2,000. Tan Yaoyao insisted on footing the bill. Ultimately, Lin Hang acquiesced, gently ruffling little Shixue's hair and smiling. "Now, thank your aunt." "Thank you, Mama," little Shixue chimed in, her voice sweet and innocent. Although Lin Hang consistently corrected her to address Tan Yaoyao as Aunt, Shixue preferred to call her Mama. Lin Hang felt a mix of exasperation and tenderness. Reluctant to reprimand Shixue, Tan Yaoyao, however, was unfazed by this. She crouched down, affectionately teasing Shixue's nose with a gentle smile. "Little Shixue, you are so well behaved." Tan Yaoyao's natural acceptance of Shixue's endearment and her warmth further confirmed the audience's speculations. It was evident that Tan Yaoyao harbored feelings for Lin Hang and was subtly hinting at them. "Let us go shopping. Daddy says he wants to buy you a gift." Tan Yaoyao effortlessly guided little Shixue out of the children's clothing store. Behind them, Lin Hang observed Tan Yaoyao's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He must have sensed her affections. Even some straightforward men in the audience could discern Tan Yaoyao's interest in Lin Hang. How could the perceptive Lin Hang remain oblivious? "Mr. Lin, hurry up." Upon noticing Lin Hang trailing behind, Tan Yaoyao called out, turning back. "Anzai, Lin Hang Zipli." A gentle smile gracing his face as he caught her gaze before hastening to catch up. Witnessing this exchange, the audience understood. Lin Hang had likely come to terms with his feelings and was ready to embrace Tan Yaoyao's affection. Or perhaps, over the past year of companionship, he had developed an affection for the understanding and gentle Tan Yaoyao. At last, he had made his decision. In that moment, the audience felt a shift in their previous assumptions. Lin Hang had not rejected Tan Yaoyao. He too held feelings for her. As they exited the children's clothing store, the atmosphere was charged with newfound hope. 2 individuals took turns pushing little Shixue into a jewelry store. "Welcome." The salesperson greeted them with warmth, inquiring, "Are you here to purchase a first birthday gift for your child?" "Indeed." Lin Hang nodded in affirmation. "Please follow me," the salesperson smiled, leading the way to a counter dedicated to children's first birthday jewelry. The salesperson began to elaborate. For a child's first birthday, the customary jewelry typically includes longevity locks, necklaces, bracelets, anklets, and rings. Discerning parents often opt for a set of gold and silver, in addition to being worn on the birthday. These pieces can also serve as treasured keepsakes. As the salesperson concluded the introduction, Lin Hang smiled and said, Then let us take one set in gold and one in silver. Certainly. The salesperson beamed, recognizing they were dealing with well-to-do clients. You are truly wonderful parents. I wish you happiness, the salesperson added. Thank you. Tin Yu smiled in gratitude. Before long, the salesperson had prepared 2 sets of jewelry in gold and silver and was ready to escort Lin Hang and the others to the checkout. Lin Hang's gaze, however, was drawn to a beautiful platinum necklace displayed in the counter. The necklace was delicate, adorned with a snowflake pendant, resembling a blossoming flower, exquisitely crafted. The material of the pendant matched the necklace, being platinum as well. The necklace was remarkably lovely and perfectly suited for a child. Noticing Lin Hang's interest in the snowflake necklace, the salesperson immediately understood and smiled, saying, "This charming necklace is perfect for young children, especially girls. Sir, you could consider adding one to your selection." "All right, then let us include this necklace as well," Lin Hang responded decisively. Of course, the salesperson acknowledged. Gathering the snowflake necklace and leading Lin Hang, Tan Yu, and Little Shixue to the checkout. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Hang eagerly placed the snowflake necklace around Shixue's neck. "Do you like it, Little Shixue? This necklace matches your name perfectly. You should wear it always. It's your first gift from Daddy." "Daddy." Shixue seemed to respond to Lin Hang, her baby voice calling out. She must have heard the word Daddy and echoed it. Lin Hang instantly broke into a joyful smile, affectionately ruffling Shixue's hair. Such a good girl. "Of course. Our little Shixue is well-behaved," Tin Yu added with a gentle smile, her gaze toward Shixue brimming with warmth. "Let us head home," Lin Hang suggested, looking at Tan Yu with a tender glimmer in his eyes. "MHM," she replied. The two of them pushed little Shixue out of the jewelry store. After they had walked a short distance, Lin Hang suddenly turned to Tan Yu, saying, "Wait for me a moment. It seems I forgot to take the receipt. I'll go get it." "All right," Tan Yu responded, watching Lin Hang swiftly return to the store. As Lin Hang entered the shop, he made his way toward one of the counters. "Mr. Lin, did you leave something behind?" The same salesperson, noticing Lin Hang hastily approaching, quickly walked over and inquired. "No, I'm looking to purchase a diamond ring, the kind for proposing." Lin Hang directly stated his intention to the salesperson. The salesperson immediately grasped Lin Hang's intentions and smiled, saying, "I shall introduce it to you right away, sir." Lin Hang nodded in agreement. After a brief moment, he made a selection. Upon completing the transaction, Lin Hang placed the diamond ring into his pocket and swiftly departed. Upon his return, Tan Yu rose to inquire, "Was everything satisfactory?" "Yes, we can head back now," Lin Hang replied, adding that the delay was due to the number of customers at checkout. "All right, let's return," Tan Yu said with a gentle smile, guiding Xiao Shixue forward. Lin Hang naturally followed their path back. As they passed a night market stall selling skewers, Lin Hang halted and remarked to Tan Yu, "Let's purchase something to eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry." "I am indeed a little hungry," Tan Yu responded with a smile. "What do you fancy?" Lin Hang asked, offering to treat her. "Just some vegetarian options will suffice. Bean rolls, mushrooms, seaweed, and please also bring me a pack of instant noodles," Tan Yu replied, her excitement evident. "Boss, in addition to what she just mentioned, please prepare a few more vegetarian dishes and meatballs for me as well," Lin Hang instructed the vendor, also requesting a similar order for himself. Once the vendor completed their order, the two took their food and, while pushing Xiao Shixue along, chatted and laughed on their way home. This segment of the video comes to a close here. Should the narrative proceed as anticipated, it will likely culminate in Lin Hang proposing to Tan Yu. However, if Lin Hang were truly to propose, it would imply that they are indeed together. Yet, in reality, Lin Hang and Tan Yu have not ended up as a couple. Perhaps they were briefly together before parting ways. Or perhaps unforeseen circumstances arose that prevented them from truly uniting. The specifics of the situation can only be discerned by watching the subsequent segment of the video. Chapter 19, Snowflake Necklace. The video concluded. Lu Qing did not continue to request for the video to be played. Simultaneously, she heard a voice in her earpiece from the staff. Tonight's live broadcast is not time-restricted. It will continue until it concludes. Not time-restricted? Lu Qing was taken aback, as this was an unprecedented scenario. What would happen to the subsequent programs that had already been arranged if the show continued indefinitely. However, the staff's next statement clarified the reason for this unusual circumstance. The program's viewership ratings had surpassed 7 and were still climbing. Realizing this left Lu Qing astonished. The viewership rating for the Olympics was merely 5. One could only imagine how many people worldwide were tuning in tonight. This program was undoubtedly a historic phenomenon. Lu Qing took a deep breath, her gaze becoming increasingly bright. Tonight's show must be executed to perfection. This would mark the pinnacle of her hosting career. After watching this segment of the video, what are your thoughts? Lu Qing smiled and turned to Lin Shixue, saying, Shixue, why don't you share your thoughts first? Thoughts? Lin Shixue pondered briefly before responding. I hope Lin Hang and Tan Yuyu can truly be together and live happily with Xiao Shixue. Lu Qing nodded. This is likely the outcome that resides in everyone's hearts. I too hope for such a resolution. Regrettably, the reality did not unfold as we had anticipated. The outcome is already well known. Tan Yuyu and Lin Hang did not end up together, nor did Xiao Shixue share a blissful life with them. Although the conclusion is apparent, let us indulge in speculating what transpired afterward. Our previous conjectures were evidently flawed. Lin Hang did not reject Tan Yuyu's affections due to an attachment to another, nor was he emotionally detached, shunning all forms of love. The fact that Lin Hang discreetly purchased an engagement ring indicates his intent to propose to Tan Yuyu. I am uncertain whether Lin Hang proposed to Tan Yuyu upon returning home. If he did, she would likely not refuse him. So, why did they not unite? Conversely, if he did not propose, what events transpired that led him to abstain from doing so? What are your thoughts? Perhaps we could engage in a discussion before proceeding to the next video. Lu Qing addressed the audience with a smile. Let us follow the usual procedure. Those who wish to respond, please raise your hands, and I will select a few. No sooner had Lu Qing spoken than several audience members raised their hands. A little girl in a white dress caught Lu Qing's attention. The girl eagerly stood up, and after receiving a microphone, she exclaimed, Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yihan. I am 10 years old and a 4th grade student at the Municipal Experimental Primary School. I do not yet fully understand love, but I yearn for a beautiful romance. The love between Uncle Lin Hang and Sister Tan Yuyu fills me with admiration. The simplest love is the truest. I hope they and Xiao Shixue will live happily ever after. Her response brought smiles to many faces, including Lu Qing's, who chuckled gently. Although it may have strayed from the topic, it was still quite charming. Laughter erupted in the audience, not in mockery of the girl, but rather due to the lightheartedness of the moment. Lu Qing invited another audience member to share their perspective. Actually, I have a hypothesis. Lin Hang successfully proposed, and Tan Yuyu married him, leading a happy life together with Xiao Shixue. However, a certain misfortune must have occurred later, resulting in their separation, which explains why Xiao Shixue remains with Lin Hang. Since their time together was brief, and Xiao Shixue was too young to remember, she is unaware of it. Indeed, such a scenario is plausible. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had previously entertained similar speculations. Let us hear another audience member's thoughts before we resume the video, Lu Qing suggested, inviting yet another participant to speak. In a vehicle departing from the suburbs, a well-groomed woman, appearing to be under 40, held her phone, watching the program as tears streamed down from the corners of her slightly crow's feet-etched eyes. Shixue, your father truly loves you. He is a wonderful father. You should feel proud to have such a good father, not ashamed. If any audience members were present in the car, they would undoubtedly notice her striking resemblance to Tan Yuyu from the video. Perhaps she is indeed Tan Yuyu, the beautiful nanny who adored Lin Hang and cherished Xiao Shixue. Let us continue watching the video. The truth shall soon be revealed. Lu Qing gazed at the large screen and slowly began to speak. Host, there's something I feel compelled to express. At that moment, Lin Shixue suddenly interjected. Then, under the attentive eyes of Lu Qing and the audience, Lin Shixue gradually retrieved the necklace that hung around her neck from beneath her collar. It was then that everyone noticed the platinum necklace she wore remarkably resembled the snowflake necklace Lin Hang had purchased for her in the video. One could say it was indeed the same piece. This snowflake necklace has been with me since I can remember. I once inquired about its origin. And he told me it was a gift from a kind-hearted person. I believed him, for during my childhood, I often received gifts from benevolent strangers. I have worn this snowflake necklace continuously. It has become an integral part of my existence. It provides a form of emotional solace that no other exquisite necklace could replace. My commitment to philanthropy is partly inspired by this necklace. It has taught me that even a seemingly insignificant act can warm another's heart for a lifetime. Yet, I was unaware that this necklace was a gift from him on my first birthday. As Lin Shixue articulated this, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within her. Since the previous episode, she had harbored a deep-seated resentment toward her father and could not fathom any moment of kindness from him. Every action he took only reinforced her belief that he was a cold-hearted scoundrel. Her achievements were solely the result of her own efforts and the support of others, while her father, Lin Heng, had never extended a helping hand. However, a sense of confusion began to cloud her judgment. Had her heartless father truly ever shown her kindness? Shixue, do you still believe your father is cold-hearted and unworthy of the title of good father? Lu Qing, noticing the bewilderment in Lin Shixue's eyes, hesitated but could not resist posing the question. A profound silence enveloped the room, with all eyes focused on Lin Shixue, eager to hear her response. Would Lin Shixue's perspective on her father, Lin Heng, shift, leading to reconciliation? Chapter 20. Unforgivable to relinquish years of obsession and forgive him? Could she truly absolve him for the pain inflicted upon her throughout the years? Could she reconcile with him and call him Dad? Lin Shixue's mind was a tempest of conflicting thoughts. She did not respond immediately to Lu Qing's inquiry. Lu Qing did not press for an answer, nor did the audience. Everyone understood that this was an arduous decision for Lin Shixue. No, she could not forgive, even if the events depicted in those videos were genuine. He may have started as a good father, but his initial kindness did not warrant her release from the burdens of her heart. This was impossible. She could not forget the wounds she had endured, the furious cries and the biting cold at the age of 3. The relentless walking of a child at 4 or 5, the frigid indifference in the pouring rain at 7, the violence inflicted upon her friends at 8, and the demands to work and support the family at 9. The scars she bore were far too numerous. Had she not maintained a steadfast gaze toward the light, growing resilient against the shadows, she might have succumbed to becoming a dark reflection of Lin Heng's own turmoil. Was it merely a necklace? It is indeed worthwhile for her to forget the pain, to leave behind the suffering, and to forgive him. Yet she cannot. Lin Shixue's gaze gradually solidified, and a sharp glimmer emanated from her eyes. A few years ago, she had already bestowed upon Lin Heng a substantial sum, sufficient to secure his comfortable existence in his twilight years. She has repaid the debt of gratitude for her upbringing. She owes Lin Heng nothing. While she may choose not to harbor resentment toward him, asking for her forgiveness is out of the question. Lin Shixue's unwavering gaze met Lu Qing's as she calmly and resolutely declared, "I can now provide my answer. In my heart, he will never be a good father, nor can he ever become a good kin. I have repaid the debt of upbringing. 3 years ago, I granted him 5 million, ample for him to live out his remaining years in peace. As for this necklace, it is better left untouched." With these words, Lin Shixue exerted a slight force and removed the snowflake necklace from her neck, placing it aside casually. Witnessing Lin Shixue's action of discarding the necklace, Lu Qing, the audience present, and viewers from various platforms fell into a profound silence. Each person could sense the resolute conviction within Lin Shixue's heart. She would not forgive her father, Lin Heng. Moreover, Lin Shixue has already stated that she granted him 5 million, thus repaying the debt of upbringing. The outcome Lin Heng faces today is a consequence of his own making. He cannot blame anyone else. Lin Heng has no right to seek reconciliation with Lin Shixue, let alone to receive her forgiveness. We stand with you, Lin Shixue. You are remarkable. You have done nothing wrong. You belong to no one. No one has the right to demand that you compromise yourself. The audience erupted in shouts of support for Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue. Simultaneously, viewers from around the globe watching the broadcast rallied behind Lin Shixue. The screen was flooded with comments, all expressing support for her, particularly the Western audience, known for their more tenuous familial ties, not only supported her, but also expressed their admiration. Well done. Everyone stood in solidarity, rallying for Lin Shixue. In a hidden chamber, Lin Heng watched the video, observing the resolute and defiant expression of Lin Shixue. The echoes of the audience's cheers reverberated in his ears, alongside the incessantly refreshing comments on the large screen. Lin Heng's aged face bore a calm demeanor, yet his eyes remained serene. He felt no need to explain his actions to anyone. From the moment he heard his daughter, he had prepared himself for a world that would not understand him, one that would loathe him. Yet, Lin Heng does not regret the pain he inflicted upon his daughter. Gazing at his daughter, standing tall on stage, like a solitary, proud tree against the sky, he felt it was worth it. He is nearing the end of his days. Reconciling with his daughter would be his final wish. Ideally, it would be a natural resolution. Even if it is not achievable, he would not impose his desires. Looking at his daughter, radiant and flourishing on stage, he felt no regrets. Shixue, I support your decision as well. As the shouts subsided, Lu Qing turned to the steadfast and composed Lin Shixue and spoke gently. Thank you. Lin Shixue expressed her gratitude. Lu Qing smiled softly. Then, addressing the audience, I am acutely aware that a segment of the audience, particularly those of the elder generation, may struggle to comprehend Shixue's actions or may disapprove of her decision to disregard familial ties. While I can appreciate this perspective, as many can, it is essential to acknowledge that the debt of gratitude owed to one's parents is immeasurable. Filial piety is paramount, and there are no parents without faults, only children who falter. Even the most inadequate of parents remain parents. These adages hold a measure of truth, yet can we assert that they are universally applicable? I recall several poignant cases. Parents who gamble away their children, parents who, driven by gender bias, have tragically drowned their newborn daughters, and parents whose distorted psyches have led them to imprison their offspring for a lifetime. Such instances, though not rampant, undeniably exist. Can these individuals truly be deemed parents? Are they worthy of their children's forgiveness? If one were to introspectively consider this situation applied to their own lives, would they find it within themselves to forgive their parents? I believe many have already arrived at their conclusions. My support for Lin Shixue stems from my awareness of the suffering she has endured. Regardless of how deeply Lin Heng may have cherished young Shixue in the past, the moment he underwent a drastic change and inflicted harm upon her, he forfeited the right to forgiveness and ceased to be deserving of the title of father. With a deep breath, Lu Qing concluded her impassioned statement, visibly stirred, before gradually regaining her composure. The audience erupted into resounding applause, resonating with Lu Qing's sentiments. Furthermore, the law unequivocally states that children are not the private property of their parents, and that parents do not possess absolute rights over them. Let us first view a video depicting Shixue's suffering. Lu Qing gently suggested, after we finish this, we shall continue with the video uploaded by Lin Heng. Perhaps your perceptions will shift, and you will come to understand why Shixue cannot forgive Lin Heng. It is not that Shixue is unfilial or unwilling to forgive. Rather, she is unable to forget the days fraught with hardship. Indeed, as we previously watched Lin Heng's uploaded video, we were drawn into his world, moved by his affection for young Shixue, leading many to regard him as an exemplary father. This sentiment overshadowed the harm he had inflicted upon her, fostering hopes for a future where Lin Heng and Tan Yaoyao would unite and live happily with Shixue. Many felt he was worthy of forgiveness, believing that his love for Shixue was genuine. Yet, does a psychological affliction or significant setback truly justify the harm inflicted? Lu Qing gestured to the large screen, signaling the staff to play a video that depicted Lin Shixue's memories. Chapter 21. A daughter's escape. The screen unveiled a dilapidated, chaotic slum, where the early morning light revealed scavengers searching through heaps of refuse for food or sellable scrap. Their ragged attire and the pervasive filth that clung to their faces and bodies told a story of despair. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell chimed through the stillness of the road. The scavenger involuntarily halted, casting a glance back at the pathway behind him. Soon, a disheveled man, clad in tattered clothing, appeared, pedaling slowly on an old bicycle. This scene was hardly remarkable. In the slums, such figures were commonplace and unremarkable. However, the attention of the onlookers was not drawn to the man on the bicycle, but rather to a small figure being towed behind it. It was a little girl, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, donning thin garments and sporting short hair, jogging alongside the bicycle. A rope was tied around her waist, the other end affixed to the rear seat of the bicycle. The girl seemed to have grown accustomed to this peculiar mode of being pulled along, allowing the sweat to stream down her small face and trickle in her collar. She neither cried nor uttered a sound, her small face displaying a stubborn resolve as she trotted along, keeping pace with the clattering bicycle. Here comes that lunatic again, dragging his daughter around. What a travesty! The scavengers murmured, shaking their heads as they watched the man pass by with his bicycle and the little girl in tow. They exchanged a few words of discontent before returning their focus to their search through the refuse. The man on the bicycle was Lin Heng, and the little girl being pulled along was Xiao Shixue. Gazing at the large screen where Lin Heng rode his bicycle, treating Xiao Shixue as if she were a pet being walked, tears streamed down the faces of all who beheld the sight. Forgive him? What nonsense! Is this truly a father? He is nothing but an enemy. They lamented that if Lin Shixue, now grown, did not stab him, it would be a monumental act of kindness. The video continued to play, revealing a slanted dirt path leading up a small hillside ahead. The hill was modest in height and had been cultivated into patches of vegetable gardens. In the early morning light, the gardens brimmed with vibrant vegetables, the cauliflowers swaying gently, and dew glistening on the leaves, while small insects busied themselves foraging among the greenery. A few early rising farmers were already at work, weeding, harvesting, or fertilizing. The air was imbued with the fragrant essence of earth and flora. Suddenly, the jarring sound of a bell shattered the tranquility of this serene place. The disheveled man rode in on his bicycle, dragging the little girl along behind him. Upon hearing the bell, the farmers in the gardens stood up to look, only to sigh in resignation. Ever since this man made his home in the slums, such occurrences had become a daily ritual. At first, the community was shocked and enraged, believing the girl to have been abducted by a trafficker. They contemplated ways to assist her, ultimately calling the police. When the authorities arrived, they were informed that the girl was the man's biological daughter, and they departed. The notion of a father walking his own daughter in such a manner, gradually, the residents transitioned from initial shock and anger to a state of numbness. They had become accustomed to witnessing Lin Heng dragging his daughter along on his bicycle each morning, privately branding him a madman. The name Lin Heng is becoming increasingly obscure, known only as a madman. Call him a lunatic. As she ascended the hill, Xiao Shixue found her pace growing more strenuous. Meanwhile, Lin Heng, perched upon his bicycle, seemed blissfully unaware, pedaling leisurely. It was not until a pivotal moment that Xiao Shixue fell, the rope tethered to the back of the bicycle taut, rendering it immobile. Only then did Lin Heng halt his ride and dismount. With eyes still bleary as if recovering from a drunken stupor, he gazed at Xiao Shixue, who was slowly rising from the ground. She neither wept nor protested, her eyes shimmering with determination as they met her father's drowsy gaze. The two held each other's stare. Continue on. We can only eat after we finish running, Lin Heng stated calmly, turning back to his bicycle. At last, tears streamed down Xiao Shixue's face as she cried out in anguish. Why do you treat me this way? What have I done wrong? Lin Heng slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon the girl, whose tears fell heavily. Suddenly, with a voice tinged with anger, he declared, because I am raising you to be an exceptional athlete, to bring glory to our nation. I don't want to be an athlete. Xiao Shixue sobbed, shaking her head in desperation. Daddy, I don't want to be an athlete, please. I beg you. Unmoved by her pleas, Lin Heng coldly replied, if you do not wish to be an athlete, then what do you aspire to? To scavenge in a dump? Or to weed the vegetable garden? You may choose not to be an athlete, but that decision can wait until you have grown and your wings have strengthened. With that, he turned away, resuming his pedaling. At the same time, his chilling words echoed in Xiao Shixue's ears. If she wished to avoid further falls, she must run. Filled with resentment, she wiped her tears and began to run, seemingly intent on releasing the fury within her. The sloping dirt path bore witness to Lin Hang as he gradually distanced himself from his daughter, who was now sprinting ahead. The video concluded at this juncture, leaving a heavy atmosphere in its wake. Lu Qing's eyes glistened with tears as she wept. The audience was similarly moved, tears brimming in their eyes, some openly sobbing outside the venue. How could one treat Xiao Shixue with such coldness? Why is there no intervention from the authorities? She is but a child, even with aspirations for her daughter to soar. This is not the way. Such a heartless father seeks forgiveness, hopes for reconciliation. Even if Lin Shixue were to acquiesce, the world would not. Lin Shixue, you are extraordinary. We shall forever support you. The barrage of comments on the large screen surged with vitriol directed at Lin Hang, rallying in support of Lin Shixue. Don't cry. Shixue, we love you. What a ridiculous notion of an athlete. Such a person deserves nothing but disdain. Where is he? I will go and confront him right now. I'm like wild grass, growing against the light. Shixue, do not weep. It is not worth it. I believe he has lost his mind over wanting you to be an athlete. Lu Qing wiped away the tears from her eyes, striving to compose herself once more. With a choked voice, she remarked, though I have previously watched the video, viewing it once more brings an overwhelming ache to my heart, and tears cascade down my cheeks. Lu Qing gradually composed herself and turned her gaze towards the only individual in the arena who appeared relatively calm, Lin Shixue, and inquired, Shixue, did you eventually become an athlete? Chapter 22. The misguided notion of love. Did Lin Shixue truly, as Lin Hang suggested, become an athlete? The audience couldn't help but reflect on Lin Shixue's journey. She held numerous titles, yet it seemed she lacked the title of an athlete. In other words, Lin Shixue did not become an athlete. No, Lin Shixue slowly replied, confirming the audience's suspicions. Although I never truly became an athlete, I excelled in sports during my primary and secondary school years. After all, starting rigorous training at such a young age meant there was no room for poor physical fitness. Initially, I pondered whether, if I became an athlete, he would treat me well and cease to torment me. Therefore, I actively participated in every school sports event, including sprints, long-distance races, and long jumps. In every competition I entered, I consistently ranked at the top. Yet, regardless of my accomplishments, he never praised me nor ceased my training. It wasn't until I reached high school, spending most of my time away from him, that I felt liberated. I had grown up. He could no longer control me. Just as he said, once I grew up and spread my wings, I would no longer be subject to him. I no longer had to endure his relentless training. I despised the training. I did not wish to be an athlete. His expectations for me had finally come to naught. The path of an athlete was chosen for me, but I would forge my own path. I adore literature, immersing myself in the sea of books. I cherish music, writing, and singing my own songs. I aspire to support myself, so I delve into the realm of commerce. I yearn to assist children in distress. Thus I engage in philanthropy. I choose everything that I love, and it brings me immense joy. I want everyone to know that even without becoming an athlete, I can carve out my own destiny. Lin Shixue passionately proclaimed her truth. She is who she is, and not even her biological father could alter that. No one could strip her of her passions. The venue erupted in resounding applause, a fervent and unyielding ovation. Everyone was captivated by Lin Shixue's unique charm. Shixue spoke with great wisdom, affirming that her convictions were indeed valid. Had she succumbed to Lin Hang's will, the world would have been deprived of a brilliant businesswoman, a shining star in the cultural sphere, a melodious voice in the music industry, and an ambassador for children in need. Most importantly, we would have missed witnessing a resilient wildflower thriving against the odds, illuminating the world with its brilliance. Lu Qing, with fervent emotion, delivered the final summation. The world is replete with talent, with new geniuses emerging every day. What Lin Shixue offers the world is her indomitable spirit, her radiant heart, and her experience of flourishing against the light of fate. And that, indeed, is more than enough. Her unique experience will illuminate the path for countless children who are ensnared in poverty and struggling against adversity. One day, they too shall flourish against the odds, just as Lin Shixue has, cultivating a sky of their own. Now, let's continue watching the video uploaded by Lin Hang. Lu Qing spoke with composure, acknowledging that while Lin Hang's actions towards young Shixue are unforgivable, one must ponder the underlying reasons that transformed love into hatred and led to such harm. Could it truly be, as Professor Zhou suggested, a manifestation of mental illness? Or has Lin Hang encountered some extraordinary circumstances in his life? Everyone is eager to know. And so is Shixue. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue, who nodded slightly. Indeed, she yearned to understand why Lin Hang chose to inflict such pain upon her. Naturally, Lin Hang also seeks reconciliation through these videos, and perhaps he believes that he has not harmed his daughter, that all his actions were in her best interest. After all, what is wrong with encouraging his daughter to become an athlete? Many athletes begin their training at a young age. Through his videos, we shall dissect a father's misguided, narrow conception of love for his daughter, which may even lead to obsession and psychological affliction. This interpretation serves as a cautionary tale for many who are already parents or are on the cusp of parenthood. For there are not only a few like Lin Hang in this world, but many parents who mistakenly believe their love can sometimes inflict irreparable harm. I believe this encapsulates the true essence of our viewing of Lin Hang's videos, not merely to uncover the reasons behind his mistreatment of Shixue. Applause erupted once again in the venue, with numerous spectators outside joining in. Lu Qing articulated his thoughts splendidly. A commendable program does not merely narrate a compelling story. It should inspire deeper contemplation through that story. Lin Shixue's tale is a source of inspiration, while Lin Hang's serves as a wake-up call. This is the genuine significance of this episode, transcending the surface narrative of Lin Hang's harm to Lin Shixue and her resilient growth. Lin Shixue too applauded, for Lu Qing's words resonated profoundly. The video continued to play. Lu Qing gazed at the large screen, slowly beginning to speak, and all eyes turned towards it. The video played on. Lin Hang and Tan Yaoyao had returned home with little Shixue. Just as they laid her down in her crib, Tan Yaoyao's phone rang. Within 5 seconds of answering, her complexion turned ashen, and large tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Mom, I'm coming back right now," Tan Yaoyao cried. "Please call an ambulance." Upon hearing her distress, Lin Hang likely grasped the gravity of the situation. After ending the call, Tan Yaoyao wiped her tears and turned to the approaching Lin Hang. With a quivering voice, she said, "Mr. Lin, my father has suddenly fallen into a coma, and he probably won't be able to care for Shixue in the coming days. Your father will be all right. Focus on caring for yourself," Lin Hang gently reassured her. "I will take care of Shixue, so you needn't worry." "Thank you." Tan Yaoyao expressed her gratitude. "Please return quickly. If anything arises, contact me," Lin Hang smiled as he spoke. Tan Yoyo nodded in response. After escorting Tan Yoyo to the door and watching her enter the elevator, Lin Hang finally closed the door behind him. Upon returning to the living room, he retrieved the diamond ring from his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he entered his study and placed the ring in the drawer of his desk. "I hope her father is well," Lin Hang murmured softly. Subsequently, he picked up his phone and requested 3 days of leave from the company. If Tan Yoyo's father was not seriously ill, 3 days should suffice. Having completed these tasks, Lin Hang proceeded to wash up before retiring to bed. The scene shifted to the next day. Chapter 23. The medical examination is terrifying. Xiao Shixue had already awakened. Lin Hang began his morning routine, first changing Xiao Shixue's diaper, dressing her, and then preparing her milk formula. After ensuring that Xiao Shixue was well taken care of, he finally found time to wash himself. He then carried Xiao Shixue to the living room, allowing her to crawl on her own. "Xiao Shixue, play for a bit. Drink some water," Lin Hang encouraged as he handed her a thermos filled with warm water. And he mentioned that you need to practice crawling more. Xiao Shixue was nearly a year old, and typically, children at her age would crawl with ease, some even beginning to walk or pull themselves up with support. However, Xiao Shixue struggled, unable to lift her limbs effectively, only managing to move a few steps while lying flat. Although she appeared healthy at first glance, her crawling abilities were concerningly poor. Tan Yoyo had expressed her worries and suggested that Lin Hang take Xiao Shixue to the hospital for a checkup a few days prior. and he said it would be best to take you to the hospital for an examination. Luckily, Daddy has time these days. After breakfast, I will take you to see the doctor, all right? Xiao Shixue babbled in her sweet voice. Do you understand? Daddy knows. Lin Hang affectionately patted her head. Then let me have breakfast first. Xiao Shixue exhibited remarkable linguistic aptitude. Although her vocabulary was limited, she could already comprehend simple phrases. Lin Hang entered the kitchen, frying an egg, retrieving 2 slices of bread from the refrigerator, and pouring a glass of milk. He returned to the living room, eating while interacting with Xiao Shixue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Hang took Xiao Shixue to the municipal hospital, registering her at the pediatric health department. When it was time for Xiao Shixue's examination, she cooperated well and showed no signs of fear. The checkup proceeded smoothly until the doctor requested Lin Hang to take Xiao Shixue for a blood test. The results of the blood test would be available the following day, and the examination concluded for the time being. Lin Hang then took Xiao Shixue back home. In the evening, Lin Hang called Tan Yoyo to inquire about her father's condition. She informed him that her father was still in critical care, and if there were no signs of improvement, he would need to be transferred to another hospital. Lin Hang offered her some words of comfort before ending the call. The next day, Lin Hang returned to the hospital with Xiao Shixue. After receiving the blood test results, the doctor indicated that Xiao Shixue might have a genetic defect. Without effective treatment, she might never be able to stand or walk, and the worst-case scenario could lead to complications affecting other parts of her body, ultimately resulting in paralysis. This news struck Lin Hang like a bolt from the blue, rendering him utterly stunned. What followed were a series of more meticulous examinations. Some of these assessments were excruciating even for adults, let alone for the barely 1-year-old little Shixue. The child began to resist and cry. Yet in pursuit of uncovering the true ailment and providing effective treatment for Shixue, Lin Hang forced himself to disregard her protests and insisted that she undergo various tests. The results of these examinations would take several days to process. After enduring this series of assessments, little Shixue appeared traumatized, struggling to eat and sleep, and exhibiting a range of emotional turmoil. Witnessing the once joyful Shixue transform into this distressed state brought Lin Hang a deeper anguish than that of the child herself. However, other than enduring this torment, he felt powerless. As night fell, Shixue finally drifted into a fitful sleep, allowing Lin Hang to collapse into a weary seat in the living room. With trembling fingers, he slowly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, he opened the package, took out a cigarette, and lit it. As he inhaled the sharp smoke, he began to cough violently, discomfort washing over him. Once he regained his composure, he took another drag, gradually acclimating to the acrid fumes. The smoke curled around him until he finished the cigarette. Yet the painful expression etched on his face remained thick and unyielding. With a heavy sigh of frustration, Lin Hang pulled out his phone and opened his contacts, his gaze landing on the name of Tan Yaoyao. After much deliberation, he dialed her number, only to quickly hang up before the call connected. He could not divulge Shixue's condition to her at this moment. Murmuring softly, he set the phone down. He longed for someone to confide in, yet the only person he felt he could talk to was Tan Yaoyao. However, given her current circumstances, it was not appropriate to share Shixue's plight. After a prolonged silence, determination slowly settled in Lin Hang's eyes. She will be all right. My daughter will surely grow up healthy and strong. No matter how difficult it may be, I will heal my daughter. Fear not, my dear, for your father promises to cure your illness and ensure your healthy growth. Witnessing little Shixue's illness, the hearts of all viewers tightened in sympathy. It was revealed that Shixue had fallen ill at such a tender age, and the severity of her condition was apparent. Observing her suffer through a barrage of examinations brought tears to the eyes of many. As Lin Hang grappled with his concern for Shixue, the audience felt his anguish acutely. One must admit, Lin Hang initially appeared to be a devoted father. Particularly poignant was the scene of him seeking solace in cigarettes, an ordinary act reflecting the profound inner turmoil he endured, resorting to this perceived effective means of relaxation. He had intended to share Shixue's situation with Tan Yaoyao and seek her support in brainstorming solutions. Yet ultimately he refrained from making the call, understanding that her own suffering was already considerable and he could not bear to add to her pain. He even felt that the matter concerning Xiao Shixue should not trouble Tan Yuyu. Days later, Lin Heng received all of Xiao Shixue's medical reports. However, the hospital's conclusion was disheartening. They could not ascertain the true cause of her ailment, the only possibility being a genetic mutation resulting in a congenital disease. They advised Lin Heng to seek examination at a larger hospital. Upon receiving this result, Lin Heng was utterly devastated, lost in despair and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Xiao Shixue seemed to have her condition exacerbated by this medical experience. Not only had she lost her ability to crawl, but she also began to fall frequently. Xiao Shixue's illness irrevocably altered Lin Heng's life trajectory. Perhaps it was the shadow cast by this examination that made Xiao Shixue increasingly difficult to manage, her emotions spiraling out of control. Moreover, there were no signs of improvement in Tan Yuyu's father's condition. Although he had regained consciousness, he remained in the intensive care unit. Tan Yuyu called to inform Lin Heng that she would be unable to return to care for Xiao Shixue in the near future. Had she been present, she could have alleviated Xiao Shixue's emotional turmoil. Nonetheless, Lin Heng feigned calmness as he assured her that Xiao Shixue was doing well, that he would take care of everything. Another pressing matter was that Lin Heng could no longer attend work due to Xiao Shixue's illness. After several urgings from his superior, he resigned. Everything seemed to be heading towards the worst possible outcome. At night, while Xiao Shixue slept, Lin Heng stepped onto the balcony and slowly lit a cigarette. He gazed into the pitch-black night, exhaling smoke rings, lost in thought. Chapter 24. To larger cities, the video concluded at this point, and the audience collectively sighed in relief. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue shared this sentiment. A heavy silence followed, as Lu Qing chose not to continue the video. Shixue, do you recall being ill? Lu Qing broke the silence, turning to Lin Shixue. She slightly shook her head, unable to remember any illness from her early childhood. My memories only begin from that freezing day when I was 3. In that case, there are only 2 possible explanations, Lu Qing nodded. Either the video is fabricated, and Xiao Shixue was never ill. It is merely a figment of Lin Heng's imagination, or the video is not entirely truthful. While Xiao Shixue did fall ill, it wasn't as severe as portrayed. The latter possibility seemed more plausible. Otherwise, given the severity of Xiao Shixue's condition in the video, it would be unlikely for her to recover so easily before turning 3. The audience nodded in agreement, finding Lu Qing's reasoning compelling. It was likely the case that Xiao Shixue had indeed been ill, but not to such a grave extent, and that she had recovered within the subsequent year or 2. In the concealed room, Lin Heng observed Lu Qing's skepticism in the video, his expression serene and unperturbed, devoid of any disturbance. For him, the sight of Lin Shixue standing healthily in the studio was all that mattered. Everything else paled in significance. Let us continue watching the video. Lu Qing refrained from further discussion and resumed playback. The video progressed to a scene of Lin Heng making a phone call to Tan Yuyu. On the balcony, sunlight glinted off the diamond ring in Lin Heng's hand, casting countless reflections. Gazing at the diamond ring in his hand, Lin Heng's finger felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds as it slowly tapped on the screen of his phone, dialing Tan Yuyu's number. The call connected. Lin Heng took a moment to compose himself, his tone calm as he began to speak. Little Tan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Due to a transfer in my work, I must leave Engshi for another city. Therefore, I regret to inform you that our employment agreement will come to an end. To compensate for your loss, I will provide you with an additional 3-month salary. Moreover, I want to express my gratitude for the care you have given to Xiao Shixue over this time. Thank you. After finishing his words, Lin Heng hung up the phone approximately 5 seconds later. In those final moments, it was likely that Tan Yuyu was speaking to him, perhaps offering some words of farewell. Once the call ended, Lin Heng's gaze grew resolute as he took a deep breath. He flicked his finger, causing the diamond ring to soar, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight as it arced gracefully from the balcony, ultimately landing amongst the greenery below, disappearing from sight. Lin Heng turned to re-enter the house. Shouldering Xiao Shixue and taking up his suitcase as he stepped outside. Xiao Shixue, you have yet to leave Engshi as you've grown. How about if Daddy takes you to explore more grand cities? Okay, Daddy, let's set off. Lin Heng beamed with a sunny smile as he carried Xiao Shixue into the elevator. The scene shifted, transitioning into a rapid montage. Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue appeared in various hospitals across major cities in Longhua, the capital, the Magic City, Jiangdu, and Baidu. After traversing these cities, as Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue emerged once again from the capital's affiliated children's hospital, a year had quietly slipped away. Xiao Shixue was nearing 2 years of age, having grown significantly, yet her face bore a pallid hue, lacking the vivacity she once had. Xiao Shixue, let us return home. Lin Heng gently stroked her head and smiled. Yet within his smile lay a hidden bitterness, one that Xiao Shixue could not perceive. Upon hearing the word home, a spark of excitement lit up in Xiao Shixue's eyes. Daddy, has Shixue's illness been cured? She asked joyfully. Not yet, Lin Heng replied, shaking his head. But we won't be seeing the doctor for now. We'll go home, and I will celebrate your birthday with you. Upon hearing that her illness was not cured, Xiao Shixue's eyes glistened with tears, nearly on the brink of crying. However, hearing that they would celebrate her birthday at home brought her joy anew. Yes, yes. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Shixue planted a kiss on Lin Heng's cheek, overflowing with happiness. Hee. Lin Heng lovingly ruffled Xiao Shixue's hair. The following day, Lin Heng returned home to Engshi with Xiao Shixue. Xiao Shixue, you can play on the bed for a bit while Daddy tidies up, he said, placing her on the bed and playfully pinching her little nose. Okay, Daddy. Sure will be good, she replied earnestly. A year of medical experiences had made Xiao Shixue more sensible than her peers. Good girl, Lin Heng affectionately patted her head before beginning his cleaning. After finishing, he prepared a bottle of milk for her and then settled down on a living room mat to watch cartoons with Xiao Shixue, who was nearing her 2nd birthday. However, little Shixue still cannot walk and can only crawl a few steps awkwardly. She is unaware of the implications of her inability to walk for the time being. With her father by her side, free from the burden of medical visits, and indulging in animated shows, little Shixue is immensely joyful. She occasionally coos at the animated animals on the screen. Beside her, Lin Heng accompanies her while manipulating his phone. Time passes swiftly. 3 days later, a middle-aged man in a suit, carrying a briefcase, arrives at their home. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Manager Chen from the Affordable Housing Project. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Heng and Manager Chen delve straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Lin, if you wish to sell the house quickly, we will likely incur some losses on the price, Manager Chen states solemnly, observing Lin Heng. I understand. Please proceed with the estimated price. The sooner, the better. Lin Heng replies calmly. Very well, Manager Chen nods, then retrieves documents from his briefcase for Lin Heng to sign. A week later, it is Shixue's 2nd birthday. Lin Heng purchases a grand 2-tiered cake to celebrate. The candlelight flickers, illuminating Shixue's innocent smile. Happy birthday, little Shixue. Lin Heng beam. Thank you, Daddy. Shixue joyfully responds, gazing at the magnificent cake. No need to thank me. My greatest wish is to celebrate your birthday with you every year. Lin Heng tenderly strokes Shixue's head. All right, then Daddy will celebrate with me every year. Shixue exclaims with delight. Indeed, Lin Heng replies, tears glistening in his eyes. Can I make a wish now? Shixue asks, her eagerness palpable. Yes, after you make your wish and extinguish the candles, we can indulge in the cake, Lin Heng replies with a smile. I want Mommy to come and see Shixue. Shixue has been very good, she earnestly wishes while gazing at the candlelight atop the cake. Lin Heng's lips move, but ultimately, he refrains from voicing anything. Chapter 25. The most beautiful thing this segment of the video concludes here. It bears a certain weight. So let us take a moment to rest and discuss, or perhaps allow Shixue to answer a few questions from the audience. Lu Qing gently states, shifting her gaze from the large screen to the audience. Turning to Lin Shixue, she inquires, Shixue, what do you think? Lin Shixue smiles lightly and responds calmly. I am ready to participate without prolonging the program's duration. I can do so at any time. This evening's program is not time-restricted. Lu Qing smiles, adding, "The staff has already informed me." Oh, Lin Shixue expresses mild surprise, her heart understanding the implications. She realizes her influence has warranted an unrestricted duration for the program, likely due to the audience's enthusiasm. Lin Shixue does not mind the extended time, since he, Lin Heng, wishes to converse and reconcile with her on the show. She believes he deserves the opportunity. Furthermore, she is curious about how he will explain the hurt he has caused her. "I have no objections," she affirms regarding the program's length. "Thank you." Lu Qing expresses her gratitude. Let's first examine the perspectives of online friends regarding this segment of the video. Lu Qing remarked, casting his gaze once more upon the large screen. The barrage of comments on the screen continued to update. The most pressing concerns of netizens had already been organized by the staff. Let's take a look at the comments. What a respectable father. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Shixue were not ill. Then Lin Heng would likely not suffer from subsequent personality fragmentation. My heart aches for Xiao Shixue countless times. Xiao Shixue's birthday wish has brought me to tears. Xiao Shixue's mother has been quite heartless. It is not Lin Heng's inadequacy. If he were capable, how could Lu Shue's family oppose? I sincerely wish the video were false. I truly do not wish for Xiao Shixue to be tormented by illness. After the storm, there will be sunshine. Xiao Shixue's illness will surely be cured. Resigning, sacrificing love, selling the house. This demonstrates Lin Heng's profound love for Xiao Shixue. I cried upon witnessing Xiao Shixue struggling to crawl. It is heart-wrenching. The majority of the comments express sympathy for Xiao Shixue's suffering due to illness and acknowledgement of Lin Heng's paternal love. From the videos viewed thus far, Lin Heng indeed appears to be a commendable father. One might even say exceptional. A silent yet boundless paternal love. He would forsake everything for Xiao Shixue. Were it not for Lin Heng, one cannot fathom what Xiao Shixue would endure in the face of such a grave illness. To speak candidly, if all that transpires in the video is true, Lu Qing observed the continually updating comments, sincerely stating, "I hold great admiration for such a father and am profoundly grateful for his existence." It is precisely because there are countless fathers who make such deep sacrifices that unfortunate children are granted the possibility of happiness. Let us give a resounding round of applause to fathers like Lin Heng. Clap, clap. Lu Qing took the lead in applauding. Clap, clap, clap. An enthusiastic applause erupted in the venue. Lin Shixue also joined in the clapping, harboring the same respect for such a father. Now, let's turn our attention to the questions from netizens. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the three most popular questions organized by the staff on the large screen. While Lin Heng's contributions are commendable, are they truly worthwhile? If the video is authentic, how did Xiao Shixue recover later? Can Xiao Shixue's wish be fulfilled? If so, what means would Lin Heng employ to satisfy Xiao Shixue's wish? Not all three questions are necessarily directed at Lin Shixue. Yet, given her talent, she ought to possess unique insights. Lu Qing looked at the three questions and then at Lin Shixue. "Shixue, why don't you choose one question to answer?" Lu Qing proposed. "All right, I shall respond to the first question," Lin Shixue said, gazing at the three inquiries. Upon seeing Lin Shixue select the first question, the audience, initially taken aback, quickly understood. The second and third questions posed minimal difficulty. For Lin Shixue, they were too simplistic. She did not wish to answer such unchallenging questions. Only the first question held depth and complexity. Thus, she chose to address it. However, Lin Shixue briefly articulated her reasons for not selecting the second and third questions. In response to the second question, the most plausible answer is that the illness of Xiao Shixue has been resolved. While there may be other possibilities, the sole conclusion I can provide is that the doctor has identified the source of the ailment and successfully treated Xiao Shixue. As for the third question, I believe the forthcoming video will provide clarity. Although the reasoning was merely stated in passing, it implies that Lin Shixue has, in essence, addressed both queries. Indeed, such inquiries lack profound significance. Regarding the first question, one wonders whether Lin Heng's sacrifices are justified. I ponder that any family facing such a dilemma would undoubtedly experience immense internal conflict, regardless of the choice made. One side presents the harsh realities of life, while the other signifies the relinquishment of hope for their children. If every effort were to yield rewards, then such endeavors would undeniably be worthwhile. In recent years, I have assisted numerous families with children in distress, many of whom grappled with hardships stemming from illness. I have encountered individuals like Lin Hang, who would go to any lengths for Xiao Shixue. Conversely, I have also met parents who chose to relinquish their hopes for their children. Rationally, I find myself sympathizing with those parents who have chosen to let go, as, in many respects, they have done all they could. Moreover, certain ailments are beyond the reach of human intervention. No matter the cost, some situations are destined to remain hopeless from the outset. I see no reason to forcefully encourage them to maintain unrealistic hopes. Emotionally, I hold deep gratitude for those parents who, regardless of the odds, refuse to abandon hope until the very last moment. In them, I perceive the selflessness and beauty of familial love. Therefore, when confronted with such situations, I strive to offer my assistance to the best of my ability. This is my response. I aspire to transform this beauty into a tangible beacon of hope. Applause erupted enthusiastically throughout the venue. Lu Qing, filled with emotion, remarked, "Shixue spoke beautifully. Utilizing our capabilities to preserve more of the world's beauty is, in itself, a profoundly noble endeavor." I also wish to extend my gratitude to the countless individuals engaged in philanthropy, like Lin Shixue. You are truly remarkable. Lu Qing stood, bowing respectfully towards the camera. His words brought tears to the eyes of many in the audience, both present and remote. For among them were philanthropists and recipients of aid alike. Now, let us delve into the answers to the second and third questions. Has Lin Hang at all costs succeeded in curing Xiao Shixue? What efforts has he made to fulfill her birthday wish? The video continues to play. Chapter 26. The wedding scene. The video unfolds at the Only Grand Hotel, the most opulent venue in its city, where a lively and lavish wedding is taking place. As the bride's car gracefully halts at the entrance, a young woman clad in a white wedding gown, her figure elegant and adorned with gold and silver, steps out with the assistance of her bridesmaids. The music "Today, I Will Marry You" fills the air. The gathered crowd captures the moment with their cameras, while photographers seize every picturesque instant. Soon, the groom, accompanied by his best man, stepped out of the hotel, wearing a radiant smile as he warmly welcomed the arrival of the newlyweds. Witnessing this, the audience was filled with curiosity. What was Lin Hang's purpose in filming the wedding? Was he intending to bring Xiao Shixue along to the ceremony? In the next moment, the perspective shifted. Outside the crowd, Xiao Shixue perched upon Lin Hang's shoulders, gazing at the wedding. "Xiao Shixue, that bride is your mother. Isn't she beautiful?" Lin Hang spoke gently to her. Upon hearing his words, the audience was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending the reason behind Lin Hang's video recording, as it was all for Xiao Shixue's mother, Lu Shixue. It was also about fulfilling Xiao Shixue's birthday wish. "Mommy, so pretty. The dress is beautiful." Xiao Shixue was unaware of the true significance of marriage, but seeing Lu Shixue in her white wedding gown, she found her utterly enchanting. It wasn't that her mother didn't want to see her. Rather, she had her own commitments. "If Mommy isn't here to see you, then Daddy will bring you to see Mommy." Upon seeing her mother, Lin Hang asked, "Are you happy now?" Although Xiao Shixue might not fully grasp what Lin Hang had said before, she understood the last question, with a bright sparkle in her eyes. She nodded eagerly, replying, "Happy. Then let us watch a little longer. Once Mommy goes inside the hotel, we won't be able to see her anymore." Lin Hang smiled as he spoke. The father and daughter watched Lu Shixue, accompanied by her bridesmaids, ascend the steps to the hotel and then enter with the groom. "Mommy is gone," Xiao Shixue said in a small, slightly forlorn voice as she watched Lu Shixue disappear into the hotel. "It's all right," Lin Hang reassured her, gently lifting her from his shoulders and affectionately ruffling her hair. "As long as Xiao Shixue gets better and grows up, you can come and find Mommy whenever you wish." "Okay, Daddy," Xiao Shixue brightened at this. "I'm not afraid of the doctor. I want to grow tall." "Fantastic." Lin Hang gave her a thumbs up. He then turned, cradling Xiao Shixue, and walked away from the crowd. In the sunlight, the silhouette of Lin Hang holding Xiao Shixue stretched long and far. In a secluded room, Professor He was also watching the video. After witnessing the memories captured by Lin Hang transform into moving images, he couldn't help but ask Mr. Lin, "Do you harbor resentment towards Lin Shixue?" Resentment? A glimmer briefly illuminated Lin Hang's murky eyes, only to fade again. In a hoarse voice, he replied, "Yes. But it is not for her departure. Rather, it is for her perpetual indifference toward Xiao Shixue. I once pondered if Xiao Shixue was truly her child. Yet, I eventually forgot. I forgot that there was once a woman who loved me. I forgot that she is the mother of Xiao Shixue. Xiao Shixue is no longer connected to her. Whether Xiao Shixue is healthy or not is of no concern to her. Xiao Shixue is my daughter, and I bear all the responsibilities. I brought Xiao Shixue to her wedding merely to fulfill her wish, to see her mother, and to let Xiao Shixue know that she, too, has a mother. In the course of a year filled with hospital visits, there are always individuals who, either intentionally or inadvertently, inquire about the mother of Xiao Shixue. Although Xiao Shixue is still too young to comprehend fully, she possesses a sensitivity that allows her to grasp the significance of her mother's presence. This awareness is why, on her birthday, she made such a heartfelt wish. As for what thoughts Xiao Shixue may harbor in the future, I remain indifferent. My sole desire is for her to grow up in health and happiness, and I would have no regrets. After hearing Lin Hang's response, Professor He ceased his inquiries. Regardless of Lin Shixue's true feelings, they are inconsequential. What truly matters is that Lin Hang, Xiao Shixue, and she are now strangers. For a stranger, whether in love or hatred, there is no necessity for such emotions. The brief video concludes here with the answer to the third question already revealed. Lin Hang has fulfilled Xiao Shixue's birthday wish in this manner. In the program hall, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue. "Shixue, this is your first time seeing Lin Shixue, isn't it?" "Yes," Lin Shixue replied softly. "It's my first time, and she is beautiful. Indeed, quite beautiful." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Certain thoughts remained unspoken. While Lin Shixue may possess physical beauty, her soul may not reflect the same. From a moment Xiao Shixue was born until she turned 2, Lin Shixue had never appeared in her life, nor shown any concern. What would be her true thoughts? Could she truly feel no affection for Xiao Shixue at all? "Will you seek her out?" As soon as the words left Lu Qing's mouth, she realized the futility of her question. If Lin Shixue had desired to find Lin Shixue, she would have done so long ago. It was unlikely she would have waited until now without having met her even once. Without awaiting Lin Shixue's response, Lu Qing posed another question. "Shixue, if Lin Shixue were to come looking for you, how would you respond?" This hypothetical was not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps at that very moment, Lin Shixue was watching the program. She may have been unaware that Lin Shixue was her daughter, but if she tuned in to the broadcast, she would undoubtedly learn the truth. Even if she remained ignorant tonight, media coverage in the following days would surely reveal it. Thus, the likelihood of Lin Shixue seeking out Lin Shixue remained substantial. Lin Shixue did not respond immediately, instead falling into a thoughtful silence. The audience's gazes lingered on her pensive expression. If they were in such a situation, how would they react? They would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge such a mother. She lacks the qualifications. After a moment, Lin Shixue spoke calmly. "If she were to come looking for me, I would receive her with composure. Beyond that, there is no need for further interaction. She never entered my life before, and she cannot partake in my journey now. We are merely strangers, perhaps with a slightly unique connection." Upon hearing Lin Shixue's answer, the audience collectively exhaled in relief. A woman like Lin Shixue is hardly worthy of Lin Shixue's acknowledgement. A mother who has neglected her responsibilities since birth, who has not even offered a single word of concern, holds no merit to claim anything from Lin Shixue. If she comes, I will treat her as a stranger at my door. I will not lack the necessary decorum. But any other demands she may have are out of the question. Regardless of whether Lin Shixue is watching the program, I sincerely hope she refrains from meeting Shixue. Such a meeting serves no purpose and only adds to the troubles of both parties. Lu Qing, gazing into the camera, spoke softly. "This situation is beneficial for both of us." After uttering these words, Lu Qing chose to remain silent, directing his attention to the large screen. Let us continue. The upcoming video should reveal the answer to the second question. How was Shue's illness treated? Chapter 27. The Arrival of Tan Yao Yao. The video continues to play. Passengers traveling to the beautiful country, please proceed to the boarding gate for check-in. Lin Hang appeared on screen, carrying Shue as he briskly walked towards the boarding gate. The scene shifted. Lin Hang, with Shue, had boarded the flight. The airplane soared into the sky, cutting through the clouds. Shue, this is an airplane. We are flying high above, he exclaimed. Daddy, we are flying. With Shue's innocent voice chiming in, this segment of the video concluded. The entire clip lasted less than a minute, merely conveying that Lin Hang took Shue abroad for medical treatment. The subsequent video would presumably depict Shue's treatment process overseas. However, viewers found this brief video somewhat peculiar. Why was it presented separately? Why not transition directly to the treatment abroad? Lu Qing also expressed some confusion. In the secluded room, Professor he shared a similar sentiment of surprise. Observing the data on the instruments, he noted that Lin Hang's recollections appear to be far more extensive than such a brief clip would suggest. Where had all the remaining memories vanished to? Immediately, Professor he contemplated a possibility. Looking at Lin Hang, who was reclining slightly, he inquired, Mr. Lin, are you intentionally concealing certain memories? The memory retrieval apparatus requires the cooperation of the memory owner. Fluctuations in consciousness or deliberate concealment of memories can result in interruptions or incompleteness in the retrieval process. Yes, I prefer not to share that experience from abroad for the time being. Perhaps it can be revealed after my passing, Lin Hang replied slowly. I see. Professor he seemed to understand Lin Hang's intentions. This experience was likely the most unforgettable and least desired to be made public by Lin Hang. It would be best if Lin Shixue could reconcile with him. If not, it would be prudent to reserve it for a later time. Understood, Professor he nodded, not insisting, as coercion in memory retrieval could yield counterproductive results. If the memory owner's consciousness resists the idea of retrieving memories, the process would ultimately fail. In the program hall, Lu Qing intended to signal for the continuation of the video, as there was little to discuss regarding this segment. Lin Hang's purpose for selling his house was to seek treatment for Shue abroad, having exhausted all options in domestic hospitals. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lin Hang to take Shue abroad for medical care. However, before Lu Qing could speak, the earpiece relayed a message from the staff. Tan Yao Yao has arrived and is currently waiting backstage. Since Tan Yao Yao had arrived, it was only fitting that she be brought out from the backstage. Thus, Lu Qing refrained from continuing the video and turned to Lin Shixue, gently speaking. Shixue, Tan Yao Yao has arrived and is backstage. Tan Yao Yao has arrived? Tan Yao Yao has arrived? Lin Shixue and the audience were momentarily taken aback, only to recall Lu Qing had previously mentioned that Tan Yao Yao would be a special guest at the event. Shall we invite Ms. Tan to enter? Lu Qing inquired of Lin Shixue. If you're not yet psychologically prepared, I can have the staff arrange for Ms. Tan to rest for a while. I am fine. Lin Shixue smiled slightly. I'm very grateful to her. Very well. Let us now welcome Ms. Tan Yao Yao to the stage. Let us offer her a warm round of applause. Lu Qing announced loudly, rising from her seat. Clap, clap, clap. The audience stood up, applauding, their gazes fixed on the entrance of the stage. The small door at the entrance gradually opened, and Tan Yao Yao, dressed in an elegant long gown, slowly emerged into view. Regal, graceful, and still youthful. This was the initial impression that Tan Yao Yao left on everyone. Compared to her appearance in the video, time had not left many traces on her. Her skin was fair, her figure slender, resembling a woman of about 36 or 37. Hello, everyone. I am Tan Yao Yao. With a gentle smile, she waved at the audience, exuding warmth and elegance. So beautiful, such a wonderful demeanor. The audience murmured in admiration. Ms. Tan, please, Lu Qing gestured with a smile. Hello, host. Hello, Shixue, Tan Yao Yao said, her gaze softening as she looked at the poised and beautiful Lin Shixue. I should address you as Lin Shixue. Hello, Ms. Tan. Lin Shixue returned her greeting with a smile. As Tan Yao Yao took her seat, Lu Qing and Lin Shixue followed suit, and the audience settled down as well. Ms. Tan, what prompted you to attend the event? Do you have something to convey to Shixue? Lu Qing posed two significant questions right away. Tan Yaoyao did not respond immediately. Instead, she asked, "Host, has Mr. Lin also come?" "I have not seen Mr. Lin, but I heard he seems to be ill and is hospitalized," Lu Qing replied. Though he did not directly answer whether Lin Hang was present, the implication was clear: Lin Hang was not at the event. Upon hearing this, Tan Yaoyao's expression dimmed, and with a hint of sadness, she remarked, "I had hoped to meet Mr. Lin, but it seems that will not come to pass. If Ms. Tan wishes to see Mr. Lin, I could assist after the program concludes," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Thank you," Tan Yaoyao responded, her previous gloom dissipating as joy took its place. "So, was your reason for attending the event primarily to see Mr. Lin?" Lu Qing returned to the main topic. "Indeed, that is one reason. Additionally, I wanted to meet Lin Shixue," Tan Yaoyao said, her gaze turning to Lin Shixue with a sense of nostalgia. "It has been over 20 years since we last met. Yet, the memories of that time remain vividly etched in my mind, unforgettable in this lifetime. Ms. Tan, thank you for your care during my childhood." Lin Shixue expressed her heartfelt gratitude and slightly bowed to Tan Yaoyao in appreciation. "You are too polite," Tan Yaoyao replied promptly. "It is only right," Lin Shixue sincerely responded before resuming her seat. Besides meeting Mr. Lin and little Lin Shixue, there was another matter to address: the authenticity of the video. From the moment I met Mr. Lin until our eventual parting, every video recorded by Mr. Lin was genuine, without a trace of fabrication. Tan Yaoyao stated with a grave expression, "I do not wish for anyone to question the veracity of this video. Should there be any doubts, feel free to contact me for evidence. I am more than willing to cooperate." As she spoke, a resolute aura emanated from her. This was in stark contrast to her gentle demeanor, yet it underscored the significance of this matter to her. "I believe Ms. Tan," Lu Qing affirmed, gazing at Tan Yaoyao with certainty. Then, with a hint of resignation, Lu Qing remarked, "It is evident that Ms. Tan, like Aunt Shun, cannot tolerate any defamation against Mr. Lin. I am different from Sister Chun," Tan Yaoyao countered Lu Qing's assertion. Under Lu Qing's surprised gaze, Tan Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she smiled and declared, "Sister Chun is a friend of Mr. Lin. I am his confidant." Chapter 28. The world is so vast, I can no longer find you Mr. Lin's confidant? Lu Qing was taken aback by Tan Yaoyao's self-description. Lin Shixue was equally astonished. All the onlookers were astounded. "Indeed, Tan Yaoyao emphatically affirms, I understand your doubts. But for me, this is the undeniable truth. When Mr. Lin bid me farewell over the phone years ago, although I maintained my composure at the time, once the call ended, I wept uncontrollably. I had intended to confess my feelings to Mr. Lin. I wished to marry him and care for little Shixue together. If he only desired little Shixue as his child, I would accept that as well. Yet, unexpectedly, before I could express my feelings, we were met with separation." As Tan Yaoyao recounted this, her eyes began to glisten with tears. "After I had cried enough, I refused to accept my fate. I could sense that Mr. Lin harbored feelings for me too. I yearned to seek him out immediately and confess my love, to be together. But at that time, my father was in the intensive care unit, his life hanging in the balance. I could not abandon my mother to see Mr. Lin. I thought Mr. Lin had merely relocated to another city for work. Surely, I could inquire at his workplace afterward to discover his whereabouts. However, to my dismay, upon visiting his workplace, I learned that he had resigned, and there was no information on his new location. I was utterly bewildered. Was it truly destined that Mr. Lin and I would never have a future together? I refused to accept this fate. I would find Mr. Lin. After much effort, I finally learned that little Shixue had fallen ill, and Mr. Lin was seeking medical help for her. Following the leads I gathered, I searched for Mr. Lin and little Shixue city by city. I wanted to tell Mr. Lin that I loved him, that I cherished him. I could help him care for little Shixue. Yet fate always seems to play tricks on me. In every city I visit, I am unable to meet Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my belief that as long as I do not give up, I shall surely encounter Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue. At this juncture, however, Tan Yaoyao's face contorted in anguish, and tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. It appears that during her quest for Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue, Tan Yaoyao encountered unforeseen misfortunes, preventing her from reuniting with them. Lu Qing rose and offered her tissue. Tan Yaoyao accepted it, dabbed at her tears, and choked out a heartfelt thank you. After a brief moment of composure, she continued with her tale. However, a sudden car accident thwarted my pursuit of Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue. Although the accident was not particularly severe, I found myself confined to the hospital for a month. After my discharge, I resumed my search for Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue. Tragically, while my father had previously survived a perilous period, he ultimately passed away. With my father's death, I had no choice but to return home. When I set out once more to find Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue, a year had already elapsed. Regrettably, by then, I could no longer gather any news about them. I pondered the possibility that Mr. Lin had taken Xiao Shixue abroad. I visited Mr. Lin's former residence, only to discover that it had changed hands. The world is so vast, and I could no longer find Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue. Upon reaching this point, Tan Yaoyao's emotions erupted once more, her face awash with tears. Witnessing her sorrowful state, everyone felt a pang in their hearts. It was uncertain whether to admire Tan Yaoyao's unwavering devotion to love or to deem her foolish. Yet such foolishness was heart-wrenching, rendering eyes misty with tears. No one anticipated that Tan Yaoyao could love Lin Heng so deeply. For love, she could forsake her own child, solely to fulfill Lin Heng's desires. For love, she wandered from place to place in search of him. Yet the outcome was ultimately fruitless. Some audience members were moved to tears, especially the women. Lin Shixue personally handed Tan Yaoyao a tissue. Taking a deep breath, Tan Yaoyao wiped her tears away. Those 2 years constituted the most painful period of my life, losing family and being unable to locate Mr. Lin. Subsequently, in the pursuit of a livelihood, I can no longer seek out Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue. However, remaining in Engshi, I found it impossible not to think of Mr. Lin. My heart was ever inclined to seek him out. Perhaps I was weary, or perhaps I wished to grant myself time to move on from this love. I left Engshi with my mother and settled in another city. At the age of 30, under maternal pressure, I married. Yet, less than 3 months into the marriage, we divorced. The reason for our divorce was rather amusing. He simply did not like women. The marriage was merely a facade. Absurd, isn't it? Nevertheless, I hold no resentment toward him, for I did not love him either. Our union was merely a marriage cobbled together under the weight of reality's pressures. I did not love him, nor did he love me. Ironically, our divorce brought a sense of liberation for both of us. After the separation, I lost all desire to build another family. Since Mr. Lin, whom I hold dear in my heart, would be unfairly marrying another man against his will, it would also be a torment for me. Thus, I resolved that if I were to marry, it could only be Mr. Lin. Over the years, in the stillness of the night, I have often questioned the worth of clinging to this unreciprocated love. Is it foolish? Perhaps Mr. Lin has long forgotten me or has built a new family and found happiness. What am I to make of this? Yet, despite the outcome, I cannot persuade myself to abandon this love devoid of resolution. If there is a mistake, it lies in having met Mr. Lin first, rendering me incapable of loving another man. Eventually, I ceased to ponder and decided to remain steadfast. However, upon watching Mr. Lin's recorded video today, I smiled to myself and declared that my persistence is worthwhile. We truly loved each other. Had fate not taken a wrong turn, Mr. Lin and I would have been blissfully together, confronting all of life's adversities hand in hand. Therefore, I have no regrets. Tan Yaoyao's voice was resounding, her face radiant. In that moment, all pain and sorrow evaporated. Moreover, I am delighted that Xiao Shixue has grown up healthy and accomplished. Tan Yaoyao glanced at Lin Shixue and smiled, saying, I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Lin for what happened afterward. After saying this, Tan Yaoyao deeply bowed in apology. Ms. Tan's gesture left Lin Shixue somewhat bewildered, yet she promptly assisted Tan Yaoyao to her feet. Can Tan Yaoyao's apology absolve her demonic father? Chapter 29. The most beautiful Aunt Tan, meanwhile, in a concealed room. Lin Heng watched the video of Tan Yaoyao, who spoke with both laughter and tears. Having experienced the passage of time, he had seldom shown emotional fluctuations, save for matters concerning his daughter. At this moment, however, his heart surged with uncontrollable emotions, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Lin Heng had never anticipated the depth of Tan Yaoyao's unwavering affection. Her obsession was profound. They had never even exchanged the sentiment of liking, let alone a promise of love. Yet, Tan Yaoyao regarded him as her lifelong partner. For him, she devoted over half a year, traversing numerous places just to find him in Lin Shixue. She wished to convey her love and her desire to care for Lin Shixue for a lifetime. For him, Tan Yaoyao would rather forego motherhood. For him, she would willingly spend her life in solitude. What merit does he possess that warrants such devotion from Tan Yaoyao? Sacrificing her entire youth? Xiao Tan, what compels you to endure this? Is it truly worth it? Lin Heng gazed at Tan Yaoyao's gentle smile in the video, anguish evident in his eyes, his lips trembling as a hoarse voice escaped him. Xiao Tan, I am sorry. I have wronged you. In the program hall, Lin Shixue, confronted with Tan Yaoyao's apology on behalf of Lin Heng, transitioned from initial bewilderment to a gradual calmness, her gaze growing resolute. Aunt Tan, please have a seat. Lin Shixue looked at Tan Yaoyao, speaking with composed tranquility, signaling her to sit. Lin Shixue gradually took a seat. As Tan Yaoyao settled back down, Lin Shixue gazed at her, her expression calm, adorned with a gentle smile as she began to speak. Ms. Tan, first and foremost, I am profoundly grateful for the care you bestowed upon me during my childhood, treating me as if I were your own daughter. If you would mind, may I call you Aunt Tan? Tan Yaoyao's face registered surprise, taken aback by Lin Shixue's unexpected decision. Almost immediately, she exclaimed with delight, of course. It has been my longing. Aunt Tan, Lin Shixue called out with a smile, her tone natural and sincere. As Tan Yaoyao beheld Lin Shixue's radiant smile and clear eyes, her own eyes glistened with tears. The scene of little Shixue calling her mama seemed to materialize before her. In those days, little Shixue possessed the same clear gaze, filled with affection and joy. Though she had been married once, she had never shared a home with anyone and naturally bore no children. She had often fantasized about the day when little Shixue would stand before her, calling her mama or auntie, which would have fulfilled her life's longing. Yet at this moment, that dream was realized, leaving Tan Yaoyao with tears of joy. Let's applaud Aunt Tan. Lu Qing led the enthusiastic clapping. I believe Aunt Tan has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now that her wish has come true, these are tears of happiness. The applause grew even louder. Tan Yaoyao rose, bowing to Lu Qing and the audience in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." After receiving a tissue from Lin Shixue to dry her tears, Tan Yaoyao composed herself and, with a hint of embarrassment, apologized. I am sorry for the display. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Aunt Tan, it's perfectly fine. We all adore you. Lin Shixue is amazing. Aunt Tan is amazing. Even in tears, you are beautiful. We are touched too. The most beautiful Aunt Tan. The audience rallied around Tan Yaoyao with comforting shouts. It was evident that they recognized and appreciated her unwavering dedication to love. Simultaneously, Lin Shixue's acceptance of Tan Yaoyao, calling her aunt, resonated deeply with everyone, further elevating their admiration for her. This was the essence of what an idol, a goddess, should embody in the hearts of the people. The simple utterance of aunt not only alleviated Tan Yaoyao's long-standing solitude, but also expressed gratitude for her care over little Shixue. Spectators from various platforms offered their support and admiration for both Tan Yaoyao and Lin Shixue. The comments on the big screen updated rapidly, reflecting a wave of encouragement. Aunt Tan, you may not be aware of what transpired in my life afterward, Lin Shixue said, looking at Tan Yaoyao with a smile. Her tone bore no anger or hatred, it was merely calm. Tan Yaoyao's face displayed a myriad of emotions. In her heart, Lin Heng was perfect, loving little Shixue more than anyone else. For her, he was the kind who would forsake his life for Shixue. It was hard for her to believe that Lin Hang would ever harm little Shixue, especially throughout her childhood. Yet Lin Shixue would not lie, nor did she need to. Thus, it became evident that Lin Hang had indeed harmed his beloved daughter. But why has Lin Hang transformed into the person he is now? Tan Yuyu is at a loss and can only speculate. She wishes that the harm Lin Shixue speaks of is merely an illusion, a fleeting nightmare. Upon awakening, she hopes Lin Hang will return to his former self, the devoted father who cherished little Shixue and vowed to protect her for a lifetime. Having watched the earlier video, Tan Yuyu gazes at Lin Shixue and hesitantly begins to speak. If possible, I wish for all the pain inflicted upon you to be false. Mr. Lin would never harm little Shixue. He could never bear to do so. Lin Shixue does not respond to Tan Yuyu's hypothesis, for she knows it is not a possibility. Perhaps Mr. Lin has truly succumbed to illness, causing him to act contrary to his intentions. Once Tan Yuyu finishes speaking, Lin Shixue finally interjects, her tone imbued with resolve. He may have his reasons, but harm is harm. It cannot be absolved with mere apologies. The likelihood of my forgiving him in this lifetime is exceedingly low, as it has become my obsession. Throughout my life, I have strived to rise above, to flourish against the light, in order to escape him, to attain freedom, and to become the person I wish to be. I do not wish to be an athlete. I do not want him to control my life. I am who I am, a wild grass thriving in defiance of the light. The more Lin Shixue speaks, the more resolute she becomes, her proud and indomitable spirit radiating like a brilliant moon. She is herself a wild grass thriving against the light. She has become the person she aspired to be, and in doing so, embodies the aspirations of countless others. Tan Yuyu gazes at the glowing Lin Shixue, feeling a mix of sentiment and comfort, predominantly comfort. The little Shixue who once struggled to crawl was as fragile as a tender blade of grass. Yet now, she has grown into a towering tree, one that not only claims her own sky, but also supports the skies of many others. Aunt Tan, it's not that I cannot forgive him. It's that I simply cannot. Lin Shixue states, meeting Tan Yuyu's gaze with sincerity. I hope you can understand me. I understand, Tan Yuyu replies gently, offering a slight smile. To untie a knot, one must first tie it. I believe Mr. Lin, having chosen this manner of reconciliation today, has words he wishes to convey to you. Lin Shixue is well aware of this. From the very beginning, Lin Hang had expressed his intention to reconcile with his daughter. Chapter 30, The Guardian of Happiness, Thank You. Aunt Tan, host Lu Qing interjects at an opportune moment, smiling at Tan Yuyu. Aunt Tan, we are immensely grateful for your presence. Your sharing has provided us with a unique interpretation of love in these tumultuous times. While some may not comprehend it, and others may dismiss it, for the majority, love remains sacred, whether it culminates in joy or sorrow. Yet this does not diminish our yearning for profound love. Now, I kindly invite Aunt Tan to take a seat in the guest area, as we continue to watch the program and uncover the truth about Mr. Lin's past. Lu Qing rises and gestures for Tan Yuyu to join the guest area. Lin Shixue also stands, smiling as she says, Aunt Tan, let us converse after the program concludes. All right, Tan Yuyu replies gently, nodding and expressing her gratitude to Lu Qing. With a slight bow to the audience present and the cameras, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, which lingered for quite some time. In the guest area, Chen Zhihui stood up to embrace Tan Yaoyao, who had approached her, and then they sat down hand in hand. Now, let us continue watching the video. I believe the mystery will soon be unveiled. Lu Qing turned to the audience and smiled. Just as her words echoed in the air, her expression shifted momentarily before she quickly corrected herself, smiling as she said, We will watch the video a bit later. The staff had contacted her, mentioning that a doctor who once treated Xiao Shixue wished to connect with us. He had something to share. A collective surprise enveloped the room, and Lin Shixue was equally astonished. Not only were the audience members taken aback, but Lu Qing also felt a flicker of surprise upon receiving the staff's message. However, this was indeed a positive development. The more individuals who become involved, the greater the excitement surrounding the show. Connecting with Dr. Huang, Lu Qing spoke with calm composure, perhaps through Dr. Huang. We will learn what ailment Lin Shixue suffered from and how she was treated, as well as how she managed to recover in just 1 or 2 years. Upon concluding her statement, Lu Qing's gaze shifted to the large screen, signaling the staff to establish the connection. The eyes of Lin Shixue and the audience were fixed upon the screen. From the previous video, everyone was aware that Lin Shixue had fallen ill and struggled to crawl, let alone walk. Yet, the specific nature of her illness remained a mystery. The video had not provided clarification, and since Dr. Huang had treated Lin Shixue, he likely possessed the knowledge of her condition. After approximately 5 seconds of connection time, the large screen displayed Dr. Huang, clad in a white coat. A seasoned gentleman in his 60s. "Good day, Dr. Huang," Lu Qing began, her smile illuminating the screen. "Could you please introduce yourself to everyone?" "Hello everyone, I am Dr. Huang from the Neurology Department of the Capital Children's Hospital. From the name of my department, you might be able to glean the types of patients I typically treat." He continued, "In general, my specialty encompasses various neurological disorders, such as cerebrovascular diseases, epilepsy, Parkinson's syndrome, somatization disorders, dementia, autonomic dysfunction, myelitis, trigeminal neuralgia, sciatica, myositis, and myasthenia gravis, among others. Therefore, it is important not to confuse neurology with psychiatry, as the areas of focus are quite distinct." "Dr. Huang, you must have treated numerous patients," Lu Qing inquired. "Indeed. On a typical day, I see anywhere from 70 to 100 patients, resulting in approximately 20 to 30,000 patients each year. After nearly 40 years in practice, I truly cannot count how many patients I have encountered," Dr. Huang replied with a warm smile. "And how do you remember Lin Shixue?" Lu Qing asked playfully, her curiosity piqued. "I remember Lin Shixue because of her father, Mr. Lin Heng," Dr. Huang began slowly. "When I treated Lin Shixue, Mr. Lin provided me with an entire bag of medical documents, weighing about 10 kilograms. At that moment, I was utterly astonished. It was my first encounter with a family member presenting such a plethora of medical documentation. Upon meticulously reviewing the materials provided, it became evident that this father had exerted unimaginable efforts to secure treatment for his daughter. Among the numerous documents were medical records from over 20 hospitals, information sourced online by the family, and various test results obtained to facilitate the patient's treatment. Some of these examinations were excruciatingly painful for the family members and even posed certain risks to their health. During a brief exchange with the family, the singular sentiment expressed was an unwavering willingness to accept any cost, provided a remedy for the patient could be found. This marked a unique experience in my medical career, one that I find impossible to forget. Most importantly, this consultation profoundly heightened my awareness of the weight of responsibility resting upon my shoulders. My medical skills do not merely dictate the fate of an individual patient. They also intertwine with the destinies of the family and, indeed, the entire household. This encounter deepened my understanding of a physician's duty. Each of my efforts serves not just to save a life, but to secure the happiness of a family, and potentially countless families. Throughout my subsequent medical journey, whenever I faced moments of complacency, the image of Mr. Lin Heng attending to little Shixue would resurface in my mind, spurring me onward. It is fair to say that Mr. Lin Heng and little Shixue have been pivotal figures in my professional life. Therefore, it is inconceivable for me to forget them. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Lin Heng and Ms. Lin Shixue. Dr. Huang turned towards Shixue, bowing slightly in appreciation. Shixue hastily rose to return the gesture. A resounding applause erupted in the room. It is due to countless diligent physicians like Dr. Huang, who dedicate their lives to the field of medicine, that innumerable patients have had their lives saved and countless families have been able to sustain their happiness. To honor the healer is to pay the highest respect to life. Many may not know that Dr. Huang is the pioneer of the medical meridian therapy, both in our country and worldwide. Thanks to Dr. Huang's innovative therapy, countless patients suffering from cervical spondylotic myelopathy have extended their lives and experienced a rebirth. Let's once again applaud Dr. Huang. It is because of many dedicated medical professionals like him that we are able to conquer diseases time and again. allowing the happiness of countless families to endure. They are the guardians of joy. Applause thundered. After a fervent round of applause, Lu Qing returned to the topic at hand. Dr. Huang, could you elaborate on the illness that little Shixue was suffering from and its severity? Chapter 31. The truth unveiled. Dr. Huang did not withhold any information. He picked up a somewhat worn medical record from his desk. Regarding little Shue's condition, the diagnostic results provided by myself and other physicians align closely. She's been diagnosed with motor neuron disease, commonly referred to as muscular atrophy. However, Shue's case is more intricate. It is highly likely that she suffers from congenital motor neuron disease. In light of contemporary medical advancements, both domestically and internationally, there exists no definitive cure for this affliction. To put it succinctly, it is an incurable disease, with virtually no prospect of recovery. It commences with the atrophy of the limbs, followed by the deterioration of the body, and ultimately affects the brain, leading to a painful demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, Dr. Huang, if this condition is indeed terminal, how is it that Xiao Shixue has recovered and grown up healthy? Lu Qing was not alone in her bewilderment. Every audience member present, including Lin Shixue, shared this sentiment. Dr. Huang would not speak lightly or make unfounded claims. If he asserted that this illness is fatal, then the likelihood of recovery must be exceedingly slim. I understand your confusion, Dr. Huang remarked with a gentle smile. Do you believe in miracles? Xiao Shixue is a miracle. While she may not be the sole patient to have overcome motor neuron disease, she is certainly among the very few who have survived and thrived. Of course, miracles do not manifest without reason. They require sacrifices beyond the imagination of the average person, and Xiao Shixue is fortunate to have a father capable of creating such miracles. To clarify further, Dr. Huang explained that Xiao Shixue's recovery was not due to effective medical intervention, but rather the unwavering determination of her father. He had watched the videos prior to the program, noting how Lin Heng had relentlessly pushed Xiao Shixue to run in the frigid outdoors, or how he had taken her on morning jogs day after day in an impoverished village, and even insisted that she walk to school through storms instead of allowing her to take a taxi. All of these efforts were aimed at preserving Xiao Shixue's muscle integrity and ensuring her health remained on par with that of a normal child. It is crucial to acknowledge that not every patient can achieve recovery through such rigorous exercise. As far as I am aware, the probability is exceedingly low, perhaps even less than 1 in 10,000. Xiao Shixue's success is not replicable. Her condition was congenital. Typically, congenital diseases are more challenging to cure, yet in certain respects, the progression of congenital ailments can be relatively slow. Because it originated within the body, the immune system had a robust response to combat it. This innate delay in the deterioration of Xiao Shixue's condition, combined with timely intervention from her family and their resolute determination, has birthed this extraordinary miracle. Mr. Lin Heng can undoubtedly be regarded as an exceptionally responsible father, although his methods may have caused Xiao Shixue distress. They were all in pursuit of her liberation from illness and her healthy development. Mr. Lin Heng has succeeded, and we ought to celebrate his achievements. After Dr. Huang finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward Lin Shixue and smiled. I can understand your resentment towards Mr. Lin Heng. However, allow me to add this. One day, when you become a parent, you will realize that Mr. Lin Heng's struggles were even more profound and arduous than your own. In response to Dr. Huang's words, Lin Shixue's complexion paled slightly as she fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the implications of his remarks. Was Lin Heng's treatment of her, characterized by various hardships and torment, truly motivated by a desire to help her overcome her illness? If all of this is indeed true, then what reason could she have to harbor resentment towards him? Dr. Huang would never deceive her. Therefore, the reality must align with Dr. Huang's assertions. Yet, Lin Shixue remains perplexed. If it was truly a matter of medical necessity, why was it not clearly communicated to her? If he, Lin Heng, had candidly informed her about his condition, she would not have perceived his actions as hurtful. From the very beginning, she would not have felt animosity. But why does he persist in silence? Is he deliberately concealing the truth from her? What advantage could that possibly yield for him? Lin Shixue finds herself unable to comprehend this. She truly cannot fathom it. With her eyes closed, Lin Shixue gradually reflects upon the myriad events that have unfolded in her life, attempting to discern Lin Hang's true intentions. Lu Qing observes Lin Shixue lost in thought and refrains from interrupting her. Not to mention, it is challenging for Lin Shixue to come to terms with such a reality. Even she finds it difficult to accept. From the outset, she had deemed Lin Hang unworthy of being a father. He seemed utterly unfit for the role. However, it now appears they may have been mistaken. Lin Hang is not a scoundrel. Rather, he is an exceedingly responsible father. This revelation is something Lin Shixue, who has long held the conviction that Lin Hang is a villain, struggles to accept all at once. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing steadies her tumultuous emotions and turns to Dr. Huang on the large screen, smiling as she expresses gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Huang, for illuminating our understanding of Shixue's condition, allowing us the opportunity to reevaluate Lin Hang's character. Thank you. You're welcome, Dr. Huang replies with a smile. Goodbye, everyone. As the video connection is severed, a profound silence envelopes the room. No one anticipated such an outcome. Lin Hang is not the cold-hearted, obsessive individual they had imagined. Instead, he is a remarkable father. This twist leaves the audience members who had criticized Lin Hang with complex expressions, their hearts a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to feel. I always knew Mr. Lin could never harm Shixue. No one loves her more than he does, exclaimed the special guest, Tan Yaoyao, tears streaming down her face as she murmured to herself. She had never believed Lin Hang would inflict harm upon Shixue, yet the video's content felt undeniably real. In the icy wilderness, Lin Hang appeared callously forcing Shixue to run. On the dirt path at dawn, he seemed to drag her along like a child on a leash, compelling her to sprint against her will. In the torrential downpour, he ruthlessly denied her pleas for help after she was injured. Lin Hang's cold, unfeeling visage was strikingly vivid. Who could claim he was not tormenting Shixue? Yet now, Tan Yaoyao realizes that Lin Hang was not harming Shixue. He was simply expressing his love for her in a unique manner. Lin Shixue remains ensconced in silent contemplation. Lu Qing finally breaks the prevailing silence, addressing the audience with a tone of reflection. Sometimes, the truth is not as it appears to our eyes. Dr. Huang has confirmed that Lin Hang's actions were intended to treat Shixue's illness. Upon learning the truth, what emotions arise within you? Has your perspective on Lin Hang fundamentally changed? Or do some still harbor doubts? Let us engage in a candid discussion, allowing Shixue some time for contemplation. Of all those involved, she must find this outcome the most challenging to accept. Chapter 32. Is concealment necessary? First, let's consider the perspectives of the audience both at home and abroad. Lu Qing gazed at the large screen and began to speak slowly. The barrage of comments on the screen continued to refresh at a dizzying pace. The revelation of the truth was indeed painful to behold. Lin Hang is a good father, a truly remarkable one. It requires immense courage to treat little Shixue with such harshness. While it is undeniable that Lin Hang is a devoted father, I cannot condone his methods. They are excessively cruel. Why not reveal the truth to Shixue? Is it not better to directly inform her of the concerning state of her health? Must she endure such torment? I still cannot comprehend why. If this is the appropriate medical approach, there can be no communication with Shixue. I believe Lin Hang has become rather obsessive. Or perhaps he is indeed suffering from a psychological affliction. The matter is quite simple. He should simply tell Shixue the truth. With her intellect, she would surely cooperate, rendering any concealment unnecessary. I can imagine that beneath Lin Hang's cold exterior, his heart is bleeding. It must be acknowledged that Lin Hang has created a miracle. My own son suffered from a similar illness and passed away within 2 years. I am eager to understand why Lin Hang chose to hide Shixue's condition. What benefit does such concealment provide for her? The comments reveal that while there is recognition of Lin Hang as a good father, there is also a plethora of confusion and doubt. Why does he not inform Shixue of the truth? Why not let her know that, with effort, there is a chance for her recovery? Had Lin Hang been forthright, Shixue's intelligence and resilient character would likely lead her to fully engage in her rehabilitation. Yet, he has not done this. Instead, he chooses to heal her through his own means, inflicting pain upon her in silence. Why is this so? Is there a particular reason behind it, or has he genuinely succumbed to a psychological disorder, developing an obsession? As Professor Zhou previously suggested, has this transformed into a pathological form of love? Does Lin Hang feel no need to explain anything to Shixue? Is it sufficient for him to believe he is acting in her best interest, rendering all else superfluous? After observing the comments for 3 to 4 minutes, Lu Qing remarked, "Indeed, the audience's perception of Lin Hang has shifted. They affirm that he loves Shixue in his own way, nurturing her growth. However, they remain perplexed and bewildered as to why Lin Hang conceals her condition. Why not directly communicate with Shixue and encourage her cooperation? Is Lin Hang's silence deliberate? Does he possess specific reasons for withholding this information?" Returning to Professor Zhou's earlier observations, could it be that Lin Hang is suffering from a psychological illness, leading to a distorted perception that renders him incapable of recognizing the necessity of sharing the truth with Shixue? Is it merely sufficient for him to care for her in his own manner? I find myself unable to clarify which scenario is true, or if there are other underlying reasons at play. Lu Qing sighed, then swiftly redirected the conversation. However, I believe that uncovering the truth is a positive development, as it allows everyone to understand that Lin Hang never truly wished to harm Shixue. It is not due to any significant setbacks that he has redirected his resentment towards her. Familial affection, after all, is a beautiful bond, one of humanity's most cherished emotions. Applause erupted in the room. Lu Qing spoke with profound insight. Although Lin Hang remains an enigma, it is at least evident that he does not genuinely intend to harm Shixue. His love, however, is expressed in a manner that is exceptionally unique, so unique that it has cast a shadow over Shixue's entire childhood. Lu Qing surveyed the audience, calmly inquiring if anyone wished to share their thoughts. Having regained her composure, she noted that while the truth may have been unexpected for many, it still lay within a realm of comprehension for all. The audience members eagerly raised their hands, and Lu Qing selected a few to voice their opinions. One participant remarked that paternal love is often silent. Lin Hang's quiet sacrifices for Shixue are indeed commendable. Yet, one cannot help but question whether Lin Hang's sole aim is to heal Shixue. There are myriad ways to nurture her. I can understand the need for resilience against the harshness of winter, akin to the controversial methods of tiger parenting. However, tethering a child in public raises my eyebrows. Does he not fear damaging Shixue's self-esteem? I suspect there are further instances of such humiliation disguised as discipline. What relation do they bear to physical training? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Lu Qing refrained from immediate commentary, inviting another audience member to share their perspective. Dr. Huang certainly would not misstep. Lin Hang's unconventional methods were indeed aimed at addressing Shixue's condition. Nonetheless, I feel Lin Hang has crossed a line, becoming excessively radical. After all, Shixue is merely a toddler. Has he not considered the lifelong shadows he might cast upon her? To call him a good father is to acknowledge his unwavering dedication to her well-being, yet maintain reservations regarding his methods that inflict harm upon her. Lu Qing then called upon another audience member for their input. My view is that Lin Hang is unwell. Seriously so. Is this truly the behavior of a father? Professor Zhou was correct. Lin Hang's love is pathological. He does not perceive Shixue as his daughter, but rather as his possession, to be controlled as he sees fit. Upon finishing, the audience fell into a contemplative silence. In certain respects, the viewer's assertions held merit. There are countless ways to nurture Shixue. Why resort to such extreme measures? In a secluded room, Lin Hang coughed softly, feeling a profound weakness. Yet, his expression remained composed. He had long since ceased to fear death, and had prepared himself for it. Having lived to see his daughter grow, he considered that a victory. As for the critiques in the video and the audience's judgment, he remained indifferent. Those who know nothing of his experiences understand nothing at all. Lin Shixue has opened her eyes, her complexion returning to normal as she quietly listens to the audience's remarks. Her gaze fixed on the bullet screen displayed on the big screen. Even after the audience's comments come to an end, Lin Shixue remains silent. Lu Qing turns to her with a gentle smile, asking Shixue, "How are you? Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? I can fill in with an advertisement while everyone rests." "I'm fine," Lin Shixue replies calmly, though her eyes remain resolute. "I wish to continue watching the next video to understand what I do not know. As for reconciliation, I have no answer at present." Although Lin Shixue does not provide a definitive response, it at least indicates that her heart is wavering. Chapter 33. 20 years older the video resumes. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue turn their attention to the screen, as do the audience members. The upcoming footage is expected to depict Lin Hang accompanying young Shixue abroad for medical treatment, potentially revealing whether she has received effective care or confirming Dr. Huang's assessment that motor neuron disease is incurable. Lin Hang, through his own efforts, has created a miracle. The scene unfolds, revealing yet another flight. Indeed, it is a continuation of the previous video. However, it soon becomes apparent that something is amiss. The flight is not heading abroad, but rather returning to the domestic airport. What is going on? Did Lin Hang not document the medical process abroad? Or did they return shortly after departing? The flight lands at the capital airport, and Lin Hang and young Shixue appear on screen, disembarking from the flight. However, the transformations in their appearances are striking. Young Shixue seems to have grown taller and her hair longer, being carried on Lin Hang's back. This suggests that her illness has not been effectively treated. The audience is taken aback by the changes in Lin Hang. Previously, he was undoubtedly a handsome young man, yet now, as he carries young Shixue, his hair is streaked with gray, deep wrinkles mar his face, and his posture appears stooped, exuding the aura of old age. He has aged at least 20 years. What has transpired? The screen displays a caption, 1 year later. This indicates that Lin Hang spent a year abroad seeking treatment for young Shixue. Now, their medical journey has concluded, and they have returned home. It is natural for young Shixue to have grown over the course of a year, but Lin Hang's drastic aging is decidedly abnormal. The audience stares in disbelief as the aged Lin Hang carries young Shixue out of the airport and into a taxi. What has happened? They exchange bewildered glances, unsure of what could have transpired during that year abroad that would cause Lin Hang to age so dramatically. It feels akin to a surreal fantasy. This should not be the case. How could this happen? Lin Shixue watches the taxi fade into the distance, murmuring to herself in a daze. The video is paused. Observing Lin Shixue's shocked state, Lu Qing calls for the video to stop. Do not say that Lin Shixue was shocked. Everyone was utterly astonished, including Lu Qing. Even the special guest, Tan Yuyu, sat in a daze, murmuring to herself. How could this be? How could this happen? The Lin Hang that appeared in the video was no longer the youthful and handsome figure of before. Even plastic surgery could not have altered him so drastically. In a different place, if Lin Hang were to walk down the street, Tan Yuyu would not dare to recognize him. The barrage of comments on a large screen echoed the same sentiments. What has transpired? How has Lin Hang changed so much? Goodness, is this really Lin Hang? Is he deliberately concealing his experiences seeking medical treatment abroad? What has truly happened to him? Forgive my astonishment. I never could have imagined this. What on earth has occurred? Lu Qing took a deep breath, gazing at Lin Shixue, and slowly inquired, "Is something amiss with Shixue? He should not appear this way." Lin Shixue had yet to fully emerge from her stupor, her eyes still clouded with confusion. Indeed, this is not how he should be. Lu Qing sighed softly. What has indeed happened? After a moment, Lin Shixue's gaze finally struggled to withdraw from the large screen. Looking at Lu Qing, her voice trembled as she said, "This does not align with my memories. Though he was somewhat disheveled back then, he was not this old. Truly, not this old. You all saw the video I previously interpreted based on my recollections. He was not this age then." Lin Shixue could not help but close her eyes, searching for the image of Lin Hang in her memory. "I recall him being this old when I was in the 3rd or 4th grade, perhaps even a little later. What has transpired? Is my memory flawed? Or is it his memory that has faltered? Or could it be that the video is a fabrication? Lin Shixue murmured to herself with her eyes closed, utterly unaware of where the discrepancy lay. In a concealed room, Lin Hang watched the pained Lin Shixue in the video, a subtle anguish flickering across his face. The year spent seeking treatment abroad was the most harrowing time of his life, yet it was also the happiest year. It was due to the experiences of that year that Lin Shixue's fate was irrevocably altered. The terminally ill Lin Shixue was granted a chance at rebirth, leading to the subsequent miracles. However, what miracles exist without toil? All miracles are birthed from suffering. Gradually, the hidden pain on Lin Hang's face faded, transforming into a gentle smile. He ought to be grateful for the experiences of that year. Otherwise, where would he find the radiant daughter he is now? Where would he have the opportunity to converse with her? Shixue, you stated that in your memories. Lin Hang resembled his current form when you were in the 3rd or 4th grade. Lu Qing pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, Lin Shixue slowly opened her eyes, nodding slightly, fatigue evident in her voice. I do not know where the discrepancy lies. Please help me sort it out. You should rest for a moment. I will have the staff bring you a cup of coffee, Lu Qing said with a hint of concern. Lin Shixue responded softly and closed her eyes once more. She needed to recalibrate her emotions. She needed to approach the video of Lin Hang with a calm mindset. The disparity between Lin Hang's portrayal in the video and the memories held by Shixue weighed heavily on her thoughts. The reasons have already been articulated by Shixue. Either her memory is flawed, or Lin Hang's recollections are erroneous, or the video itself is not authentic. By the process of elimination, the likelihood of the video being inauthentic is minimal. Lin Hang would not stoop to such deception, and this can be substantiated. The villagers from the impoverished community should retain some recollection of the events. Next, we must consider the possibility of Shixue's memory being at fault, as she was quite young during that period, which heightens the chances of inaccuracies in her recollections. Hence, the final conclusion is that Lin Hang's memory remains intact. Upon his return from abroad, he appeared just as he does now. The method to verify this aligns with the means to ascertain the video's authenticity. Locating witnesses from that time will elucidate the truth. As Lu Qing finished speaking, a voice emanated from the earpiece, indicating that a villager from the impoverished community, who had knowledge of Lin Hang's appearance back then, was available. One extraordinary coincidence. There would be no need to search far and wide. We could immediately verify whether Lin Hang's appearance upon his return from abroad matched that of the individual in the video. Coincidentally, one of our staff members happens to be a villager from that time and has seen Lin Hang's visage then. Lu Qing smiled slightly, declaring that the answer would soon be revealed. Such fortuitous events invigorated the audience, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shixue, who had kept her eyes shut, slowly opened them. Chapter 34. A New Abode. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ma Tian. The large screen displayed a video connection with Ma Tian. He was not physically present, but instead connected via video link. Ma Tian appeared to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable appearance. When Lin Hang brought young Shixue to the impoverished village, I frequently encountered him, thus I hold vivid memories of both Lin Hang and Shixue. If Lin Hang is present or watching the program, he should still remember me. I was among the scavengers in the village, albeit at the tender age of 10, making me the youngest scavenger there. Owing to the early hours, I often witnessed Lin Hang and Shixue sneaking away. At that time, Lin Hang resembled the figure in the current video. I remember thinking that the old man must be somewhat unhinged. Little did I know that there was a special reason behind it, and I never anticipated that the once stubborn and frail young girl would blossom into a striking beauty. In the concealed room, Lin Hang gazed at the video featuring Ma Tian and indeed recognized him. He had retained a profound impression of Ma Tian from back then. Not only was Ma Tian the youngest among the scavengers, but he was also remarkably industrious, often leading the way in the search for discarded items. I was astonished to see how that young boy had transformed into a young man of considerable stature and success. Fate truly favors the diligent. In the brief span of a year, Lin Hang appeared markedly aged, undoubtedly due to some significant upheaval. Once the connection was severed, Lu Qing addressed the audience, stating slowly that the lapse in memory over the past year was likely a deliberate choice by Lin Hang. as he wished to keep the events of that year concealed from public knowledge. Since this is Lin Hang's personal desire, we ought to respect it. Continuing to watch the video, we should uncover the answers we seek. Why does Lin Hang choose such inhumane methods to train Xiao Shixue? Is he genuinely afflicted with a mental illness? Or is there another cause for his obsession, believing himself to be blameless? Or perhaps he merely uses the guise of treatment to deliberately harm Xiao Shixue. Upon Lu Qing's concluding remarks, she gestured for the video to resume. On the large screen, the footage progressed. They were no longer in the vehicle, but had disembarked. A closer examination revealed that the taxi was not the same as before. Lin Hang emerged from the car, cradling Xiao Shixue in his arms. The driver had already anticipated their arrival, retrieving a collapsible stroller from the trunk and assisting in setting it up. Lin Hang expressed his gratitude to the driver before placing Xiao Shixue onto the stroller. He then accepted a suitcase and a bag from the driver, slinging the bag over his shoulder while pulling the suitcase and pushing the stroller with Xiao Shixue. Ahead lay an inconspicuous alleyway. As Lin Hang guided the stroller into the narrow passage, an incongruous scene unfolded before them. The alley, barely 2 meters wide, was littered with heaps of garbage, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. The buildings surrounding them were old, low structures, with chaotic electrical wires connecting various homes. The pedestrians traversing the alley donned garish clothing that seemed dazzling at first glance, yet were, in truth, quite tacky. Moreover, the faces of the people bore expressions of exhaustion, their hurried steps suggesting a long absence of joy. Only the sporadic sounds of children's laughter, echoing from an unknown source, infused the place with a semblance of life. What a foul stench! Xiao Shixue exclaimed, pinching her nose and wrinkling her brow. Daddy, what is this place? This is what everyone calls the slum, Lin Hang replied slowly. Then why are we here? Xiao Shixue asked, her confusion evident. Your father has found a house here. We will live here from now on, Lin Hang explained, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Ah, Xiao Shixue gasped, her voice tinged with distress as she pleaded. Daddy, can we not live here? Shixue doesn't like it. Your father has no money left. We cannot afford a better place. Once I earn enough, we will move, Lin Hang reassured her, gently patting her head with a smile. All right, Xiao Shixue nodded, contemplating further before adding, Shixue will grow up quickly to help Daddy earn money. You are so good, Lin Hang said, a tender warmth surfacing on his prematurely aged face. Before long, the figures of father and daughter faded into the depths of the alley. The scene shifted, revealing them standing before an old 2-story house. The structure, reminiscent of years gone by, was made of mud and wood. Upon entering, a wave of dampness greeted them. Yet the interior remained relatively clean. The ground floor consisted of a kitchen, a firewood room, and a common area. The second floor housed the bedrooms and storage. Xiao Shixue, you wait by the door and soak up some sun while Daddy tidies up, then I'll carry you inside, Lin Hang instructed her. Then, he meticulously secured the small cart to prevent it from toppling over. All right, Daddy, but please be quick, little Shixue said, nodding her head and curiously surveying her surroundings. Shixue possessed a remarkable aptitude for language. Despite being only 3 years old, she communicated effortlessly with Lin Hang. Be good, call for Daddy if you need anything. Lin Hang gently patted Shixue's head and entered the house. He began with a simple tidying of the ground floor before ascending to the second floor. The second floor comprised 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and a storage space that was originally intended for storing grains and similar items. However, the storage room was mostly empty, containing only a few baskets. After inspecting the 3 rooms, Lin Hang chose the middle room, which was bathed in sunlight, and stepped inside. It featured a large bed, a small bed, a wardrobe, and a desk positioned near the window. This was the former owner's bedroom, now transformed into his and Shixue's sanctuary. Lin Hang commenced cleaning the room, and the pace of the video quickened. The space soon became tidy and orderly. He brought the suitcase and bag into the bedroom, hanging the clothes inside the wardrobe. Most of the garments belonged to Shixue, while Lin Hang had only a few simple outfits. He took Shixue to a bedding store in the alley to purchase bed linens. Once the linens were laid out, the room underwent a transformation, becoming a cozy bedroom filled with warmth. The vibrant colors, though somewhat garish, were the most common in this area. A bouquet of wildflowers, picked by Shixue from the roadside, was placed in a mineral water bottle on the desk by the window, where the slanting sunlight illuminated the blossoms, making them radiantly bloom. Sitting on the small bed with Shixue in his arms, Lin Hang smiled and asked, "Would you like to hear a story? If you wish, Daddy will tell you the tale of this house." "I want to hear it," Shixue exclaimed with excitement, urging, "Daddy, please start." "All right," he began. Chapter 35. The final warmth. Long ago, this place was merely a barren land. One day, a young and beautiful couple arrived. They fell in love with the location and decided to build a house there. "Daddy, what does couple mean?" Shixue asked, puzzled. "A couple refers to two people in love, like mommy and daddy or uncles and aunts." "Mommy and daddy. I understand now." Shixue nodded, her impatience bubbling over as she asked, "And then what?" They spent 3 years constructing the house, which turned out beautifully, with walls exuding the fragrance of earth and rooms filled with the scent of wood. The most joyous moment came shortly after the house was completed when they welcomed a little baby, a boy. The baby was adorable, and they loved him dearly. As time passed, the little one grew and began to call out for mommy and daddy. But just then he fell ill. Shixue's brow furrowed in concern. "I hate being sick. It hurts so much." "Indeed," Lin Hang nodded affirmatively. "Daddy dislikes being sick as well. Therefore, I hope that Shixue never falls ill, and if you do, may you recover swiftly." "Father, the doctor said that Zia Shixue's illness no longer requires attention. She must be well," exclaimed Zia Shixue joyfully. "Indeed, Zia Shixue is quite clever." Lin Hang smiled faintly, his gaze momentarily drifting to Zia Shixue's legs, filled with unwavering determination. "What happened next, father? Is the little baby better now?" Zia Shixue, captivated by the story, eagerly inquired about the baby's condition after just a few sentences. The little baby had fallen ill and, naturally, needed to see a doctor. The baby's parents sought medical help far and wide, visiting countless hospitals. Yet, the baby's ailment remained unresolved. Zia Shixue felt a pang of sorrow, empathizing with the unfortunate baby. He must be in great pain. His parents must be so very sad. "Yes, the baby is in pain, and his parents are indeed heartbroken," Lin Hang nodded, then smiled gently. However, they soon encountered a highly skilled physician who assured them that the baby's illness no longer required treatment. Zia Shixue exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "That's wonderful. Just like Shixue, the baby is better now." Indeed, the baby recovered, and his parents took him to a place where he would no longer fall ill, and they lived happily together as a family. "Yay!" Zia Shixue cheered with excitement. "By the way, they gave us their house. Shouldn't we express our gratitude to them?" Lin Hang added thoughtfully. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Zia Shixue earnestly expressed her gratitude towards the room, as if the baby's family were right before her. "Good girl. Why don't you start drawing? I will go prepare dinner, and I'll call you when it's ready," Lin Hang said, gently ruffling Zia Shixue's hair. "Okay, Daddy. I love drawing." Zia Shixue nodded enthusiastically. Lin Hang gathered her drawing supplies and reminded her, "If you need anything, just call for Dad." With that, he stepped out of the room. As he exited, Lin Hang cast a glance back at Zia Shixue, who was intently focused on her drawing at the small table. "Zia Shixue, I will ensure you grow up healthy and brave, living a life full of brilliance. If you wish to resent me, so be it," Lin Hang murmured softly, tears shimmering in his weary eyes. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze from Zia Shixue and looked up at the sky above the rooftop. His eyes seemed to pierce through the ceiling and time itself, glimpsing another world where a beautiful, young couple held hands with a little boy, living in blissful harmony. Gradually, Lin Hang's expression grew resolute, even bordering on madness. The pallor of his face hardened, the warmth he once exuded replaced by an icy demeanor. The scene froze in that moment. As the video concluded, the audience beheld Lin Hang's still frame on the large screen. What was once a heartwarming display had morphed into something unsettling. The atmosphere in the room turned oppressive. Everyone yearned to speak, yet words eluded them, leaving an uncomfortable silence in their hearts. In that moment, all understood the profound shift in Lin Hang's character. He had indeed transformed. The experiences of the family from the former house had ultimately impacted him deeply. His rationality had triumphed over his emotions. He could not bear to see Lin Shixue become another little boy. He desires for Lin Shixue to distance herself from illness and thrive in health. Even if it inflicts pain upon her and casts a shadow of resentment in her heart, he remains resolute in his intentions. In a concealed chamber, Lin Heng gazes at the television screen, where a still image of his former self lingers, as if his consciousness is transported back to that moment. It was the last tender memory shared with Lin Shixue. Following that day, in his quest to fully cure her affliction and pursue the plans he harbors in his heart, he adopts a cold and unfeeling facade, resorting to the most radical methods to heal Lin Shixue's condition and expedite her growth. I feel an overwhelming heaviness in my heart. Lu Qing takes a deep breath, facing the audience. The family's journey profoundly affects Lin Heng. He cannot bear the consequences of such loss, and thus, in his pursuit to heal Lin Shixue, he remains undeterred, even at the potential cost of her well-being. I cannot claim that Lin Heng is without fault. Yet my heart aches for the trials that await Lin Shixue. The videos we have seen are merely fragments of the many instances where Lin Heng has harmed her, and such scenes permeate her entire childhood. I find myself in a quandary. Is such a father truly worthy of forgiveness? Shixue, surely your emotions are in turmoil. Lu Qing turns to Lin Shixue and gently inquires, will you choose to forgive him? Surprisingly, Lin Shixue does not exhibit the inner conflict that Lu Qing and the audience anticipated. As soon as Lu Qing finishes speaking, Lin Shixue calmly begins her response. Devoid of hesitation, I will not forgive him. The torment he inflicted upon me, whether it was intended as training or not, is merely a chapter of my dark childhood. There are countless other grievances unrelated to my illness. He forbade me from playing with friends, even going so far as to physically assault one of them, resulting in a broken leg. I aspired to learn painting and found a teacher through my own efforts. Yet he mocked my teacher, claiming they knew nothing of art, leading to my dismissal. When my poetry won an award, he tore my certificate apart and contacted the organizers to declare my work nonsensical. Whether I sing or dance, regardless of my pursuits, he never once considered supporting me, but rather sought every means to obstruct my endeavors. There are far too many such instances. I have repaid the debt of gratitude for my upbringing. As for reconciliation, it is unnecessary. Lin Shixue speaks with unwavering conviction. It appears she has truly come to terms with her feelings. The wavering heart she once possessed has now found strength. She acknowledges Lin Heng's sacrifices, which she does not deny, thus offering him 5 million as recompense. However, the harm he has caused her remains unforgivable. Had she not grown against the odds, might she have become merely a victim of Lin Heng's love? Even if she were to exist in good health, her spirit would have long lost its vibrancy. What then is the meaning of such an existence? Chapter 36. I call her Lin Shixue. She calls me father. In the hidden room, Lin Heng observes the program, where Lin Shixue, composed and resolute, exudes an air of stubbornness and resilience. His murky eyes brim with a sense of solace. Without his protective presence, his daughter can still thrive. No setback can bring her down. It only fuels her courage. This is the outcome he desired, the result of his meticulous planning. As countless spectators have noted, they can comprehend Lin Heng's necessity for rigorous training to heal Lin Shixue. However, Lin Heng's methods have transcended the boundaries of training, veering into torment, inflicting both physical and psychological harm upon Lin Shixue. The audience is not exaggerating. He could have employed gentler techniques to train her, without resorting to such extremes. Yet, Lin Heng, too, wishes for a gentler approach. Time, however, is not on his side. The doctor has informed him that he has at most 10 years to live. With the usual prognosis being 3 to 5 years, 10 years is merely an exception. This means he has only 3 to 5 years to accompany Lin Shixue. Let's take the median, 5 years. If he does not help Lin Shixue completely overcome her illness and cultivate a strong, independent character within this time frame, what will become of the 8-year-old Lin Shixue after his passing? She is an orphan, without kin or support. Who will care for her? If Xiao Shixue were healthy, it would be a different story. But if her condition remains unchanged, the most likely outcome is a painful demise in an orphanage. Of course, entrusting Xiao Shixue to her biological mother, Lin Shixue, would be the ideal choice. However, given Lin Shixue's appalling attitude toward Xiao Shixue, the likelihood of her caring for her daughter is exceedingly slim. He cannot take that gamble. A lost wager would mean a tragic end for his daughter. After much contemplation, he sees but one option: to rely on himself. He must cure Xiao Shixue's motor neuron disease within 5 years. He must teach her to be independent and face any challenges and setbacks. This is an immense challenge for him, yet he must undertake it. Even if he is branded a madman or called a devil by his daughter, he must press on, for if he does not act, his daughter will have no future. He is her only support. Aside from him, there is no one else to rely upon. From the moment his daughter entered this world, their bond was destined to be unbreakable. After more than 2 years of arduous medical endeavors, many parents who share similar hardships have urged him to give up. Xiao Shixue's illness is deemed incurable. Letting go would be a liberation for both her and him. Xiao Shixue has no future. If he relinquishes her now, he might still have a future. As for children, they can always have more in the future. Is this truly a rational sentiment? What does it mean that Xiao Shixue has no future? What does it mean that he could have a future by letting go? What does it mean that children can be had again later? Have they forgotten the purest voices of their children calling them mom and dad? Have they expended their savings and energy on their child's treatment only to seek abandonment in the end? Can they not see the trust and dependence reflected in their children's eyes? Are they truly indifferent? I, Lin Heng, will exhaust all my resources, even my very life, to save my daughter, Xiao Shixue. I call her Xiao Shixue. She calls me dad. It is as simple as that. In a moment of desperation, Lin Shixue has finally wrought a miracle. She can walk again, and with the most fundamental and instinctive rehabilitation training, there lies a tremendous hope for her complete recovery. What an extraordinary daughter he has. Such an exceptional daughter is bound to create miracles once more. 5 years may seem brief, yet for a 3-year-old girl, it is but a fleeting moment. Lin Heng believes that under his guidance, his daughter will undoubtedly achieve greatness again, even at the tender age of 8. Without her father's protection, she bravely faces life and envisions a promising future. Countless tribulations will only serve as the nourishment for her growth, nurturing her talents. Indeed, he was right. His daughter is truly remarkable. She rises ever stronger in the face of adversity, and her innate talents have blossomed to their fullest potential. She has matured into an individual of exceptional capabilities in every regard. With her business acumen, she combats foreign capital's encroachment, safeguarding numerous domestic industries, stabilizing the market, and seeking happiness for her country and its people. With her literary prowess, she melds the ancient with the contemporary, ushering in a new era of domestic literature, dispelling the winds of westernization and establishing cultural confidence. She seizes the opportunity of revival, showcasing the elegance of her nation through music and attire, prompting others to emulate her. Her love for charity flourishes as she embodies the spirit of thriving against adversity, providing both spiritual and material support to countless children suffering from hardship. Growing ever stronger in the light, Lin Heng finds himself walking the path of life's countdown. In his final words to his daughter, he expresses, "My daughter, you are truly exceptional." At the event, Lin Shixue's resolute declaration leaves Tan Yaoyao feeling a pang of distress. After much internal struggle, Tan Yaoyao ultimately cannot restrain herself any longer and picks up the microphone. "Host, Shixue, may I share my innermost thoughts at this moment?" Tan Yaoyao glances at Lu Qing, seeking Lin Shixue's permission. "Aunt Tan, please go ahead." Lu Qing responds with a smile. "Aunt Tan," Lin Shixue slightly nods in agreement. "Shixue, what I am about to say is not a criticism of you, but rather I feel compelled to express a few thoughts that have been weighing on my heart." Tan Yaoyao looks at Lin Shixue, first establishing her stance. Lin Shixue seems to sense what Tan Yaoyao is about to convey, yet she nods without hesitation. "Shixue, I understand that you have endured immense suffering over the years, and it is only natural to harbor resentment towards Mr. Lin. However, family is family. Mr. Lin is your only kin in this world. If you truly give up now, there may never be another opportunity to see him again. I believe Mr. Lin also feels regret and guilt, and he wishes to convey his struggles through this dialogue, hoping to reconcile with you. If you are willing, I can speak with Mr. Lin right now to communicate on your behalf. Tan Yaoyao gazes at Lin Shixue, her eyes filled with hope. She sincerely wishes for Lin Shixue and Lin Hang to reconcile. Their father-daughter relationship should not culminate in such an ending. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shixue meets Tan Yaoyao's hopeful gaze. Aunt Tan, I understand your sentiments, but at this moment, I truly cannot reconcile with him. Lin Shixue replies apologetically. Alas, Tan Yaoyao sighs in disappointment. Seeing Tan Yuyu's disappointment, Lin Shixue added, Aunt Tan, please continue watching the video. Perhaps you will understand the pain in my heart, which cannot be alleviated by mere familial affection. You may be right. Tan Yuyu's expression darkened as she set down the microphone. Let's watch the video, the host suggested. Lin Shixue glanced at Lu Qing and proposed, shall we? Lu Qing nodded and smiled, saying, let us continue watching the video. Lin Hang's transformation signifies the beginning of Zia Shixue's journey of growth against the light. Let us immerse ourselves in the inspiring process of Zia Shixue's growth. Chapter 37. A father's embrace. The video began to play. A dirt path stretched toward a distant hill. Bathed in the dim light of dawn, two figures, one large and one small, emerged upon the path, Lin Hang and Zia Shixue. The warm breezes of late spring had painted the earth in vibrant green, yet the early morning air still carried a hint of chill. Clad in shorts and a tank top, Zia Shixue, with knee and elbow pads, shivered slightly in the cool breeze. Lin Hang's hair had been cropped short, a mere layer resting atop his head. He wore shorts and a t-shirt, his gaze stern and resolute. He appeared invigorated, though a straighter posture would have enhanced his vitality. Daddy, it's cold, Zia Shixue timidly remarked, glancing at the stern Lin Hang, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. You won't feel cold if you run. Lin Hang zip li in dai feng. Today's goal is 1,000 meters. If you don't finish, you cannot eat. We will return home for a meal only when you complete the run. Daddy, under Lin Hang's cold, stern gaze, Zia Shixue trembled, tears glistening in her innocent eyes. Begin running. Lin Hang showed no signs of compassion, turning away to jog slowly. Watching her father grow increasingly distant, Zia Shixue, despite her fears, dared to follow suit, attempting to run as he did. Thud! The moment Zia Shixue took her first step, her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell to the ground. Though the dirt path was soft and her joints were protected by pads, the fall still stung, compounded by her feelings of injustice. She burst into tears. Daddy wah, Daddy. Yet, Lin Hang seemed oblivious, not even turning back. This only intensified Zia Shixue's sobs, her voice growing hoarse with despair. Still, Lin Hang did not look back. The audience watching the video, across various platforms, was moved to tears. They could not help but voice their outrage at Lin Hang, empathizing with Zia Shixue. This father is utterly heartless. Does he not feel any pain? I could punch him for this. What a disgrace to fatherhood. Zia Shixue, don't cry. Is there not a shred of compassion left in him? A stranger would be kinder. Lin Shixue is right not to forgive him, even if it's training. Must he be so callous? Does he not realize that such indifference can strip a child of their sense of security? Zia Shixue, do not cry. We all love you. As the video continued to show Zia Shixue weeping, Lin Hang's jogging came to a halt. He turned to look back at Zia Shixue, who was now nearly 100 meters away. Her expression remained stoic, unaffected by the tumult around her. Upon witnessing her father's pause, Xiao Shixue's heart seemed to find a modicum of solace. Her sobs diminished slightly, yet she continued to wail, Daddy, hold me, Daddy, hold me. The hoarseness of her cries struck deeply, resonating with the tenderest emotions within each listener. Daddy is here waiting for you. Come to him, Lin Hang's indifferent voice echoed from afar. Damn it, what a pathetic excuse for a father. Is this how one shows love for a child? Who would believe that? He is utterly unworthy of the title. If you do not cherish Xiao Shixue, then give her to me. Why inflict such pain upon her? Should anyone dare to suggest that Lin Shixue ought to forgive her father, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Lin Hang found himself trapped in this predicament. Although he understood that this was intended as training for Xiao Shixue, he could not help but succumb to tears. This is not training. It is a manifestation of psychological disturbance. My heart aches for Xiao Shixue, devoid of a mother, and now faced with such a father. Lu Qing wiped away her tears, casting a glance at Lin Shixue. Noticing that Lin Shixue remained dry-eyed and composed, her expression devoid of any turmoil. Lu Qing was taken aback. However, clarity soon dawned upon her. Lin Shixue had endured far too many such experiences. She had long since developed an immunity to them. Perhaps these minor grievances and pains were trivial in her heart, akin to the mundane act of eating or drinking. What was there to weep about? Feelings of grievance and suffering were utterly inconceivable. Shixue, have you become accustomed to this? Lu Qing inquired, taking a deep breath as she looked at Lin Shixue. Indeed, Lin Shixue responded. Though she felt little in the face of such trivial scenes, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Throughout her life, both in her memories and those forgotten, she had encountered an overwhelming number of such minor grievances and pains. For some children, for some individuals, these small grievances might seem monumental. Yet for me, they are as commonplace as eating and drinking. Although I possess no memory of this particular video, I am certain it is real, for I have traversed through myriad small and large pains. I have endured both physical and emotional suffering, and now, as I reflect upon these moments, my feelings are less about sorrow. Instead, I find admiration for myself. Despite the myriad of hardships and injuries I've faced, I have grown resiliently, evolving into the person I aspire to become. As Lin Shixue spoke, the video paused, drawing the attention of all present upon her. Well done, Lin Shixue. We adore you, Lin Shixue. My goddess is truly exceptional. Sunshine follows the storm. The barrage of supportive messages flooded in as countless viewers rallied behind Lin Shixue. Through the preceding video, a degree of understanding toward Lin Hang had begun to form among the audience, regardless of how much harm he inflicted upon Xiao Shixue. It was ostensibly for her own good, for her health. Yet witnessing Lin Hang's cold-hearted training of Xiao Shixue transformed that understanding into outrage, making his actions incomprehensible. Is there such a thing as training like this? This is not training. It is an act of cruelty against Xiao Shixue. Let us continue to watch the video. Lu Qing exhaled deeply, directing her gaze back to the large screen. The video resumed, revealing Xiao Shixue still in tears, yet gradually realizing that her incessant crying would not summon her father to embrace her. With tears streaming down her face, Xiao Shixue struggled to stand up in search of her father. Slowly, she rose to her feet and attempted to take a step forward. Her legs buckled, and she nearly fell again. Yet, she persevered and took another step. Suddenly, she stumbled once more, collapsing to the ground. Her legs felt utterly powerless. "Daddy, hold me. Daddy, hold me." Xiao Shixue cried out once again, her sobs heart-wrenching. The audience wept openly, their tears flowing freely. If Lin Hang were to appear before them at that moment, they would surely seek vengeance. How dare he claim to love Xiao Shixue in such a situation? Time and again, Xiao Shixue fell and rose again. With each fall, the distance between her and Lin Hang gradually diminished. However, by now, her cries had grown hoarse, and her body was caked in dirt. Her face, streaked with a mixture of tears, sweat, and mud, resembled that of a child just pulled from a mire. Her heart ached deeply. "Don't cry, Xiao Shixue. Be strong. You are the best." And as for the man who stood at a distance, seemingly petrified, he was nothing short of a beast. Chapter 38. How I Wish to Be by Xiao Shixue side. The video accelerated. After countless falls and rises, her voice hoarse and tears dried, Xiao Shixue finally reached Lin Hang. A timer appeared on the screen, 40 minutes. It took her a full 40 minutes to traverse a mere 100 meters, rolling and crawling. A formidable and painful feat for a 3-year-old girl with mobility challenges. "Daddy, hold me." Xiao Shixue stretched out her arms, swaying as she leaned toward Lin Hang. "Daddy, hold me." Her raspy voice reached the ears of every audience member, shattering their emotional defenses and prompting many to weep aloud. Yet, her voice was more melodious than that of an angel. It was the purest and most beautiful sound known to humanity. Lin Hang reached out, catching Xiao Shixue and cradling her in his arms. As she nestled against him, her eyes fluttered shut, surrendering to sleep. She was utterly exhausted, worn out from her tears. As he held the slumbering Xiao Shixue, the sternness on Lin Hang's face softened, tears shimmering in his eyes as he tremulously uttered, "Xiao Shixue, I'm sorry." He then lowered his head slowly, pressing a gentle kiss on her forehead. With that, he began to carry her back home. If Lin Hang had intended to make Xiao Shixue complete the prescribed 1,000-meter goal, he would indeed be a beast. No, he would be worse than a beast. At that moment, passers-by began to rise along the road, including a scavenger. One of them, a child scavenger, dashed toward a nearby heap of garbage. Lin Hang glanced at him, then continued on his way home while holding Xiao Shixue. The audience collectively exhaled, wiping their tears. Xiao Shixue had finally completed her training for the day. Falling asleep was her greatest joy, for otherwise, Lin Hang would have devised even more torment for her. The audience also witnessed Lin Hang's guilt and affection toward Xiao Shixue in the end. However, at this moment, the viewers felt little in comparison. Lin Hang's love appeared rather superficial when juxtaposed with Xiao Shixue's experiences. Lu Qing let out a sigh and paused the video. "Let us take a moment to relax before continuing. I might just have an emotional breakdown." Lu Qing's light-hearted tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. In truth, the sentiments of the audience mirrored Lu Qing's. Should they continue to watch Lin Hang torment Xiao Shixue, they might very well smash their phones, computers, or televisions in frustration. Lu Qing's gaze swept across the room, avoiding any interaction with Lin Shixue, and instead settled on the quietly weeping Tan Yaoyao in the guest seating. "Tan Auntie, you must now comprehend Shixue's feelings." Lu Qing spoke softly, his voice heavy with emotion. "It is not that Shixue cannot let go. It is simply that truly letting go is exceedingly difficult. I do not understand why Lin Hang chooses such an extreme method to train Xiao Shixue. Shouldn't such training be gradual? Is he not afraid of genuinely hurting her, particularly psychologically?" In response to Lu Qing's inquiry, Tan Yaoyao remained silent, tears streaming down her face. The camera lingered on Tan Yaoyao, leaving the audience pondering what she might say and what emotions she harbored within. She was not Lin Hang, and no one sought to confront her. They merely wished to know if she still believed that Lin Shixue ought to forgive him. Tan Yaoyao wiped her tears and steadied her emotions, with Chun Zhihui beside her offering a comforting hand. Eventually, Tan Yaoyao calmed down, her reddened eyes first meeting Lu Qing's, then glancing towards Lin Shixue. With a choked voice, she expressed, "I wish I had been by Xiao Shixue's side back then." Tan Yaoyao did not directly answer Lu Qing's question. She simply shared her thoughts. "I wish I had been by Xiao Shixue's side back then." A simple statement devoid of punctuation, yet conveyed the depth of her heart. She loved Lin Hang. She loved Xiao Shixue. It was as simple as that. Had she truly been by Xiao Shixue's side, her love would undoubtedly have enveloped her, bestowing upon her the love of the entire world. Had she been at Lin Hang's side, her love could have melted his coldness, preventing him from treating Xiao Shixue so harshly. Although in reality, there are no what-ifs in this world, and Tan Yaoyao could not have been present during those moments with Lin Hang or Xiao Shixue. Emotions can transcend time and space, warming every heart. "Tan Auntie," faced with Tan Yaoyao's response, Lu Qing's eyes glistened with tears. Lu Qing did not articulate her feelings with words, for they were too profound to express. Instead, she deeply bowed to Tan Yaoyao, her gratitude palpable as she said, "Thank you, Tan Auntie. How wonderful it would be if you truly were my mother." Lin Shixue gazed at Tan Yaoyao, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke emotionally. After watching the video, Lin Shixue, who had shown little change in expression prior, was now moved to tears. This was a result of being touched by Tan Yaoyao's genuine emotional outpouring and her love. From a young age, She had never experienced maternal love, and as she gradually grew older, her longing for such affection waned. Now, she felt indifferent not only toward maternal love, but also towards paternal love. She believed she could shoulder everything alone. However, the absence of love did not equate to its dismissal. Were she to savor the warmth of a mother's embrace or the tenderness of a father's affection, how could she ever refuse such solace? Thank you. I yearn for it too, Tan Yaoyao said gently, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Lin Shixue, who was also teary-eyed. Mom, Lin Shixue rose, tears streaming down her face as she hurried towards Tan Yaoyao. Upon seeing Lin Shixue approaching, Tan Yaoyao stood up, her own cheeks wet with tears, and opened her arms slowly. Shixue, my daughter, Tan Yaoyao choked out, enveloping Lin Shixue tightly in her embrace. From the moment you first called me Mom, you became my daughter for life. Mom, Mama. Lin Shixue cried out, sobbing uncontrollably in Tan Yaoyao's arms, releasing all her pent-up emotions. Who could claim she did not need maternal love? Who could say she did not yearn for affection? It was simply because she had never known a mother. It was due to the existence of a cold-hearted father. The audience was moved to tears. Countless spectators outside wept as well. Since Lin Shixue first captured the public's attention, she had always been a strong and rational beauty, never having cried as openly as she did now, disregarding her image and weeping profusely. No one laughed at Lin Shixue. Instead, there was an outpouring of compassion and tenderness. Simultaneously, there was joy for her. The maternal love that had been a void in her life had finally emerged, albeit a bit late. But at least it had arrived, and from that moment on, Lin Shixue would no longer be a child devoid of a mother's love. Moreover, her mother was truly wonderful. She would bestow upon Lin Shixue the finest maternal love in the world. In a secluded room, Lin Hang watched the video of Tan Yaoyao and Lin Shixue embracing and weeping, his murky eyes brimming with tears. He murmured softly, "Very good, very good, very good." Chapter 39. Borrowing money. Once the storm of emotions settled, Lin Shixue wiped her tears, and a subtle transformation began to manifest in her demeanor. The contours of her face softened, losing some of their chill, gaining a touch of warmth. Though her appearance remained unchanged, those around her sensed an enhanced beauty. As she took her seat again, Lu Qing smiled and asked, "Shixue, shall we continue watching the video?" Lin Shixue nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed," Lu Qing said, directing her gaze towards the large screen. The audience followed suit, eager to witness how young Shixue had risen against Lin Hang's oppressive harm. Flourishing against the odds, the video resumed. Lin Hang carried little Shixue back home. He first bathed her, and in her semi-conscious state, he completed the task with care. After placing her on her small bed, he tucked the blanket over her upper body, leaving only her legs exposed. Her slender legs revealed no prominent signs of muscle atrophy. Lin Hang retrieved a bottle of medicinal liquor from the cabinet and settled beside little Shixue, pouring a small amount into his hands and rubbing them together before commencing to massage her legs. As the potion ran low, Lin Hang continued to pour a little more and resumed his massage. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited utmost diligence, his expression serious and earnest. Only when Zia Shixue's legs had turned a shade of crimson did he finally cease his efforts. By this time, Lin Hang was drenched in sweat, his face glistening with beads of perspiration. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on the passage of time. After ensuring that Zia Shixue was comfortably covered with a blanket, he tucked away the potion and descended the stairs. Entering the kitchen, Lin Hang began to prepare the meal. From the old refrigerator, he retrieved the ingredients he had prepared earlier: some meat, eggs, a pomfret, and a selection of vegetables. Once everything was in place, he commenced cooking with practiced ease, his culinary skills evident in the fluidity of his movements. As the minutes slipped by, he crafted a delicate steamed egg with minced meat, a fragrant pan-fried pomfret, and a serving of sauté egg greens. After completing the 3 dishes, Lin Hang seated himself at the dining table, meticulously using chopsticks to separate the pomfret's flesh and place it in a small dish. His movements were meticulous. First, he removed the larger, boneless portions before carefully extracting the flesh surrounding the bony edges. Once he had nearly finished, Lin Hang conducted a final inspection for any remaining bones, successfully extracting a minuscule, hair-like fragment. "Good thing I checked," he murmured, drizzling the fish sauce back over the delicate meat. Thus, the process was completed, a testament to his care for Lin Shixue. Witnessing Lin Hang's meticulous attention to detail in deboning the fish, the audience felt a wave of emotion. Though his training methods for Lin Shixue might be considered harsh, his attentiveness in caring for her was undeniably heartfelt. He picked up the dish containing the fish bones and approached the stovetop. Many assumed he intended to discard them. However, Lin Hang set them aside instead. He then took a knife to the cutting board, slicing the prepared potatoes, bell peppers, and cabbage. What would he concoct? The onlookers were momentarily puzzled until Lin Hang tossed all the chopped vegetables into the pan, followed by broth for a hearty stew. It became clear he was preparing a hodgepodge. Yet, his subsequent action left the audience in astonishment. He added the fish bones from the dish into the pot to simmer alongside the stew. The broth in restaurants is also made from fish bones. This should impart a delightful flavor, he mused. Pressing the bones into the liquid with a spatula before covering the pot with a lid, a smile gracing his lips. Having completed this, Lin Hang reduced the heat beneath the pot. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a crumpled cigarette box, revealing 2 wrinkled cigarettes within. It seems it's time to quit. He sighed softly, extracting one and stepping outside. He settled onto a wooden stool at the entrance, flicking a lighter to life and igniting the cigarette. As he took a puff, he gazed at the bright sunshine outside, a contemplative expression illuminating his features. In just over 3 months, little Shixue will be starting kindergarten. It is essential that her meals remain plentiful. It would be prudent to purchase some additional milk. The medicinal wine costs $800 each month, requiring 3 bottles. Furthermore, a small reserve for emergencies should be set aside. As Lin Hang pondered, he muttered to himself, occasionally taking a drag from a cigarette. And I mustn't forget to buy some books for Shixue. As for snacks, it would be wise to forego those. Adding it all up, the monthly expenses amount to approximately $2,000. He estimated that he had less than $1,000 left on him, necessitating a solution. Before Shixue starts school, it is clear he cannot take on a job. Therefore, borrowing money seems the only option. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Hang extinguished the butt and rummaged through his coat pocket, retrieving a small stack of cash. He then began to count it meticulously. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Only 700 yuan notes met his gaze, and disappointment flickered in his eyes. He continued to count the remaining bills, 2 50 yuan notes, followed by 20, 10, 5, and 1 yuan coins, concluding with 3 coins. The total was 947 yuan. After confirming the amount, he carefully tucked it back into his pocket. At this moment, the hearty stew in the pot was nearly ready. Lin Hang rose and returned to the kitchen, lifting the lid to release a fragrant steam. He inhaled deeply and smiled. How delightful! He then took a large bowl and ladled the stew into it. Listening intently, he noted that there was still no sound from upstairs. Lin Hang brought over the steamed egg, fish, and vegetables from the dining table, placing them in the pot to keep warm before covering it again. He then held a large bowl of stew and, after adding 2 scoops of rice from the rice cooker, finally set it on the dining table. As he ate, he glanced at his phone. After browsing for a while, Lin Hang clicked on an advertisement page for online loans. Although there was no close-up, the viewers clearly understood his intentions. Lin Hang was considering an online loan. Everyone immediately grasped his thoughts. Given Lin Hang's circumstances, borrowing from someone was evidently unrealistic, which led him to contemplate online lending. Borrowing $5,000 with a repayment of $7,000 in 6 months, with the option to pay in installments. Not bad, Lin Hang murmured to himself. Without further hesitation, he proceeded with the application process, which took him a good 10 minutes to complete. The funds would arrive within 2 to 3 days, and Lin Hang sighed in relief. Setting his phone aside, he finished the remaining stew in a few bites. At that moment, a voice called from upstairs. "Daddy, I'm coming up." Lin Hang shouted back in a stiff tone, his facial expression shifting rapidly like flipping pages in a book, stern and serious, devoid of a smile. He placed the dishes on the stove and ascended the stairs. Chapter 40. Teaching Shixue Independence, Entering the Bedroom. Lin Hang found Shixue sitting on the bed, tears glistening on her cheeks. Upon seeing him, her face brightened with a smile, and she exclaimed, "Daddy, from today onward, you must learn to dress yourself. Your clothes, pants, socks, and shoes," Lin Hang said, looking at his delighted daughter with a serious demeanor. Lin Hang's serious voice caused the smile on Xiao Shixue's face to vanish instantly, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes once more. The sensitivity of a child's heart, coupled with the morning's experiences, led Xiao Shixue to realize that her father was no longer the same. He no longer treated her as kindly. Lin Hang sat down beside Xiao Shixue. "Daddy, hug," she said, a hint of fear in her voice, yet she stretched out her little arms to seek comfort. "All right," Lin Hang replied without hesitation, wrapping her in his embrace and gently stroking her head. Seemingly reassured by this familiar gesture, Xiao Shixue nestled against her father's shoulder, a smile returning to her face. After a brief moment, Lin Hang gently set Xiao Shixue down and stated seriously, "Daddy will now teach you how to get dressed." "Okay, Daddy," she nodded earnestly. With her father's comforting embrace, Xiao Shixue felt less afraid, the morning's troubles seemingly forgotten. Lin Hang had prepared her clothing in advance, placing it beside the pillow. "This is a little chicken shirt," he said, picking up a white shirt adorned with simple chicken illustrations. "I like little chickens." Xiao Shixue chimed in joyfully, nodding her head. Lin Hang neatly laid out the shirt, pointing to a large chicken depicted on the front. "Remember, the big chicken is in the front. Now, recite the dressing song with me. One piece of clothing has 4 holes. Baby crawls into the big hole. Head pops out of the middle hole. Little hands reach out of the small holes." He recited the nursery rhyme he had learned from his phone, and Xiao Shixue eagerly echoed him, finding it quite delightful. With her innate linguistic talent and the rhyme's suitability for her age, she grasped it quickly. Continuing to guide Xiao Shixue through the 4 holes of the shirt, Lin Hang assisted her in dressing according to the steps of the rhyme, all while observing her understanding gaze. Once she was dressed, he removed the shirt and encouraged Xiao Shixue to try it on herself. This time, he refrained from helping. Discovering the joy in dressing, Xiao Shixue did not ask for her father's assistance. Chanting the dressing rhyme, she attempted to put on the shirt. What appeared simple was, in fact, a challenge for her. After 2 or 3 minutes of effort, she finally managed to dress herself. "Daddy, I'm done," Xiao Shixue exclaimed happily, seeking praise. "Great. Now we'll put on pants," Lin Hang replied. "There's also a rhyme for putting on pants. Pants have a front and back. The front has little pockets, and the legs go to the sides. The left train goes through the tunnel, and the right train goes through the tunnel. Hooray, both trains have passed through the tunnel, and the pants are on." As he recited the rhyme, Lin Hang demonstrated how to put on pants. Xiao Shixue attentively followed along. Pants have a front and back. The front has little pockets, and the legs go to the sides. The left train goes through the tunnel. The right train goes through the tunnel. Hooray! The train has come out, and the pants are on. After demonstrating, Lin Hang removed the pants and encouraged Xiao Shixue to try on her own. Though her legs felt fatigued, their flexibility was comparable to that of any normal child, so she found no difficulty in putting on the pants. Before long, she succeeded. Dressed and ready, Lin Hang proceeded to teach her how to don her socks and shoes. Although putting on socks may appear to be a simple task, little Shixue struggled to align them neatly. Lin Hang decided to overlook this minor detail, believing that as long as she could put them on, she would eventually master the art of neatness. Next came the shoes. The greatest challenge in wearing shoes lay in avoiding the common mistake of putting them on the wrong feet. The shoes resembled little curved boats, each a counterpart to the other. When they faced each other, they whispered secrets, but when turned away, one could imagine them quarreling. As Lin Hang recited a playful rhyme about wearing shoes, he demonstrated the process for Shixue. After putting them on, he removed them and encouraged her to try on her own. After half an hour of practice, Shixue finally donned her attire correctly. "Daddy, Shixue is hungry," she said, her innocent eyes blinking up at him. "All right, let us go downstairs for a meal, but you must walk by yourself. I will support you," Lin Hang replied, gently grasping her small arm. "Okay, Daddy," Shixue nodded earnestly, her little head bobbing in agreement. her morning experiences still resonating in her mind. With Lin Hang's assistance, Shixue slowly made her way down the stairs and into the kitchen. Once seated at the dining table, Lin Hang brought the dishes from the pot and served her a bowl of rice. "Eat by yourself and finish your food," he instructed, his voice steady. Shixue nodded, diligently beginning her meal. After a few bites, she looked up at Lin Hang, her pure eyes filled with curiosity. "Daddy, aren't you eating?" "I have already eaten." Lin Hang ziplit gan li. Shixue nodded, finding nothing amiss in his response. She was genuinely hungry and soon consumed most of her meal. Lin Hang fetched a basin and filled it halfway with water, placing it on the floor. After tidying up her bowl and chopsticks, he directed her, "You will wash your own dishes." To Shixue, the task of washing dishes seemed perfectly reasonable, even exciting. Perhaps it was the innate love for water that every child possesses. To her, washing dishes felt akin to playing with water. Lin Hang demonstrated how to wash the dishes, then allowed Shixue to wash them independently. Once she had finished, Lin Hang encouraged her to use a stool for support as she moved about the house. Meanwhile, he rinsed the dishes she had washed by the sink. Eventually, when Shixue grew weary of walking, Lin Hang suggested they read ancient poetry together. "Today, my dear Shixue, we shall learn a poem. I will read it once, and if you remember it, I will reward you with a bottle of milk. If not, no dinner for you," he said with a serious tone. At the mention of milk, Shixue's eyes sparkled with delight. She adored milk, but her father seldom indulged her, and during their time in the hospital, she could only gaze enviously at other children enjoying it. "I will read a line, and you will repeat after me," Lin Hang instructed. Lin Hang, "Ode to the Willow Tang, He Zhang." Shixue, "Ode to the Willow Tang, He Zhang." Lin Hang, "A jade tree adorned in high elegance, with countless strands of green silk cascading down." Shixue, "A jade tree adorned in high elegance, with countless strands of green silk cascading down." Lin Hang, unaware of who trimmed the delicate leaves, "The spring breeze in February feels like scissors." In a moment of quiet contemplation, Zaya Shixue recited a couplet. Who knew the delicate leaves were tailored by someone, as the spring breeze of February resembles a pair of scissors? After her father finished reading, Lin Hang glanced at Zaya Shixue and remarked, "Your father is in the kitchen. Whenever you learn it, do tell him." With that, Lin Hang turned and made his way toward the kitchen. As he pivoted, Zaya Shixue, relying on her memory, began to read aloud with a melodious voice. "Ode to the Willow by He Zhang of the Tang Dynasty, dressed in emerald jade." However, she faltered, instinctively glancing towards the kitchen, hoping to seek guidance from her father. "Father," she called out, but was met with Lin Hang's indifferent response from the kitchen. "If you forget, don't expect to drink milk." Instantly, Zaya Shixue felt a wave of grievance wash over her, threatening to bring forth tears. Yet, she was acutely aware that her father had indeed changed. With tears glistening in her eyes, she dared not continue to cry out. She held back her emotions, repeating the line she had just recited, but the subsequent verses eluded her memory. The audience, both inside and outside the scene, began to murmur among themselves. Isn't Lin Hang being a bit excessive, expecting Zaya Shixue to memorize it after a single reading? Even a genius cannot accomplish that. While I felt a sense of admiration for Lin Hang's dedication to Zaya Shixue, I couldn't help but think he was being overly impatient. He truly meant well, but I couldn't quite articulate my thoughts. His fervor was commendable. Yet Zaya Shixue was merely a 3-year-old child. As the video continued, Zaya Shixue remained at a loss for the following lines. She occasionally glanced toward the kitchen, but lacked the courage to step inside and inquire, devoid of even the will to protest. The spectators felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. It was clear what Lin Hang intended to achieve, especially following the poignant monologue he had delivered earlier, which had brought tears to many eyes. Yet, this impatience would only inflict lasting emotional scars upon Zaya Shixue. "Do you have any recollection of this moment?" Lu Qing inquired of Lin Shixue. "No," Lin Shixue shook her head, her expression complex as she replied, "I never anticipated he would teach Zaya Shixue in such a manner." Lu Qing, intrigued, asked, "What is your current sentiment?" In Lin Shixue's memory, there were no images of Lin Hang guiding her. Instead, she recalled instances of him causing her pain, often exhibiting a cold, unfeeling demeanor. However, it now seemed she had overlooked many aspects. Complex, yet moving, Lin Shixue answered slowly. She did not feign a response to Lu Qing's question, but spoke her heart sincerely. If behind the hurt he inflicted, there were such efforts, I may have harbored resentment then, but as I grew older, I would never hold hatred towards him. I wished to witness the entirety of the memories he has shared. If I was indeed mistaken, I would kneel and seek his forgiveness, not for my own sake, but for his. Lin Shixue added emphatically, her tone resolute and unwavering. Faced with Lin Shixue's powerful declaration, Lu Qing's lips moved as if to speak. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, the topic shifted, and we continued onward. Would little Shixue be able to recite Ode to the Willow to earn her milk? On the large screen, it appeared that Shixue had abandoned her attempt to recall the poem, sitting quietly on a small stool, tears streaming down her cheeks. A willow tree, towering above a person, with countless slender branches cascading down like a grand umbrella, its catkins fluttering delicately in the breeze and falling upon the water's surface where fish frolicked together. The beauty of spring was truly breathtaking. Suddenly, a melodious reading resonated from the kitchen, reaching Shixue's ears. The tearful Shixue, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I've remembered." She eagerly began to recite, Ode to the Willow, by He Zhizhong of the Tang Dynasty. Dressed in jade, a tree stands tall, with thousands of strands cascading green silk. Upon reaching this point, Shixue again forgot the subsequent lines, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the kitchen. Her innocent heart did not perceive that her father was teaching her. She merely wished to recall the remaining verses from his voice. Spring had arrived, and the little tree had sprouted delicate leaves, so lovely indeed. Who might have pruned it? Perhaps it was the swallows returning in the spring breeze. The little swallows are so adorable. Their tails resemble tiny scissors. Once more, Lin Hang's voice echoed from the kitchen, rekindling Shixue's excitement as she recited the next two lines. Who pruned the delicate leaves? The February spring breeze is like scissors. As soon as she finished, Shixue turned toward the kitchen, joyfully shouting, "Daddy, I remember." Just as she took a few steps, she turned back to grab her stool, using it to propel herself towards the kitchen. Lin Hang emerged, observing the excited Shixue approaching while holding onto the stool, and skeptically asked, "You remembered so quickly?" "Yes, Daddy, I remembered," Shixue affirmed with a nod. She then began to recite once more, Ode to the Willow, by He Zhizhong of the Tang Dynasty. Dressed in jade, a tree stands tall, with thousands of strands cascading green silk. Upon reaching the next part, she faltered. Looking at her father's serious expression, her eyes reddened, and she plaintively said, "Daddy, I really did remember. This is what it means to remember." Lin Hang's tone grew stern as he turned back towards the kitchen. "Daddy," Shixue called, watching his angry figure retreat. Tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I truly remembered," she murmured softly. "Ode to the Willow, by He Zhizhong of the Tang Dynasty. Dressed in jade, a tree stands tall, with thousands of strands cascading green silk. Who pruned the delicate leaves? The February spring breeze is like scissors." "Where did the scissors go?" "They were just here. Let me look for them." Lin Hang's voice came from the kitchen. "The February spring breeze is like scissors." Shixue shouted towards the kitchen, wiping her tears. Seeing that her father did not come out, she began to recite again. Ode to the Willow, by He Zhizhong of the Tang Dynasty. Dressed in jade, a tree stands tall, with thousands of strands cascading green silk. Who pruned the delicate leaves? The February spring breeze is like scissors. "Daddy, I really can do it," Shixue shouted once more. Only then did Lin Hang step out of the kitchen, looking at Shixue calmly and saying, "Recite it for me again." Ode to the Willow, by He Zhizhong of the Tang Dynasty. Dressed in jade, a tree stands tall, with thousands of strands cascading green silk. Unbeknownst to whom the delicate leaves are tailored, the spring breeze of February resembles a pair of scissors. Little Shixue recited the poem once more. Lin Hang nodded slightly and said, "Well, since you have memorized it, I shall take you to buy some milk. For every poem you remember each day, I will buy you a bottle of milk." Lin Hang added, Daddy, I will do my best, little Shixue exclaimed with excitement. All right, let's go buy the milk. Lin Heng took little Shixue's tiny hand, and together they stepped out of the house. Although Lin Heng discreetly supported her, little Shixue still found walking a bit challenging. Nevertheless, her face radiated joy, her thoughts entirely consumed by the prospect of acquiring milk. The duo, one large and one small, their hands intertwined, gradually melded into the narrow alley. Chapter 42, Physical Comparison. The scene shifted. Once again, Lin Heng was seen holding little Shixue's hand. However, this time, little Shixue held a bottle of pure milk in her grasp. With Lin Heng's assistance, she took little sips of milk as they made their way home, occasionally nibbling on the straw, reluctant to drink too much. It was evident that little Shixue cherished this bottle of milk greatly. They meandered back home slowly. Little Shixue shook the milk bottle in her hand, hearing the soft, rustling sound. There was still milk left, and a look of contentment spread across her face. Go to your room and draw. Daddy will hoe the ground at the door. You will be able to see me from the window. Just call out if you need anything, Lin Heng instructed little Shixue. Okay, Daddy, she replied obediently with a nod. Lin Heng led little Shixue upstairs and into her room. During the day, do not draw on the bed. Use the desk instead. Lin Heng pointed to the desk by the window and continued. All the drawing supplies are at the bottom of the wardrobe. You can take them yourself. You go hoe the ground. Daddy, Shixue will be good. Little Shixue responded like a little adult, waving her hand while sipping a small mouthful of milk. Lin Heng said nothing further, turned, and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Outside the door, Lin Heng did not leave immediately. He stood listening for any sounds from within, not sensing anything unusual from little Shixue. He finally descended the stairs, picked up a hoe, and approached a small neglected patch of land by the doorway. Lin Heng planned to cultivate this area to grow some vegetables. This way, not only would he save on groceries, but they could also enjoy fresh produce. As Lin Heng worked, he occasionally glanced up at the window to check on little Shixue. From below, he could see her sitting at her desk, her head slightly bowed as she diligently painted. The wildflowers in the glass vase on the desk swayed gently in the breeze, and beside the vase sat little Shixue's milk. Time passed with each fleeting second, and before they knew it, the sun had reached its zenith, marking the end of the morning. Lin Heng had cleared a considerable portion of the patch. Inside, little Shixue had ceased her drawing. Now bored, she interacted with the wildflowers in the vase, even painting on their petals. Lin Heng, having completed his labor, returned home to prepare lunch. Little Shixue's meal consisted of 2 dishes and a soup, a chicken leg and a plate of pumpkin, accompanied by a small bowl of pork rib and mushroom soup. Lin Heng prepared a similar meal for himself, featuring pumpkin and pickled vegetables, alongside the same pork rib and mushroom soup. However, his ribs and mushroom soup contained only broth, with the ribs and mushrooms residing in Shixue's bowl. Once the meal was served, Lin Heng ascended the stairs to call Shixue for dinner, guiding her down. At the dining table, Lin Heng instructed Shixue to eat her meal thoroughly, emphasizing that nothing should be wasted. Shixue nodded and began to eat. Lin Heng, experienced engaging her appetite, ensured that the portions served were manageable for her. Before Shixue finished her meal, Lin Heng had already completed his. As was customary, he required Shixue to wash her own dishes. Once everything was tidied up, Lin Heng took Shixue upstairs for a midday rest. After their nap, Lin Heng decided to take her outside. Shixue, didn't you just learn the ancient poem ode to the willow today? Let us go see the willow trees and take a dip by the river to save on water expenses, Lin Heng said to her. All right, Shixue replied, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Heng carried a faded backpack while leading her, adorned with a similarly aged sun hat. As they walked along the dirt path used for morning exercises under the afternoon sun, although Lin Heng discreetly supported her, after a short distance, Shixue expressed her fatigue and requested to be carried. Yet, Lin Heng coldly retorted, you can either hold my hand and continue walking, or stay here and cry. His icy tone startled Shixue, causing fear to flicker in her pure eyes. She felt a bit intimidated by Lin Heng. Without allowing her a moment to respond, he tightened his grip on her arm, gently lifting her as he moved forward. After covering some more ground, Xiao Shixue halted again, tears welling in her eyes. "Daddy." "Shixue is tired," she whimpered. "Almost there," Lin Hang reassured, pointing to a patch of vegetables beyond the dirt path, where a small stream lay adjacent. Though modest in size, this stream served as the sole water source for the impoverished village, providing water for its residents and irrigating the vegetable fields. A few willow trees swayed in the breeze nearby, their fluff drifting down occasionally. "Once we reach the vegetable patch, I will carry you," Lin Hang added. Encouraged by his words, Xiao Shixue resumed her pace, though it was primarily Lin Hang who exerted the effort, pulling her along. Xiao Shixue's feet could hardly carry her any further. Upon reaching the vegetable patch, Lin Hang finally crouched down to lift Xiao Shixue onto his back, carefully traversing the ridge towards the stream. "Thank you, Daddy," she said, her small hands wrapping around Lin Hang's shoulders, a smile finally brightening her face. Upon arriving by the stream, beneath the willow trees, Lin Hang set Xiao Shixue down and said, "This is the willow tree. Ode to the Willow is a poem about it. Recite it again for me." Xiao Shixue earnestly recited, "The jade is adorned into a towering tree, with countless green tendrils cascading down. Who crafted the delicate leaves? As the spring wind of February resembles scissors." Indeed, the jade in a towering tree refers to the color of the willow. Observe the leaves, they are green. The newly sprouted ones are light green, and as they mature, they will deepen into a darker green. As Lin Hang spoke, he plucked a willow leaf and handed it to Xiao Shixue. She received the leaf and examined it with curiosity. The phrase 10,000 strands hanging down like green silk ribbons referred to the willow branches that draped gracefully, resembling beautiful green ribbons. The line "Who pruned these delicate leaves?" The spring breeze in February acts like scissors illustrated the arrival of spring, as the gentle breeze coaxed new green buds from the trees, perfectly trimmed as if by shears. Although Xiao Shixue may not fully comprehend Lin Hang's words, the tangible presence of the willow deepened her understanding of the poem Ode to the Willow. "Let us play here for a while, and then we could take a dip," Lin Hang suggested to Xiao Shixue. "Dad, may I go over there to pick a few flowers?" "The ones at home are almost wilted," Xiao Shixue inquired, her gaze drawn to a cluster of wildflowers in the distance. "Of course," Lin Hang replied with a nod. With his permission, Xiao Shixue slowly approached the blooming wildflowers. As she reached the flowers, joyfully extending her hand to gather them, an unexpected accident occurred. Chapter 43. Falling into the water. "Ah, Daddy!" Xiao Shixue's legs faltered, and her body toppled into the flower patch, rolling into the nearby stream. Panic-stricken, she began to cry loudly. Xiao Shixue, upon seeing her tumble into the stream, Lin Hang surged forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, racing to her side, yet he was still a moment too late. "Dad! Dad!" As Xiao Shixue fell into the icy water, she flailed in terror, crying out for her father. With a splash, Lin Hang jumped into the water, reaching out to grasp the sobbing Xiao Shixue, quickly comforting her. "Do not be afraid. I am here." "Dad!" Once Lin Hang held her. The fear on Xiao Shixue's face began to diminish slightly as she clung tightly to his arm. "It's all right. Daddy is here," Lin Hang reassured her, cradling Xiao Shixue in his arms and gently stroking her head, promising, "Daddy will protect you. There is nothing to fear." "Dad," sob, she continued to cry, holding on to Lin Hang's neck as if fearing he might disappear if she loosened her grip. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." With Lin Hang's soothing words, Xiao Shixue gradually calmed down, her cries growing softer, her fear subsiding. "Stop crying. Daddy will catch you a little fish," Lin Hang said, attempting to shift her focus. Indeed, upon hearing about catching fish, Xiao Shixue ceased her tears, nodding eagerly. "Catch fish. All right, catch fish." Encouraged by Lin Hang's affirmations, she finally relaxed completely. "We'll catch fish while playing in the water." Lin Hang slowly released his hold on Xiao Shixue. After a moment of hesitation, she loosened her grip around his neck. "Do not be afraid." Lin Hang smiled encouragingly. "The water is shallow. I will catch fish with you." The stream was indeed shallow, reaching only to Lin Hang's knees. so Xiao Shixue would not be submerged even if she stood. After Lin Hang's encouragement, Xiao Shixue overcame her fear and began to play in the water with him. As the scene unfolded, onlookers watching the video of Lin Hang and Xiao Shixue splashing in the water began to murmur among themselves. Setting aside the morning scene of Lin Hang training Xiao Shixue, he truly embodies the essence of a good father. The moment when Lin Hang plunged into the water to rescue Xiao Shixue was filled with genuine concern for her well-being. For some reason, witnessing the playful interaction between father and daughter in the water softened my previously harsh feelings towards him. If only Lin Hang could adopt a gentler approach in training Xiao Shixue, it would be most beneficial. Thus far, I am inclined to regard Lin Hang as a commendable father. It seems that his overly extreme training methods have etched a deep impression in Lin Shixue's memory, overshadowing the more tender moments that fail to linger as long. I sincerely hope that Lin Hang continues to treat Xiao Shixue with such care, and that future training sessions are approached with a gentler demeanor. The barrage of comments on the large screen echoed the audience's admiration for Lin Hang. He is indeed an admirable father. Even in poverty, he spares no effort in providing for his daughter's nourishment. Despite his inner turmoil, he feigns indifference for her health. Even in the absence of resources, he strives to nurture her development. Perhaps Lin Shixue is mistaken. Her success is attributed not only to her own efforts, but also significantly to Lin Hang's contributions. In fact, given Xiao Shixue's current situation, there is no need for such extreme training methods to facilitate her recovery. Lin Hang's approach to teaching Xiao Shixue Ode to the Willow is worthy of emulation by all parents. Shixue, I understand that your emotions are quite complex at this moment. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue, smiling gently, but you should feel happy. Your father is not as cold-hearted and unworthy of fatherhood as you may have imagined. Yes, I am very happy, Lin Shixue replied, tears glistening in her eyes as she nodded slightly. These moments stirred memories long overlooked. Oh, what did it remind you of? Lu Qing inquired with curiosity. As their dialogue unfolded, the audience's attention became riveted upon them. It pertains to our meals. Lin Shixue took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. Most of the time, when we dined together, he would have one portion and I would have another. In her youth, she had not perceived any issue with this arrangement. However, as they grew older, their shared meals became less frequent, and he often dined away from home. Thus, she never considered there to be a problem with their dining situation. Yet upon viewing the earlier video, the realization dawned upon her. He had always reserved the best for her, or rather, prepared nutritious and palatable meals specifically for her, while he subsisted on pickled vegetables, leftover fish bones, and coarse vegetables. It was not that he neglected his own well-being. It was merely a matter of circumstance. How I wish I had recognized this sooner. As Lin Shixue concluded, her voice choked with emotion. Go, Shixue. You are amazing. Don't cry. Shixue, we love you. The audience rallied together, offering their encouragement to Lin Shixue. Host, I have something to say. At that moment, a male spectator in the front row stood up, raising his hand to catch Lu Qing's attention. Lu Qing signaled for the staff to pass the microphone to him. Hello, host. I have something to express, the male spectator declared loudly, directing his gaze at Lu Qing. The atmosphere grew hushed as the audience fell silent in anticipation of his words. Please go ahead, Lu Qing smiled, inviting him to speak. Greetings, everyone. I'm Zhang Guohao, an ordinary executive. Allow me to introduce myself before I express my opinions. I come from a happy family, and my parents have provided me with an excellent education. Thus, I have not endured a childhood as dark as Lin Shixue's. However, I wish to convey this. Lin Shixue, you are not at fault. Zhang Guohao declared emphatically. As it stands, I do not dispute the fact that Lin Hang loves his daughter, yet the harm inflicted upon little Shixue is undeniable. The shadows of her childhood were cast by Lin Hang. Why should love excuse such transgressions? My stance is clear. Wrong is wrong, and when one errs, they must face the corresponding consequences. Whether Lin Shixue chooses to forgive her father is her prerogative. No one has the right to impose moral constraints upon her. Having concluded my statement, Zhang Guohao handed the microphone back to the staff and calmly seated himself. In the wake of Zhang Guohao's perspective, the audience fell into a momentary silence, seemingly reflecting on his words. After a pause, Lin Shixue looked toward Zhang Guohao and replied calmly, "Your viewpoint does not represent my thoughts, but you are correct in one regard. Throughout my life, I have pursued freedom and the life I desire. Therefore, I do not require anyone to instruct me on how to proceed. If I have erred, I shall seek forgiveness from my father. If I am innocent, I shall not be coerced into actions that betray my conscience. From the videos I have seen, my father has been strict at most, but it cannot be said that he has harmed me. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhang." Lin Shixue expressed her gratitude, adjusted her posture, and gazed at the large screen. Chapter 44, Little Shixue's Painting. In the video, Lin Hang and Little Shixue have emerged from the water. Lin Hang efficiently dries off the droplets from Shixue before swiftly carrying her home. Upon their return, Lin Hang first changes Shixue into clean clothes and dries her hair, allowing her to rest in bed. Only then does he descend to change his own attire. After changing, Lin Hang rummaged through the kitchen cabinets until he discovered a small bottle of medicine, carefully examining the inscription. Pearl powder. Confirming its identity, Lin Hang prepared a small bowl of water infused with the pearl powder and ascended the stairs. Upstairs, Little Shixue lay in bed, still awake, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Drink some water and then sleep," Lin Hang said, offering her the warm water infused with pearl powder. Little Shixue accepted the water and gulped it down. "Sleep now. When you awaken, all will be well," Lin Hang reassured her, taking the bowl and stepping out. The pearl powder possesses calming effects, typically administered to frightened children, yielding excellent results. Once a child sleeps and awakens, they are generally restored to their former selves. Observing some viewers in the comments questioning what pearl powder is, its purpose, and why Lin Hang administered it to Little Shixue, wondering if it is a substance that controls one's mind, most of these inquiries came from Lin Shixue's fans abroad. Lu Qing quickly interjected with an explanation. If she did not clarify, some might genuinely believe that Lin Hang was using medication to exert control over Little Shixue. After descending, Lin Hang first made his way to the water source in the courtyard to wash the clothes belonging to both himself and Shixue. As the hour was still early, Lin Hang ventured to the vacant plot at the entrance to till the soil. Time flowed steadily, and as dusk approached, he returned home to prepare dinner. The scene shifted swiftly, from Lin Hang descending the stairs to wash clothes to him completing the evening meal. Barely a few seconds of video elapsed. It was then that he ascended the stairs to rouse Xiao Shixue. After a brief slumber, Xiao Shixue appeared significantly more refreshed. With Lin Hang's gentle guidance, she slowly made her way downstairs to dine. Once the meal concluded, as was customary, Lin Hang instructed Xiao Shixue to wash the dishes herself. After she finished, he took over the task of scrubbing the dishes, rinsing off those she had washed. Meanwhile, Xiao Shixue moved freely about the house. An hour later, Lin Hang led her back upstairs, where night had already enveloped the surroundings. The impoverished village lacked decorative lighting. Peering out the window revealed only the faint glow of scattered street lamps in the alley and a few hurried pedestrians returning home. "Xiao Shixue, you can draw for a while. Daddy will rest, and then read you a picture book," Lin Hang instructed. He reclined against the bed, closing his eyes to rest, no longer attending to her. Xiao Shixue, clutching the edge of the bed, sought out her drawing materials. Once procured, she settled onto her small bed and earnestly began to draw at her little table. Soon, Lin Hang's rhythmic snoring filled the air as he drifted into slumber. Hearing the sound, Xiao Shixue glanced up briefly before returning to her artwork. Witnessing this tender moment, the audience could not help but feel a pang of empathy. Lin Hang appeared utterly exhausted. Observing his condition, it was evident that his health was not at its best. As time passed, Xiao Shixue completed a drawing and climbed from her small bed to the larger one, gently shaking Lin Hang's arm. Daddy, I'm done with my drawing." With her persistent nudging, Lin Hang finally opened his eyes. "Let me see," he said, turning his gaze to the artwork in her hands. It depicted a grand willow tree, its leaves of vibrant green, surrounded by a patch of grass adorned with blooming flowers. Beneath the willow stood 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, standing closely together. The audience's eyes sparkled with admiration upon seeing Lin Shixue's creation. What a remarkable talent for painting, they exclaimed. It is truly astonishing that such beauty could be crafted by a mere 3-year-old. Why? How is it that Lin Shixue did not become a painter later on? The audience pondered this question, marveling at Lin Shixue's evident artistic prowess. With even a modicum of guidance, she would undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional artist. The gaze of the spectators naturally turned towards Lin Shixue, including Lu Qing. Among the numerous introductions of Lin Shixue, there was no mention of her artistic abilities. Had she chosen to abandon this path later on? At that moment, Lin Shixue did not address the audience's curiosity and remained focused on the large screen. "What have you drawn, Lin Shixue?" "Share it with Daddy," Lin Hang prompted. "Daddy, this is the willow tree. Beside it is the grassy meadow with wildflowers. And beneath the willow are Mommy, Daddy, and Lin Shixue. I believe Mommy would want to be with us too," Lin Shixue replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Oh no, I forgot to draw the stream. Beside them, there should be a small stream. Father, I shall first sketch the stream." With these words, Lin Shixue climbed onto the small bed, preparing to draw the stream. Lin Hang's gaze drifted towards the pitch-black night outside the window, his eyes deep and filled with a sense of weariness. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Perhaps Lin Shixue's drawing had led him into a reverie, reminiscing about her mother, Lu Shue. In truth, the most detestable figure in this scenario is undoubtedly Lu Shue. She is unworthy of the title of parent. Ever since Lin Shixue's birth, she has shown no interest in her daughter, truly cold-hearted. If she didn't care for Lin Shixue, she should never have given birth. I wish Lu Shue would meet with an accident on the road. Her existence is a mere waste of resources. I wonder if Lu Shue is watching the program. Surely, she must feel too ashamed to face Lin Shixue. Does she ever reflect on her choices? Regret? Nonsense. Has she not married into wealth, living a life of luxury, indulging in all the pleasures? As the audience outside expressed their outrage through comments, host Lu Qing suddenly heard a voice from the staff. Upon receiving the message, Lu Qing was momentarily stunned, her face reflecting astonishment. Lu Shue is coming to the scene. Lu Qing's immediate reaction was one of shock and disbelief. How could Lu Shue dare to show up, unafraid of the scorn she would face? If she dares to appear, she might just become the headline in tomorrow's news, reviled by millions. Yet astonishingly, Lu Shue is indeed coming. What could her purpose be? Is she here to seek forgiveness from Lin Shixue, or perhaps to assert her innocence? Regardless of her intentions, it must be said that she possesses remarkable courage. Taking a deep breath and gathering her emotions, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue and slowly said, "Shixue, I have news to share with you. The staff just conveyed a message that a special guest will be arriving at the scene." Lu Qing's tone was somewhat heavy, deliberately withholding the identity of the visitor. Lin Shixue began to form a guess. She inhaled sharply, candidly admitting to herself that she had never envisioned a scenario in which she would meet her mother. "Is it Lu Shue?" Lin Shixue fixed her gaze on Lu Qing and slowly spoke. "Yes, it is Lu Shue," Lu Qing confirmed with a nod, her tone measured. Chapter 45. Danger, Lu Shue is coming. What do you mean Lu Shue is coming? Goodness. Both the audience inside and outside the venue were left speechless. Soon, the atmosphere shifted to one of chaos. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, voicing their opinions. She dares to come. Surely, she won't attempt to justify herself. This is going to be entertaining. Who gave her the audacity to show her face here? Does she truly believe Lin Shixue would forgive her? This is perfect. The world will finally see her true colors. I refuse to believe she could pull a reversal like Lin Hang. A shameless woman. Is she not aware of the consequences of her actions? Had Lu Shue chosen to remain absent, the audience might have held back their criticism out of respect for Lin Shixue. Yet, Lu Shue has taken the initiative to appear, seemingly seeking to explain herself or even reconnect. Is it not driven by an interest in Lin Shixue's current achievements? Certainly, there are some rational viewers who believe that Lu Shue possesses the courage to arrive, indicating she has likely prepared herself psychologically. However, the true purpose of Lin Shixue remains unclear to the audience. Is she here to confess to Lin Shixue and seek forgiveness, perhaps even to acknowledge their familial ties? If that is the case, she must present compelling reasons. Otherwise, she will not be able to win over the audience, let alone gain Lin Shixue's forgiveness. Could it be that she is drawn to Lin Shixue's wealth? It is worth noting that Lin Shixue is currently the richest woman in Longhua, with her wealth, business, and connections spanning the globe. Although Lin Shixue is a wealthy lady, she appears to seek nothing in particular. At present, no one can decipher Lin Shixue's intentions. Nonetheless, there are viewers actively gathering intelligence on Lin Shixue, including information about her husband, Zhang Ji. Shixue, what do you need me to do? Just let me know. Lu Qing said to Lin Shixue sincerely. I do not require anything, Lin Shixue replied, her expression remaining largely unruffled. I am not afraid to confront anyone. If Lin Shixue has come, then she has come. She is not a fearsome beast. As she spoke, Lin Shixue's gaze drifted once more to the large screen. Little Shixue has just completed her drawing of the stream. She presented it to Lin Heng with delight. Daddy, I have finished the stream drawing. Little Shixue cheerfully handed the artwork to Lin Heng, sweetly adding, This is for you, Daddy. Thank you, little Shixue, Lin Heng said, gently ruffling her hair. Please fetch the picture book. We shall begin our story. As his tone shifted to seriousness, he continued, I will narrate the story once, and then you will retell it to me. If you articulate it clearly, I will read another picture book tomorrow. Little Shixue nodded obediently, carefully climbing down from the bed and making her way to the cabinet to retrieve the picture book. Lin Heng's stern expression filled her with a hint of trepidation. Returning to the bed with a picture book in hand, little Shixue presented it to Lin Heng. The book is titled There is Danger, she announced. The green cover adorned with a cartoon chicken wearing a safety helmet. Lin Heng had read this book to her many times before, although little Shixue cannot read. The vibrant and engaging illustrations left her with a general recollection. Very well, let us commence our reading, Lin Heng said, pointing to the 3 bold black characters on the cover as he slowly pronounced, There is danger. After finishing, he turned to the first page. The illustration depicted a large, fluffy yellow chick alongside a smaller brown hen. Lin Heng read rhythmically. On the weekend, mother prepared to take the fluffy chick to the park. Turning the page, they observed the fluffy chick entering an elevator, with the mother hen speaking to it. Lin Heng narrated, the fluffy chick excitedly dashed into the elevator, bouncing joyfully. Fluffy chick, do not jump, it is dangerous. Turning the page again revealed several small animals, with the fluffy chick running ahead while the mother chased behind. Lin Heng continued. The streets were bustling with people, and the fluffy chick ran swiftly. Fluffy chick, do not run, it is dangerous. As Lin Heng read page by page, little Shixue listened intently. The content of the picture book was not lengthy, concluding in approximately 3 to 4 minutes. Lin Heng handed the book back to little Shixue, saying, Now, please read it yourself. Lin Shixue took the picture book and began to read from the cover with great enthusiasm. It's dangerous. She turned the page. On the weekend, Mama planned to take Meng Meng Chicken to the park. She turned the page again. Meng Meng Chicken joyfully dashed into the elevator, bouncing with glee inside. Meng Meng Chicken, don't jump. It's dangerous. She turned the page. There are many people on the street, and Meng Meng Chicken ran swiftly. Meng Meng Chicken, don't run. It's dangerous. Lin Shixue read with utmost seriousness, and her accuracy was commendable. Although this was not her first encounter with a picture book, her ability to read correctly while following the images reflected her remarkable linguistic talent. Lin Shixue completed the book page by page. Papa, I finished reading, she exclaimed happily, looking at Lin Heng. Well, tomorrow I will read to you again, Lin Heng replied, gently patting Lin Shixue's head. Now, let us wash your face and brush your teeth before bed. Lin Heng stood up and led Lin Shixue downstairs for their evening routine. After they finished washing up, they returned to the room. Lie down and cover yourself with a blanket. Papa is going to turn off the lights, Lin Heng said as he watched Lin Shixue settle under the covers. Once she was comfortably tucked in, he turned off the lights and lay down on the large bed. The room fell silent, with the soft glow of the streetlights filtering in through the window and wildflowers swaying outside. In the tranquil room, Lin Shixue's steady breathing gradually filled the air. Although she had taken a nap in the afternoon, the day's physical and mental exertion had exceeded her young capacity. Moreover, children aged 3 or 4 generally require ample sleep. Lin Shixue drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, the room's lights switched on. Lin Heng climbed out of bed and glanced at the already sleeping Lin Shixue. He walked over to adjust her blanket before retrieving a notebook and a pen from the top shelf of the cupboard. He turned off the light and exited the room. Descending the stairs, he settled at the kitchen table, spreading the notebook open before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to write. Lin Shixue's training has officially commenced. Although the process is arduous, she has persevered. Truly a wonderful child. Today, Lin Shixue had a good appetite, finishing everything prepared for her. She learned a classical poem, Ode to the Willow, mastering it after just one reading. The process was slightly convoluted, yet she excelled remarkably. Lin Shixue has a fondness for milk, which is excellent. It is nutritious and healthy. In the afternoon, I took her to the creek to observe the willow trees, enhancing her understanding of Ode to the Willow. However, an unfortunate incident occurred. She tumbled into the water. I was genuinely frightened, but thankfully, everything turned out fine. I then comforted the startled Lin Shixue and played with her in the water. The water was a bit chilly, but the doctor mentioned that external stimuli are beneficial for her recovery. Upon returning home, I gave Lin Shixue some pearl powder, and, thankfully, she was not overly frightened and slept soundly. Before bed, Lin Shixue read the entire picture book, It's Dangerous, flawlessly. Absolutely fantastic. Chapter 46. An alarm was raised as dawn broke. 2 figures, one large and one small, stood against the cool breeze along the dirt path leading to the small hill in the impoverished village. The scene gradually becomes clearer, revealing Lin Heng and Lin Shixue. Unlike yesterday, Lin Shixue is bound by a rope at her waist, the other end tethered to Lin Heng. Lin Shixue, having endured hardships, understands that only through suffering can one rise to greatness. That hardship is a prerequisite for becoming an athlete. Lin Heng gazes at Lin Shixue, his expression stern. Father. Lin Shixue says, fear evident in her eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. Shixue does not wish to be an athlete. The events of the previous morning have cast a shadow upon her heart. What is wrong with being an athlete? At least one remains healthy. Lin Heng retorts with a scoff. Let us begin. Father run. He shows no intention of consulting Lin Shixue, turning away to jog slowly. Watching her father's retreating figure, Lin Shixue bursts into tears, yet, amidst her sobs, she tentatively takes a few steps. To her surprise, she does not fall. This seems to embolden her, and she presses on. Suddenly, her legs give way, and she collapses to the ground. Father, father, she cries, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Heng halts, turning back to face her. Rather than offering comfort, he coldly commands, get up and continue running. Only upon completing today's task can you rest. Father, hold me. Father, hold me, it hurts. Lin Shixue wails on the ground, pleading for an embrace. The scene plays out once more, leaving both onlookers and spectators profoundly affected. They understand that Lin Heng is training Lin Shixue, prioritizing her physical well-being. Yet, witnessing her helpless cries stirs their hearts, inciting them to condemn Lin Heng as inhumane. Could he not employ a gentler approach to training her? Must he resort to such extreme measures? Clearly, this harsh training method is inflicting emotional harm upon Lin Shixue. Regardless of the spectator's harsh and venomous words, the video continues to capture Lin Shixue's tears, and under Lin Heng's indifferent urgings, she stumbles along behind him, crying. As time passes, the dirt path becomes increasingly populated with early risers, scavengers, vegetable farmers, and villagers. Lin Shixue's heart-wrenching sobs are impossible to ignore. Moreover, with a rope binding her to Lin Heng, she resembles a dog on a leash. The immediate thought among passers-by is that Lin Heng is abusing Lin Shixue. There is a significant chance she is not even his daughter, but perhaps a victim of human trafficking. At last, a tall villager clad in blue cannot bear to watch any longer. He approaches Lin Heng, raising his voice in inquiry. What is going on here? Is she truly your daughter? I am training my daughter. Mind your own business, Lin Hang responds coldly. Training? Is this what you call training? You are treating her like a dog. This is child abuse. The villager retorts, now furious. If you do not clarify this, I will call the police. He seems wary of provoking Lin Hang further. The villager clad in blue took a few steps back and then shouted, Everyone, come over here. I believe he is a trafficker. Encircle him and prevent his escape. The onlooking farmers and villagers immediately converged, surrounding Lin Hang, their fierce gazes fixed upon him. A few of the farmers even tightened their grips on their hoes, ready to strike should Lin Hang dare to harm anyone. The sudden gathering of so many people startled Shixue, causing her to forget her tears as she stammered in fear, Bad man, let go of my daddy. Upon hearing her words, a villager turned to her with a puzzled expression, asking, Little one, is he truly your father? He is my father, Shixue affirmed confidently. What's his name? The villager pressed. Daddy, she replied without hesitation. I mean his real name, he clarified. A flicker of confusion crossed Shixue's eyes before she resolutely stated, He is my daddy. The villager scratched his head, abandoning the effort to communicate further with Shixue, and turned to the others, suggesting perhaps we should call the police. After a brief discussion, the villagers agreed. The speaking villager took out his phone and dialed the emergency number. Lin Hang felt unfazed by the call. After all, he was not a trafficker nor a genuine child abuser. Surely, the police would not arrest him. You've already called the police. Could you please clear the way? My daughter's training must continue, Lin Hang remarked coldly. Continue training? The blue-clad villager scoffed derisively. Old man, do you believe I wouldn't knock you out with a single punch? You wouldn't dare, Lin Hang retorted nonchalantly. He then maneuvered past the blue-clad youth, encouraging Shixue to move forward. The rope binding them together was pulled taut. The blue-clad youth was momentarily speechless. Lin Hang was correct. He truly did not dare to strike. For if he were to inadvertently kill Lin Hang, he would face imprisonment. Nevertheless, it was evident that Lin Hang could not continue to flee with Shixue. The blue-clad youth once again obstructed Lin Hang's path, glaring at him coldly. You can speak to the police about anything. He sneered. Realizing that training was temporarily out of the question, Lin Hang conceded a halt. Some villagers attempted to untie the ropes binding Shixue, but she vehemently protested, crying out. With no other option, they refrained from untying her. Finally, 2 police officers hurriedly arrived. After a brief inquiry into the situation of Lin Hang and Shixue, the officers dispersed the crowd, instructing Lin Hang to take Shixue to the police car. Is she truly your daughter? Why are you abusing her? Speak truthfully, without concealment. Hiding the truth will only worsen your situation. Her name is Lin Shixue, my daughter. I was training her with the intention of nurturing her to become an athlete. Lin Hang recounted the events plainly. Is this what you call training? How is it any different from abuse? I advise you to confess honestly, or you will face dire consequences. Jing Lan's sharp gaze bore into Lin Hang's eyes as she mocked him coldly. How about this? Lin Hang pondered for a moment and said, All my belongings are at home. You will understand once you accompany me there. Then let us proceed, Jing Lan stated directly, adding a warning to Lin Hang. Do not attempt any tricks, or the consequences will be graver. At home, Lin Hang first led Shixue back to her room to paint before presenting her medical records to Jing Lan. After reviewing the records and the doctor's notes, Jing Lan furrowed her brow and remarked, Even if training your daughter is necessary for her treatment, there is no need for cruelty. Officer, may I pose a question? If I were to live for a few more years, who would care for my daughter? Who would train her or ensure she receives medical attention? Would she lead a good life? Lin Hang's series of inquiries left Jing Lan in silence. The doctor indicated that Lin Hang might have 3 to 5 years left. His tone grew somber. If time were on my side, would I not prefer a gradual approach to training my daughter? If time were plentiful, would I not wish to provide my daughter with a joyful childhood? But there are no alternatives. I must assist my daughter in regaining her health as swiftly as possible. I need to learn to be independent in the shortest time conceivable. She has no other family but me, and I cannot gamble on whether anyone would care for her after my passing. Chapter 47. a carefully woven lie amidst the scene. Lin Shixue broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm so sorry, Pippi." At that moment, the steadfast resolve she had harbored within crumbled. She realized her mistake. She had been wrong all along. Her father had never wronged her nor truly harmed her. He only wished for her swift recovery, so she could lead a better life. It was she who had let her father down. The crowd was moved to tears, and viewers across various platforms empathized with her sorrow. In that instant, everyone grasped the reason behind Lin Hang's extreme training methods for Xiao Shixue and his stringent demand for her to learn various skills. It was because time was no longer on his side. If he did not thoroughly heal Xiao Shixue's ailments and teach her independence, her fate would be far more tragic upon his demise. An orphanage? Would anyone there genuinely care for Xiao Shixue and provide her with parental affection? What if she were still unwell? Who would tend to her? Would she be left to fend for herself? If not the orphanage, would she end up wandering the streets? A 7 or 8-year-old girl in the streets would face unimaginable perils: death by starvation, illness, exposure to the elements, or even attacks by stray dogs. The uncertainties were numerous, and a favorable outcome was difficult to envision. The best scenario might involve her being sent to a welfare institution, but what difference would that make from an orphanage? The most favorable outcome would be for Xiao Shixue to be adopted by a kind-hearted individual. Yet, who could guarantee that her adoptive parents would treat her well and secure a bright future for her? Lin Hang dared not take that gamble, nor did the audience. Anyone who claimed that Xiao Shixue could thrive and achieve greatness after Lin Hang's death was merely deceiving themselves. Even those uttering such words would not believe them. Thus, the only reliable support for Xiao Shixue is her father, Lin Hang, who, in turn, can only rely on himself. In the special guest seats, Tan Yaoyao and Chen Zhihui are also in tears. Tan Yaoyao chokes back her emotions, exclaiming that no one loves Xiao Shixue more than he does. The video segment on the big screen has concluded, freezing the frame on Officer Jing Lan, gazing vacantly at Lin Hang. The barrage of comments on the screen refreshes at an unprecedented speed. "I cried, truly cried. He is a wonderful father. Lin Hang has only 3 to 5 years left to live. No wonder he treats Xiao Shixue this way. Forgive me for having misjudged you. You are truly magnificent. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain, silent yet profound. It is no surprise he appears so aged. His health must be failing. He is indeed a good father, and surely Xiao Shixue no longer harbors resentment towards him. Let reconciliation come swiftly. He is a good father." Upon uncovering the truth, everyone can comprehend Lin Hang's actions, and no one bears a grudge against him. Only admiration remains. The host, Lu Qing, is similarly moved to tears. The truth is, indeed, quite simple. 2 truths emerge. The first pertains to Xiao Shixue's earlier illness. What affliction does she suffer from? Why is it incurable? Later, Dr. Huang provided the answer. Xiao Shixue has a terminal condition, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, with little hope for recovery. Thus, Lin Hang devoted everything to seek medical assistance. The second truth concerns Lin Hang's extreme training regimen for Xiao Shixue. This approach stems from the fact that Lin Hang's days are numbered. He has only 3 to 5 years left. Only such an extreme training method could expedite Xiao Shixue's healing, for he is her sole pillar of support. Without preparing Xiao Shixue for the future, his passing would not only lead to her misfortune, but also render all his previous efforts futile. In a secluded room, Lin Hang senses his consciousness beginning to blur, feeling the passage of life accelerating. Yet he has found peace. Watching his tearful daughter on the program calling out for him, the only regret in his heart dissipates. A faint smile graces Lin Hang's aged face as his lips move gently, whispering, do not cry, sure. I will go find him. I will find my father." In the audience, Lin Shixue wipes her tears, rising with unwavering determination. No one opposes Lin Shixue's resolve. Just as she stands, Lu Qing suddenly recalls something and hastily stops her. "Shixue, wait a moment," Lu Qing calls out. "We have overlooked something." "What is it?" Lin Shixue inquires, her eyes filled with confusion. Lu Qing quickly responds. "Did Lin Hang not say he could only live for 3 to 5 years? How is he still alive now? Huh? With this remark, everyone reacts. Indeed, Lin Hang stated in the video that he could only live for 3 to 5 years. At that time, Xiao Shixue was merely 3 years old, meaning Lin Hang should have passed before she turned 10. Yet, it is evident that Lin Hang is very much alive. This situation presents only two possibilities. Lin Hang has lied, although he is in poor health. There is no immediate threat to his life. Lin Hang was not lying. Rather, a subsequent change prolonged his existence. The precise nature of this situation remains uncertain, and no one dares to draw hasty conclusions. Lin Shixue's expression momentarily froze, and her advancing steps halted. Could Lin Hang be deceiving her? Was his intention merely to mislead Officer Jinglan? Although I am reluctant to doubt Lin Hang, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. It seems premature to visit Lin Hang at this juncture. If he truly has only 3 to 4 years to live, he must be afflicted with a terminal illness. Given his current condition, the likelihood of receiving effective treatment is slim. Surviving a few more years would be remarkable, yet it seems implausible that he has endured thus far. Lin Hang has ensnared the public's sympathy in a web of emotional manipulation. How despicable. It would be prudent to watch the entirety of the video to discern how Lin Hang addresses this matter. If his claims are merely fabrications to evade Officer Jinglan's scrutiny, inconsistencies will undoubtedly surface in other recordings. Should this so-called reconciliation turn out to be a meticulously orchestrated scheme, it would indeed be terrifying. Lin Shixue pondered deeply. The audience present and those watching from outside urged her to reflect carefully before making any decisions. On stage, Lin Shixue displayed signs of inner turmoil. She feared that this might be an elaborate ruse. Yet, she also considered that Lin Hang might have no reason to resort to such deception, if it were a lie. The truth would inevitably emerge, yielding no benefit for him. Observing the conflict and hesitation in Lin Shixue's eyes, Lu Qing contemplated briefly and suggested, "Shixue, perhaps we should wait until we finish watching the video. We might find clarity. I understand your current emotions, but it is essential to ascertain the facts before making any determinations." Taking a deep breath, Lin Shixue endeavored to compose herself and gradually calm down. "Let us first complete the video," she softly articulated, choosing not to elaborate further as she resumed her seat among the guests. Lu Qing addressed the audience with rationality, declaring, "Let us not overinterpret. Although Lin Hang states he can only live for 3 to 5 years, this does not guarantee his demise within that time frame. Our nation's medical research and technology are advancing at an unprecedented pace. Every day, new treatments emerge. Moreover, Lin Hang has 3 to 5 years ahead of him. What is deemed a terminal illness now may, by then, be classified as a common ailment, or perhaps within a few years, an effective remedy will be discovered, extending his life. Thus, we should approach Lin Hang's statements in the video with an objective mindset. The video is not yet concluded. We may soon obtain answers. If his words are merely deceitful, they would serve no purpose in his desire for reconciliation with Shixue. Therefore, let us refrain from rushing to conclusions and continue watching the video. Chapter 48. It's time for kindergarten on a large screen. The scene shifted. Under the dim lights, Lin Hang was at the dining table, penning a diary entry. "This morning, during training, the villagers mistook me for a human trafficker and called the police. Thankfully, Officer Jinglan understood my actions, not only refraining from placing me in a difficult position, but also providing me with 500 yuan. I am grateful to Officer Jinglan and the villagers who reported me. They are all good people." Today, during the training session, Xiao Shixue's condition showed slight improvement compared to yesterday. I firmly believe that with persistent effort over time, she will adapt. She truly is a wonderful child. Xiao Shixue washed the dishes much more thoroughly than before. Her ability to dress herself has also progressed since yesterday. She learned a classical poem, The Ancient Moonlit Journey, after a single reading and some gentle prompts, and she recited it with great emotion. Today, she had the joy of drinking milk once again. In the afternoon, I took her to wade in the creek, securing a rope around her waist for safety. Oh, and I had also tied a rope around her waist during the morning training to prevent her from falling into the ditch. In the evening, I asked Xiao Shixue to help clear the weeds in front of the house. and she was thrilled to spot a butterfly. Before bedtime, she read the picture book, I Want to Do It Myself, flawlessly. Remarkable. In summary, compared to yesterday, Lin Shixue has made further progress. Perhaps in just a month's time, she will walk like a typical child. How delightful! As dawn broke, shrouded in the hazy morning light, Lin Heng commenced another day of training with Lin Shixue. She continued to stumble and cry intermittently, yet each time, she picked herself up and persevered forward, albeit unsteadily. Gradually, an increasing number of villagers gathered to observe. Yet none chose to intervene or call the authorities. The previous day's police response had shown that Lin Heng was neither a trafficker nor had he committed any offense. Since the police were unconcerned, the villagers felt no obligation to meddle. However, witnessing Lin Shixue's repeated falls and her tears stirred their compassion, leading to murmurs of discontent directed at Lin Heng. What a lunatic! That old man has lost his mind. Poor child. Doesn't he feel any remorse? Old man, why not hand the child over to me? Regardless of the villagers' curses and pleas, Lin Heng remained stoic, focused only on training Lin Shixue. The scene shifted swiftly. Lin Heng and Lin Shixue share breakfast, each with their own portion. Lin Shixue recited her poem, and Lin Heng took her to purchase milk. She spent time drawing by the window, and he led her to play in the creek. At bedtime, Lin Heng narrated a story to her. Under the soft glow of the lamp, he diligently wrote in his journal. Day after day, time passed unchangingly. A month went by, yet the routine of Lin Heng and Lin Shixue remained consistent, each day mirroring the last. However, her progress was evident. Lin Shixue's walking steadiness improved, allowing her to traverse 100 meters without falling. The frequency of her tears during training diminished. She had learned to dress herself and was able to assist in the kitchen. The narrative continued to progress rapidly. Lin Heng's training expectations for Lin Shixue grew increasingly ambitious, extending from 100 meters to 200, then 500, 1,000, and finally covering the entire dirt road. Lin Heng transitioned from walking to cycling, tethering Lin Shixue with a rope. Her repertoire of classical poems expanded as well, as the enchanting tales recounted by Lin Shixue before bedtime multiplied. Lin Heng commenced teaching her the fundamentals of reading and arithmetic. Lin Shixue had completely mastered the art of self-sufficiency, adeptly managing all her affairs without any assistance from Lin Heng. She had also become a diligent little helper around the house, having learned not only to wash dishes and do laundry, but also to assist in meal preparation. The vacant patch at the entrance had been cultivated by Lin Heng, who sprinkled it with vegetable seeds, resulting in vibrant green sprouts. Lin Shixue eagerly participated in watering, weeding, and pest control. Unbeknownst to them, the sweltering summer had slipped away. After a season of growth, Lin Shixue had gained height, reaching approximately 1 meters, tall, slender, and dark-skinned, yet radiating a robust vitality. It was time for Lin Shixue to attend kindergarten. One evening, in their cozy room, after Lin Heng finished reading a picture book, Lin Shixue recounted the story in her own words. Instead of immediately urging her to wash up and prepare for bed, Lin Heng gazed at her and said, Lin Shixue, I intend for you to attend kindergarten to acquire knowledge. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Will I be reading? Thank you, Daddy. Lin Shixue was eager to join kindergarten, not only to play with her peers, but also to encounter many delightful animals. In recent months, Lin Heng had been reading her picture books filled with preschool themes, predominantly featuring animals. Thus, Lin Shixue assumed that the kindergarten would be populated by the adorable creatures from the stories. However, while there were no charming animals in kindergarten, there were plenty of delightful little friends and gentle teachers. In kindergarten, you can not only make friends but also learn, Lin Heng corrected her. No little animals? A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Shixue's eyes, but she quickly brightened, saying, That's all right. I can play with the other children. Indeed, once you start kindergarten, I want to be able to accompany you during the day, and I will pick you up only after school. You must not cry or throw tantrums. Lin Heng advised sternly. Daddy, I understand. I will be very good, Lin Shixue softly replied, nodding her head. Lin Heng's serious demeanor made her feel a twinge of fear. Now, let us go brush our teeth, wash our faces, and prepare for bed, Lin Hang's tone softened. With that, Zia Shixue cheerfully followed Lin Hang downstairs to wash up. She walked steadily, as long as she did not hurry, avoiding any bumps or falls. However, Lin Hang observed that Zia Shixue's condition had not truly healed. Compared to her peers, she was still prone to falling easily. Furthermore, she could not walk long distances. If she did, her feet would tire and pain would ensue. Such circumstances required time and gradual adjustment, with no immediate remedy. Nevertheless, Lin Hang felt content with Zia Shixue's current state. At least she appeared similar to ordinary children, able to walk freely and attend school. After their evening routine, they returned to the room for sleep. Once Zia Shixue had fallen into slumber, Lin Hang rose and descended the stairs. Sitting at the dining table, he opened his diary, yet he found himself hesitating to write. What was troubling him? The audience observing this scene could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. Writing in his diary was a daily ritual for Lin Hang, chronicling the day's events without any difficulty. However, Lin Hang now seems to be facing some dilemma, unable to put pen to paper for his diary. After a long pause, Lin Hang let out a soft sigh and set down his pen. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, hesitating for a moment before unlocking it. Upon opening his personal page on the lending app, he saw that he owed 500 yuan. He had previously borrowed 5,000 yuan, but only received 200, which was now entirely spent. Borrowing again was not an option. Failing to repay online loans would only lead to escalating debt. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hang closed the app and laid his phone aside. He would have to find another way to cover Zia Shixue's tuition. Once more, Lin Hang fell into deep contemplation, troubled by the expenses associated with enrolling Zia Shixue in kindergarten. Kindergarten is not compulsory education. It demands tuition fees, which are quite substantial. For Lin Hang, who was already financially depleted and in debt, this presented a significant challenge. Yet, the urgency of enrolling Zia Shixue in kindergarten loomed large. If he missed this year's enrollment, they would have to wait another year. Ideally, a delay of a year would not be detrimental. But Lin Hang felt a pressing need to send Zia Shixue to kindergarten, not just for her education, but because he needed to seek employment. Only by working could he earn income, support himself and Zia Shixue, and repay his debts. Could Lin Hang devise a solution? The audience, both inside and outside the venue, gazed at the big screen, contemplating what alternative Lin Hang might have to address Zia Shixue's kindergarten fees. Chapter 49. Visiting Friends? On the big screen, Lin Hang sat alone, lost in thought beneath a dim light, as the night gradually enveloped the earth. Eventually, even the faint glow of the lamp vanished, plunging the entire scene into endless darkness, much like the lives of Lin Hang and Zia Shixue, shrouded in despair. As this segment of the video concluded, Lu Qing turned her gaze from the screen to the audience. Let us pause for discussion before continuing with the next segment. Lu Qing began slowly. She then looked at Lin Shixue and inquired, "Shixue, do you recall any of this?" Lin Shixue nodded. At that moment, she appeared relatively calm, likely due to her tender age at the time, which rendered the events less impactful and hard to remember. What I remember most vividly is when he tied me up with a rope to traverse the dirt path, Lin Shixue replied softly. Her experience is quite normal. Apart from profoundly significant events, it is challenging for individuals to retain memories from their childhood. Lu Qing nodded. Do you have any recollection of your kindergarten experience? I have a vague memory. I might recall more once I see the video, Lin Shixue honestly responded. Lu Qing continued, so it seems Lin Hang found a way to get you into kindergarten. What do you think that might be? Lin Shixue paused thoughtfully, shaking her head. If he doesn't borrow from online loans, I can't think of a solution. Does Lin Hang have friends? Lu Qing pondered aloud. If he does, perhaps he could seek their assistance. Throughout my life, I haven't seen him with any friends, Lin Shixue reflected. Even if he did have friends, I doubt many would be willing to help in such circumstances. Lu Qing fell silent. The audience, both in the venue and beyond, shared the silence. Indeed, even though Lin Hang has friends, who among them would be willing to lend him money given his circumstances, borrowing money could result in an irretrievable loss. Lu Qing's gaze turned towards the special guest area where Tan Yo-Yo was seated, and she smiled, saying, Aunt Tan, you should know Lin Hang quite well. What do you think he will do in this situation? I cannot fathom a solution either, Tan Yo-Yo replied, her voice somewhat hoarse and choked with emotion. They're suffering greatly. Lu Qing nodded and addressed the audience. What do you think Lin Heng might do to raise funds for Xiao Shixue's tuition? A member of the audience raised his hand, and Lu Qing promptly signaled for him to speak. Hello, host. Hello, Lin Shixue, and everyone else. My name is Yoda. I believe there are essentially two options. One is to borrow, whether through continuing online loans or seeking assistance from others. The other is to sell items, such as blood or kidneys. Sell blood, sell kidneys. Zhou Da's words startled everyone. Yet, upon reflection, there was a grim logic to his statement. In recent years, reports about the sale of kidneys and eggs have proliferated. Among the most notorious cases are those of adolescents who sold their kidneys or eggs merely to purchase a mobile phone. If Lin Heng were to choose to sell a kidney, he could indeed procure a sum of money in a short span of time. What you just said is truly frightening, Lu Qing remarked, looking at Zhou Da and taking a deep breath. Here, I must emphasize to everyone present and all viewers watching this program. First and foremost, selling kidneys or eggs is illegal. Furthermore, it inflicts immense harm on one's body, potentially resulting in lifelong ailments. Seeking fleeting pleasures is unwise. Do not allow a moment of impulsiveness to ruin a lifetime. Please remember this. Now, let us continue watching the video to see how Lin Heng managed to gather the tuition for Xiao Shixue's kindergarten. Lu Qing inhaled deeply and added, I hope it is not through the means of selling kidneys, as Mr. Zhou suggested. In a secluded room, Lin Heng listened to Lu Qing's words, his murky eyes shifting slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to sell blood or kidneys. Rather, both his blood and organs were in poor health. Even if he wished to sell them, no one would be interested. Had he been in a healthier state and in dire straits, he might have considered such an option. A new segment of the video began. The night faded away, giving way to dawn. On the earthen path leading towards the distant hills, Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue commenced their day of training. At this moment, Xiao Shixue, guided by Lin Heng, had ceased her crying and was quietly jogging behind him. When she stumbled, she picked herself up and continued running. By the time their training concluded, the sun had fully risen. The local villagers had grown accustomed to their presence. This man is truly dedicated. The little girl has persevered. Perhaps she will indeed become an athlete in the future. With such a determined father, how could she not run? They mused. The little girl truly endured hardship. Upon returning home, Xiao Shixue first went to freshen up. Lin Heng, having prepared breakfast in advance, set the table, maintaining the same portion for each. With little conversation, father and daughter finished their meal, cleaned the dishes, and tidied up the space. Once they completed these tasks, Lin Heng turned to Xiao Shixue and said, Xiao Shixue, we are going out for a bit. Daddy, where are we going? Xiao Shixue inquired with curiosity. You'll understand once you go. Remember to be polite, Lin Heng instructed solemnly. Xiao Shixue nodded her small head obediently, saying, Poetry will be well behaved. Observing the video of Xiao Shixue's compliant demeanor, the audience felt more sorrow than affection, their hearts heavy with pity. The reason for Xiao Shixue's obedience was not rooted in genuine understanding, but rather in her fear of her father. Months of rigorous training had left an indelible mark of Lin Heng's strictness upon her heart. The slightest hint of sternness from Lin Heng would send Xiao Shixue into a state of fear. I will go upstairs to fetch something before we head out, Lin Heng said, softening his tone as he addressed Xiao Shixue before ascending the stairs. Lin Heng intended to take Xiao Shixue to visit a friend, seemingly resorting to borrowing money for her tuition. This revelation left both the audience in and out of the venue momentarily stunned. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue, present at the scene, exchanged looks of surprise. Based on previous analyses and their own understanding, it was presumed that Lin Heng had no friends. Over the past few months, he had not visited anyone. Given his circumstances, who would lend the money? Yet, the situation indicated that Lin Heng was indeed taking Xiao Shixue to visit a friend. Who could this friend be? Would they warmly welcome them and lend the money? Though unexpected, the audience collectively sighed in relief upon realizing Lin Heng was not resorting to selling blood or a kidney. Given his current health, Losing another kidney would worsen his condition significantly. On the large screen, Lin Hang had descended from upstairs. For the moment, the specifics of what he had retrieved remained unknown. Xiao Shixue, let us go, Lin Hang said, taking Xiao Shixue's small hand as they exited their home, casually shutting the door behind them. Once outside, Lin Hang purchased a box of milk from a small shop in the alley as a token of appreciation. Chapter 50. Isn't our duty to serve the people? The scene shifted, revealing Lin Hang and Xiao Shixue arriving at a police station, the Shaoshan Village Police Station. The sight of Lin Hang entering the police station with Xiao Shixue left the audience in a state of shock. Lin Hang had a friend working at the police station. It soon became clear to everyone that the friend he sought was none other than Officer Jing Lan, who had previously handled Lin Hang's case. Upon seeing Lin Hang and Xiao Shixue, Jing Lan paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "You must have come to see me about something. Please, come in and sit." "All right," Lin Hang replied, gesturing for Xiao Shixue to greet Officer Jing. "Hello, Officer Lan. I am Shixue," Xiao Shixue said shyly, glancing at Jing Lan. "Such a good girl," Jing Lan remarked, gently patting Xiao Shixue's head, discreetly assessing her legs before continuing. "Please sit down. I will pour you a glass of water." "Thank you, sister," Xiao Shixue replied sweetly, nodding obediently as she settled onto a nearby bench. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat as well." "There is no need to be formal," Jing Lan said, smiling at Lin Hang. "Thank you, Officer Lan," Lin Hang expressed his gratitude. Placing the milk aside before sitting next to Xiao Shixue, Jing Lan approached with 2 glasses of water, handing one to each of them before taking a seat across from them. "Mr. Lin, have you encountered any difficulties? I will certainly assist you in any way I can," she said, her gaze calm as she smiled at Lin Hang. Observing Jing Lan's serene demeanor, the onlookers began to express their admiration. "Officer Lan, I have come to borrow money from you," Lin Hang confessed after a slight hesitation, quickly adding, "I will definitely repay it, and I also have something to pledge as collateral." Upon hearing his request for a loan, Jing Lan paused momentarily, but chose not to respond immediately as she watched Lin Hang retrieve a small Ziploc bag from his pocket. Within the transparent bag lay a necklace, which astute observers recognized as the snowflake necklace worn by Lin Shixue, realizing that it was the item Lin Hang had fetched from upstairs. Seeing the snowflake necklace, Lin Shixue instinctively reached for the identical piece she had removed from around her neck. "Officer Lan, I would like to use this necklace as collateral," Lin Hang said earnestly, extending the Ziploc bag toward Jing Lan. "I kindly ask for your assistance. Please do not rush. First, share with me the difficulties you are facing before we discuss the loan," Jing Lan suggested, gesturing for Lin Hang to reclaim the necklace and take a seat. Complying with her request, Lin Hang sat down, still holding the necklace, and explained his urgent need for funds. "Is little Shixue ready to attend kindergarten?" "That is wonderful news," Jing Lan remarked with a smile as she glanced at the quietly seated Shixue. "Do you enjoy school, Shixue?" she gently inquired. "Yes," the little girl nodded in affirmation. "Then you must learn well from your teachers," Jing Lan encouraged with a cheerful tone. "I will be obedient," Shixue replied, her eyes blinking earnestly. Turning her attention back to Lin Hang, Jing Lan inquired, "Mr. Lin, how much do you need to borrow?" "I have inquired and found that the tuition for a semester is approximately 4,000. I would like to borrow that amount, if possible," Lin Hang stated, bracing himself. "4,000? For a private kindergarten?" Jing Lan questioned. "Yes, it's for the nearby Liming kindergarten," he responded. Jing Lan then asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have local residency, or—" "Actually, I have sold my house," he admitted. "Well then, if you provide me with your information, I can assist you in finding a public school," Jing Lan suggested after a moment's consideration. Public school fees tend to be lower. At this, Lin Hang's face lit up with hope, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Officer Lan. You're welcome. Seeing how well you take care of little Shixue, I would feel remiss if I did not help you," Jing Lan replied with a gentle smile. Thank you," Lin Hang exclaimed repeatedly. Subsequently, Jing Lan led him to her desk, diligently registering his information. Once the registration was complete, she informed him, "Give me 2 days, and I will come and find you." Thank you, Lin Hang said, his eyes glistening with emotion. "You are truly a good person." Isn't our duty to serve the people? Jinglan replied with a warm smile. Then I shall not disturb you any further, Officer Lin, Lin Heng said. Lin Heng bowed deeply to Officer Lin, and then said to Xiao Shixue, "Thank you, Officer Lin." "Thank you, Officer Lin." Xiao Shixue immediately expressed her gratitude sweetly as well. "Goodbye, Xiao Shixue. Let us go home," Lin Heng said to her as he turned to Officer Jinglan. Xiao Shixue got up from her chair, walked towards Lin Heng, and waved goodbye to Officer Lin. "Goodbye, Officer Lin." "Goodbye." Jinglan waved back at Xiao Shixue. Just as Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue were about to exit the office, Jinglan called out to them, "Mr. Lin, wait a moment. You haven't taken your milk." Lin Heng paused, turned to Jinglan, and said somewhat awkwardly, "The milk is for Officer Lin. I hope you won't refuse it." "I can't accept it." Jinglan immediately declined and quickly walked over to hand the milk to him. "Mr. Lin, please take it back." Jinglan insisted, handing the milk to Lin Heng with a serious tone. "This is the rule." Lin Heng found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to accept or decline. A box of milk seemed quite meager, and since Jinglan wouldn't accept it, he felt guilty. It would be beneficial for Xiao Shixue to drink more milk. Jinglan pressed the milk into Lin Heng's hands, her tone softening. Xiao Shixue looked at the milk in Lin Heng's hands with a glimmer of longing in her eyes. "This is the rule. Please don't make me heir," Jinglan added. Lin Heng then relinquished his intention to have Jinglan accept the milk and expressed his gratitude once more. "You're welcome." Jinglan finally smiled and waved goodbye to Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue. The scene shifted to 2 days later. Jinglan arrived at Lin Heng's home, not only assisting him in securing a spot at the kindergarten, but also waiving part of Xiao Shixue's tuition fees, leaving Lin Heng with 3,000 yuan. As she departed, Lin Heng gifted her a bag of freshly picked vegetables from his garden. This time, Jinglan accepted it gladly. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Heng earnestly instructed Xiao Shixue. "Xiao Shixue, when you grow up, do not forget those who have helped us." "I understand, Dad." Xiao Shixue nodded seriously. "When I grow up, I will help many people, just like Sister Lin." "Good girl." Lin Heng affectionately patted Xiao Shixue's head, his eyes filled with gentle smiles. The video showcased Xiao Shixue's earnest and resolute gaze, leading the audience to a profound realization. Perhaps at that moment, Lin Heng had already sown a seed of charity in Xiao Shixue's heart. Chapter 51. Doubts arise again. As this segment of the video concluded, Lu Qing did not rush to continue playing, instead using the moment to express respect and gratitude towards the police. "Thank you to every police officer for their silent dedication. It is because of their guardianship that our nation enjoys peace and prosperity today. Thank you." Lu Qing earnestly thanked the camera. Applause erupted in the venue. The nation's tranquility and the people's happiness are inseparable from the countless police officers who selflessly contribute. Lin Heng thought it was indeed unexpected to seek help from Officer Lin. However, it perfectly echoed the saying, "When in trouble, turn to the police." From a young age, parents instill in us the importance of seeking help from the police in times of difficulty, which clearly demonstrates our trust in the people as police. With Officer Lin's assistance, Lin Heng not only managed to navigate his difficulties temporarily, but also facilitated Xiao Shixue's enrollment in a public kindergarten. This is of paramount importance to Lin Heng at this moment. By alleviating the burden of kindergarten tuition for Xiao Shixue, Lin Heng can focus on securing employment with peace of mind. Enrolling Xiao Shixue in a public kindergarten not only lightens Lin Heng's load for this semester, but also alleviates the financial strain for the next 3 years. What I wish to express is that Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue are indeed fortunate, and I would further assert that we are living in a remarkable era. The venue erupted once more in resounding applause. "Shixue, do you recall Officer Lin?" Lu Qing inquired, directing her gaze towards the ever-clapping Lin Shixue with a warm smile. Initially, Shixue had no recollection, but after watching the recent video, a vague memory surfaced. "I faintly remember a female police officer visiting our home when I was very young. In retrospect, it must have been Officer Lin," Lin Shixue replied with a gentle smile. "Once the program concludes, I must meet Officer Lin to express my gratitude for her past assistance. Had it not been for her support back then, my transition to kindergarten would have been far more arduous, and my father and I would have faced considerable hardships. Lin Shixue spoke earnestly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Throughout the years, she has received help from many, and she intends to compile a list to repay those who have supported her. Although she did not know Officer Lin before, now that she is aware, she will keep her in mind and reciprocate her kindness. Observing Lin Shixue's heartfelt words, Lu Qing smiled gently. Shixue, I believe those benefactors who once aided you did so not for the sake of recompense, but with the hope of conveying goodwill and love through their actions, thereby making the world a better place. They also aspire for those who receive their kindness to extend their hands to others in need. This is the essence of the saying, one who offers roses shares their fragrance. Shixue, you are remarkable. I am certain that everyone who has supported you over the years is immensely proud of you. Lu Qing spoke with heartfelt conviction. Lin Shixue, you are incredible. Thank you for your assistance. My family now lives in happiness because of you. Lin Shixue, you are a source of pride for us all. Keep striving. You will forever be our goddess. The audience erupted in cheers, rallying for Lin Shixue. Thank you. Lin Shixue rose and offered a slight bow to the audience, prompting another wave of enthusiastic applause. As the clamor began to settle, Lu Qing smiled and announced, Lin Shixue, I have wonderful news. Officer Lin is coming to the venue. She expressed a desire to meet you. Lu Qing revealed without hesitation the message relayed by the staff. Officer Lin is coming. Lin Shixue was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with excitement, that is truly wonderful. Officer Lin is coming. The audience, as well as those watching the program, shared in the astonishment, their faces lighting up with excitement. Indeed, and she will arrive shortly. Her residence is nearby, and she has already set off, Lu Qing affirmed with a smile. I can hardly wait to meet her, Lin Shixue echoed with a beaming smile. Let us watch the video while we await Officer Lin. The matters concerning Xiao Shixue's kindergarten have been resolved, yet it is evident that Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue will inevitably encounter further challenges. Let us continue to delve into the unfolding events that led to the estrangement between Xiao Shixue and Lin Heng. How did Xiao Shixue flourish against the odds? Is the truth aligned with our current speculations that every harm Lin Heng inflicted upon Xiao Shixue was intended for her betterment? Why then? Did he claim he could only live for another 3 to 5 years? Are there hidden truths that remain unknown to us? Prior to the show's airing, I conversed extensively with Shixue. Her childhood was fraught with difficulties. Despite Lin Heng's incessant proclamations in the uploaded videos that he had never genuinely harmed his daughter, asserting that all his actions were for her benefit, a moment of quiet reflection reveals numerous perplexities. I harbor no malicious intent in questioning Lin Heng's motives. Yet Xiao Shixue undeniably seeks clarity. Shixue, isn't that right? Lu Qing turned towards Lin Shixue. Yes, Lin Shixue nodded slowly. Beginning to speak, some impressions are indelibly etched in my memory, as if carved into my very bones. Without an answer, even if we were to reconcile, I fear a chasm would still exist between us. Her greatest hope is that all the videos are authentic and that he is indeed a remarkable father. Otherwise, her voice faltered, a shadow of anguish crossing her features. Should today's videos conceal any falsehoods or ulterior motives, reconciliation would be utterly unattainable, and the remnants of their father-daughter bond would dissipate entirely. They would become true strangers, destined to pass each other by. The audience empathizes with Lin Shixue's turmoil. Thus far, Lin Heng has undeniably portrayed himself as a devoted father. Lin Shixue recognizes her past mistakes and, moved to tears, yearns to see her father. However, if any discrepancies exist within the videos, that would culminate in her profound disillusionment with him. Reconciliation would be forever impossible. Shixue, perhaps we are overthinking this. Lu Qing gently reassured her, shifting the conversation as she turned to the screen. All eyes in the audience were drawn to the large display as the video commenced. The dawn broke over the yellow earth road, where Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue began their morning training. Unlike previous days, Xiao Shixue was unencumbered by any harness and was not riding her bicycle. The duo, one large and one small, jogged along the dirt path. What had transpired? Had Lin Heng altered his approach? The audience expressed their astonishment, curious about this transformation. However, It must be noted that this training appeared far more harmonious. No longer did it seem as if Xiao Shixue were subjected to abuse, nor did Lin Heng appear to be a madman. The footage advanced rapidly, the light of day brightening. As villagers began to populate the yellow earth road, Lin Heng ceased the training session, leading Xiao Shixue back. Was this the conclusion of their training? The contrast with previous days was stark. Was today a particularly special occasion? Chapter 52. School and Wild Dogs. The scene shifts. Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue have returned home, just as they do on any ordinary day. Xiao Shixue heads off to wash up, clean herself, and change her clothes, while Lin Heng busies himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Clad in a pink dress and carrying a small yellow duckling backpack, she strolls into the kitchen. This pink dress is the very one that Tan Yaoyao gifted her before her first birthday. Although it is a tad short now, it still fits her quite well. Upon seeing Xiao Shixue's attire, everyone immediately realizes the significance of the day. Lin Heng's unusual behavior is explained. Today marks Xiao Shixue's first day at kindergarten. With her short hair and sun-kissed skin, Xiao Shixue in the pink dress appears somewhat mismatched. In truth, her delicate features and taller-than-average stature would make her an enchanting little princess in that lovely pink frock, were her complexion fairer. Let us eat, Lin Heng calmly invites, casting a glance at Xiao Shixue. Yet, the audience keenly observes that Lin Heng's gaze lingers a moment longer on the pink dress worn by Xiao Shixue. It is likely this dress that stirs memories of Tan Yaoyao in him, the beautiful and gentle girl to whom he once proposed. Many eyes in the audience then turn towards Tan Yaoyao, seated in the guest area. As anticipated, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Lin Heng has always remembered her, never allowing her to fade from his memory. Rising from her seat, Lin Shixue approaches Tan Yaoyao. Standing before her, Lin Shixue extends a tissue, offering a gentle smile. Mom, don't cry. The dress you bought for me is truly beautiful. I'm not crying, I'm just happy, Tan Yaoyao replies, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, playfully chiding, it's not that beautiful. It fits like a glove. That was the most beautiful dress when I was little. Lin Shixue retorts with a playful glance. Well, I'm off now, Mom. All right, Tan Yaoyao responds softly, her eyes filled with affection and warmth as she watches Lin Shixue's retreating figure. The brief exchange between Lin Shixue and Tan Yaoyao is tender and heartwarming, moving countless hearts. On the large screen, Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue have finished breakfast. After washing the dishes, Lin Heng hands Xiao Shixue a small thermos filled with warm water. He then guides her to the door before entering the storage room to retrieve an old bicycle. Once Xiao Shixue is comfortably seated on the back, Lin Heng pedals leisurely down the alley. Xiao Shixue beams with joy on the back seat, her face lit with a smile, her eyes wide with curiosity. Xiao Shixue, remember to listen to your teacher at kindergarten and get along well with your classmates. Daddy, I will be very good, she responds cheerfully. If you're thirsty, you can ask the teacher for more water. She has mentioned that before. Xiao Shixue remembers. Lunch will be provided at kindergarten, so make sure to eat it all and don't waste any. Okay, Daddy. Pay close attention when the teacher is imparting knowledge and learn earnestly. Xiao Shixue understands. If you feel unwell, remember to tell the teacher. Okay, Daddy. As they were about to exit the alley, a wild dog rummaging through a pile of garbage suddenly began to bark furiously at Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue, who were riding past on their bicycle. The dog's eyes glinted with ferocity, its sharp fangs gleaming ominously as it lunged forward in pursuit. It was a fearsome sight. Whoa, Daddy, I'm scared. Xiao Shixue was instantly frightened, clutching tightly around her father's waist and bursting into tears. Do not fear, it cannot catch us. Lin Heng quickly reassured her, casting a glance back at the relentless wild dog, his expression darkening. Resolutely, he accelerated the bicycle until they emerged from the alley and onto the street. Only then did the wild dog cease its chase and retreat. Fear not, my dear. That is a wild dog, and the dog-catching team will take it away. You shall not see it upon returning home tonight, Lin Heng explained while continuing to comfort her. Really? Xiao Shixue confirmed through her tears. Indeed, you will know it to be true when you come back from school this evening, Lin Heng assured her. Then, I am no longer afraid. With that, Xiao Shixue managed to smile. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. When I was a child, I was bitten by a dog, and since then, I have harbored a fear of them. At the sound of a dog barking, I feel terrified. The wild dog is starving and could indeed bite. If adults are frightened, children need not be mentioned. While Lin Hang was attempting to comfort Xiao Shixue, he wondered if it was wise to fabricate such tales. Wild dogs are quite bothersome. We have a few in our community, and I always avoid them. Xiao Shixue, are you afraid of dogs? Lu Qing asked with a smile, glancing at Lin Shixue. Yes. Lin Shixue nodded. I usually steer clear of dogs. So do I. Lu Qing chuckled. I was bitten by a dog once when I was young, and since then, I've always kept my distance, even from leashed ones. The video fast-forwarded, and when the scene resumed its normal pace, Lin Hang and Xiao Shixue had arrived at the entrance of the San Yuan kindergarten. This institution is the closest public kindergarten to the impoverished village, and through Jing Lan's coordination, Lin Shixue was successfully enrolled. Lin Hang had already delivered bedding and spare clothing to the kindergarten the previous day. Today, he merely needed to swipe his card to check Xiao Shixue in. She was placed in the little class 4. After swiping his card at the entrance, a teacher from class 4 came to greet Xiao Shixue. The teacher took her hand and smiled warmly, saying, "Say goodbye to Daddy." "Goodbye, Daddy." Xiao Shixue waved at Lin Hang. Although she felt a bit nervous and scared, she remained strong and did not cry. Compared to other children who wept uncontrollably at parting from their parents, Xiao Shixue truly displayed remarkable fortitude. "Goodbye." Lin Hang waved back at her, watching as she followed the teacher toward her classroom before turning to leave. He cycled back home, stopping briefly in front of a bun shop to purchase a bun before continuing on his way. As he entered the alley, he was startled to find a wild dog still there. Upon seeing Lin Hang on the bicycle, it erupted into a furious bark once more. Lin Hang swiftly parked his bicycle to the side, gazing at the wild dog, and proclaimed loudly, "Here you go." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a meat bun towards the creature. Startled, the wild dog tucked its tail and recoiled a step. The bun landed with a thud, breaking apart and spilling its meaty filling onto the ground. Sensing the enticing aroma, the wild dog relaxed its guard, stepped forward, and seized the bun, gnawing at it. In that instant, Lin Hang lifted a large stone from the roadside and brought it crashing down upon the dog's head. Thud! A pained howl erupted as the wild dog collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Lin Hang struck a few more blows with the stone before coldly dragging the still-breathing creature towards a nearby garbage bin. After discarding the dog into the bin, he mounted his bicycle and departed. Chapter 53. The first day at kindergarten, little Shixue was disheartened. Wow, how brutal. That startled me. Lin Hang is so bloodthirsty. Even though it was merely a wild dog, I was genuinely frightened. How terrifying. What if he turned that aggression towards little Shixue? Good riddance. Now, there is no need to worry about her being scared. So, he is part of the dog-catching team. Although only a wild dog was killed, I can't shake off this unsettling feeling. It's truly a miracle that little Shixue has made it this far. On the big screen, the comments flooded in. Countless viewers were taken aback by Lin Hang's decisive and ruthless actions. While they understood that his intention was to protect little Shixue from the menace of wild dogs. Witnessing him attract the dog's attention with a meat bun before mercilessly striking it down with a large stone and then coldly discarding it into the trash was a scene of sheer violence and bloodshed, immensely impactful. At the scene, Lin Shixue, Lu Qing, and the audience were equally stunned, taking a while to regain their composure. It seemed Lin Hang harbored a darker side unbeknownst to others. The scene shifted. Lin Hang appeared in the office of a courier company, receiving a delivery uniform from the manager. You can use the electric bike at the entrance, but be sure not to attract customer complaints. If you receive frequent complaints, no matter how sympathetic I might be, I cannot continue to employ you, the manager instructed Lin Hang. Understood? Thank you, I understand, Lin Hang replied gratefully. All right, you start tomorrow. At this point, everyone realized Lin Hang had sought employment as a courier. They understood his rationale. The job had a low entry barrier, and given his current circumstances, finding a more glamorous position would be challenging. Moreover, it offered relative flexibility, allowing him to care for little Shixue, which was particularly important. Many jobs come with fixed hours and frequent overtime, rendering them unsuitable for Lin Hang. The kindergarten opened its doors at 8:20 a.m. and closed at 4:30 p.m. While the morning entry was manageable, the dismissal time coincided with conventional working hours, making it impossible for him to pick up the child. As evening descended, a long line had formed outside the kindergarten for pickup. The majority of caregivers were grandparents. Lin Hang stood quietly among the crowd. As the school gate opened, parents took turns swiping their cards to collect their children. After a brief wait, Lin Hang arrived. Upon swiping his card, the teacher emerged with little Shixue and handed her over to Lin Hang. Taking her tiny hand, Lin Hang led Shixue out of the school gates to the bicycle parking area. After placing Shixue on the back seat of the bike, he mounted it himself, engaging her in conversation as he pedaled along. From the moment he received Shixue, he sensed something was amiss. Unlike the other children who left the kindergarten with joy, she had remained silent throughout the journey. What troubled Shixue? Was she unhappy at preschool? Lin Hang inquired. Shixue shook her head, refusing to speak. Had she been scolded by the teacher? Lin Hang asked again. No. She shook her head, her voice tinged with grievance. Were there children who bullied her? No. She shook her head once more. Then why was she unhappy? Lin Hang finally posed the crucial question. The other children mocked me, calling me little black girl. They don't want to play with me. I told them I'm not a little black girl, but they continue to call me that. Daddy, I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore, Shixue lamented, gazing at Lin Hang's back. Can you think of something good, Daddy? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hang responded gently, but you must cheer up now, because there are still many joyful things ahead. What joyful things? Curiosity sparked in Shixue's eyes immediately. When Daddy came to pick you up, he saw that the wild dog from this morning has been captured by the dog-catching team. Lin Hang said, his tone softening. It's been caught. Hee, that's wonderful. Thank you to the dog-catching uncles. Shixue, sitting on the back, gradually perked up, her spirits lifting as she waved her hands joyfully, banishing the gloom that had previously enveloped her. Daddy, we don't have to be afraid of wild dogs chasing us anymore. Yes, and there's another delightful thing. The hibiscus tree you've been tending in the vegetable garden has blossomed, with beautiful white and pink flowers. Lin Hang added slowly. It has bloomed, and there are pink ones. Daddy, hurry, I want to go back and see them. Shixue urged excitedly. Sit tight and don't move around. Lin Hang instructed in a serious tone. Only then did Shixue obediently settle down, though her face radiated joy and excitement that was impossible to contain. She murmured to herself words that only she could understand. All the unpleasantness from kindergarten had vanished without a trace. Watching the adorable Shixue on the screen, the comments flowed in rapidly. Shixue is so cute. She isn't black at all. I'm African. Is Shixue darker than me? The children are being a bit excessive. Our little Shixue will be one of the most beautiful women in the world, the most stunning Asian face. Lin Hang's approach is commendable. How do you think Lin Hang will alleviate Shixue's aversion to attending kindergarten? Or should he simply transfer her to another school? Observing the questions in the comments, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue with a smile and said, Shixue, how do you think Lin Hang will address Shixue's inner resistance and help her continue attending kindergarten? He must have a plan. He is a wise father. Lin Shixue replied thoughtfully, expressing her full support for Lin Hang's actions in the video. If Lin Hang were to directly instill in Xiao Shixue the notion that being dark-skinned is admirable, representing health, and eliciting envy among her peers, it would not necessarily be detrimental. Under Lin Hang's influence, Xiao Shixue would inevitably yield. However, the deep-seated inferiority complex within her heart would be challenging to eradicate, potentially affecting her for a lifetime. I eagerly anticipate how Lin Hang will address Xiao Shixue's aversion upon returning home, ensuring she continues to find joy in attending school. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with expectation. The video continued. Lin Hang and Xiao Shixue had arrived home. Upon entering, Xiao Shixue rushed to the vegetable garden beside the door to admire the 2 hibiscus trees she had nurtured with her own hands. The trees, planted at the corner of the garden, stood half a meter apart, one adorned with white blossoms and the other with red, both exceedingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Lin Heng busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner. The scene accelerated. Xiao Shixue washed her hands and sat down to eat. After the meal, she washed the dishes and tidied up. Returning to her room, she engaged in drawing, while Lin Heng read picture books to her. Xiao Shixue recounted the story through the illustrations. After their nightly routine of washing up, they settled down to sleep. Lin Heng rose the next morning, notebook in hand, and descended the stairs. Throughout the entire time, Lin Heng refrained from discussing the kindergarten matters with Xiao Shixue, eschewing the anticipated special approach to alleviate her reluctance about attending. There was no resolution regarding the teasing from her peers who called her little black girl. Would this issue remain unresolved? Would Xiao Shixue still look forward to school the next day? Is silence truly Lin Heng's method of handling this? The audience was left in perplexity. Lu Qing cast a glance at Lin Shixue, who mirrored the same confusion. What does Lin Heng truly mean? Chapter 54. So adorable at this moment. The host announced a pause in the video. Just when the critical moment was unfolding, the playback was halted. This is illogical. The audience stared in bewilderment at Lu Qing, who turned to face them. Let us extend our warmest applause to welcome Officer Jing Lan. Lu Qing announced with a bright smile. Officer Lan, you have arrived. The audience erupted into applause. All eyes were drawn to the entrance of the stage as the doors slowly opened. Officer Jing Lan, clad in her police uniform, appeared before them with a commanding presence. Hello everyone. I am Officer Jing Lan. With a crisp salute, she made her entrance. Lu Qing, Lin Shixue, Tan Yaoyao, Chen Zhihui, and the audience stood in respect, returning the military salute. Hello, Officer Lan. The crowd responded, their cheers resounding. As Jing Lan acknowledged the audience, they gradually lowered their arms and took their seats. Officer Lan, please this way. Lu Qing invited her with a smile. Jing Lan approached with a striking posture, maintaining a synchronized stride. However, she did not sit immediately. Instead, she made her way to Lin Shixue. Hello, Officer Lan. Lin Shixue greeted her with excitement shimmering in her eyes. Hello, Lin Shixue, Jing Lan replied with a smile. I didn't realize you had grown so much and become so remarkable. You may not be aware, but you are still my daughter's idol, and her room is adorned with your photographs. Ah, Lin Shixue was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, It is my honor. Please give me an autograph later. Otherwise, I shall return home, unable to explain to my daughter. Jing Lan spoke with a slightly relaxed tone, her gaze towards Lin Shixue filled with warmth. It seemed difficult to associate the beautiful and accomplished Lin Shixue before her with the shy, dark-skinned little girl of years past. Lin Shixue smiled gently, surprised by Jing Lan's lively and approachable demeanor. Put on the necklace. It should be one of the most precious items for your father, embodying his love. Jing Lan said as she settled down. All right, Lin Shixue replied, picking up the snowflake necklace, feeling its weight. After she tugged at the front of the necklace, only the connecting hooks were straightened, and the entire piece remained intact. Allow me. Jing Lan reached out to take the necklace and fiddle with it for a moment before it was ready. I shall put it on for you. Jing Lan directly assisted Lin Shixue in wearing the necklace. Thank you, Lin Shixue said, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, Officer Lan, for your assistance back then. Or else, your gratitude is sufficient. I sent my duty to serve the people. Jing Lan replied with a carefree smile. Do you know? The happiest moment for me is witnessing those I have assisted transform their destinies and lead better lives. I am not here to proclaim my greatness, but rather to see you and tell you that you are remarkable. You remain my daughter's idol. Moreover, I wish to convey that your father is also extraordinary. He is the strongest father I have ever encountered. If your life were to lack his presence, it would be a tremendous loss. Keep striving. Jing Lan patted Lin Shixue's shoulder before turning her attention to the host, Lu Qing, who had been left aside. Host, I have matters to attend to shortly and cannot linger. Please make the most of the time and allow me to answer a question or two, Jing Lan said, looking at Lu Qing, who was rendered speechless. Lu Qing's expression was one of bewilderment, tinged with a hint of melancholy and bitterness. Whose stage is this, after all? The audience was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter. Officer Lan is truly delightful. The barrage of comments on the big screen were filled with praises for Officer Lon. Officer Lon is simply adorable. I adore Officer Lon. Why isn't Officer Lon a police officer in our country? I have become a fan of Officer Lon. Officer Lon, do you need another daughter? The most beautiful Officer Lon. Officer Lon, perhaps I should hasten to ask questions. Lu Qing offered a gentle smile. Officer Lon, you must have helped numerous individuals over the years. Have you ever experienced moments of hesitation? Lu Qing inquired, her question probing sharply. Assisting others sounds easy in theory, yet it proves challenging in practice. Helping often requires not just effort, but also financial resources, particularly when one is not affluent. Regarding this matter, Officer Lon appeared to have contemplated it long ago, or perhaps even addressed similar inquiries before. The host's inquiry struck a chord deep within me. I must say, your prowess in hosting is truly remarkable. Officer Lan's response left Lu Qing feeling helpless once again, her expression fraught with confusion. She was uncertain whether Officer Lan's words were a compliment or a slight. It perfectly encapsulated Officer Lan's bold character since her entrance. She dares to speak her mind without reservation. In truth, I have often hesitated, and the instances are many. Officer Lan's tone suddenly took on a weightier note, as she recounted a few quarrels with her family. My monthly salary is around 2,000 to 3,000, with an additional bonus at the year's end, culminating in an annual income of approximately 40,000 to 50,000, a figure that was even lower in previous years. My parents are ordinary workers with no substantial savings, and they also need to reserve some for my younger brother. Thus, they hope I can contribute a bit to the household expenses. However, I would rather allocate my earnings to those in need than provide for them. Fortunately, they ultimately came to understand and support my decisions. Many of those I have aided have not disappointed me. They're thriving day by day. My husband, also a police officer, stands by my side, which is indeed my fortune. Therefore, when you inquire if I have ever hesitated or faltered, the answer is undoubtedly yes. Yet, donning the police uniform compels me to remain true to my duty, to safeguard peace and serve the people, Jing Lan asserted with unwavering conviction. Lu Qing's eyes glistened with tears, while Lin Shixue's were brimming with emotion. Everyone was profoundly moved. To safeguard peace and serve the people. This is the essence of our nation's charm, the foundation of its strength. The applause resonated like thunder, echoing endlessly. Alas, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Thank you all for your understanding and support of our work. Farewell. Jing Lan stood, saluted the audience, and hurried towards the exit. Watching Officer Lan depart without a second glance left Lu Qing's expression tangled once more. Is this truly my domain? Officer Lan, thank you. Lin Shixue gazed at Officer Lan's retreating figure, offering her sincere gratitude once again. Officer Lan, here is the autograph you requested. Chapter 55. Matters to discuss with the teacher at last. We joyfully bid farewell to the delightful Officer Lan. If she hadn't left soon, I might have found myself out of a hosting job. Lu Qing smiled slightly, delivering her line with humor. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Some audience members even jested. If Officer Lan were the host, it would surely be a lively affair, prompting Lu Qing to roll her eyes in exasperation. Let us continue with the video. Lu Qing proclaimed loudly, turning towards the large screen. The audience gradually adjusted their emotions and focused on the display. Under the dim yellow light of the kitchen, Lin Hang sat at the dining table, delaying his diary entry. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and searched for Teacher Chun in his contacts. Teacher Chun must be Lin Shixue's kindergarten instructor. Lin Hang intended to call her. He dialed Teacher Chun's number, and soon the call connected. Hello, Teacher Chun. This is Lin Shixue's father. I sincerely apologize for calling you at such a late hour. However, there is a matter of great importance that I must discuss with Teacher Chun. After expressing my concern, Lin Hang attentively listened. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Lin Hang continued, My daughter returned home today in a rather despondent mood, experiencing a sense of aversion toward school. The reason being, some classmates referred to her as Little Black Girl. Lin Hang thoroughly recounted the challenges faced by Xiao Shixue to Teacher Chun. Following Teacher Chun's response over the phone, Lin Hang proceeded. I hope those children can apologize to my daughter tomorrow. I would greatly appreciate it, if you could also instill a proper perspective in her. Thank you. I'm immensely grateful. Goodbye, Teacher Chen. After receiving Teacher Chen's reply, Lin Heng hung up, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The audience then understood how Lin Heng managed the situation with Xiao Shixue by directly communicating with the teacher to seek assistance for her. This approach is indeed commendable. Teachers seem to possess an innate charm, particularly in the eyes of young children. Their words are held in high regard, often regarded as profound wisdom. Provided the teacher handles the situation appropriately and guides Xiao Shixue's understanding, she will naturally be able to resolve her inner conflicts. Upon grasping Lin Heng's intentions, the audience offered their admiration, commending his excellent handling of the situation. With the teacher's support, Xiao Shixue should no longer dread attending school. My child listens to the teacher. Nothing I say seems to matter. My child is the same. The teacher's words hold more weight than anything else. When in need, consulting the teacher is surely the right choice. Once Lin Heng put away his phone, he began his daily ritual of journaling. September 3rd, a multitude of events transpired on Xiao Shixue's first day of school. Xiao Shixue was very happy. She enjoys attending school. On the way to school, we encountered a wild dog. The dog was fierce and relentlessly pursued us, frightening Xiao Shixue. Upon arriving at school, Xiao Shixue was well-behaved and did not cry, bidding farewell to her father. On the way back, I bought a meat bun to distract the wild dog, ultimately leading to its demise. This way, Xiao Shixue would no longer be frightened. With Xiao Shixue attending school, it is now time for me to seek employment. I have applied to numerous companies, but all have rejected me due to my health condition and specific requirements. I'm seeking a job that offers relative freedom and does not require overtime, especially in the evenings, as I need to spend time picking Xiao Shixue up from school and being by her side at night. Despite feeling hopeless, I must not relinquish any hope. My hope is intertwined with Xiao Shixue's hope. Finally, a courier company was willing to offer me a job, and the supervisor, out of sympathy, provided me with an electric bike. Although I did not wish to be pitted, I am currently in no position to ponder such matters. I truly need assistance. I'm grateful to my boss for offering me this job and showing me compassion. When I went to pick up Xiao Shixue from school, she emerged from kindergarten looking very unhappy and dejected. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that Xiao Shixue had suffered a slight at kindergarten, where she was referred to as Little Black Girl, which wounded her self-esteem and left her feeling aggrieved, fostering a reluctance to attend school. I felt an urgent concern and knew it was imperative to address this matter to prevent the cultivation of inferiority within her. After much contemplation during my journey, I ultimately decided to communicate with Xiao Shixue's teacher. This would not only inform the teacher of the incident affecting Xiao Shixue, but also leverage her experience to devise an effective resolution. Upon returning home, I encouraged Xiao Shixue to temporarily set aside thoughts of school and deliberately refrain from mentioning it. 2 hibiscus plants had blossomed, one bearing white flowers and the other red. Xiao Shixue was elated by the blooming of the flowers she had nurtured, whispering many secrets to them. After dinner, she engaged in drawing for a considerable time, producing remarkable artwork. This is her innate talent, which, with a bit of nurturing, promises a bright future. Regrettably, I currently lack the financial means to hire a teacher or enroll her in a training program, but I shall devise a plan for the future. Xiao Shixue, as always, exhibited her intelligence, able to recount the essence of picture books after a single reading. The collection at home is nearly exhausted, necessitating the purchase of new books with more profound content. Xiao Shixue's academic schedule has disrupted her time for learning classical poetry. Perhaps it would be beneficial to allocate time in the evenings for her to read poetry, as classical literature greatly enriches a child's literary disposition. After Xiao Shixue had fallen asleep, I called her teacher to discuss the situation. Teacher Chun was amicable and demonstrated a genuine sense of responsibility toward each child. I shared my thoughts with her, suggesting that the other child apologize to Xiao Shixue, while Teacher Chun would guide her in developing an appropriate understanding of beauty and ugliness. She agreed with my approach and deemed it quite appropriate. I am grateful to Teacher Chun, of course. The most heartening news is that Xiao Shixue's health is improving day by day. The terrifying illness more dreadful than a nightmare, is quietly departing from her life. I am thankful to the heavens. As Lin Hang reflected on the day's events, he meticulously recorded them in his notebook. With each note he penned, the audience read along. And by the end, many had tears glistening in their eyes. Lin Shixue, too, was moved to tears. Yet, she remained puzzled, despite her father's profound love for her. Why did he subsequently hinder her opportunities for development? Had he not intervened, she might have thrived even more. Shixue, I find it difficult to comprehend why a father would act against his child's best interests, Lu Qing remarked, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at Lin Shixue, expressing her dismay. Lin Shixue shook her head and, with a hint of bitterness, replied, I have little recollection of that. The memories I possess pertain solely to subsequent events. I cannot fathom why he treated me as he did. Chapter 56. Xiao Shixue endures hardship. Let us continue watching the video, Lu Qing suggested, refraining from further inquiries. As the answers lay within the footage, the scene shifted, unveiling a new day. As dawn broke, Lin Hang commenced another day of training with Xiao Shixue. The training concluded. After having breakfast, Lin Hang rode his bicycle with little Shixue to school. Along the way, Shixue, seated on the rear of the bicycle, began to display signs of unease, fear, and a hint of tears. Daddy, can't Shixue skip kindergarten? She murmured softly, gazing at Lin Hang's back. Are you afraid that the other children will call you little black girl and refuse to play with you? Lin Hang inquired in a gentle tone. Yes, Shixue nodded. The teacher called Daddy last night. She said it was wrong for the other children to call you little black girl and that they would apologize to you today. Really? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shixue's eyes as disbelief washed over her. Of course. How could the teacher possibly lie? Moreover, she mentioned that your skin isn't dark. It is merely a result of sun exposure, which signifies good health. Daddy spoke with the teacher about getting you a hat. If you wear it, your skin will gradually return to its natural tone. Really? Shixue's apprehension dissipated, replaced by excitement. Then Daddy must buy me a hat. All right. I promise to get one for you and bring it after school, Lin Hang reassured her. Thank you, Daddy. Once I wear the hat, I won't be little black girl anymore. Shixue's spirits lifted significantly. Now, you must also promise Daddy that you will be happy at kindergarten and listen to your teacher, he urged. Okay, Daddy, I will be happy and listen to my teacher. Shixue nodded earnestly, her little face reflecting determination. That's the spirit. There is one more thing I want to tell you, Lin Hang continued. What is it? Shixue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Hang's back. In big cities, there are children with dark skin, light skin, and most of all, yellow skin. But regardless of skin color, it is the polite and diligent children who are truly beautiful. If any child calls you little black girl again, you need not be upset, for beauty is not defined by skin color. I see. Shixue pondered seriously for a moment before responding. All right, I won't dislike them anymore. At the express delivery company's warehouse, Lin Hang swiftly sorted packages alongside his colleagues. Once sorting was complete, he began loading the packages into the large basket attached to his electric bike, commencing a day of deliveries. At noon, he relished a few large steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables in a quiet, shaded corner, savoring them as if they were the most delectable food in the world. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Hang seized the final moments before the lunch break to continue delivering packages. After a bustling morning, Lin Hang finally returned home to rest for a while. In the afternoon, he resumed his delivery duties, knowing that completing all packages for the day would allow him to leave work early. By 4 o'clock, he had successfully delivered all of the day's packages. Exhausted, he made his way to pick up little Shixue from school. Daddy, upon spotting Lin Hang, Shixue joyfully exclaimed. It was evident that she had a pleasant day at kindergarten without any issues. Lin Hang took her small hand as they walked to the area where the electric bike was parked. Upon encountering the electric vehicle, Xiao Shixue exclaimed in astonishment, Daddy, is this our car? Yes, it's the one provided to me by the company, Lin Hang replied with a smile, gesturing to the delivery uniform he wore. What a beautiful uniform! Xiao Shixue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she reached out to touch the patterns on the attire. Here, Lin Hang said, opening the trunk of the electric vehicle and retrieving a blue sun hat, which he handed to Xiao Shixue. A hat. My hat. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Shixue squealed with delight, eagerly placing it atop her head, her excitement palpable. Lin Heng helped her adjust the hat before they set off homeward. Did your classmates apologize to you? Lin Heng inquired. They did, and I forgave them. Xiao Shixue replied cheerfully. What if they call you little black girl again? Lin Heng asked further. It's all right, Xiao Shixue responded earnestly. The teacher said that regardless of skin color, the most lovable children are those who are understanding and polite. I must heed my teacher's words. She is indeed right. As the scene shifted swiftly, Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue's lives unfolded in a tranquil and unchanging manner. Their mornings were filled with consistent training. Xiao Shixue attended school punctually, enjoying her days there. Lin Heng busied himself with delivering packages. In the evenings, Xiao Shixue engaged in drawing, reading picture books, and reciting ancient poetry, while Lin Heng diligently kept a journal, though most entries were brief, consisting of merely 5 or 6 sentences. Throughout this period, Officer Jinglan visited several times to check on Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue. Day after day, a month slipped by quietly. One day, as usual, Lin Heng went to pick up Xiao Shixue after completing his deliveries. Upon collecting her, he noticed a semblance of tension in her demeanor, as if she had committed some misdeed. Instead of questioning her immediately, he chose to take her home first. Once they arrived, Lin Heng turned to Xiao Shixue, his expression serious. Xiao Shixue, did you make a mistake at school? No, Daddy, she replied, her eyes welling with tears as she shook her head in denial. The fear etched on her face spoke volumes. She had indeed erred. Tell Daddy what you did wrong. And do not lie. Lin Heng's tone grew more severe as he gazed intently at her. Suddenly, Xiao Shixue burst into tears, collapsing to the floor in a display of distress. Lin Heng turned and retrieved a branch from the woodpile, returning with a stern expression that filled Xiao Shixue with dread. Between sobs, she stammered, I took a toy from a classmate. Where is it? Lin Heng pressed on. In my backpack, Xiao Shixue sobbed, pulling out a toy car from her bag. I will return it. Please don't hit me. She pleaded. Extend your hand. Lin Heng, goman sabi. Xiao Shixue wailed, refusing to comply. Lin Heng seized her small hand, administering several sharp taps on her palm with the branch. Xiao Shixue's cries were heart-wrenching. Oh, how disheartening it is that you did not buy me a toy. Little Shixue despises you, and she harbors resentment towards her father. Chapter 57. Education should not involve beating. This must be the first instance where Lin Heng struck little Shixue. While it is true that Shixue took something from her classmate, Lin Heng's reaction was equally inappropriate. Observing Shixue weep so sorrowfully is truly heart-wrenching. Education cannot rely on punishment. It only leads to counterproductive outcomes. The anguish of not receiving a toy is palpable. My child has several boxes of toys. Is it not possible to communicate kindly? Why resort to violence? Shixue despises her father. Oh dear, I believe Lin Heng's approach to parenting is fundamentally flawed. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never strike a child. On the large screen, comments flowed in incessantly, with the audience unanimously agreeing that Lin Heng's method of disciplining little Shixue was misguided. The atmosphere in the venue mirrored this sentiment, as attendees began to discuss the situation. At that moment, after enduring punishment, little Shixue ran upstairs. In her room, she clutched a pillow, seated in the corner, tears cascading down her cheeks as she sobbed. My heart aches for little Shixue. Why must education be enforced through such brutal means? She has no one to offer her consolation. How pitiable. Lin Heng's actions are truly baffling. Has his intellect been consumed by a dog? Wasn't his previous approach to education effective? Why has he now lost his way? If he continues to strike her, Shixue will genuinely come to resent him. Is it so difficult to purchase her a toy? After all, it is merely a toy. Must it escalate to such extremes? Oh, in my household, my child possesses an abundance of toys. Striking a child is hardly a mark of manhood. The host, Lu Qing, turned to Lin Shixue and inquired, Shixue, do you believe Lin Heng's method of education through beating is correct? Her tone carried a hint of discomfort. As Lu Qing posed the question, the audience shifted their gaze from the screen to Lin Shixue, eager to hear her response. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shixue shook her head and replied, No, It is not right. Although physical punishment may leave a lasting impression on a child, it is highly likely to cast a shadow over their heart. Lin Heng's actions towards little Shixue are unjust and will only inflict harm upon her. Of course, I can understand that Lin Heng is currently living in poverty and may not wish to buy toys for Shixue. Perhaps this marks the beginning of Shixue's resentment toward her father. As she concluded her thoughts, a tinge of melancholy crept into her voice. Perhaps she has harbored this animosity for her father since a very young age. Lin Shixue now pondered whether this was the moment when her disdain began. Subsequently, her father's behavior became increasingly outrageous, causing her more pain and leading to a growing hatred. It seems she is not at fault. The blame lies with her father. Elders often claim that beneath the rod, filial children emerge, favoring a punitive approach to child-rearing. Lu Qing began to speak slowly. Yet modern scientific research has proven that such methods of education are inadvisable. Children who are subjected to frequent physical punishment often develop distorted mindsets. They may either become timid and devoid of any spirit of adventure, ultimately leading to mediocrity, or they may develop violent tendencies, resorting to aggression to resolve conflicts, which could ultimately lead them to legal troubles. Thus, the importance of correct educational methods cannot be overstated. One must always choose dialogue over physical confrontation. The audience erupted into applause. Lu Qing's analysis is undeniably accurate. Striking a child is wholly inadvisable, as it will only ruin them. In a secluded room, Lin Heng listened to the discourse between Lin Shixue and Lu Qing, feeling unconvinced. While he acknowledged that corporal punishment is indeed wrong, he also regarded it as one of the most effective methods. Most crucially, he lacked the time to educate little Shixue in a gradual, nurturing manner. In the video, Lin Heng had already prepared dinner. He ascended the stairs to call Shixue for her meal. At that moment, she was still weeping and ignored his presence upon entering. Lin Heng approached, lifted little Shixue into his arms, offering no excessive comfort as they proceeded downstairs to dine. After the meal, her emotions began to settle. Once the dishes were washed, she went upstairs to draw. As always, Lin Heng read picture books to Shixue and recited ancient poems with her before they washed up and prepared for bed. Under the dim light, Lin Heng opened his notebook, struggling to put pen to paper. After a sigh, he began to write his diary. Little Shixue took a toy from her friend. I struck her. This was my first time hitting her. I understand that such methods may not be right, yet I resorted to them. Watching little Shixue cry out in anguish, and feeling the bitterness in her gaze, especially when she loudly questioned why I wouldn't tea by her toys, brought tears to my eyes. My heart ached. Little Shixue, I indeed have not done well enough. I should have bought you some toys. Your childhood has already been more arduous than others, and I have failed to provide even a single toy. I am truly sorry. When you expressed your hatred towards me, saying that you despised your father, I wept. Yet I find myself bereft of time. I can feel my body deteriorating. I fear the day I may awaken and find it impossible to open my eyes. I am truly terrified. My little Shixue has not yet grown up. She lacks the courage and ability to face life alone. When I struck you, I suffered more than you did. Please forgive me, just as you forgive those little friends of yours. Will you forgive me? Tick-tock. As Lin Heng continued to write, tears dripped from his cheeks onto the notebook, blurring the words he had just penned. After a moment, he set down his pen and wiped his eyes, resuming his writing. Little Shixue, you wish for toys. Your father will buy them for you. However, I will not simply hand them to you, as that would render the act of punishment meaningless. When one errs, punishment is warranted. This is our agreement. Though it was my own declaration, it has been established. Let's consider this. The weekend is approaching, and you may assist your father in earning money to purchase your own toys. What do you think? I believe this is a splendid idea. Let it be so. Additionally, your father must commend you. Despite your distress from being punished, you have excelled in completing your picture book and poetry tasks. You are truly remarkable. When I picked you up today, your teacher praised your singing voice, noting your musical talent. It appears my little Shixue excels in every regard. You can draw, sing, tell stories, and recite poetry. There will surely be many more accomplishments to come. As soon as father repays the debt, he plans to save money for you to learn painting and singing. I believe this is a splendid idea. Good night, my little Shixue. Lin Hang closed the notebook, his somewhat aged figure moving upstairs as he turned off the light. This segment of the video concluded, leaving the audience in profound silence. Those who criticized Lin Hang for striking Shixue found themselves at a loss for words. Lin Hang was well aware that using physical discipline was not the appropriate method to educate Shixue. However, he felt compelled to employ this approach to quickly instill a sense of wrongdoing in her. Witnessing an elderly man like Lin Hang shed tears was truly moving. Chapter 58. The audience's 3 questions. A new day dawned. Shixue commenced her daily training routine. On the dirt path, she jogged ahead while Lin Hang followed behind. Yet today, Lin Hang appeared somewhat unwell. After a brief distance, he needed a rest before continuing to trail Shixue. Unbeknownst to her, Shixue remained oblivious to her father's unusual demeanor, silently running ahead. Once training concluded and breakfast was consumed, Lin Hang rode his electric scooter, taking Shixue to school. Compared to other days, their communication was noticeably sparse, revealing that the events of the previous day had left Shixue considerably muted. After dropping Shixue off at school, Lin Hang began his day's work, starting with sorting packages at the delivery storage point, followed by delivering them. He navigated through various neighborhoods, and as noon approached after delivering a package to the 6th floor, his previously brisk pace suddenly slowed, and he began to sway. Leaning against a wall, one hand supporting himself, pain etched across his face. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his complexion paled. Coughing violently, Lin Hang found himself in agony. As he coughed, he removed the towel hanging around his neck to cover his mouth. When he lowered the towel, he was met with a vivid splash of red. He had coughed up blood. Gazing at the crimson stain on the towel, his face grew even more ashen. Am I nearing my end? I cannot die. What will happen to Shixue if I do? She is not yet grown up. I must endure until she is older. After a brief moment of disorientation, determination gleamed in Lin Hang's eyes. Following the expulsion of blood, he seemed to regain some strength, stowing away the towel and resuming his deliveries. Lin Hang's health continued to deteriorate. He surely was not lying. He could only live a few more years. Observing the scene was indeed heart-wrenching. Indeed, Shixue has yet to mature. He cannot falter now. One can only hope Lin Hang can persevere for a few more years until Shixue grows up. However, considering Lin Hang's condition, it seemed unlikely he would last long, yet he continued to survive. Could this all be an act? Such a father is truly remarkable. I hope this is not a meticulously crafted lie. Otherwise, it would be utterly disheartening. The comments online were sharply polarized, with some viewers moved to tears while others remained skeptical. The audience present shared a similar dichotomy. The severity of polarization is primarily due to the fact that Lin Hang is still very much alive, contrary to the portrayal in the video that suggests he is on the brink of death. Observing the fervent discussions among the audience, Lu Qing decided to pause the video playback. Shixue, let us select the question that has garnered the most attention from the netizens and see how it unfolds. Lu Qing inquired, glancing at Lin Shixue. All right, Lin Shixue nodded, taking a deep breath. With her consent, Lu Qing signaled to the staff to compile the most popular questions from the audience. Soon, the big screen displayed the most pressing inquiries. What are the chances that Lin Hang fabricated the lie about his impending death? Is Lin Hang too perfect? Given the current situation, will Lin Shixue forgive Lin Hang? Although presented as a single question, it encompassed 3 distinct queries. The audience had already inundated the platform with comments, with the probability of deceit soaring to 50%. It's a 50-50 chance. He is far too perfect, not at all resembling my father. I too believe he is excessively perfect. This is someone else's father. Lin Shixue will undoubtedly forgive Lin Hang. When the hurt ceases to be hurt, she will certainly forgive him. Lin Hang's objective was achieved. He aimed for Lin Shixue's forgiveness. Shixue, the staff has summarized the audience's responses and drawn 3 conclusions. Lu Qing remarked, taking the note handed to her by the staff and smiling at Lin Shixue. The answers may come as a slight surprise to you. Oh, Lin Shixue responded, somewhat astonished as she observed the incessantly rolling comments on the big screen. The answers were becoming increasingly evident. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Lu Qing deliberately left an air of suspense. Very well, Lin Shixue replied without hesitation, diving into the questions. Regarding the first question, what are the chances that Lin Heng concocted a lie? Based on the existing information, the likelihood that Lin Heng fabricated a falsehood is quite substantial, especially since he is still alive. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he subsequently discovered a cure. Thus, my perspective aligns with that of the audience. It's 50-50. As for the second question, is Lin Heng too perfect? Indeed, there are fathers in this world akin to Lin Heng, and I have encountered such individuals. This is not perfection. It is the profound power of paternal love. I believe that among the viewers, some may resonate with this sentiment. What you perceive as excessive perfection may seem unreal, yet it genuinely exists. Concerning the third question, will Lin Shixue forgive Lin Heng? This inquiry is straightforward for both my past self, prior to participating in this program, and my current self. There is no middle ground. Previously, I would not have forgiven him. As for now, I await a resolution, hoping it culminates in my seeking his forgiveness. Miss Chun, my mother. Lin Shixue turned her gaze towards the special guest seats, where Chun Zhihui and Tan Yaoyao sat, her eyes sparkling with a smile. And Officer Lan, along with many others who have assisted us. I hope they have not erred. The mistake lies with me. As soon as Lin Shixue uttered these words, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Shixue articulated that beautifully. Lu Qing clapped with a smile, humorously adding, if Lin Heng is too perfect, then perhaps Shixue is equally perfect. Could it be a hereditary trait? Laughter filled the scene, effectively alleviating the heaviness conveyed in the video. Now, I shall unveil the results of the discussions among the millions of domestic and international viewers. Lu Qing, holding a slip of paper, began to read aloud. The proportion of viewers who agreed that Lin Heng fabricated lies reached an astounding 50%, indicating a 50-50 chance. Conversely, those who deemed Lin Heng to be excessively perfect accounted for less than 15%, suggesting that he is not genuinely flawless, as such individuals exist around us. The percentage of those believing Lin Shixue would forgive Lin Heng remains a mystery, as many viewers responded with uncertainty or indicated they only knew after watching the video. The audience's responses largely aligned with Shixue's, making it seem as though I had not previously mentioned that the answers might surprise her. Lu Qing humorously declared that the viewers' answers did not astonish Shixue in the slightest. Let us continue watching the video, he added. If Lin Heng wishes to prolong his life, he must seek treatment. But what ailment afflicts him? Is there hope for a cure? Chapter 59. The unexpected call for repayment time passed swiftly. Lin Heng hurriedly delivered his parcels and rushed to the kindergarten gate to pick up little Shixue. After swiping his card, he awaited her arrival. As soon as she emerged, Shixue exclaimed, "Daddy, I returned the toy car to my friend and apologized." Indeed, we must not take others' belongings without permission, Lin Heng replied calmly. If you desire a toy, Father can purchase one for you, but you must assist me in return. Really? Little Shixue's face lit up with joy as she embraced Lin Heng, excitedly saying, "Thank you, Daddy." She completely overlooked the latter part of his statement about helping him, her mind solely occupied with the thought of her father buying her a toy. Let us get in the car first, Lin Heng suggested, his expression softening. Okay, Daddy, Shixue nodded eagerly, holding his hand as they walked toward the parked electric vehicle. She took her place at the front, gripping the mirror frame as Lin Heng started the vehicle and rode homeward. Tomorrow is the weekend, but I still have to work. You will accompany me to help deliver parcels. Delivering packages is lucrative, which means you will have money to buy toys, Lin Heng explained slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shixue eagerly replied, "Daddy, I want to deliver parcels with you. I want to buy toys." Delivering parcels requires climbing stairs, which can be quite tiring. You must consider that, Lin Heng cautioned. "Daddy, I am not afraid of being tired," Shixue declared with resolute determination. "Very well." A faint smile graced Lin Heng's face, unseen by Shixue. Upon returning home, Lin Heng entered the kitchen to prepare dinner while Shixue played freely. However, she spent most of her time in the vegetable garden by the door, surrounded by blooming cauliflower, hibiscus flowers, and insects, watering the plants. It was akin to Shirshue's personal paradise, where she reveled in her play. Dinner consisted of individual servings. Although Shirshue's portion was modest, it was plentiful, featuring fish, meat, eggs, and vegetables, accompanied by a small bowl of bone soup. Lin Hang's serving, though substantial, was coarser in nature. A large bowl of vegetables, accompanied by several pieces of fatty meat and fish bones bearing traces of fish flesh, lay together, while another bowl of broth merely floated a few slices of seaweed. Although rough around the edges, it was still far more sumptuous than lunch. After dinner, Lin Hang first called Xiao Shixue to take a bath. Once she was finished, lacking any other entertainment, they ascended the stairs to engage in drawing. Xiao Shixue had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, perhaps due to the prospect of acquiring toys. Her spirits were high as she hummed a nursery rhyme learned in kindergarten while diligently painting. After observing her for a while, Lin Hang leaned against the headboard and feigned sleep. The audience, witnessing this scene, began to murmur among themselves. The incident of being scolded had passed. Xiao Shishue's joyful demeanor was utterly adorable. I wonder what she will create today. My own child behaves similarly. After a nap, all troubles seemed to vanish. Suddenly, the phone in Lin Hang's pocket rang. He promptly opened his eyes and retrieved the device, noting an unfamiliar number. He hung up immediately. Barely a minute had passed when the phone rang again, disrupting Xiao Shishue's artistic endeavor. Reluctantly, Lin Hang stood and informed her, "Daddy needs to take a call." With that, he exited the room, pressing the answer button. "Hello," Lin Hang uttered, but his expression froze, rendering him speechless. Instead, he moved the phone to his ear while descending the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, he shouted into the phone, "What do you mean? It's not even time yet. And you want me to repay 10,000? I'll only return 6,500. What contract? Sue me? Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you." With a decisive motion, Lin Hang hung up the call, his face ablaze with fury. It was a predatory loan. The lenders were hounding him for repayment. The audience instantly grasped who had been on the other end of the line. Lin Hang had previously borrowed 5,000, with 6,500 due after 6 months. Now, it appeared that the deadline was approaching, and before the time had elapsed, they demanded 10,000. No wonder Lin Hang was so incensed. Predatory loans are a pitfall that has ensnared countless individuals. Those who offer such loans are devoid of humanity, having driven many to despair. The lenders would undoubtedly continue to harass Lin Hang. My current concern is whether the lenders might pose a threat to Xiao Shishue. What should we do now? Lin Hang had been working for less than 2 months, and managing to repay the original 6,500 was already commendable. 10,000 was simply unattainable. One must never resort to predatory loans. The lessons learned are painfully abundant. The audience engaged in discussions, the barrage of comments on the large screen refreshing continuously. Everyone was anxious about Lin Hang's next steps. Would Xiao Shishue become a target for the lenders? Once more the phone rang. Lin Hang's fury had yet to subside. He pressed the answer button. Without allowing the caller to speak, he coldly declared, "I will repay 6,500 before the due date. Do not expect anything more." Yet, it was evident that the other party would not relent easily. As soon as Lin Hang finished speaking, his expression contorted into a ghastly visage, and he declared with fierce intensity, "If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will risk my life to ensure your demise. Damn it, you still dare to threaten me." Although the contents of the call were inaudible, the increasingly grim expression on Lin Hang's face indicated that his threats bore no weight. Clearly, the other party was undeterred by his menacing words. "Well then, dare to come and see if I won't end your lives." Lin Hang furiously terminated the call. Gasping for breath, Lin Hang struggled to regain his composure, seething with rage. After a moment, he finally calmed down, picked up his phone again, and accessed the online loan platform, navigating to his personal page. It displayed a loan amount of 10,000 due in 2 days. "You bastards." The sight of the exact amount reignited his fury. "You expect me to repay 10,000? Dream on." He forcefully shut off his phone, seething as he rummaged through the pocket of his coat. Extracting a crumpled pack of cigarettes, he squeezed the deformed box before retrieving a single cigarette. He settled on a stone at the entrance, igniting the cigarette and drawing in deep, brooding puffs. The matter of the online loan weighed heavily on him. Despite his fierce words, if the loan issue remained unresolved, it would significantly impact both his and Xiao Shishue's lives. This segment of the video concluded here. After a moment of silence, the audience began to murmur among themselves. Failing to resolve the online loan issue was no trivial matter. It could truly drive a person to despair. For Lin Heng and Xiao Shishue, it was akin to adding insult to injury. Would their lives undergo a tremendous transformation as a result? Shishue, do you recall this incident? Or have there been any memorable events in the following time? Lu Qing inquired, directing her gaze at Lin Shixue. Chapter 60. Professor Zhou's mischief again. Lin Shixue pondered for a moment before responding. I recalled something. Possessing a naturally excellent memory, the video prompted her to recollect some past events she had previously forgotten. Upon hearing Lin Shishue's response, Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The matter she recalled was likely related to the online loan situation. The audience's attention swiftly shifted to Lin Shixue, eager to learn what she had remembered. A few nearby children sought to play with Xiao Shishue, but were met with Lin Heng wielding a kitchen knife in a menacing manner. He seemed to have uttered a warning. If you dare to come play with my daughter again, I will kill you. It appeared that Xiao Shishue, due to this incident, had harbored fear of Lin Heng for quite some time. Whenever other children approached to play, she would retreat home, too frightened to join them. At that time, Xiao Shishue must have genuinely feared that Lin Heng would harm those children with a knife, Lin Shixue recounted. As soon as her words fell, gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one had anticipated that Lin Heng would so ruthlessly threaten children with a knife. Xiao Shishue must have been utterly terrified at that moment. Lu Qing, taken aback, did not expect that the memory Lin Shixue recalled would pertain to this incident. Does this relate to the online loan issue? Lu Qing inquired again. It probably has no connection, she replied. Lin Shixue hesitated for a moment, lost in thought. Observing this, Lu Qing contemplated and remarked, regardless of Lin Heng's thoughts, it is undeniably terrifying to threaten a child with a kitchen knife. Not only would this frighten the child, but it would also instill fear in Lin Shixue. The barrage of comments on the big screen surged, all discussing Lin Heng's intimidation of the child, preventing Lin Shixue from playing with them. The threat of a knife toward a child is indeed horrifying. If you dare to approach my daughter again, I will end you. This statement alone reveals the monstrous and ruthless nature of Lin Heng at that time. Lin Heng has become increasingly menacing. Poor Lin Shixue finds herself in a dire situation. It seems Lin Heng has succumbed to darkness. Terrifying. The video continued to play, now depicting the following day. After a night had passed, Lin Heng appeared to have regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired. Early in the morning, he began a day of training with Lin Shixue. After their training concluded, they had breakfast together. It was the weekend, so Lin Shixue did not attend school. According to their agreement from the previous day, Lin Shixue helped her earn money for toys. Lin Heng took Lin Shixue to the parcel storage point, commencing their day's work. At this moment, Lu Qing halted the video playback. Amidst the audience's puzzled gazes, Lu Qing spoke. Based on the analysis of the videos just presented, Professor Zhou has gained a deeper understanding of Lin Heng's pathological personality changes. He is eager to share his insights with everyone. We are now connecting with Professor Zhou to discover what new perspectives he can provide on Lin Heng's psychological state. It turns out that the psychological expert, Professor Zhou Buffon, is joining us live. Everyone holds great confidence in Professor Zhou's psychological expertise. Although his initial analysis of Lin Heng's situation was slightly inaccurate, it seems to be largely correct now. Professor Zhou is set to continue analyzing Lin Heng's psychological condition, and anticipation filled the air. The big screen displayed Professor Zhou's image, his astute presence always leaving a lasting impression. Professor Zhou, it's a pleasure to see you again, Lu Qing greeted with a smile. Please say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone. I missed you all. Applause erupted in the venue. After the applause subsided, Lu Qing inquired, Professor Zhou, have you now comprehensively analyzed Lin Heng's psychological state? I am quite close, Professor Zhou replied, stroking his bald head with confidence. Oh, then please share your analysis, Lu Qing urged eagerly. Professor Zhou nodded. I maintain my initial viewpoint. Lin Hang's psyche is distorted, leading to severe pathological issues. Initially, I believed Lin Hang's drastic personality change was a result of the departure of Lin Shixue's mother, Lin Shixue, and that he sought to assume both paternal and maternal roles in Shixue's life, thus engaging in behaviors he deemed maternal. However, after viewing the series of videos, I realized that Lin Shixue's departure is merely one contributing factor and not the primary cause. The true reason for Lin Hang's psychological distortion lies in his inherent character flaws. Why do I assert this? The reasons are as follows. Lin Hang is an orphan, having grown up devoid of love. His understanding of paternal and maternal affection is not well defined. Humanity shares a common trait. The more one lacks something, the greater the yearning to possess it, and once acquired, the desire to relinquish it vanishes. Consider a simple illustration. A child who has long desired a piece of candy. When the moment arrives that the child finally obtains it, would you expect them to part with it? Clearly, that would be an impossibility. Lin Hang finds himself in a similar predicament. Upon gaining the affection of Lin Shixue, he aspires to bestow upon her the profound love of both a father and a mother. When maternal love is unattainable, he shoulders that burden alone. It is undeniably a poignant yet alarming situation. For the sake of Lin Shixue, Lin Hang would go to any lengths, even sacrificing his own life. This is deeply moving. As evidenced by previous videos, Lin Hang's love for Lin Shixue is overwhelming. Yet, it is equally frightening, for Lin Hang permits no harm to befall her. Even the faintest possibility of danger is intolerable. His excessive protectiveness is evident in his methods, such as binding Lin Shixue for training and his ruthless actions against wild dogs, which demonstrate his unwavering resolve. When Lin Shixue mentioned that Lin Hang threatened children with a kitchen knife to prevent them from playing with her, it stemmed from the same rationale. He believes those children could pose a threat to her safety. From ropes to dogs to children, Lin Hang escalates his protective measures, illustrating the deepening distortion of his psyche. His own affliction serves as a catalyst, intensifying his desire to safeguard Lin Shixue, especially as he feels that his time may be limited. Thus, the increasing harm he inflicts upon her becomes comprehensible. How fortunate it would be if Lin Hang had recognized his issues from the beginning, or if I had the opportunity to guide him through his psychological troubles. To borrow an inapt phrase, there's a reason for every pity, which seems to resonate with Lin Hang's situation. Fortunately, Lin Shixue has endured darkness and flourished in the light. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Professor Zhou remarked with a sigh, and then smiled as he concluded. My analysis comes to an end. Should Lin Hang's situation change, I shall meet with you all once again. The room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Farewell, Professor Zhou. Your analysis is profoundly insightful. It is no wonder he is regarded as an expert in psychology, having dissected Lin Hang's behavior with such clarity. Truly, Professor Zhou's discourse was captivating. I was utterly engrossed. The phrase "a brilliant mind" aptly describes someone of his caliber. There's a reason for every pity. In the Secret Chamber, Chapter 61, Closing In, Lin Hang, with murky eyes, muttered two words: nonsense. After a flurry of discussion among the audience, Lu Qing finally offers summary. Professor Zhou consistently strikes at the heart of the matter, providing us with clarity on psychological issues. Through his elucidation, we have finally arrived at a reasonable explanation for Lin Hang's peculiar behaviors. While we can comprehend that Lin Hang, due to his psychological illness, inadvertently harms Lin Shixue, the reality for her is one of darkness. She thrives in that darkness, growing stronger in the light. That is where Lin Shixue truly shines. It is the aspect of her existence that we should admire and learn from. This embodies the true essence of our program. By drawing inspiration from the exceptional qualities of talented individuals, we motivate ourselves to forge ahead. Lu Qing's impassioned words resonate with an undeniable integrity. One cannot help but admire Lu Qing, who seamlessly returns to the core theme of the show. The audience erupted in continuous applause. This episode's setup is rather extensive, And the journey of Xiao Shishue's growth in adversity has only just begun. Let us continue to watch the video. Lu Qing took a deep breath, slowly began to speak, and turned to face the large screen. The pause video resumed its playback. In the community, Xiao Shishue assisted Lin Hang in delivering parcels floor by floor. Soon, Xiao Shishue found herself exhausted. Although her stamina and determination were significantly stronger than those of an average child, she was still not yet 4 years old. The repeated ascents and descents of the stairs proved to be quite taxing. Nevertheless, for the sake of acquiring a toy, Xiao Shishue persevered in silence. Lin Hang, too, remained quiet, silently allowing Xiao Shishue to deliver parcels to the first and second floors while he handled those on the higher levels. This arrangement indeed lightened Xiao Shishue's load, affording her some time to rest. The morning passed. Lin Hang treated Xiao Shishue to fast food outside, and after a brief respite, they continued their deliveries. By the time all parcels were delivered, it was already evening. Only then did Lin Hang take Xiao Shishue to the toy store. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shishue selected a toy car. Clutching the brand-new toy car, a joyful smile finally illuminated her face. On their way home, she played with it incessantly. Upon returning, Xiao Shishue played with her toy car at the doorstep, while Lin Hang prepared dinner. After the meal, Xiao Shishue resumed her routine of drawing, reading picture books, and memorizing classical poetry. Zhuo Bufan had already purchased some new books for her. Around 9 p.m., she took a bath, washed up, and got ready for bed. Just as she lay down, Lin Hang's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. His expression darkened instantly. He exchanged a brief word with Xiao Shishue before heading downstairs to answer the call. Can't they just leave me alone? Do they really think I'm easy to bully? I will repay the 6,500 tomorrow. Just go away. I warn you, do not call me again, or I shall report you. With a sharp click, Lin Hang hung up, his face clouded with anger. Damn it! He cursed vehemently once more. After a moment of stillness, he picked up his phone to check his bank balance, which stood at exactly 5,000. Tomorrow, he would borrow some money from his boss to settle the online loan. Lin Hang sighed, muttering to himself. The next day, Lin Hang continued delivering parcels with Xiao Shishue. Leaving her alone at home was out of the question. He also decided to request an advance of 2,000 yuan from his boss. After a busy day, Xiao Shishue earned another toy, this time selecting a small Barbie doll with golden hair and several interchangeable dresses. Xiao Shishue was elated. Upon returning home, their daily routine resumed. In the evening, Lin Hang repaid the 6,500 online loan. He had just repaid 6,500 when his phone rang with a call from the online lending company. Lin Hang hung up immediately. Soon, a text message arrived on his phone. It is only right to repay debts. Complete the remaining 3,500 before tomorrow, or you will face consequences you cannot bear. Think of your daughter. After reading the message, Lin Hang's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. Were these scoundrels truly intent on driving him to the edge? Another message pinged. Do not even think about calling the police. If the police were effective, we wouldn't be in the online lending business. Repay the money or await our retribution. Choose one. Bastards! Lin Hang roared, his gaze filled with a fierce snarl. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot deal with you scoundrels. He gasped heavily, pain flooding his chest. Lin Hang let out a pained groan, his face turning pale as he pressed his hand against his chest, slowly sinking to the ground. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and agony marred his features. He began to cough violently. With a forceful heave, he expelled a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm onto the ground, a shocking crimson splatter. Witnessing this scene, the audience felt a pang of anguish. Those detestable online lenders. Lin Shixue watched the video of Lin Hang, pale and gasping on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She had never realized the severity of his condition, even as she grew up. After a considerable pause, Lin Hang managed to regain some composure, his heart gradually calming. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, he staggered to the door and sat down. Gazing into the night, his thoughts revolved around the online lenders. Taking shallow drags from his cigarette, he needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. Reporting to the authorities was not an option. Although the government was taking steps to regulate online lending, Cutting off those scoundrels' income might incite their wrath. Nor could he repay the 500. It represented the living expenses for him and Lin Shixue over the past 2 months. Additionally, he still owed Officer Lon 2000, which needed to be repaid promptly. What could he do to avoid payment while also evading retaliation? Lin Heng muttered to himself, yet no solution surfaced. As the audience observed Lin Heng silently smoking in the shadows, a heavy weight settled in their hearts. Was not Lin Heng's current predicament a microcosm of countless online borrowers? How could one repay their debts? They could either be driven to desperation or, in the case of women, potentially tread the perilous path of the night, even resorting to selling their kidneys or eggs. Alternatively, the burden would ultimately fall upon their parents. Those with financial means might fare better, while those less fortunate could find themselves borrowing or selling their homes to settle debts. Among the audience, some must have borrowed from online lenders. Had they encountered dire situations? Had they ever felt cornered? Lu Qing turned to the audience and began to speak slowly. In the crowd, a young man raised his hand. Lu Qing promptly gestured for him to stand and respond, while staff members swiftly provided him with a microphone. I won't disclose my name. The young man inhaled deeply and said, "Let me briefly share my experience with online lending, hoping to offer some guidance to those considering borrowing. Furthermore, I can deeply empathize with Lin Heng's current predicament. In Chapter 62, holding a kitchen knife is indeed quite terrifying. My foray into online loans occurred during my sophomore year of college. At that time, in pursuit of a romantic interest, I borrowed money through an online platform to purchase an Apple phone. My initial intention was to repay the amount gradually over the span of a year. But while intentions were noble, reality proved to be merciless. Fearing to confide in my family, I resorted to frugality to save money. However, no matter how much I economized, I was unable to settle the debt. Ultimately, I found myself on the same path as many others ensnared by online loans, borrowing further to repay existing debts, the outcome of which was all too predictable. Within less than a year, I had accumulated a debt of 100,000. I had no comprehension of how the interest was calculated. Faced with a staggering debt and the impending escalation of that sum, despair enveloped me, tempting me to contemplate ending my life. Fortunately, my parents noticed the unusual behavior and, after persistent inquiry, I disclosed the situation regarding the online loans. Rather than scold me, my parents sold our house and quietly repaid my debts. It took me 3 arduous years to emerge from the shadow of online loans, which can be said to have marred my prime years and inflicted an indelible wound upon my parents. Yet, I count myself fortunate. Many others are not as lucky and have been driven to the brink of despair. Thank you, the youth said with tears in his eyes and took a seat. Thank you for your sharing, Lu Qing said slowly, then turned to the audience, solemnly declaring, unregulated online lending is a societal malignancy, inflicting profound harm on countless youths. This is not merely a personal tragedy, but a loss for the nation. In recent years, the government has struck hard, resulting in the near eradication of online lending platforms. Yet some illicit small-scale lenders persist. Should anyone encounter issues related to online loans, please seek assistance without fear of retribution. The government stands as your strongest ally. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Once the applause subsided, Lu Qing gazed at the large screen. However, during Lin Heng's ordeal, online lending was still rampant, and incidents of retaliation were not uncommon. Therefore, Lin Heng, for the safety of himself and Lin Shixue, refrained from contacting the authorities. But how would he resolve the crisis of online debt? Just as Lu Qing mentioned, everyone is curious about the methods Lin Heng employed to navigate the online loan crisis. Would it have a significant impact on Lin Heng and Lin Shixue's lives? In the video, a new day dawned. Life, for the moment, remained unchanged. In the early morning, Lin Heng trained with Lin Shixue. Afterward, they had breakfast, and Lin Heng took Lin Shixue to school before commencing his workday. The day unfolded without any notable incidents. After delivering his packages, Lin Heng picked up Lin Shixue from school. Upon returning home, Lin Heng began preparing dinner in the kitchen while Lin Shixue played at the door. Just as the meal was halfway through cooking, Lin Heng heard Lin Shixue conversing with someone. Who could be speaking with her? Typically, He and Xiao Shixue had little interaction with their neighbors, who also prefer to keep their distance, deeming Lin Heng mentally unstable and a potential threat. Suddenly hearing Xiao Shixue conversing with someone struck Lin Heng as unusual, especially considering the recent threats from online lenders. His sense of caution heightened. With a swift glance at the stove, his eyes fell upon the kitchen knife, which he seized with a grim expression as he stepped outside. The audience swiftly recognized the scene. It was the very moment Lin Shixue had described, where Lin Heng brandished a knife to intimidate children, forbidding her from playing with them. As Lin Heng reached the door, he leaned out to observe two young boys conversing with Xiao Shixue in the vegetable garden. One appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, while the other seemed to be roughly 10. Lin Heng had never encountered them before, yet the mischievous grin on the older boy's face suggested malevolent intentions. The two boys clutched toys in their hands, enticing Xiao Shixue to join their play. "Little sister, come play with us. I have many toys at home," one of them coaxed. "If you play with us, I will give you the toy in my hand." Xiao Shixue hesitated, torn by temptation. "Don't be afraid, little sister. My house is just next door. We'll be back in no time, and your father won't even know." The older boy persisted. If Lin Heng remained oblivious to the boy's intentions at this point, he would be a fool. "You little rascals, are you tired of living?" Lin Heng bellowed as he burst forth with the knife in hand, his fierce demeanor directed at the two boys. His sudden appearance, especially with the knife, instantly drained the color from their faces, prompting them to flee in terror. Yet Lin Heng was undeterred, wielding the knife and shouting, "If you dare approach my daughter again, I will end you." The boys ran even faster. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Heng turned his attention to Xiao Shixue, who was now visibly frightened. Upon meeting his gaze, she burst into tears. "Daddy, please don't hit me. I won't do it again. It's all right, Shixue, don't cry." Lin Heng hurriedly reassured her as he approached. However, upon seeing the knife still in his hand, Xiao Shixue instinctively recoiled, crying out, "Daddy, please don't hit me." Realizing the source of her fear, Lin Heng set the knife down, softening his tone, don't cry, Daddy won't hurt you." With Lin Heng's expression now gentle and the knife absent, Xiao Shixue ceased her retreat, but remained apprehensive. It was only when Lin Heng enveloped her in his arms that she clung tightly to him, weeping freely. Don't cry, I'm sorry. Daddy didn't mean to scare you. Be good, don't cry," he soothed, and gradually her distress began to subside. He carried Xiao Shixue back into the house, setting her down and affectionately ruffling her hair. "You go upstairs and draw. Daddy will be back shortly," he instructed as she made her way up. Once she was out of sight, Lin Heng locked the door behind him and returned to the vegetable garden, retrieving the knife with a cold expression as he strode purposefully in the direction the boys had fled. Turning a corner, he spotted them standing before two adults, their expressions tense as they animatedly discussed something. Two adults with unfamiliar faces, whom Zhuobofin had never encountered, were indeed orchestrating the entrapment of little Shixue through the manipulation of two young boys. As for the identities of these adults, Lin Heng could easily deduce, with a mere thought, that they were debt collectors from online lending platforms. A grimace contorted Lin Heng's face, his gaze chilling and filled with fury. How dare these scoundrels target his daughter? With a kitchen knife in hand, Lin Heng's footsteps echoed ominously as he advanced with fierce determination. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the debt collectors and the two boys turned to look. Chapter 63. The madness unleashed. Here comes the madman. The two boys, upon spotting Lin Heng, turned pale with fear and fled. The debt collectors were equally startled by Lin Heng's menacing aura. However, they were not easily intimidated. After all, an old man wielding a kitchen knife was not enough to scare them away. Lin Heng, brandishing the knife, strode menacingly towards the collectors. The onlookers felt their hearts race as they witnessed this scene unfold. Would Lin Heng truly resort to violence? While debts could be settled in one way, resorting to harm was an entirely different matter. The ramifications of injuring someone were dire, not to mention the inevitable medical expenses that would follow. Given Lin Heng's circumstances, he was hardly in a position to afford such costs. Was he really about to act? Host Lu Qing's eyes reflected a hint of concern, while Lin Shixue's expression grew tense. unaware of the events that were about to transpire. If Lin Hang were to strike, regardless of whether he harmed someone or found himself injured, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the hardships faced by both him and Lin Shixue. The debt collectors, one tall and one short, presented a stark contrast. The taller one appeared to be in his 40s, while the shorter one was merely a youth, likely in his 20s. As Lin Hang drew closer, his murderous intent palpable, their expressions hardened, and they assumed a defensive posture. At last, Lin Hang halted before them, gripping the knife tightly. His glare fierce as he declared, "If you seek money, you shall find none. If you seek a life, then today is either you who will perish or I." The younger man scoffed derisively. "Old man, do you truly believe you can kill us? Have you lost your senses?" The taller man added coldly, "I suggest you repay your debts obediently. Should anything happen to you, your daughter will become an orphan. Do you underestimate me?" Lin Hang retorted, laughing maniacally. "In my youth, I was a champion in Sonda. Do you think I fear two weaklings like you? A Sonda champion?" The two collectors exchanged startled glances, then erupted into laughter. "With that frail physique, you claim to be a champion? Who do you think you're fooling? Come, let me see just how formidable this supposed champion truly is." They dismissed Lin Hang entirely, perceiving him as nothing more than a feeble old man devoid of any threat. "Watch how I bring you to your end." With a fierce cry, Lin Hang swung the kitchen knife towards the young man. He was truly about to take action. This was disastrous. Lu Qing, Lin Shixue, Tan Yao Yao, and the audience both inside and outside the venue were suddenly gripped by an anxious tension. If Lin Hang truly acted, it would signify an irreversible outcome. What would become of Xiao Shixue if Lin Hang were to encounter trouble? The young man and the tall middle-aged man could hardly believe that Lin Hang would dare to strike. Simultaneously frightened, they swiftly retaliated. The young man nimbly dodged the knife that Lin Hang swung at him and retaliated with a vicious kick aimed at Lin Hang. The tall middle-aged man also launched a punch toward Lin Hang's back. Bang! Lin Hang was first struck by the punch from the tall middle-aged man, causing him to stagger. Before he could regain his footing, the young man's kick landed on him. Bang! Lin Hang was sent flying by the young man's kick, crashing to the ground, and the knife slipped from his grasp. So much for being a champion in combat. The young man spat disdainfully, his expression one of contempt. As Lin Hang lay defeated on the ground, a chorus of gasps erupted from the audience, who instinctively rose to their feet, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the large screen. It seemed that only by leaning forward could they better ascertain Lin Hang's condition at that moment. Cough, cough. Lin Hang coughed painfully on the ground, expelling a large clot of blood. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothing a deep crimson. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he began to convulse. The once smug young man turned pale at the sight of Lin Hang's near-death state. They were there to collect a debt, not to commit murder. If a life were taken, the situation would escalate dramatically. Not only would their benefactor turn against them, but they would also face compensation and inevitable imprisonment. What should we do? The young man looked frantically at the tall, middle-aged man beside him, truly panicking. The tall, middle-aged man also bore a look of terror, never expecting Lin Hang to be so fragile. As the young man spoke, the tall, middle-aged man seemed to snap to attention and shouted in alarm, "Run!" He turned and fled, gripped by fear. The prospect of murder was a capital offense, and the circumstances of their debt collection turning deadly were even more heinous. They could very well face execution. "Wait for me, uncle. You started this too." Seeing the tall, middle-aged man escape, the young man became even more frantic, fearing that the blame for the murder would fall squarely on his shoulders. He shouted and took off after the tall man. With their departure, the alley was left with Lin Hang lying on the ground, oblivious to his fate. Whoa! How could they resort to murder? What would become of Xiao Shixue now? Had Lin Hang truly perished? He must not have, for otherwise Xiao Shixue would be left an orphan. Alas, I cannot bear to witness such a scene. Lin Hang had brought this upon himself, thinking he could contend with others given his frail condition. Surely someone would come to his rescue. When faced with debt collectors, one ought to simply pay. The audience both inside and outside the venue began to murmur, some weeping for Lin Hang, others reflecting on the situation, and many believing that Lin Hang ought to settle his debts with the online loan company. A cacophony of opinions filled the air. At the scene, Lin Shixue's eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing Lin hang sprawled on the ground, bloodied and in a precarious state, she was engulfed in despair. It felt as though a needle had pierced her heart, inflicting excruciating pain. In that moment, she truly grasped the horror of losing her father. Had Lin Hang truly perished, where would her fate lead her? Regardless of what her father had done, he was still her father, was he not? Without his constant presence, would her life have flourished in such a radiant manner? Could have been better than it is now? Was her unwavering perseverance merely misguided? Should she not harbor feelings of resentment towards her father? Does that imply that everything he did was right? Lin Shixue found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion. In the special guest area, Tan Yaoyao was already in tears, softly sobbing. How could the once charismatic and spirited Mr. Lin have fallen to such depths? Bereft of wealth, health, and even the support of others, her heart ached terribly. She longed to be by Lin Hang's side, to share his burdens. Mr. Lin, if you truly care for me, why do you not express it? If you were to speak, I would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. I truly would. Why could he not just confide in her? I can bear everything alongside you. Truly. Chapter 64. Old man, you win the video. Lin Hang lay silently on the ground, resembling a lifeless figure. After a couple of minutes, he began to cough, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gradually rose from the ground. Damn it, that was quite a blow, he mused, self-deprecatingly rubbing his chest where the young man had kicked him. But I must have frightened him. It seems my acting is commendable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hang stretched his limbs before picking up a nearby kitchen knife and unsteadily making his way back. The audience, witnessing Lin Hang's return, exhaled in relief. Although he had endured a beating, his injuries appeared less severe than initially perceived. Much of his apparent distress was, in fact, feigned. Upon arriving home, Lin Hang first washed away the blood from his face, then changed his clothes and resumed cooking. During the process, he occasionally coughed. Once the meal was ready, he ascended the stairs to call for Shixue to join him. Shixue, having calmed down, still regarded Lin Hang with a hint of trepidation. At the dining table, she suddenly spoke. Daddy, Shixue will not play with the other children. Please do not be angry, okay? All right, Daddy is not angry, Lin Hang responded gently. With her father's reassurance, Shixue's fear diminished, and she sweetly replied, Thank you, Daddy. The audience smiled as they witnessed her smile return. After dinner and completing the household chores, Lin Hang instructed Shixue to return upstairs to draw while he settled on a stone at the entrance, lighting a cigarette. He then retrieved his phone, locating several messages from a previous loan. Selecting one, he composed a response. The examination and medical expenses total to $300. Further medication is required, and the doctor recommends hospitalization for observation. As one ages, their usefulness wanes. A few more kicks might very well extinguish their life. With medical expenses still unresolved, I hope you will take responsibility. Spare me the harsh words. Should this matter escalate to the media, it would no longer be a mere issue of medical fees. After Lin Hang finished typing, he meticulously reviewed his message to ensure its accuracy before hitting send. Setting down his phone, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, only to choke momentarily, succumbing to a fit of coughs. Once he regained his composure, he rubbed his still aching chest and muttered a curse. After a while, he calmed down and resumed smoking. At this juncture, it became evident to all that Lin Hang's strategy for addressing his online loan predicament involved negotiating with the lenders at the cost of his own physical well-being. The notion of confronting the debt collectors was merely a fade. He had no intention of genuinely engaging in a physical altercation. His goal was to give the impression of impending violence, provoking them to strike him, allowing him to feign injury. Although the success of Lin Hang's scheme remained uncertain, the sight of him bleeding and collapsed was undeniably real. Should the debt collectors choose to escalate their aggression, it could very well cost him dearly. After all, his current health was far from robust. Even without physical confrontation, he was already prone to bleeding. It was a bitter truth that, if there were alternative solutions, no one would resort to such desperate measures against online lenders. The outcome of his plan was still an enigma. Yet it seemed to be his best course of action given his lack of means and reluctance to repay the inflated debt. Resorting to the police would only serve to incite the lenders further, a consequence he could ill afford. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange his own suffering for leverage in negotiations. May fortune favor Lin Hang, should the online loan issue remain unresolved. Life for him and Xiao Shixue would become increasingly arduous. As the last ember of his cigarette flickered, his phone screen illuminated, signaling the arrival of a message. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Hang as he opened the notification. "Old man, you've won." A mere 5 words caused his hand to tremble, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He had triumphed. Lin Hang chuckled gleefully, reveling in the realization that these cowardly scoundrels feared the implications of a larger uproar. However, his merriment was short-lived as another coughing fit ensued. Despite the coughs, a sense of relief washed over him, dispelling the previous gloom and agitation. With haste, Lin Hang accessed the online loan platform and navigated to his personal page, where he discovered that his debt had been reduced to 0. Only then did he truly relax. Lin Hang had succeeded. He had overcome the online loan ordeal, liberating himself from the shackles of fear. Indeed, he had chosen his moment wisely. Had the government not intervened, the lenders would have remained unperturbed by his actions. It was a stark reminder that the wicked fear the audacious, and the reckless fear those who have nothing left to lose. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Hang had finally alleviated a significant burden. The audience, both inside and outside the venue, began to engage in lively discussions, their tones growing more relaxed. The barrage of comments on the screen surged, with a significant portion extolling Lin Hang's cleverness. "Lin Hang's actions are worthy of emulation. I can risk everything. Do you dare?" It must be said that Lin Hang possesses a remarkably astute mind. He sees an opportune moment. One can only hope that Lin Hang's health remains intact. I am aware that most people harbor a deep disdain for online loans, and indeed, there are valid reasons for such animosity. After all, countless families have been shattered by the repercussions of online lending, resulting in separation and despair. Many individuals have found their lives plunged into darkness, resorting to desperate measures due to these loans. Lu Qing's voice, heavy yet resonant, echoed through the room, reminding us to adopt a dialectical perspective towards new phenomena while firmly maintaining our confidence in our nation. With the government's decisive intervention, the chaotic and lawless realm of online lending has become a relic of the past. Today, most online lending companies operate legally, thus urging everyone to approach online loans with prudence. As the saying goes, caution is paramount when dealing with online loans. The room erupted into warm applause. This is the allure of Lu Qing, who consistently perceives issues through a dialectical lens. Nevertheless, I hold great admiration for Lin Hang. During that tumultuous period, few could extricate themselves from the vortex of online lending. Lu Qing added with a smile. Her words carried weight. If one cannot repay the amount stipulated by the lending company, few can truly disengage from the clutches of online loans. Lin Hang has finally liberated himself from this predicament. A gentle smile graced Lin Shixue's face. Regardless of the circumstances, their father has navigated a significant hurdle, has he not? The most delighted among them is undoubtedly Tan Yao Yao. A tender smile illuminated her face as she reclined against the chair, exuding an air of languor. The video continued to play. As Lin Hang ascended the stairs back into the house, he appeared considerably lighter in step. Inside the room, little Shixue remained engrossed in her drawings. Lin Hang settled beside her, quietly observing her artistic endeavors. The scene was exceedingly heartwarming. Chapter 65. The notebook as his confidant little Shixue concluded her artwork. Lin Hang read a picture book to her, and then she recounted the story in her own words. He recited ancient poetry, and she memorized it in turn. After their evening routine of washing up and preparing for bed, once little Shixue drifted off to sleep, Lin Hang rose, retrieved his notebook from the top shelf of the wardrobe, and stealthily exited the room, making his way downstairs. In the dim light of the kitchen, Lin Hang sat at the dining table, opened his notebook, and began to pen his diary. Documenting the events of each day had become a habitual practice for him. Today, a debt collector from the online loan company came to our door, attempting to lure little Shixue with 2 small children. Thankfully, I noticed in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Yet, I frightened little Shixue in the process. Seeing her fear truly pained me, and I felt immense guilt. I am sorry, little Shixue. It was not my intention. In the future, I will find ways for you to make friends to play with, but not with the local children. This is not out of prejudice or disdain for the children here. The children here, unfortunately, lack the affection of their parents, resulting in unkind behaviors and thoughts. Engaging with them yields no valuable lessons. Rather, one might inadvertently adopt their detrimental habits. Father promises that once circumstances permit, he will relocate. Additionally, he has uplifting news. The issues with online loans have been resolved. We have encountered a fortuitous moment. Under the guise of pretense, the loan company has ceased to trouble him. We can once again lead a simple and tranquil life, akin to how we lived before. Honestly, Father yearns for you to grow up swiftly. He is uncertain how much longer he can endure, as his health has been steadily declining. You suggest that perhaps Father should consult a physician. Although his ailments may not be curable, there might still exist means to alleviate his condition. Little Shixue, concerned for Father, encourages him to visit the doctor without fear. In light of your request, I shall find a time to seek medical advice. Good night, Shixue. Tomorrow, let us continue to strive together. You enjoy your time at kindergarten, and Father will diligently pursue his work. I believe that Lin Shixue's nightly journaling serves not only as a record of daily events, but also as a means to alleviate his profound solitude. Lu Qing observes the myriad expressions on Lin Shixue's face as he writes, and gently speaks. Lin Shixue is indeed lonely, devoid of anyone to confide in. His notebook becomes his sole companion in moments of relaxation and dialogue. While journaling, he radiates an unprecedented vitality, his emotions rich and unburdened. Thanks to his journal, after a long day filled with trivialities and challenges, he finds solace. As he quietly sits at the dining table, unfurling his notebook and grasping a pen, relaxation washes over him. The journal alleviates his stress, liberating him from negative emotions, and even allows him to envision a fictional interlocutor. I am uncertain if my thoughts are accurate, yet this is my belief. I recall Lin Shixue mentioning in a previous video that some family members of patients with similar experiences either relinquished hope for their children or for themselves, ultimately leading to despair. Beyond financial struggles, a significant factor contributing to their plight is mental collapse and hopelessness. The situations of Lin Shixue and little Shixue do not seem markedly better. I do not think Lin Shixue possesses an innate resilience. Rather, he has discovered a means to relieve his pressure through his journal, finding a confidant in its pages. Lu Qing did not articulate this thought, but the audience had not considered it until now. Upon Lu Qing's mention, realization dawns on them. Why does Lin Shixue write in his journal daily? The purpose of journaling is to document daily occurrences. It becomes clear that Lin Shixue's writing bears a deeper significance. The notebook serves as a confidant for Lin Shixue's innermost thoughts, a treasure that heals his spirit each day. I resonate with the host's perspective as Lin Shixue speaks softly. In recent years, I have encountered individuals ensnared in adversity. Before reality's challenges could overwhelm them, their spirits were already subdued. However, if their resolve remains steadfast, if they nurture an indomitable spirit and maintain an unwavering hope, then the seemingly insurmountable circumstances may not be as daunting as they perceive. I believe that the 2 years Lin Shixue spent seeking medical help for Xiao Shixue were undoubtedly the most despairing of his life. Had it not been for his unwavering spirit and his hope for Xiao Shixue's recovery, he would not have persevered until now. If he had once faltered and relinquished her treatment, Xiao Shixue might have departed from this world, and I would not exist as I do today. In this regard, I am truly grateful to my father. He has never abandoned me, nor has he ever relinquished hope. With tears in her eyes, Lin Shixue confessed that she had been unaware of her illness and her father's arduous quest for treatment until today. Now, she finds herself bereft of any reason to harbor resentment towards him. Instead, she ought to express gratitude for the sacrifices he has made on her behalf. Let us not cast blame upon Shixue. Until today, or rather, until the airing of these videos, She had no inkling of her childhood afflictions, nor of Lin Heng's relentless pursuit of medical assistance. He had never broached these topics with her. Thus, throughout her life, she remained oblivious to her illness, confronting a father who is stern and merciless. Xirshue's disdain for her father is not without justification, for Lin Heng has inflicted numerous wounds upon her during her formative years, affecting every aspect of her life. I believe any child in her position would harbor resentment towards such a father. From the earlier videos, it is evident that when Lin Heng becomes enraged, not only does Xirsue tremble in fear, but even we feel trepidation. Lu Qing elucidated this to Lin Shixue, for which she expressed her gratitude, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes before continuing. I seek further clarification. Why did he treat me so harshly? When I wished to pursue music, he forbade me. When opportunities arose for me to achieve fame and improve our lives, he refused to support me. When I made friends, he would approach their parents to issue threats. Such occurrences are far too numerous. I yearn to understand why. Was all of this truly for my benefit? As she spoke, Lin Shixue's voice grew increasingly impassioned. It seemed difficult for her to accept that her steadfastness could crumble so easily, that all her perseverance had been in vain. Shixue, let us not become agitated. Lu Qing quickly consoled the emotionally charged Lin Shixue. Let us continue watching the video. The answers will gradually reveal themselves. Chapter 66. The opportunity for Xirsue to sing A New Day dawned, marked by the regularity of training and the unchanging presence of 2 breakfasts. Xirsue attended kindergarten while Lin Heng went to work. Life returned to its previous simplicity, devoid of tumult. As autumn gave way to winter, Xirshue's semester neared its conclusion. Lin Heng persisted in his daily work, his health fluctuating, yet it was evident that his condition had deteriorated since their relocation to the impoverished village. Father, the teacher mentioned that every child must participate in the New Year's Gala performance. The teacher also suggested that Xirsue should be the lead vocalist and requested that her father assist her in finding a teacher to guide her in singing. At the dinner table, little Xirsue looked at Lin Heng and cheerfully remarked, "Yes, the teacher informed us about the performance yesterday in the group chat." As for Xirshue's solo performance, her father wished to confirm this with the teacher first. Lin Heng calmly responded to Xirsue, "Indeed." Little Xirsue, unaware of any discrepancies in her father's words, nodded in agreement, believing that what the teacher and Xirsue had discussed with her father must be accurate. "Let us eat," Lin Heng urged. However, noticing her father's slightly serious demeanor, Xirsue felt a bit disheartened as she picked at her food. Yet she softly murmured, "The teacher said Xirsue sings the best, which is why she gets to perform solo." Lin Heng remained silent, prompting Xirsue to continue eating in silence. After dinner, once the chores were completed, Lin Heng encouraged Xirsue to go upstairs to draw. He then approached the door, pulled out his phone, and searched for Teacher Chin's number in his contacts. However, he hesitated and did not dial immediately. The audience likely grasped Lin Heng's intention, which was to discuss Xirshue's solo performance with the teacher. It appeared that Lin Heng might cancel Xirshue's opportunity to perform. Such a splendid chance should not be forsaken. It would indeed be a pity. Xirsue was not mistaken. Lin Heng had no desire to nurture her talent. Perhaps it was due to financial constraints, as external training can be exorbitantly priced. It might also be that Lin Heng deemed singing inconsequential, unworthy of such investment. This was an excellent opportunity for growth that Xirsue would miss, which was truly unfortunate. If I were in his position, regardless of financial hardship, I would strive to seize this chance for Xirsue to sing. I believe Lin Heng's reluctance stemmed from the harsh realities he faced. "Did you eventually perform solo, Xirsue? Do you remember?" Lu Qing inquired, looking at Lin Shixue. "I do remember," Lin Shixue replied with a slight nod. "I performed solo and even received the first prize in my class. However, it was not Lin Heng who provided me that opportunity. Rather, it was the kindergarten's music teacher who took pity on me and dedicated time to teach me. I worked diligently and cherished the chance to learn from the music teacher. She grew fond of me and made a special effort to nurture my understanding of music during each class. I believe this foundation played a crucial role in my subsequent achievements in music, or perhaps it was my awakening." "Thank you, Teacher Zheng." Lin Shixue expressed sincerely to the camera, grateful for the educators who had once aided her. Lu Qing also extended her heartfelt thanks. She then turned her gaze back to Lin Shixue and smiled. I believe this represents a moment of blossoming against the odds for you. Through your own efforts, you earned the music teacher's recognition, which laid the groundwork for your future in music. Indeed, one must never give up. Perhaps a turning point awaits. Lin Shixue declared with unwavering conviction. This has always been my belief. Thunderous applause erupted in the venue. On the big screen, after much contemplation, Lin Hang finally dialed teacher Chen's number. Hello, teacher. I am Lin Shixue's father. Hello, teacher. I wish to discuss Lin Shixue's solo performance for the New Year's Gala. Of course. First, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity you have provided for Lin Shixue. It is my pleasure. Lin Shixue possesses a remarkable vocal talent, and this presents a wonderful opportunity for her growth. I hope she can fully embrace it. However, finding a music instructor for her guidance has proven somewhat challenging. I am not acquainted with anyone in that field, and many training institutions charge exorbitant fees, which may not be suitable for Lin Shixue. Therefore, I would like to request if the school's music teacher could provide her with some guidance. Would that be possible? A brief silence ensues. Mr. Lin, I am somewhat aware of your family situation. Indeed, securing an instructor is quite difficult. However, the school's music teacher is also quite busy and likely does not have the extra time to offer instruction. I have spoken with the music teacher, and if it truly cannot be arranged, we may need to consider allowing another child the opportunity to perform. What do you think? Teacher, I believe you have misunderstood my intention. Lin Hang interjected, his tone slightly urgent. I am not seeking free instruction from a music teacher. I am willing to pay whatever fee is necessary. My intention is simply that having the school's teacher guide Lin Shixue would be more appropriate, and it would give me greater peace of mind. I see. I will do my best to communicate with the music teacher, but I cannot make any promises at this moment. Thank you, teacher. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, with Lin Shixue's exceptional vocal talent, the performance will undoubtedly be splendid, reflecting positively on us all. I will certainly do my utmost. Teacher, I have one more request. Lin Hang hesitated before speaking again. Please, as long as it is a reasonable request, I generally do not refuse, the teacher replied with a light-hearted tone. I do not wish for Lin Shixue to be aware that I am seeking a music teacher for her. Although she is still young, I hope she can understand the value of this opportunity, thereby motivating her to engage in her studies more earnestly. Given our modest means, we cannot afford for her to squander such chances, so she must cherish every moment of learning. A moment of silence followed. Mr. Lin, I agree to your request. You are a commendable father. What commendable father? Lin Hang chuckled lightly. I am merely frugal, striving to make the most of every penny. Indeed, I will endeavor to persuade the music teacher and will arrange a discount for you. Thank you, teacher. I truly appreciate your efforts. Lin Hang expressed with heartfelt gratitude. It is my duty. Additionally, I have great admiration for Lin Shixue. She is exceptionally talented. With proper nurturing, she will undoubtedly achieve great success. If there is nothing further, we shall conclude for now. Nothing else, teacher. Goodbye. Goodbye. As teacher Chen hung up the phone, Lin Hang released a sigh of relief. However, the audience remained silent. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue were both quiet. They were all mistaken. It was not the music teacher who granted Lin Shixue this opportunity. It was her father, Lin Hang. Chapter 67. My achievements are the result of my efforts. Could it be that behind every moment of Lin Shixue's radiant growth, there lies the figure of Lin Hang? Or rather, that Lin Hang has created opportunities for Lin Shixue to flourish against the light? After a brief silence, the audience could no longer restrain their discussions. Lin Hang appeared to be quite different from our expectations. It was unexpected that Lin Hang would support Xiao Shixue's solo opportunity in such a manner. Perhaps his support for Xiao Shixue was driven by necessity. As he mentioned, he could not afford to squander more money on her. Thus, every penny must be spent wisely. I truly admire such a father. Xiao Shixue perhaps should not harbor resentment towards her father. This twist took me by surprise. Listening to the audience's debates and observing the comments on the screen, Lu Qing and Lin Shixue remained silent, unsure of how to counter the audience's sentiments. Lu Qing took a deep breath and turned to Lin Shixue, saying, Shixue, you probably do not know what Lin Hang discussed with the teacher, right? Lin Shixue shook her head, her expression complicated, and slowly replied, I don't know. I remember Lin Hang refusing to find me a music teacher, saying that if I wanted to sing solo, I should learn well in kindergarten and earn the teacher's recognition. Indeed, according to Lin Hang's words in the video, he would not disclose such matters to you. He hopes you realize that everything relies on your own efforts and that you should cherish every opportunity for learning and growth. Lu Qing sighed softly. I'm uncertain whether this video is genuine. If it is, he truly means well. Lin Shixue slowly spoke, her emotions deeply conflicted. If everything is indeed his arrangement, then my so-called growth against the light becomes a mere joke. Lin Shixue forced a bitter smile. The most admirable aspect of Lin Shixue is that she has, through her own endeavors, shattered the darkness imposed by her father and lived life according to her desires. However, now, it seems that all her efforts are orchestrated by Lin Hang, leaving her feeling despondent. Shixue, your perspective is flawed. Noticing Lin Shixue's negativity, Lu Qing declared robustly, even if Lin Hang secretly assists you, your achievements today are the result of your own hard work. Not every flower can bloom brilliantly with just a bit of sunlight. If you do not put in the effort, then no amount of help from Lin Hang will be worthwhile. You are growing against the light. From a mere blade of grass, you have gradually become a towering tree. Furthermore, the video may not depict the entire truth, as it is solely Lin Hang's one-sided portrayal. Therefore, do not hastily dismiss yourself. And do not think of yourself as a joke, because you are not. The audience inside and outside the venue rallied in support of Lin Shixue. Go, Lin Shixue. You are the best. We all love you. Your efforts are evident to all. No one can overshadow your brilliance. I suspect the video is fabricated. What kind of parent would behave in this manner? The proper response should be for Lin Hang to rejoice for Xiao Shixue and wholeheartedly support her, right? Unless there is evidence, I shall remain skeptical. Lin Shixue, you're the most radiant light. Do not doubt yourself. We all support you. We love you. Shixue, believe in yourself. I am also your most loyal fan. Lu Qing smiled gently at Lin Shixue, asserting that even if the video were true, it merely represents one facet and does not define her worth. Furthermore, I shall request the staff to attempt to contact your former kindergarten music teacher, who should be able to verify the authenticity of the video. Thank you. Lin Shixue expressed gratefully. Immediately, Lin Shixue rose and, addressing both the audience present and those beyond, offered a slight bow of appreciation, exclaiming, Thank you all. You are absolutely correct. My achievements are the fruits of my labor, even if a part of it is aided by Lin Hang. It does not diminish the fact that I have thrived against the odds. In a secluded room, Lin Hang sat with his eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Silently, he mused, Little Shixue, my daughter, you speak the truth. All the accomplishments you have garnered stem from your own diligence. Father merely provided a little support. Therefore, do not doubt yourself. You are truly remarkable. The discussions on stage were nearing their conclusion, while the video continued to play on the large screen. During the previous discourse, the video had progressed to the following day when Lin Hang drove little Shixue to school on an electric bike. Little Shixue, your father pondered throughout the night. It is time to share my decision with you, Lin Hang gradually conveyed to her. What is it, father? Little Shixue inquired curiously, still unaware that Lin Hang intended to discuss her solo performance. It concerns your solo performance at the New Year's Gala and whether you would like me to find a teacher to guide you. Did father contact Teacher Chun? Little Shixue exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I called Teacher Chun. I also informed her that I have not arranged for a teacher to instruct you. Lin Hang replied solemnly. Father's funds are insufficient. We must prioritize repaying officer loan and cannot allocate resources to hiring a teacher. Father. Little Shixue's lips quivered in disappointment, her eyes glistening with tears. Yet, upon witnessing her father's serious demeanor, she hesitated to voice her dissent. Sighing gently, Lin Hang looked at little Shixue with warmth. I understand your desire to perform and to be the most exceptional child, receiving praise from your teachers. I spoke with Teacher Chan about your situation. She assured me that if you commit to your studies, she will discuss your progress with Teacher Zheng, the music instructor, and arrange for her to guide you. Really? Little Shixue's tears instantly transformed into joy as she eagerly sought confirmation. That is what Teacher Chen said. It now depends on your performance, Lin Hang affirmed. I will study diligently. I want to be the best child. I will sing beautifully, little Shixue declared, her small fists clenched and her gaze resolute. Keep it up. You are doing wonderfully, little Shixue, Lin Hang encouraged, gently patting her head. In the afternoon, after school, Lin Hang picked up little Shixue. She could hardly contain her excitement, chattering incessantly. Father, Teacher Zheng said she will guide me in singing. After school every day, please take me to Teacher Zheng's house for lessons. She even praised my singing. As long as I study diligently, I can perform a solo at the gala. I will surely study hard. I love singing. I want to be the best child. Remember to express your gratitude to Teacher Zheng. Lin Hang reminded her before they parted ways. I have already said thank you, little Shixue proudly declared. I am indeed a very polite child. Guai Lin Hang affectionately ruffled little Shixue's hair, offering a compliment. Chapter 68. Little Shixue's attire lacked style. A week had passed, and the new year had arrived. Little Shixue was now 4 years old, having grown a bit taller. The pink dress she wore had become slightly shorter. Being slender, the shortness of the dress was somewhat acceptable. However, due to the cold weather, she wore another garment underneath and paired it with trousers and sneakers. This ensemble not only appeared mismatched, but also made her look quite bulky. Consequently, what should have been the attire of a charming young girl instead rendered her rather dowdy, clashing entirely with the fashion sense of city children. The only striking element was the snowflake necklace adorning her neck. With reduced sun exposure over the past semester and wearing a sun hat on her daily commutes to school, her skin had lightened considerably. Although she still appeared slightly darker than her peers, the contrast was not as pronounced as when she first started school. The white snowflake necklace, resting on little Shixue's neck, mitigated the disparity and added a touch of elegance. Nonetheless, overall, her clothing was indeed quite unfashionable, lacking any semblance of aesthetic appeal. The audience, both inside and outside the venue, sighed at the sight of little Shixue's appearance, with some voices expressing indignation. Was this not a source of embarrassment? Despite being poor, surely one could afford to purchase at least a slightly nicer outfit. Even a new dress would suffice. Poor little Shixue, lacking even a single new garment. The dress she wore was the same one that Tan Yuyu had bought for her when she was 1 year old. While I understood Lin Hong's financial struggles, allowing little Shixue to take the stage in such attire was truly inappropriate. How I wish to buy her some new clothes. If only time could rewind, I would do everything within my power to assist little Shixue. She simply lacked a mother. Alas, at such a tender age, she would likely not have been able to perform on stage otherwise. It seemed Lin Hang had put little thought into dressing her. She might as well have worn her kindergarten uniform, which would have been more acceptable. Listening to the murmurs of the audience and observing the continuous barrage of comments on the large screen, Tin Yuyu sat in the special guest section, her eyes misty with tears. If only she could be by little Shixue's side. Lu Qing, her eyes reddened, rubbed them and glanced at Tan Yuyu in the guest section. Aunt Tan, you might not realize that the outfit you bought for little Shixue's first birthday is still being worn today, Lu Qing choked out. And she is wearing it to perform. Tan Yuyu, who had been holding back her emotions, immediately broke into tears upon Lu Qing's words. I should have bought little Shixue more clothes. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years, 10 years. Tan Yuyu's lament was heart-wrenching. Indeed, had she known what was to come, she would have ensured that little Shixue had an abundance of clothing, preparing her wardrobe for the years ahead. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Time cannot be reversed. What could Tan Yuyu do for little Shixue now? Seeing Tan Yuyu's anguish, Lu Qing felt reluctant to press further. Yet Lu Qing inquired, do you think Lin Hang never considered buying clothes for Xiao Shixue? Or did he simply forget? He must have forgotten. Tan Yaoyao asserted confidently. Mister, Lin has far too many concerns on his plate. By the end of the day, he scarcely has a moment to spare. His primary focus lies on Xiao Shixue's health and education, neglecting her attire. Lin Heng himself was no different. Once a man of refined taste and elegance, he now possessed not even a decent outfit, his hair and beard in disarray. The notion of appearance had long since faded from his mind, replaced solely by thoughts of caring for Shixue and securing their daily sustenance. As Tan Yaoyao spoke with heartfelt clarity, even those who had initially believed Lin Heng should have provided Shixue with clothing fell silent. It was not a matter of time or willingness to spend money. Rather, Lin Heng simply had not considered it at all. Mom, don't cry. The dress you bought for me is beautiful. It is the loveliest outfit I've ever worn. Shixue consoled Tan Yaoyao through her tears. Throughout my life, I have never felt inferior in my clothing. I do not pursue superficial appearances, so what I wear does not affect me. What truly matters is my talent. Applause erupted throughout the venue. The discussion regarding Shixue's attire came to a close, and all attention shifted back to the large screen. Lin Heng had arrived at the kindergarten with Shixue. On the playground, many parents had gathered early, engaging in cheerful conversations as they awaited the performance to commence. Shixue, please go find your teacher in the classroom, Lin Heng instructed at the school gate. Dad will be watching your performance from below. Okay, Dad, Shixue nodded, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor as she bid him farewell and made her way to her class. Despite the throng of parents and the cacophony surrounding her, Shixue felt an undeniable anxiety. After taking a few steps, she suddenly recalled something, halted, and turned back to Lin Heng, her eyes filled with hope. Dad, you must watch me sing. Yes, I will definitely watch Shixue sing, Lin Heng promised earnestly. With that reassurance, she continued toward her classroom, now at ease. Once Shixue reached the classroom door, Lin Heng finally turned to leave. As he exited the school grounds, he retreated to a corner and began to cough painfully. A spurt of blood escaped his lips, leaving his face notably pale. It's time to see a doctor. I cannot endure like this any longer. Yet he thought resolutely, I cannot die. Shixue still needs me. What will happen to her if I am gone? I must at least hold on until she grows a little older. At the very least, I need to ensure her illness has truly healed. She must become a bit more understanding, capable of some independence. Above all, she must grow stronger and braver than she is now. Lin Heng murmured to himself, his gaze increasingly resolute. The audience felt their hearts tighten at this juncture. Lin Heng's condition had become grave. Hasten to seek medical attention. It appears that life hangs by a thread. What will become of Shixue? Although it is evident that Lin Heng has not succumbed to illness, my heart remains heavy with concern. What ailment afflicts Lin Heng? Could it be cancer? It is indeed plausible, especially since the symptoms of lung cancer bear a striking resemblance to this situation. If it were lung cancer, how has he managed to survive? Given the current state of medical science, lung cancer remains an incurable condition. In Lin Heng's case, it is undoubtedly advanced. Without treatment, he would scarcely endure a few months. Shixue has achieved a miracle, and it seems Lin Heng has done so as well. Chapter 69. Integrity devoured by canines. After coughing up blood, Lin Heng's condition appeared to improve slightly. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, accessed his contacts, and located a number listed under clothing store owner. He dialed the number. The clothing store owner? Surely, Lin Heng is not preparing an outfit for Shixue. The audience fell into stunned silence. Lu Qing's gaze instinctively shifted toward Lin Shixue. I don't recall him purchasing performance attire for me. Lin Shixue shook her head, her eyes reflecting similar perplexity. Beep, beep. The tones from the phone rang out before the call was abruptly terminated. A look of confusion crossed Lin Heng's pale visage. He redialed. Beep, beep. This time the phone rang several times before being answered. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Have the garments been delivered? My daughter's performance is about to commence. Lin Heng spoke with palpable urgency. Indeed, Lin Heng had prepared an outfit for Shixue. Yet, it seemed the arrangement was rather hasty, lacking prior preparation, hence the rush. Complex expressions emerged on the faces of the audience. Their earlier presumptuous remarks now felt rather embarrassing. Lin Heng was not oblivious to Shixue's unsuitable attire for the stage. He had simply acted in haste. What? You say the clothes are missing? What do you mean? Lin Hang nearly shouted into the phone, his eyes ablaze with fury. You inform me now that the clothes are gone. Where am I to procure another outfit for my daughter? I care not how you justify this. Deliver the clothing immediately, or I shall not let this matter rest. What use is a deposit if there are no garments? You must bring the attire within 10 minutes. With a resounding click, the call was terminated by the other party. Lin Hang glared at the disconnected line, growling in frustration. Damn it, this cannot stand. I must compel him to deliver the clothing. Unwilling to concede defeat, Lin Hang redialed Mr. Zhang's number. Before the call could connect, a text message notification pinged on his phone. It was a bank alert, informing him of a return of 100 yuan, the exact amount of the deposit he had given the clothing store owner. The return of the deposit indicated that the garments were indeed unavailable. The call that had yet to connect was again cut off. With a sullen expression, Lin Hang persisted in his attempts to reach Mr. Zhang. Beep, beep, disconnected. Beep, beep, disconnected. Beep, beep, disconnected. Lin Hang remained undeterred. He continued to dial, making over a dozen attempts. Finally, Mr. Zhang, unable to withstand further insistence, answered the call. The moment the line connected, Lin Hang bellowed, "Bring the clothes immediately, or we shall have words." What does this mean? Due to someone else's higher bid, you sold the clothes to another person. Where is your integrity? Is this how you conduct business? Even if you were to kill me now, it would be futile. The clothes have already been taken. I have refunded your deposit. If you continue this unreasonable commotion, I shall call the police. Boss Zhang was also incensed by Lin Hang, his furious voice emanating from the phone. Just wait. This matter is far from over. Lin Hang hung up the phone with a fierce determination. Breathing heavily, Lin Hang's agitated emotions gradually calmed. He lifted his gaze toward the kindergarten. Through the entrance, he saw that the stage lights on the playground had illuminated and the host had taken to the stage. The evening celebration was about to commence. It was now too late to buy clothes for Shixue. Damn it! Lin Hang pounded his fist against the wall, overwhelmed with frustration. It had come to this. No amount of anger would change the situation. Shixue, I am so sorry. With a heavy sigh of disappointment, Lin Hang trudged toward the kindergarten. Upon entering, he casually selected a chair in the back row and sat down. At this moment, the host had already announced the commencement of the first program. Lin Hang found himself devoid of any interest in the performances, instead closing his eyes to rest. He never anticipated such an outcome. That boss was utterly lacking in integrity. Selling to someone else, even after accepting a deposit, his clothing store would inevitably go under. Alas, Shixue could have been adorned in a beautiful outfit. The audience inside and outside the venue began to murmur, cursing the dishonest clothing store owner. Please reveal that scoundrel shop address. I shall go and smash it right now. That clothing store is bound to close down. The thought of Shixue gracing the stage in a lovely dress was almost unbearable. The unscrupulous owner, in pursuit of a few extra coins, discarded all sense of integrity. Lin Hang should have stormed in and wrecked his shop. Damn it, how could he renege on his word? Integrity has been devoured. Next to take the stage were the adorable children of Class 4, who, led by a black swan, bounced in with innocence and radiance. They presented a singing and dancing performance titled Dragon Country Momoda, with Lin Shixue leading the vocals, followed by a chorus of All the Children. As the host read the program schedule, Lin Hang opened his eyes, standing up due to the obstructed view from the back row. Now, standing, he had a clear view of the stage. Dressed in a black dress, Shixue, with a light touch of makeup, showcased her exquisite features and vibrant spirit. Resembling a graceful black swan leading a group of children as they joyfully entered the center of the stage. Has Shixue changed outfits? Who assisted her with that? Seeing Shixue, akin to a black swan in her elegant dress, left Lin Hang stunned. Lu Qing was taken aback. Lin Shixue was also astonished. The audience, both inside and outside, watching the video, was momentarily speechless. Who prepared this performance outfit for Shixue? What a beautiful young girl. If only she were my daughter. Exceptional children always seem to belong to others, whose parents raised such a remarkable child. How would be a bit? Well, lovely name too. The surroundings of Lin Hang were immediately filled with the admiration of parents for Shixue. The audience both inside and outside the venue generously praised her beauty, exclaiming, Xiao Shixue is stunning. She looks like a fairy in this outfit. Lin Shixue was already beautiful as a child. This black dress is simply tailored for her. It's exquisite. Xiao Shixue's short hair looks lovely too. Hello everyone, I am Lin Shixue from Class 4, and I will sing Lingua Memeta for you. I hope you enjoy it. As Xiao Shixue's melodious, childlike voice resonated, it was evident even before she began to sing that her voice was enchanting. Such a delightful sound. It was no wonder the teacher had chosen her as the lead singer. Truly, other children are exceptional. Accompanied by lively music, Xiao Shixue danced to the rhythm while singing. The five-starred red flag flutters in the blue sky. Free birds fly far away. I will study diligently and strive for progress, to realize my little dreams. Let my feelings soar, blooming like flowers. In our childhood, we sing for our dreams. The little friends behind her swayed adorably, mimicking Xiao Shixue's movements in unison. The combination of her sweet childlike voice and the charming dance of the children created a visually delightful spectacle. Lingua Memeta, Lingua Memeta. As Xiao Shixue reached the climax of her song, all the children joined in harmony, elevating the entire performance to a crescendo. Chapter 70. The teacher is proud of you. The little girl sings so beautifully. I truly adore this song. It is lighthearted, joyful, and uplifting. She possesses a remarkable talent for singing. What an adorable little girl. If she were to debut now, it wouldn't seem strange at all. The audience was filled with admiration, their faces reflecting sheer delight. Indeed, listening to Xiao Shixue sing was a pleasure. As Lin Shixue watched videos of her younger self singing, memories of kindergarten flooded her mind. Just as her performance was drawing to a close, she searched the audience for Lin Heng. When she spotted him waving at her, a sweet smile blossomed across her face, her innocent and radiant expression crystallizing the moment of her performance's conclusion, becoming one of the most dazzling highlights of the show. What a beautiful little girl. She must have exceptionally wonderful parents. With such delicate features and a captivating voice, she is destined to become a star. If only my daughter were this beautiful. I wonder what kind of family could nurture such an outstanding child. If I could have a daughter like her, I would wake up smiling in my sleep. The audience was filled with awe, unanimously praising Xiao Shixue's flawless performance. Reflecting on Xiao Shixue's excellence, one could not overlook the influence of remarkable parents. The scene shifted. The evening gala had concluded. Lin Heng was taking Xiao Shixue home. Standing on the electric scooter, Xiao Shixue had changed back into her original pink dress, silently lost in thought. Compared to the vivacious and charming Xiao Shixue on stage, she seemed like a different person. Why aren't you happy anymore? Lin Heng in guit pu dao. As Lin Heng inquired, Xiao Shixue turned her head, her eyes shimmering with hope. Daddy, can you buy Shixue a beautiful dress? Just like the one I wore during my performance. Of course, I can, Lin Heng readily agreed. Upon receiving her father's consent, Xiao Shixue burst into excitement, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, Daddy. However, Xiao Shixue felt compelled to explain her father why she had been upset earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Heng asked why was that? Because the older kids all have pretty new clothes, and Shixue doesn't. Xiao Shixue recounted her grievances. The dress Shixue wore earlier was borrowed from one of the older sisters in the class. When I returned it, that sister said I had dirtied her dress and called Shixue an ugly child. Shixue really didn't dirty the dress. Xiao Shixue defended herself with a sense of injustice. Lin Heng gently patted her head, reassuringly stating, I understand, my dear. Tomorrow, I will take you to buy some clothes. Yes, once Shixue has new clothes. She won't need to borrow from the older sisters anymore. Xiao Shixue responded, her face lighting up with joy. After walking a short distance, she couldn't restrain herself from boasting to Lin Heng, Daddy, Shixue sings beautifully, doesn't she? Lin Heng pondered for a moment and replied, She sings quite well. But I prefer your drawings, Xiao Shixue. Displeased with this response, Xiao Shixue pouted, But Daddy, Shixue loves singing too. Lin Heng chose not to respond further. Xiao Shixue chattered on until they arrived home. Xiao Shixue, we want to be reading storybooks or ancient poetry tonight. It's too late. Let us wash up and go to bed, Lin Heng remarked, glancing at the time. Okay, Daddy, Xiao Shixue replied, promptly dashing off to wash her face and brush her teeth. After finishing her evening routine, she climbed into bed and soon fell asleep. Lin Heng descended the stairs with a notebook in hand, taking a seat at the dining table and opening the notebook. Yet, he struggled to put pen to paper for quite some time. Eventually, he stepped outside for a smoke before returning to his seat. At the kindergarten's New Year Gala, Xiao Shixue's singing performance was truly outstanding, earning her unanimous praise from the audience. It was evident that she possessed a natural talent for singing, which was undoubtedly complemented by her own diligent efforts. Regrettably, I felt a sense of guilt and self-reproach for not having prepared an outfit for Xiao Shixue in advance. Had it not been for Xiao Zheng, who lent her a dress at the last minute, her performance might not have proceeded smoothly. I am sincerely grateful to Xiao Zheng. Thank you. After the gala, Xiao Shixue was not happy, as the older sister who lent her the performance dress accused her of soiling it and called her an ugly child, expressing disdain. Xiao Shixue's self-esteem was somewhat hurt. She yearned for her own new clothes, not wanting to be ridiculed by her peers. Indeed, Xiao Shixue is gradually growing up and can no longer wear just anything. This is a positive development. Growing up is wonderful. Another matter to attend to is that I must see a doctor, regardless of the circumstances. I need to find a way to prolong my life a little longer so that I can spend more time caring for Xiao Shixue. Pause the video. Just as the audience was immersed in Lin Heng's world, Lu Qing suddenly paused the playback. Without waiting for inquiries from the audience, Lu Qing provided an explanation. The staff has successfully contacted Teacher Zheng, who once instructed Xiao Shixue in music. Due to Teacher Zheng's presence in another province, she opted for a video call instead of attending in person. As Lu Qing began to explain the situation, the staff promptly reached out to Teacher Zheng. The big screen illuminated with the video connection. Teacher Zheng was indeed on the line. Lu Qing had suggested contacting her earlier, and to everyone's astonishment, it had been successful. The audience was equally thrilled. Through this video connection, they would surely gain further insight into Xiao Shixue's experiences at kindergarten. Lin Shixue's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the screen. Moments later, Teacher Zheng's image appeared. She appeared to be in her 40s, petite and graceful, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance that belied her age. "Hello, Teacher Zheng. Please greet everyone," Lu Qing gently prompted, smiling at the screen. "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all," Teacher Zheng responded, waving with a smile before turning her gaze towards Lin Shixue. "Hello, Lin Shixue. Although we haven't met in years, I've always kept an eye on your progress. You not only sing beautifully, but also compose splendidly. I'm so proud of you." As Lin Shixue looked at Teacher Zheng, a torrent of words surged within her. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to begin. Ultimately, all her emotions condensed into two simple words: "Thank you." Regarding the earlier video, Teacher Zheng had indeed watched it. When she taught you to sing back then, it was true that your father financed it. He did not lie. Of course, your father played a role in your journey, but what matters even more is your own dedication. Do you realize? Over the years, I have taught many students, some older than you, yet none have matched your level of perseverance. Thus, do not belittle yourself. While your achievements cannot be separated from your father's support, the vast majority is a testament to your own hard work. Keep going. I am proud of you. Chapter 71. Indulge and enjoy. As the video call concluded, Lu Qing refrained from further commentary and continued playing the video. The scene shifted to Lin Heng, who was out shopping for clothes with Xiao Shixue. Lin Heng seemed to have completely relaxed, purchasing 3 or 4 outfits for her. For the better part of the day, Xiao Shixue was filled with joy. This was undoubtedly one of the happiest and most fulfilling times she had experienced in the past 6 months. The scene transitioned once more. Following the New Year holiday, Xiao Shixue donned her new clothes for school. After delivering packages for half a day, Lin Heng deliberately took a short leave to visit the doctor. At the hospital, after undergoing a series of tests and waiting for over an hour, Lin Heng finally received the report. In the consultation room, the doctor examined the reports one by one, remaining silent for a considerable time. "Doctor, please be straightforward. I am well aware of my condition." Lin Heng broke the silence. "Since you are aware of your situation, I will speak plainly," the doctor replied, sighing. You have two options regarding your condition. The first is to undergo hospitalization. The extent of recovery will depend on fortune. The second point is to avoid hospitalization. One should eat and drink as though they're not ill. Despite being aware of his condition, Lin Heng's face still turned pale upon hearing this. Everything seemed to be spiraling towards the worst outcome. After a moment of silence, Lin Heng asked, "Is there any way to delay the progression of the illness?" The doctor suggested, "The best course of action for you now is hospitalization. There remains a glimmer of hope." Lin Heng replied, "I understand. I will think it over." With a bitter smile, he exited the consultation room. Once outside, Lin Heng, feeling lost and dejected, made his way to the stairwell of the building. He sat on the steps and lit a cigarette, smoking in silence. "No, I cannot die. Xiao Shixue still needs me. What will happen to her if I am gone? Why can't I be granted a few more years?" He lamented despairingly, questioning the air around him as tears streamed down his cheeks. Lin Heng wept, marking the first time in the video that he was seen so emotionally unrestrained. A man seldom sheds tears easily, and when he does, it is surely a sign of utter despair. Witnessing Lin Heng's tears, countless viewers felt their eyes welling up with emotion, empathizing with the profound hopelessness and helplessness he was experiencing. Tan Yao Yao was particularly affected, sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment of tears, Lin Heng gradually composed himself and left the hospital in solitude. The scene shifted to Lin Heng waiting at the kindergarten gate to pick up Xiao Shixue. He appeared unremarkable, as if nothing was amiss, just like any other day. After collecting Xiao Shixue, they conversed casually on their way home, much like their usual routine. Lin Heng encouraged Xiao Shixue to play independently while he prepared dinner. Days passed, seemingly without change. The morning routine remained the same: training, Xiao Shixue attending school, and Lin Heng going to work. Before they knew it, Xiao Shixue's winter break had arrived, concluding a semester. With the onset of Xiao Shixue's holiday, Lin Heng made a significant decision. They would sleep in separate rooms. At the dinner table, he addressed Xiao Shixue, saying, "Xiao Shixue, you have grown up. Starting today, you and I will each have our own rooms." His tone was resolute, his expression serious, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. "But Daddy, Shixue is scared," Xiao Shixue cried, her eyes filled with helplessness. "You must learn to be brave." Lin Heng replied firmly, "Daddy will be in the next room. I will protect you." Despite his reassurances, Xiao Shixue continued to cry, and Lin Heng remained steadfast in his decision. After dinner, Lin Heng tidied up Xiao Shixue's room. Once it was organized, he read her picture books and recited ancient poetry in her room. When bedtime arrived, Xiao Shixue's emotions resurfaced. She cried, insisting she did not want to sleep alone and wanted to stay in the same room as her father. Lin Heng did not acquiesce, offering intermittent comfort, assuring her there was nothing to fear. Ultimately, Xiao Shixue cried herself to sleep, her eyes still glistening with tears. Only then did Lin Heng quietly close the door behind him and return to his own room. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Lin Heng returned to his room, he was seized by a fit of painful coughing. He quickly located the trash can and, leaning over it, coughed violently until he expelled a dark clump of blood, after which his coughing subsided. After resting for a moment, Lin Heng retrieved a bottle of erguo from the cabinet, twisted off the cap, and poured it down his throat as if it were mere water. Having consumed half a bottle, he finally set it down and collapsed onto the bed, reeking of alcohol. Why was Lin Heng drinking? Wasn't it clear that alcohol would only exacerbate his condition? Did he really choose to share a room with Xiao Shixue merely for the convenience of drinking? Was he intent on drinking himself to death? This was potent liquor. Even a half bottle could incapacitate a bull. Had Lin Heng completely given up on treatment? I cannot fathom how he managed to survive afterward. Witnessing Lin Heng's reckless drinking, both the audience inside and outside the venue were left in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Did Lin Heng truly intend to disregard Xiao Shixue and drink himself into oblivion? The host, Lu Qing, turned her gaze towards Lin Shixue, and she too discerned a profound confusion on Lin Shixue's face. It appeared that Lin Shixue was equally perplexed about Lin Heng's motivations for drinking. "Shixue, do you have any idea why Lin Heng is drinking?" Lu Qing inquired. Lin Shixue shook her head, expressing her ignorance. I recall that he has a tendency to drink excessively, often reeking of alcohol, she remarked. I have a thought that may or may not be accurate. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, suggesting that Lin Heng might be seeking to numb himself with alcohol. The saying, "a drink to drown 1,000 sorrows," likely encapsulated this sentiment. Lin Shixue remained silent, neither affirming nor denying the notion. As more videos played, it seemed her father was not as wretched as she had imagined. The scene shifted, revealing a new day. Lin Heng continued his routine of delivering packages, with Xiao Shixue accompanying him as his devoted assistant. With the winter break upon them, Lin Heng was reluctant to leave Xiao Shixue alone at home. Days passed in this calm manner. Lin Heng would indulge in alcohol now and then, primarily in the evenings, which meant Xiao Shixue was largely unaffected by his drinking. Gradually, she became accustomed to sleeping alone. Unbeknownst to them, the year-end approached, and the courier company finally closed for the holidays. Just as Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue were able to relax and enjoy a few days of respite, Xiao Shixue's health suddenly took a turn for the worse. One morning, as they jogged along their usual dirt path, Xiao Shixue unexpectedly fell and was unable to rise. In the past, Lin Heng might not have perceived this as a significant issue. However, things were different now. Xiao Shixue had become accustomed to the training and would typically get back up and continue running after a fall. Yet today, after she tumbled, she could not get back on her feet. Something was amiss. Lin Heng rushed over to check on her. Anxiety etched across his face. "Xiao Shixue, are you all right?" he asked. "Daddy, my foot hurts so much. I can't move," Xiao Shixue replied, tears glistening in her eyes. Chapter 72. The video abruptly cut off. What was wrong with Xiao Shixue? Could it be a relapse? Was it a case of overexertion? The video displayed Xiao Shixue falling and crying out in pain. The hearts of the audience tightened in unison, as Lin Shixue found herself bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. This fragment of memory eluded her, just as the audience was eager to uncover what had transpired with the young Shixue. The video, playing on a large screen, abruptly halted, the display turning a deep blue. What? The video has ceased? Could there be a malfunction with the playback device? In a concealed chamber, Professor He observed with alarm as the data on the memory extraction apparatus suddenly reset to 0. A wave of dread washed over him. Could Mr. Lin have perished? The memory extraction device was incapable of retrieving memories from the deceased. If Lin Heng were to die, the process would come to an end. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin," Professor He urgently called as he turned his gaze towards Lin Heng, who was reclining on the pristine hospital bed, his eyes shut and his breath barely discernible. "Mr. Lin, wake up," Professor He implored, leaning closer to assess Lin Heng's breath and pulse. "Please hold on. I am initiating the secondary protocol immediately." In a flurry of anxiety, he retrieved a syringe from a sealed box beside the bed, filled with a pre-prepared solution. With deliberate care, he removed the protective cover from the syringe and gently injected the contents into Lin Heng's neck vein. "It seems there has been a malfunction with the equipment. The staff is diligently working to rectify it. We shan't be kept waiting for long," Lu Qing remarked with a hint of humor. "Let us take this opportunity to engage in conversation and relax." A light-hearted atmosphere enveloped the room. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue and smiled. "Shixue, what do you think will happen next?" "Lin Heng will compel me to run through the icy wilderness," Lin Shixue replied slowly, her gaze tinged with pain. "It was not when I was 3, but rather when I was over 4 years old that he forced me to run bare in the snow. That was when my condition began to deteriorate. Although I now comprehend the reasons, this memory is undeniably agonizing. I recall my body growing increasingly numb in the frigid cold. Running was futile, yet Lin Heng relentlessly urged me on, forcing me to rise and run again after each fall. Eventually, I lost all sensation, my entire being frozen in place. I succumbed to unconsciousness and awoke with a fever that lingered for several days." Lin Shixue recounted her experience with poignant clarity. "It was from that moment that I truly began to harbor resentment towards him. The impression was indelibly etched in my mind, so profound that even at a tender age, it was difficult to forget. This particular ordeal led to a significant reduction in our communication, and I found myself reluctant to share certain matters with him. A heavy silence enveloped Lu Qing and the audience. The impact of running through the icy expanse weighed heavily on Lin Shixue's psyche. Thus, the chasm between father and daughter emerged. Perhaps Lin Heng could offer explanations to young Shixue, but the 4-year-old might not possess the capacity to comprehend. Perhaps Lin Heng intentionally refrained from providing an explanation, deliberately allowing Xiao Shixue to misconstrue the situation. I am uncertain whether Lin Heng's actions are justifiable. Yet one thing remains unequivocal. They have inflicted profound emotional distress upon you, Lu Qing remarked softly. Indeed, Lin Shixue sighed. It was from that moment onward that I yearned to escape that household. I endeavored to enhance my own worth, striving to mature and lead a life of freedom independent of him. A glimmer of resilience shone in Lin Shixue's eyes as she proclaimed, "In the end, I succeeded." In a concealed room, Lin Heng's eyes remained shut, yet he exhibited faint signs of respiration. Professor, he displayed a flicker of delight on his countenance and leaned closer to Lin Heng's ear, urgently whispering, "Mr. Lin, can you hear my voice? If so, please nod." Lin Heng subtly nodded, indicating his awareness. "Mr. Lin, the situation is as follows. Your condition cannot sustain itself for much longer. There is insufficient time to retrieve all of your memories. We can only access those that are more pronounced and deeply ingrained." Professor, he elucidated to Lin Heng. Lin Heng gently nodded and then made a concerted effort to open his heavy eyelids, intermittently stating, "Rest assured, I will endure until I can see my daughter one last time." Lin Heng believed in his capacity to do so. It was this formidable faith that had enabled him to grasp the ephemeral threads of life, allowing him to survive for so many years. As Lin Heng spoke, he appeared to regain some vitality, as if a certain force had awakened within him, pulling him slightly away from the clutches of death. Professor, he nodded, choosing silence as he returned to the apparatus to continue his work. At the event venue, Lu Qing observed the still darkened screen and sought to engage in conversation. This was, after all, an interview program. Even without the video resuming, she would ensure the conversation flowed. Just as Lu Qing was about to shift the topic, a message from the staff came through her earpiece, momentarily stunning her. Lu Shue has arrived. Lin Shixue's biological mother, Lu Shue, had truly come. She had the audacity to show up. Did she not fear the scorn of the masses? Or perhaps she was utterly unafraid because she felt no guilt toward Xiao Shixue. Although the staff had previously informed her that Lu Shue would be attending as a special guest, the reality of her presence still struck Lu Qing with astonishment. If Lu Shue failed to provide a compelling justification, she would undoubtedly face a torrent of public outrage. Furthermore, Lin Shixue would never forgive her. She must have contemplated such consequences, yet still chose to come, signifying her lack of fear. Lu Qing took a deep breath, steadying her tumultuous emotions before turning her gaze towards Lin Shixue. The shift in Lu Qing's expression had not gone unnoticed by everyone. Something significant must have transpired. "Shixue." Lu Qing looked at Lin Shixue and inhaled deeply before slowly articulating, "Lu Shue has arrived." "Lu Shue is here." Lin Shixue's expression froze. Lu Shue had genuinely come. How bold of her. This would be an opportunity for me to confront her. What would she say? I refuse to believe she has sacrificed as much for Xiao Shixue as Lin Heng did. Lin Shixue took a deep breath, her expression gradually restoring to tranquility as she calmly remarked, "Since she has come, I am eager to hear what she wishes to convey." What does Lu Shue intend to say? This is not only Lin Shixue's curiosity, but also that of the entire audience. Logically, Lu Shue should not be present here. Yet she has arrived. What could she possibly have to say to Lin Shixue? A plea for forgiveness, perhaps. But is that truly necessary? Lin Shixue does not even acknowledge her father. Could she possibly accept Lu Shue? Chapter 73. The arrival of Lu Shue now. Let us welcome Ms. Lu Shue to the stage. A round of applause, please. Lu Qing glanced toward the entrance of the rising platform, her eyes filled with curiosity as she spoke. She had never encountered Lu Shue and was unaware of what kind of woman she might be. Leading the applause, she insisted that regardless of Lu Shue's situation, a warm welcome was in order. Sparse clapping echoed through the venue, revealing the audience's lukewarm enthusiasm for Lu Shue. Lin Shixue sat calmly, refraining from joining in the applause. All eyes were fixed on the grand entrance. As the doors slowly opened, a tall woman clad in a qipao gracefully stepped forward. All attention shifted to her. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, adorned with exquisite makeup, she appeared remarkably beautiful and youthful, hardly resembling someone in their 40s or 50s. This was Lu Shue. She differed somewhat from what everyone had envisioned. Hello everyone, I am Lu Shue, the biological mother of Lin Shixue. Upon entering, Lu Shue introduced herself with a warm smile, waving frequently at the audience without waiting for Lu Qing to prompt her. However, the audience's response was rather lackluster, with only a few acknowledging her presence as she continued to engage with them on stage. Noticing her lack of popularity, Lu Shue ceased her attempts at interaction and turned her attention to the host, Lu Qing. Good day, Ms. Lu. Lu Qing greeted calmly. Please take a seat. Thank you. Lu Shue replied, her gaze then shifting to Lin Shixue. Her expression transformed with excitement as she hurried towards Lin Shixue, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out. My daughter, I have finally met you. You have suffered so much. Your mother has longed for you all these years. As she spoke, Lu Shue began to cry, opening her arms to embrace Lin Shixue. It was evident that Lu Shue had come to reconnect. The authenticity of her tears and fervor remained uncertain to the onlookers, making it difficult for anyone to discern the truth. Lin Shixue rose, her face devoid of the excitement and joy Lu Shue had anticipated. She slightly stepped aside to avoid the embrace. Lu Shue found herself embracing nothing but air, her expression one of astonishment. At that moment, Lin Shixue's calm voice pierced the air. Ms. Lu, I am not your daughter. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Upon hearing Lin Shixue's words, Lu Shue's emotions seemed to ignite instantaneously as she exclaimed with fervor, You are my daughter, the daughter I carried for 10 months. I know how much you have suffered over the years. Do you think my heart has been at ease? You cannot simply deny our mother-daughter bond with a single statement. Lu Shue grew increasingly agitated. Ms. Lu, please calm down. Let us sit and discuss this matter thoughtfully. Lu Qing promptly consoled the agitated Lu Shue. Host, today I must clarify things. Do not impede me, Lu Shue declared loudly, wiping her tears. No one is stopping you. Speak your mind, and I shall listen. Lin Shixue replied coldly, taking her seat with an icy demeanor. Lin Shixue's attitude incensed Lu Shue, who shot her a furious glare. Very well. I shall elucidate matters for you today. Let me first explain why I left when you were born. Do you think I desired that? It was because of my parents' coercion. They forcefully made me leave the hospital and took me home, leaving me with no choice. Later, when I married Zhangji, it was again under parental pressure. If I refused to marry, they threatened to take drastic measures. What was I to do? Furthermore, if Lin Heng possessed any capability to win my parents' approval, we would not be in this predicament. Is that my fault? And do not assume that I never sought you out. When you were 5, I indeed looked for you. However, Lin Heng forbade me from taking you away. Is that my fault? At this point, everyone was momentarily stunned, including Lin Shixue herself. It was true that Lu Shue sought her out when she was 5 and even attempted to take her away. While Lu Shue may not be a competent mother, it cannot be said that she harbored no concern for little Shixue. Later on, the family's business focus shifted overseas, and I spent the majority of my time abroad. I admit that I did not pay you sufficient attention, but does that strip me of the right to be called mother? Lin Shixue, you consistently assert that you owe no one anything. As for Lin Heng, I shall not elaborate. He deserves what he gets for concealing your health issues from you. He brought this upon himself. But what about me? I acknowledge my lack of concern for you. You should also recognize that you owe me some acknowledgement. Today, I risk ridicule from the world to stand here and declare to you and everyone present that Lu Shue does indeed possess feelings for her daughter. Though I may not be the most competent mother, I am not an utterly vile woman. Reflect on this. After this outburst, Lu Shue seemed to calm down somewhat, sulking in her seat and ignoring Lin Shixue. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one knew what to say. Even Lu Qing struggled to find the right words to express. However, before speaking, one must organize their thoughts. Is what Lin Shixue said true? Did she leave little Shixue due to her parents' coercion? This seems plausible, as previous videos indicated that Lin Shixue's parents looked down upon Lin Hang and did not acknowledge him as their son-in-law. Yet, if Lin Shixue truly wished to resist, there could have been opportunities for reconciliation. However, her subsequent lack of contact with Lin Hang and swift announcement of her marriage to Zhang Ji suggests that she still harbored a sense of vanity. The crux of the matter remains whether Lin Shixue indeed sought Lin Hang and attempted to take little Shixue away. If that is the case, it reveals a degree of concern for her daughter, wishing for her a better life. If such were true, given Lin Hang's circumstances at that time, it would have been in little Shixue's best interests to follow Lin Shixue. However, Lin Hang's insistence on keeping Xiao Shixue by his side is, in fact, a selfish act. Setting aside the dire circumstances of poverty, the mere fact that his life hangs by a thread renders it unwise to keep Xiao Shixue close. Has Lin Shixue ever sought out Xiao Shixue and attempted to take her along? This is the crux of the matter. If it is indeed true that Lin Shixue does not recognize her mother, it becomes somewhat difficult to comprehend. Everyone's thoughts converge on a single point. In the concealed chamber, Lin Hang, who is already on the brink of death, seemed to be stirred into a frenzy by Lin Shixue's outrageous claims. Shameless, unprincipled, Lin Hang roared, his face contorting into a grimace. Professor He quickly reassured him. Mr. Lin, please do not let your anger take over. You must believe that your daughter possesses the ability to discern right from wrong. Professor He feared that Lin Hang's rage might lead to his demise, which would render his experiment futile. Observing the memory fragments that had been meticulously calibrated, now unraveling due to Lin Hang's fury, Professor He could only smile wryly. He had to start anew, fervently hoping that Lin Hang could endure just a little longer. Chapter 74. The video brought by Lin Shixue. How can I trust that what you say is true? After a moment of silence, Lin Shixue fixed her sharp gaze on Lin Shixue and inquired. Lin Shixue's questioning indicates that the defenses she has long held are beginning to crumble. If it could be proven that Lin Shixue's words are indeed genuine, it would at least signify that Lin Shixue had cared for her. Lin Shixue, too, was not devoid of feelings. Upon hearing Lin Shixue's question, Lin Shixue exhaled in relief, her expression softening as she replied, I have also brought a video. You will understand once you see it. With that, Lin Shixue retrieved a disc from her small bag and handed it to the host, Lu Qing. Lu Qing accepted the disc and passed it to a nearby staff member. It was not surprising that Lin Shixue had come prepared. Lin Shixue chose to remain silent, awaiting the video before making any further comments. My dear daughter, your mother truly loves you. It was only after watching the program that I realized how difficult your life has been these past years. Lin Shixue gazed at Lin Shixue, tears of remorse welling in her eyes as she expressed, had I known you were suffering so, I would have done everything in my power to keep you by my side. Listening to Lin Shixue's words of self-reproach, Lin Shixue felt her eyes redden. Yet she remained silent. The audience, too, refrained from voicing their opinions or comments, choosing to wait until they had viewed the video Lin Shixue had brought. Soon, the staff completed the setup, signaling to Lu Qing that they were ready to play the video. Shixue, Ms. Lu, the video is ready. Let's watch it now. Lu Qing announced, looking towards Lin Shixue. Lin Shixue nodded in agreement. All eyes in the venue turned towards the large screen, including Lin Hang's gaze in the hidden chamber, transfixed on the television. The video commenced, revealing an ordinary private room. Footsteps echoed as Lin Hang and Lin Shixue entered the room, one after the other. Lin Shixue appeared resplendent, carrying a designer handbag and adorned with exquisite makeup, looking remarkably similar to her present self. Perhaps due to her impeccable makeup or the diligent care she has taken of herself, Lin Shixue appears to be untouched by the passage of time, radiating an ageless beauty. In stark contrast to Lin Shixue's resplendence, Lin Hang presents a rather disheveled image, clad in garments akin to those found at a street market. With a mop of hair streaked with white and a face that bears the marks of age, he exudes the aura of a decrepit old man. The juxtaposition between him and the youthful and enchanting Lin Shixue is indeed jarring, making it hard to fathom that they were once a couple. However, upon closer inspection, the portrayal of Lin Hang in the video differs significantly from his true self. not only in appearance but also in demeanor. A genuine elder is depicted. This suggests that Lin Shixue hastily sought someone to film the video. Although the portrayal may not perfectly resemble Lin Hang, it does not detract from the audience's interest. As the door to the private room closed, the two exchanged no pleasantries or idle chatter. Lin Shixue placed her small bag upon the table, crossed her arms defiantly, and coldly addressed Lin Hang. Look at your current state. It's uncertain if you'll see the sun rise tomorrow. I will take Xiao Shixue with me, and I will care for her. You cannot take Xiao Shixue, Lin Hang retorted, locking eyes with Lin Shixue, his expression contorted with rage as he growled. Xiao Shixue is my lifeline. No one shall take her away. Your lifeline? You are the one threatening Xiao Shixue's life. Lin Shixue shouted back, her eyes ablaze with fury. I can provide Xiao Shixue with the finest life and the best education. She will thrive under my care. What can you offer her? Barely enough to eat and wear. Living like a wild child. Do you not feel any remorse for how you treat her? No matter what you say, I will not allow you to take Xiao Shixue. Lin Hang replied coldly, turning to leave. Stop right there. Lin Shixue yelled at his retreating figure. Have you not considered how your selfishness will ruin Xiao Shixue's life? With me, she will have everything she desires. She will be a precious gem in the future. Since you claim to love Xiao Shixue, shouldn't you think about her future? Are you planning to raise her to marry a wealthy man just like you? Lin Hang turned back to Lin Shixue, offering a derisive laugh before pushing open the door and exiting without a glance back. What is wrong with marrying a wealthy man? Should she settle for a penniless wretch like you? Lin Shixue bellowed. Lin Hang, you will regret this. Overcome with emotion, Lin Shixue began to weep loudly. After a brief moment of sobbing, she gradually composed herself and wiped her tears as she exited the private room. The video concluded here. In the aftermath, Lin Shixue wept while dabbing her eyes, and Lin Shixue shut her eyes in anguish, leaning against the chair as crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. It was evident that Lin Shixue had not truly abandoned her. While Lin Hang's love for her was undeniable, it was steeped in selfishness. The audience both inside and outside the venue began to murmur amongst themselves, realizing that Lin Shixue indeed cared for Xiao Shixue, while Lin Hang was excessively selfish. If only Xiao Shixue had followed Lin Shixue, she would not have endured so much suffering. Lin Hang is unworthy of forgiveness. His love is far too selfish. It must be said that Lin Shixue possesses admirable qualities, and by staying with her, Xiao Shixue could have attained a much better life. Although Lin Shixue may not be entirely competent, she is deserving of understanding. In truth, Lin Shixue is a good mother. Why did Lin Hang refuse her? Knowing that his time is limited, he still prevents Xiao Shixue from leaving. It is truly outrageous. Lin Hang's condition seems to echo what Professor Zhou has stated. His love is indeed pathological. The comments on the large screen uniformly support Lin Shixue and criticize Lin Hang. Lin Shixue genuinely cares for Xiao Shixue. Lin Hang's affection for Xiao Shixue should lead to her betterment, shouldn't it? We ought to empathize with Lin Shue's predicament. I was wrong. I should not have disparaged Lin Shixue without knowing the truth. The one deserving of scorn should be Lin Hang, not Lin Shixue. Alas, poor Xiao Shixue. She could have lived a happy life. Lin Shixue, you must never forgive Lin Hang. He is unworthy of your forgiveness. Fortunately, Xiao Shixue is exceptional in her own right. Otherwise, she would have been utterly doomed by Lin Hang. Listening to the discussions around her and witnessing the rapid flow of comments, Lu Qing sighed softly. We cannot foresee what kind of future Xiao Shixue would have had growing up with Lin Shixue, but at the very least, it would not have been as painful. I cannot fathom the turmoil in Shixue's heart, but surely it must be filled with sadness. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon Lin Shixue, who remained with her eyes closed, silently shedding tears, and she spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Fortunately, all hardships have passed. Now, Shixue is thriving, living better than countless others. Chapter 75. Lin Shixue is anything but simple. I need to use the restroom. As Lu Qing finished her sentence, Lin Shixue slowly opened her eyes and spoke, then rose to leave the scene. Guided by the staff, Lin Shixue entered the restroom. Inside, she faced the mirror and used a tissue to wipe away the tears from her face. As the tears were cleared away, the sorrowful gaze that once filled the mirror gradually transformed into one of calm, even revealing a glimmer of sharpness. Lin Shixue retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed a number. "Sister and I, please investigate Lu Shui and Zhang Ji, providing as much detail as possible. I need the information in 5 minutes." After hanging up, Lin Shixue took out her lipstick from her handbag and began to retouch her makeup. Lin Shixue's Shixue Group has made remarkable achievements across various fields, with an extensive network spanning countless industries, rich in talent, and equipped with a dedicated business intelligence department. Any company or enterprise of note can be quickly scrutinized for relevant information. Sister and I, whom she mentioned, is the head of the business intelligence department, so for any inquiries, she is the one to approach. The Lin Shixue scene on the program may appear delicate and fragile, but that is merely a fade. With her numerous titles, how could she be so uncomplicated? In less than 5 minutes, Lin Shixue received the information sent by Sister and I, which included a 2 to 3 minute video. After viewing it, her expression turned completely frigid. Soon after, Lin Shixue replied to a text message. She also inquired about Lin Hang's situation. No one knew of Lin Shixue's actions in the restroom. Everyone assumed she sought a moment of tranquility. After approximately 10 minutes, she emerged from the restroom and returned to her seat. The audience noted that she had regained her composure. "Your daughter is safe, and I bear no blame," Lu Shui said, her heart aching as she gazed at Lin Shixue. "I understand the hardships you have endured over the years, but from now on, I shall always be by your side." In response to Lu Shui's heartfelt confession, Lin Shixue replied coolly, "Ms. Lu, my mother is Tan Yao Yao. Please do not misunderstand." "What do you mean?" The Lin Shixue, who had wept moments ago, seemed to have transformed entirely upon returning from the restroom, denying her own mother. Lu Shui was not the only one taken aback. Lu Qing, the special guest Tan Yao Yao, and Xin Zhihui were equally stunned. The audience both inside and outside the venue stood in bewilderment. "What is happening?" "Lin Shixue, what do you mean?" After a moment of shock, Lu Shui erupted in anger. "Are you planning to disown me? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Though I, Lu Shui, may not be the most competent mother, I have never wronged you. If it were not for Lin Hang's interference, I would have brought you to my side long ago. Do not presume that your wealth grants you superiority. I am not lacking in that regard. The reason I am here is that you are my daughter. Witnessing your suffering pains me. I wish to compensate for the maternal love you have missed over the years. Now, in front of millions, you deny me as your mother. What does this mean? Are you not afraid of the world laughing at your ingratitude?" As Lu Shui pointed and raged, Lin Shixue grew increasingly cold. Once Lu Shui finished speaking, Lin Shixue replied icily, "I truly feel pity for you. At your age, you still have not come to understand life." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Shui stared at Lin Shixue, shocked, as if struggling to comprehend that these words came from her daughter. The audience, too, was astounded, perplexed by this sudden shift in Lin Shixue's demeanor. The expected touching reunion had not transpired. Instead, it resembled a confrontation with an adversary. Some perceptive members of the audience began to grasp the situation, particularly those who had previously collected information on Lu Shui and Zhang Ji, who were now acutely aware of the underlying truths. In a concealed room, Lin Hang observed the change in Lin Shixue's attitude, a smile appearing on his face. How could the daughter he had nurtured be so easily deceived? Even the video he had uploaded earlier was met with skepticism. Lu Shui had shared but a single video, and she believed it. Such an insult to her intelligence. "I'm truly grateful for the story you have shared. It has moved me to tears. I once thought similarly. I believe my mother must have had her reasons for leaving me. I imagined she would seek me out. If she had been by my side, she would never have allowed my father to harm me. She would have tenderly cared for me, provided delicious food, and dressed me beautifully. With my mother present, I would never have been someone else's child. But alas, all of this was mere fantasy. In reality, I have never laid eyes on her. I have never received any love from her." Witnessing the video in which you sought out Lin Hang to take me away truly moved me. It turns out I was not mistaken. My mother indeed came to find me and genuinely loves me. Tears streamed down my face as all my grievances and resentments towards her faded away. replaced by tears of joy. Listening to Lin Shixue's hoarse yet heartfelt narration, the audience's eyes glistened with emotion. They could vividly envision the childhood of Lin Shixue, filled with a yearning for maternal affection, longing for her mother's presence, desiring a comforting embrace after being hurt, seeking a confidant in moments of grievance, and wishing for a place to boast during her triumphant moments. Yet, she had none of this. She buried everything deep within her heart, continuing to strive in the shadow of her father, relentlessly growing against the light. Until one day, she could break free from her father's grasp, soaring freely and becoming the person she wished to be. However, fantasies often shatter, unable to materialize into reality. Lin Shixue sighed. At this moment, the audience likely deduced that Lu Shue's video was fabricated, not genuine. Yet, Lu Shue seemed undeterred, crying out, "Daughter, I'm right here before you. I truly love you dearly. My absence in your life was not a matter of desire, but of inability." Unable? Lin Shixue stood up, her eyes flashing with indignation as she coldly questioned Lu Shue. "Your parents forced you to leave me and my father, and you claim you are unable? Would they truly threaten you with death? If they genuinely cared for you, why have they neglected you for so many years? You wish to take me away from Lin Hang and say you cannot? Then why not come to see me? But have you? Is unable your only justification? Why don't you say that Zhang Jun made you come here, and you couldn't? Your vanity is beyond my control. I cannot dictate your thoughts. But if you desire my forgiveness and recognition as your mother, you lack the qualification. Even if the whole world deems me unfilial, I remain indifferent. My actions, Lin Shixue, require no explanation to anyone, nor do I seek the approval of all. I, Lin Shixue, am unafraid." Chapter 76. The video received by Lin Shixue. On stage, Lin Shixue emanated a formidable aura that captivated the hearts of all present. Under the piercing gaze of Lin Shixue, Lu Shue's face turned pale. The entire audience was taken aback by Lin Shixue's overwhelming presence. It reminded them of an earlier speech Lin Shixue delivered overseas, where her powerful aura silenced the troublesome foreign journalists. Lin Shixue was never a weak individual. At this moment, the host Lu Qing received a reminder from the staff, urging her to look at the comments and messages on the big screen. Lu Qing felt as though she had awakened from a deep slumber and hastily spoke up. "Shixue, Ms. Lu, let us sit down and discuss this matter. What is there to discuss? She simply doesn't want to acknowledge me as her mother." Lu Shue huffed angrily, plopping down on her seat. Witnessing Lu Shue's demeanor ignited a flicker of fury within Lin Shixue. She was about to expose Lu Shue's facade further. Lu Qing gestured for her to take a seat and observe the large screen. Lu Shue was far from being a lady of high society. Zhang Ji was utterly indifferent to her, spending his days pursuing other women, and later even brought back a son. Zhang Ji's company was on the brink of bankruptcy. Upon discovering that Lin Shixue was Lu Shue's daughter, he conspired with Lu Shue to extort money from Lin Shixue. Zhang Ji's son, Zhang Jun, even went so far as to create a fabricated video of Lu Shue. Lin Shixue's words rang true. Lu Shue had lived for so many years, yet remained oblivious. Those parents you claim have your best interests at heart are currently traveling abroad, indifferent to your well-being. You were merely a tool for their gain in the past. Even now, you naively cling to the illusion of being a wealthy matron. How utterly ridiculous! I cannot ascertain whether you are truly pitiable, but all that you experience is of your own making. These comments are likely from a single individual who has articulated everything with clarity. However, it is not just one person who has uncovered Lu Shue's circumstances. Other netizens have also discovered various truths. I have located the hotel where Lu Shue filmed the video. It was all an act. I'm a friend of Zhang Jun, who just claimed that he is about to strike it rich. A friend of mine witnessed Zhang Ji living lavishly at a club. It is all a fade. They are spreading falsehoods. They cannot bear to see Lu Shue thrive and are intent on tarnishing my reputation. I have always had a great relationship with Zhang Ji. Zhang Jun is the son of his ex-girlfriend, whom I have always regarded as my own. Zhang Ji's company is not bankrupt. We are not lacking in funds at all. My sole desire is for my daughter to make amends for the maternal love she has been deprived of How dare you malicious individuals speak of me in such a manner? I shall send a lawyer's letter to those who spread rumors. Watching the incessant barrage of comments and live messages on the screen, Lin Shixue felt herself spiraling into madness, her voice raw from her anguished cries. The audience fell into a hushed silence as they observed her frantic outburst. You claim to seek money, and the audience might have a modicum of understanding. Yet when you declare that you simply desire your daughter and wish to compensate for her lost maternal affection, it sounds utterly repugnant. And when you say that Zhang Jun is the son of your ex-wife, whom you have always cherished as your own, what do you imply? Are you suggesting that you can neglect your own flesh and blood while treating a child with no biological connection as if he were your own? Are you unwell? If you have abandoned your daughter, what grounds do you have to expect her recognition now, while cloaking it in such self-righteous justification? Furthermore, according to your own words, you have long known that your daughter has suffered and lived like a wild child. At that time, you showed no concern. Now that your daughter has found success, you come knocking. How thick-skinned can one be? To call you the most shameless person in the world would not be an exaggeration. Daughter, do not believe what others say. The internet is filled with deceit. Mother truly does not seek money from you. After watching the program, I realized how much you have suffered and wish to reconnect. I know I have wronged you, but I too face difficulties. I promise, from this day forward, I will double my efforts to care for you. Will you forgive me, my dear? Lin Shixue implored Lin Shixue for forgiveness in a tone tinged with desperation. I have said it before. You are unworthy of being my mother. Lin Shixue replied coldly, her gaze indifferent. I possess a video. Would you care to see it? What video? Lin Shixue asked, her expression one of confusion. You will know once you watch it, Lin Shixue stated, turning to Lu Qing. Host, I have a video on my phone. Could you upload it to the big screen? Certainly. I will have the staff connect your Bluetooth, so you can upload it. Lu Qing responded. Seeing Lin Shixue's actions, Lin Shixue felt a wave of unease wash over her. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. Moments later, the Bluetooth connection was established successfully. Lin Shixue uploaded the video sent by Sister and I onto the large screen. As it played, the familiar scene of the private room emerged. However, now there were three individuals present: Lin Shixue, a portly man, and a flamboyant young man. Without needing introduction, it was clear the overweight man was Zhang Ji, and the young man was Zhang Jun. The video displayed the timestamp at the top, pulsating with life. I never imagined that the daughter you abandoned years ago would become so accomplished. A mere token would suffice for us to live comfortably for a lifetime, Zhang Ji remarked. As long as you handle the matter well, I promise to cease pursuing other women and treat you right, allowing you to truly become a wealthy matriarch. He gently pinched Lin Shixue's cheek, his tone almost affectionate. Lin Shixue nodded, her confidence returning. After all, I am her mother. She cannot possibly deny me, can she? I never expected Lin Hang to nurture her to such excellence. Godmother, please introduce Sister Shixue to me. Not only are we family, but she's also stunning. How could we let her go to someone else? Most importantly, she is wealthy. Zhang Jun laughed. All right, Godmother agrees. Lin Shixue smiled. Affectionately Hoffling Shang Yun is here. My daughter's fortune must be managed by me, her mother. The thought of giving Lin Hang, that old man, 5 million gnawed her, preventing her from sleeping soundly. Don't mess this up. I am counting on her wealth to turn my fortunes. If you ruin this, I will make you pay. Zhang Ji warned Lin Shixue with a fierce expression. Understood. Lin Shixue shot him a glare. The video concluded here. It was a recorded surveillance clip, with the audio reconstructed from lip movements. Despite minor discrepancies, the authenticity was unquestionable. After viewing the video, Lin Shixue's face drained of color as she collapsed to the ground. She wished to explain herself, yet her lips moved without producing a sound. If such a mother could be forgiven, what kind of parents could ever be beyond redemption? If anyone still believed that Lin Shixue should forgive Lin Shixue and acknowledge her as a mother, it could only be said that this planet was unfit for them. Perhaps they should return to Mars. Chapter 77, A Call of Mother. A lifetime of destiny. The surveillance video revealed everything. Lin Shixue recognized that no amount of justification or declarations of love for her daughter would suffice. No one would believe her. Lu Qing took a deep breath and addressed the nearby staff. Ms. Lu is not in the best mental state. Please assist her in resting. Lu Qing's words were delicate, yet those present understood her implication. It was time to remove Lu Shixue from the scene. Two staff members hurried to Lu Shue's side, each supporting her as they attempted to lead her away. Just as Lu Shixue was helped to her feet, she suddenly broke free from their grasp and fell to her knees before Lin Shixue, repeatedly bowing her head in desperation. My daughter, please save me. I can't go back empty-handed or I will be beaten. I implore you, save me. I am your mother. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Lin Shixue swiftly evaded Lu Shue's pleading bows, stepping aside with unwavering resolve. It was impossible for her to provide financial assistance. The two staff members, flustered, each grasped Lu Shue's arms and hurriedly pulled her away. Daughter, please help me. You have so much money. What harm would it do to give me a little? I refuse to leave. Let go of me. Lu Shue's cries grew fainter as she was dragged into the elevator, eventually fading into silence. The entire scene fell into a hushed stillness, with not a single voice daring to break the silence. However, the audience outside, both domestic and international, erupted in chaos. Comments and messages flooded in at lightning speed across various platforms. The live broadcast large screen was inundated with remarks. Damn it, I hope she gets beaten when she returns. How can such a woman claim to be a mother? Even a dog knows to protect its young. She is beneath even that. It was utterly unfathomable that she would acquiesce to Zhang Jun's ludicrous demands. Closer ties? Do they even deserve it? There are plenty of bizarre women in this world, and she is one of them. If Lin Shixue were to acknowledge her, it would make the goddess Shixue look like a fool. This entire family is despicable. How laughable that they expect Lin Shixue to support them for their amusement. Such good fortune does not exist. Lu Shixue is unworthy of sympathy or pity. She has brought this upon herself. Many expressed their support for Lu Shixue to face dire consequences upon her return, with the scoundrel father and son duo incarcerated as well. Garnering likes. Damn it, I shed so many tears for her earlier. Was I blind? Thank goodness Lin Shixue obtained the surveillance footage, or she might have truly been trapped. After a moment of emotional recovery, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue, hesitating before saying, Shixue, how are you feeling? Perhaps we should conclude today's interview. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shixue replied slowly, no need. My spirits are not so low. I wish to watch all of Lin Hang's videos. He wants to reconcile, and I believe I should give him that opportunity as well as one for myself. Without waiting for Lu Qing's response, Lin Shixue added with a touch of humor. In this episode, what everyone wishes to see is how I thrive against adversity, using my experiences to inspire friends who find themselves in difficult situations. My issues with Lu Shixue are merely a farce. There is no need for excessive concern or discussion. As for me, I have long grown accustomed to life without a mother. Of course, if I truly miss her, isn't she right there? Lin Shixue's gaze shifted to the special guest seat where Tan Yaoyao sat, and she smiled. Mom, wouldn't you agree? Yes, indeed. Whenever you miss me. Just come home for a meal and stay for a few days, Tan Yaoyao replied, nodding with a tearful smile, radiating warmth. Indeed, everyone has witnessed it. This is my mother. She is exactly as I envisioned her, Lin Shixue remarked with a serene smile. Hello, Aunt Tan, Lu Qing greeted while waving at Tan Yu, continuing, let us turn the page on the matter of Lu Shixue. As I initially stated, her absence is the best outcome. Now that she has come and gone, we shall pretend she never arrived. In Shixue's mind, her mother epitomized gentleness and kindness, nurturing little Shixue, providing her with food and clothing, and lending an ear to her innermost thoughts. Shixue had already located her mother, who was a mirror image of her dreams, now seated in the special audience section. Lu Qing turned her gaze towards the audience and proclaimed loudly, Don't you all agree? Yes. The crowd directed their attention towards Tan Yuyu's seat, erupting in cheers. The spectators outside also glanced at Tan Yuyu's position and joined in the chorus. Yes. Lin Shixue shouted along, my mother is sitting right there, joining me for my performance tonight. Mom, I love you. Aunt Tan, we love you. Aunt Tan, we love you. The roar of the crowd was deafening. The barrage on the large screen read in unison, Aunt Tan, we love you. Flooding the screen. At that moment, Lin Shixue was in tears. A vague image of a mother had always lingered in her heart, but now it began to crystallize. The mother in her heart was none other than Tan Yuyu. Perhaps, from the moment she first called out for Tan Yuyu as mommy, their fates had been intertwined for a lifetime. In a hidden room, Lin Heng felt a warmth in his eyes. How fortunate it is to have a mother. My daughter, from now on, you will have your mother to care for you, and you shall never feel lonely again. When you are ill or weary, you will have a safe harbor to lean upon. My daughter, you are still young, with a long journey ahead. I can only accompany you this far. I had worried that after I am gone, what would you do when you are unwell or tired? But now I need not fret, for you have a mother who loves and cherishes you. She will walk with you through the majority of your life, nurturing and warming you. Tan Yuyu, my beloved, what I owe you in this life, I, Lin Heng, cannot repay. If there is a next life, I shall find you and do my utmost to bring you happiness. Mr. Lin, pull yourself together. Professor, he exclaimed anxiously upon noticing the fluctuations on the monitor. He quickly rose, calling out in distress, Mr. Lin, do you not wish to reconcile with your daughter? Do you want her to harbor resentment towards you for a lifetime? Please do not fall asleep. Who says I am asleep? Lin Heng replied, exerting effort to lift his heavy eyelids, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I have yet to hear my daughter call me dad once more. That's the spirit. The memory video conversion is complete. You must hold on, Professor, he encouraged. On the large screen at the event venue, a video began to play automatically. An ordinary small private room came into view. What is happening? Why is Lin Shue's video playing again? Everyone was momentarily taken aback by the nearly identical scene displayed on the large screen. Chapter 78. Lin Heng and Lin Shixue have met. This is not Lin Shue's video. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone quickly realized that although the scenes were similar, they were not the same as the video uploaded by Lin Shixue. The style of the small private room was antiquated, reminiscent of at least a decade ago. While the room in Lin Shue's recently uploaded video was also old, it was evidently not of this outdated style. As the door to the room swung open, two figures entered in succession, none other than Lin Heng and Lin Shixue. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was once again taken aback. Had Lin Heng and Lin Shixue truly met? Had Lin Shixue indeed sought out Lin Heng? But then the video Lin Shixue had previously created, had it not already been proven false? Wasn't the fake video a scheme concocted by Lin Shixue, Zhang Ji, and Zhang Jun to deceive Lin Shixue? The crowd exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue shared a look, recognizing the astonishment and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Since Lin Shixue had not participated in this video, she naturally had no recollection of it. Returning their gaze to the large screen, they continued to watch intently. Lin Heng and Lin Shixue entered the private room, both remaining silent. Lin Shixue casually selected a chair and settled into it, placing her designer handbag on the table. Her demeanor cold as she regarded Lin Heng, seemingly awaiting him to speak first. The camera appeared to focus on Lin Shixue. Unlike the Lin Shixue scene in the previous video, this version appeared younger and more beautiful. Though she wore makeup, it was not overly heavy. Lin Heng took a seat opposite Lin Shixue. His appearance differed from the earlier video. His hair was graying but neatly styled, and he wore an old suit that made him look older, his face slightly pale. Nevertheless, he exuded a distinct clarity and an indefinable aura. In the previous video, Lin Heng had appeared disheveled and aged, clearly resembling an elderly man. After a prolonged silence, Lin Heng broke the stillness. Gazing at Lin Shixue with a slightly hoarse voice, "It's been 5 years. Would you like something to eat?" "No need. Just speak your mind," Lin Shixue replied impatiently. "If anyone discovers that I met with you, I won't be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River." After a brief moment of silence, Lin Heng zponde anzai. "Do you still want a daughter?" Lin Heng fixed his gaze on Lin Shixue and spoke slowly. "What daughter? Since marrying into the Zhang family. Who doesn't he know that Madame Zhang has yet to conceive?" Lin Shixue retorted with a cold laugh. "Do not slander me. If I cannot remain in the Zhang family, you shall not fare any better, for reasons unknown." Hearing Lin Shixue deny the existence of Xiao Shixue without the slightest hesitation left an unbearable weight in everyone's hearts. This Lin Shixue truly was inhumane. Lin Heng fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, he continued hoarsely, I am ill and do not have much time left. If you still wish for a daughter, enough. Lin Shixue interrupted, visibly irritated. I have no desire to hear this. When I was with you, it was merely because I was young and foolish, infatuated with your handsome appearance, and so we became friends. If it weren't for your incessant pursuit, none of this would have transpired. Now, I am married into a prestigious family, a Mrs. Zhang, and have long since forgotten everything from the past, nor do I wish to recall it. Do not seek me out again. Lin Shixue coldly addressed Lin Heng, picking up her bag and making her way towards the exit. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Lin Shixue paused, turned to Lin Heng, and threatened, Remember, I am Mrs. Zhang. If you interfere with my life, I will have you dealt with. With a final exclamation, she slammed the door behind her. Watching Lin Shixue's departing figure, Lin Heng felt a momentary daze. Does she not even wish to know her daughter's name? Is being Mrs. Zhang truly that significant? Our acquaintance was but a grave mistake. What you desire, I cannot provide. What I long for, you are unable to give. Ironically, we still ended up together. Lin Heng let out a self-deprecating chuckle. As he observed Lin Heng's forlorn and staggering exit from the room, all present felt a swell of emotion. Lin Heng had originally approached Lin Shixue to discuss matters concerning Xiao Shixue. As he nears the end of his days, he wished to find a trustworthy guardian for her. Lin Shixue was the optimal choice, being Xiao Shixue's biological mother. If she had any care for her daughter, she would naturally look after her. While the level of care may not have been perfect, at the very least, she would ensure she was fed and clothed. However, before Lin Heng could voice his intentions, Lin Shixue had already disavowed their connection. At this point, the audience both inside and outside the venue could no longer contain their murmurs. How could she still dare to acknowledge Lin Shixue? Where is her dignity? With such a mother, what right does she have to claim anything? Go ahead and enjoy your life as a wealthy lady. Do you now regret it? Your so-called prestige is nothing but a farce. Lin Shixue is the true embodiment of nobility. For Xiao Shixue's sake, Lin Heng has made his compromises. His struggle is palpable. Fortunately, Lin Shixue has not recognized Lin Shixue. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. A woman like Lin Shixue deserves her current fate. To give birth and not nurture. Can she still call herself a mother? I am grateful for your rejection, for it has allowed me to thrive against the odds. Your indifference to even knowing your daughter's name is truly heart-wrenching. I no longer wish to speak of Lin Shixue. Let her fend for herself. Shixue. Lin Shue's refusal to raise you might actually be a blessing in disguise. Lu Qing remarked to Lin Shixue with a philosophical tone. Indeed, Lin Shixue sighed deeply. Her emotions complex. To her, she felt like a burden, an impediment to her mother's aspirations of being a wealthy lady. Should she truly have been raised by Lin Shixue, not only would she have faced potential neglect, but a fulfilling life would have been nearly impossible. In comparison, Lin Heng genuinely loves me. Even though he has caused me much pain over time, I must be thankful for his unwavering presence in my life. Lin Shixue gazed at Lin Heng's image on the screen, a tender glimmer in her eyes. Just then, several darkened comments began to appear on the large screen. Lin Shixue, do you truly believe everything you see in the video is real? I have never met Lin Heng. You are far too gullible. Fool. Upon reading the comments on the big screen, everyone was left in shock. If one wishes to question the authenticity of the video, so be it. However, to insult Lin Shixue as a fool is rather excessive. This may very well be the first instance in her life that someone has hurled such an insult at her. If Lin Shixue were indeed a fool, then it would follow that there are no wise individuals in this world. Of course, the one who dares to call Lin Shixue a fool is none other than Lin Shixue, who had just been removed from the scene. This woman is utterly beyond salvation. Is she attempting to belittle Lin Shixue or Lin Heng? In truth, the one who should feel disgusted is herself. Chapter 79, Ode to Flowers. Let us shield these remarks. Lin Shixue said to Lu Qing with a detached demeanor. Even if the video were fabricated, it bears no relation to Lin Shixue. Lu Qing nodded, saying little in response. Yet, some members of the audience could not hold back and began to confront Lin Shixue. As Lin Shue's remarks were obscured, the fury of the audience began to subside. On the large screen, the scene shifted. Under the dim yellow lights, Lin Hang was draped in a coat, bent over the dining table, writing in his journal. Today, I went to meet Lin Shixue, intending to entrust little Shixue to her care. The audience, glimpsing the content of Lin Hang's journal, discerned that it pertained to the events of the day. Today, I went to meet Lin Shixue, intending to place little Shixue in her nurturing hands. For my health is failing, and I doubt I can endure for many more months. Although I am aware that Lin Shixue has little concern for little Shixue. Otherwise, she would not have neglected contact for several years. I still hold a flicker of hope. After all, little Shixue is connected to her by blood. However, perhaps the allure of being a high society lady is of such significance to Lin Shixue that she cannot allow anything to interfere with her aspirations. Little Shixue cannot accompany her, and even if forced upon her, she would not treat little Shixue kindly. I have completely relinquished the notion of entrusting little Shixue to her care. Presently, two pressing matters confront me. First, I must find a trustworthy individual to whom I can entrust little Shixue. Yet this is no easy task. Second, little Shixue's condition has yet to fully recover. The doctor insists that she must continue her training, which cannot cease until she reaches the age of 10. It seems the only solution is for me to prolong my life for a few more years. However, I truly feel my body can no longer endure. The ailments afflicting me are insurmountable, even to the strongest of spirits. What am I to do? Lin Hang paused his pen, earnestly reflecting. After some time, he resumed writing. Little Shixue is truly remarkable. She has become largely self-sufficient, even capable of cooking. Academically, she excels, displaying exceptional talent in art, music, and literature. As her father, I'm immensely proud. My daughter, despite suffering from illness and living in modest circumstances, surpasses many children in excellence. Regrettably, little Shixue has grown increasingly silent towards me, no longer seeking my presence, her demeanor turning somewhat solitary. This is an unfavorable trend, and I must find ways to adjust her state of mind. Little Shixue adores singing. As it brings her joy, perhaps I should seek opportunities for her to sing. Recently, she has begun to write poetry. I could also find occasions for her to engage in similar activities. Artistic endeavors would be beneficial as well. I must ensure that little Shixue steps beyond her current confines and engages more with the world around her. Thus, little Shixue did not have much time to remain silent in solitude, allowing her spirit to brighten and her confidence to blossom. Lin Hang is truly a commendable father. Regardless of his circumstances, he always considers Shixue's well-being. Yet, I remain curious about how he has managed to endure until now. Thankfully, Lin Hang is still alive. It turns out that his excessive drinking was a means to suppress the pain afflicting his body. Shixue, have you participated in singing, painting, or poetry activities later on? Lu Qing inquired, glancing at Lin Shixue. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Shixue nodded, yes, but it has not been very smooth. The reason lies in Lin Hang's interference. Lu Qing was taken aback. According to Lin Hang's diary, he should have supported Shixue, so why the obstruction? It must have been intentional. Although many years have passed, the memories remain vivid. Lin Shixue replied slowly. I am uncertain whether he acted in my best interest. All I remember is that his actions deepened my confusion and resentment towards him. Let us continue watching the video. Perhaps we may find answers therein, Lu Qing suggested gently. The perspectives of Lu Qing, Lin Shixue, and the audience both within and outside the venue have subtly shifted, no longer so certain about whether Lin Hang truly harmed Shixue. The so-called cold-hearted and cruel punishments imposed on Shixue were, in fact, measures intended to heal her. The education she received, though seemingly unreasonable and unfriendly, was an unconventional form of guidance. Furthermore, his care in various aspects of life, especially concerning Shixue's nutrition, was profoundly evident. Many videos have corroborated these truths. Thus, even upon witnessing Lin Hang's actions against Shixue once more, no one dared to hastily draw conclusions. On the large screen, the scene shifted. Bright sunlight cascaded from above, illuminating Shixue's room. A slightly taller Shixue I sat at her desk by the window, gazing vacantly at the flowers in a glass vase on the windowsill. Dressed in a white and blue floral dress, her long hair was elegantly secured with a bunny-themed headband, her delicate features radiating youthful charm. Although she appeared somewhat unsophisticated overall, she was undoubtedly improved from before. Her appearance, while not exceptionally glamorous, was at least more relatable. "This is me at nearly 6 years old," Lin Shixue remarked, a nostalgic smile gracing her face as she watched the video of herself. "What are you doing?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. "I am writing poetry," Lin Shixue replied with a gentle smile. "It's the poem Ode to Flowers." "Ode to Flowers?" Lu Qing paused momentarily, then recited it aloud. "Ode to Flowers, by day, I awaken in the morning light, swaying with fragrance, solely to behold you. By night, I drift into slumber under the starlight, drawing strength from the cosmos, striving for love. I am the bouquet that accompanies you at the window. You are the one who accompanies me within." Lu Qing recited the entire poem with a buoyant tone, unable to suppress her admiration. It is truly hard to fathom that you could compose such a beautiful poem at under 6 years of age. It is rare for a child of your age to be able to write poetry, let alone recognize many characters. At my age, I was already familiar with numerous characters, and I could substitute those I could not write with pinyin, Lin Shixue remarked with a smile. Of course, my intelligence was not innate. It stemmed from my early literacy. In my childhood, I lacked entertainment and companions. The evenings at home were exceedingly dull, leaving me with no choice but to read and draw to pass the time. I am unsure why Lin Hang eventually ceased his delivery work, often leaving me alone at home while he went out to earn a living. To comprehend the books, I had to learn to recognize characters. Lin Hang also purchased a dictionary for me and a cassette player, known as a portable music player. My primary means of learning characters was through the recordings. Over time, I gradually mastered the art of reading. Chapter 80. This is also poetry. This poem, Ode to Flowers, is likely my maiden creation. Its inspiration stemmed from the bouquet before my window. Lin Shixue gazed at the video depicting her younger self, lost in thought before the flowers, a gentle smile gracing her face. Since moving into the slums, a bouquet had adorned my window. Initially, it resided in the larger room, later finding its place on my windowsill. I tended to the flowers, watering them, and embellishing the leaves and petals with drawings. When they withered, I would replace them with wildflowers. On fortunate occasions, I would exchange them for discarded flowers from the forest. Often, I whispered secrets to the flowers at my window. I am uncertain what emotions a bouquet encapsulated during that time, but observing the blossoms flourish before me brought immense joy. This was the wellspring of my inspiration for Ode to Flowers. Although it may appear naive and immature, it remains one of my most cherished memories, Lin Shixue mused. I do not perceive it as childish or immature. If your writing resembled that of a master, then that would be peculiar, Lu Qing retorted promptly. Ode to Flowers, in both content and emotion, resonates deeply with the thoughts and imagination of a young girl, and it is exquisitely crafted. Even adults can sense the pure beauty of your whimsical view of the world. It is a lovely poem. Let us observe the audience's response to your work, and you shall understand how remarkable your writing is. Lu Qing smiled at Lin Shixue, directing their attention to the large screen. The large screen displayed numerous viewers discussing Ode to Flowers. Ode to Flowers can be considered the most beautiful poem of my youth. I once used Ode to Flowers to confess my feelings to a girl I admired. When I read Ode to Flowers, I was a university student. Upon discovering the author was a young girl, an image of a delicate, ethereal girl, full of spirit, sitting by the window, gazing at the flowers, immediately emerged in my mind. She looked at the flowers, and the flowers looked back at her. I always believed Ode to Flowers was a love poem. It is hazy yet pure and simple, truly a fine poem. What stands out in my memory is how many students at our school creatively adapted Ode to Flowers. I recall one adaptation in particular titled Ode to Love. During the day, I awaken in the morning light. The first thing I do upon opening my eyes is to see your photograph. At night, I drift to sleep under the starlight. Silently drawing strength from the starry skies, I merely wish to love you a little more each day. I am the boy who accompanies you by the window. while you're the girl who keeps me company within. What remains etched in my memory is a particular morning when I was reading Ode to Flowers. My father, mistaking my quietude for infatuation, stormed over, exclaiming, "So young and already in love. I'll have none of it." Haha. I too have faced misunderstandings from teachers who thought my writings were love letters and promptly called my parents. What a predicament that was. The audience, witnessing the barrage of comments on the big screen, laughed heartily in delight. Indeed, Ode to Flowers, though a brief poem, resonates as a cherished memory for countless individuals. Amidst the laughter, the imagery on the big screen shifted. Lin Hang entered, casting his gaze upon the dreamy Lin Shixue, who was lost in contemplation of the flowers. He inquired, "What are you thinking about?" It was only then that Lin Shixue snapped out of a reverie and replied, "Dad, I was pondering the matter of writing poetry." "Is it for the children's poetry activity?" Lin Hang asked. "Yes," Lin Shixue nodded. "The poster mentions that the award-winning works come with a prize of 3,000 yuan. I wish to buy an electronic piano. With so many children participating nationwide, you ought not to harbor high hopes," Lin Hang remarked calmly. "I will write something wonderful." Lin Shixue retorted defiantly, "If you want to buy it for me, I'll earn the money myself." "Suit yourself," Lin Hang said nonchalantly. "I knew you would say that," Lin Shixue replied, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Hearing her words, Lin Hang sighed. "How about I wait until I save enough money to buy it for you?" "No, you'll never save enough," Lin Shixue promptly rejected. "You always say that whenever I want to buy something." Lin Hang fell silent for a moment before responding. "Since you wish to write poetry, I won't stand in your way. However, you must show me your work first. If it's subpar, it will tarnish my reputation, and I won't send it." "Understood," Lin Shixue exclaimed, puffing up in annoyance and turning away from Lin Hang. "Then continue your daydreaming. Do you really expect a flower to converse with you and instruct you on how to write?" Lin Hang remarked lightly as he exited the room. Once Lin Hang departed, Lin Shixue began to grumble. "What's wrong with a flower? It could talk. I always have conversations with it. Indeed, I can consider the flowers as friends and compose a poem for them," she thought, her eyes brightening with inspiration. Grabbing a pen, she began to write on paper. "In the morning light, you awaken, emitting fragrance that stirs me from slumber. In the evening, you drift into dreams, embodying the power of love that watches over me. You are my friend, a bouquet blooming by the window." With a surge of excitement, Lin Shixue completed her poem in one breath and hurried downstairs to find Lin Hang. He was tending to the soil in the vegetable garden. Lin Shixue approached proudly and declared, "I finished it. Take a look." "So soon?" Lin Hang asked, his expression one of skepticism. "Indeed, it's done," Lin Shixue replied as she handed him the freshly penned poem. As Lin Hang took the paper and began to read, a frown slowly formed on his brow. Seeing Lin Hang's furrowed brow, Lin Shixue felt a wave of unease wash over her. This was called poetry? It lacked any semblance of beauty. Lin Hang disdainfully remarked, "Although my father cannot pen poetry, one can certainly discern whether a poem possesses aesthetic value. Words like morning and evening are far too mundane. Even day and night are superior. Especially the last two lines. Are you merely playing with the phrase a bouquet of flowers blooming by the window? If 3,000 yuan were so easily obtained, would it fall to you? A poem like this I would never dare to send out. It would be too embarrassing," Lin Hang said coldly. "I will improve it. I must earn that 3,000 yuan to buy an electronic keyboard." Lin Shixue sobbed as she clutched the poem Lin Hang had returned to her, running back while cursing him, "Bad daddy." Watching her retreating figure, tears streaming down her face, a smile crept onto Lin Hang's lips. Quite impressive, to produce so many lines at once. With a few more revisions, it might just transform into a fine poem, Lin Hang murmured softly. Returning his gaze to the field, he continued to work calmly. The poster featuring children's poetry was brought back with the intent of encouraging Lin Shixue to write, hoping to open her heart and prevent her from growing increasingly lonely and introverted. Chapter 81. The creation of Ode to Flowers in the daytime. You awaken in the morning light. Exuding fragrance, you rouse me. At night, you slumber under the starlight. Absorbing the starlight, you keep vigil for me. You are a flower blooming by the window. I'm the one gazing at you from within. In the daytime, you awaken in the morning light. Exuding fragrance, you rouse me. At night, you drift into dreams beneath the starlight. Drawing upon the power of love, you keep vigil for me. You are a flower blooming by the window. I'm the one gazing at you from within. In the daytime, you awaken in the morning light. Exuding fragrance, you rouse me. At night, you slumber under the starlight. Absorbing the starlight, you keep vigil for me. You are a flower accompanying me by the window. I'm the one keeping you company from within. Over the course of several days, whenever she found a moment, Lin Shixue diligently revised her poem. Yet time and again, Lin Heng expressed his disapproval. Nevertheless, Lin Shixue refused to relent. Her determination to revise until her father was satisfied was unwavering. She was resolute in her pursuit to earn the electronic keyboard through her own efforts. Once more, she presented the revised ode to Flowers to Lin Heng. After reading it, he remarked, "I still find some aspects lacking, particularly the last line, which lacks emotional depth. If you're unwilling to give up, then revise it again. Read more widely, and when I believe it is worthy of being sent out, I shall do so without shame. I will perfect it." Lin Shixue glared at Lin Heng defiantly before returning to her revisions. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, whenever she had time. Lin Shixue continued to revise. Yet, she seemed to have hit a bottleneck, unsure of where to begin her revisions. Ultimately, she obediently followed Lin Heng's advice and immersed herself in her readings. Over the past 2 years, Lin Heng had purchased numerous books for her, including ancient poetry, such as Tang and Song Dynasty verses, as well as modern poems like Farewell to Cambridge and Facing the Sea. Spring Blossoms. Lin Shixue temporarily refrained from showing Lin Heng her latest version of Ode to Flowers, just as Lin Heng believed she was about to abandon it. He caught sight of her engrossed in reading, which made him smile. A week later, Lin Shixue finally presented the newest rendition of Ode to Flowers to Lin Heng. Ode to Flowers by Lin Shixue. In the daylight, I awaken in the morning light, with a fragrance that sways solely to behold you. At night, I drift into slumber beneath the starlight, drawing strength from the celestial expanse, striving for love. I am the bouquet by your window, accompanying you. You are the one within, my companion. Upon observing the latest version of Lin Shixue's work, Lin Heng was both astonished and captivated. After numerous revisions, Ode to Flowers finally radiated a distinctive essence. Witnessing Lin Heng's expression of surprise, a smile blossomed on Lin Shixue's face. "How about it? I haven't brought shame upon you, have I, father?" Lin Shixue said proudly to Lin Heng. "Well, I think it's quite decent. At least it resembles a poem," Lin Heng replied, this time affirming her efforts rather than dismissing them. "I shall send it off for you." "Father, does this mean I can receive the 3,000 yuan prize to purchase an electronic piano?" Lin Shixue exclaimed with excitement. "I believe that is possible. Your diligent poetry writing surely merits recognition," Lin Heng encouraged, shifting from his previous stance of discouragement to one of support. Lin Shixue saw no issue with Lin Heng's change in demeanor. However, the audience found it rather abrupt and somewhat perplexing. Lin Heng had consistently challenged Lin Shixue, honing her resolve through criticism to refine Ode to Flowers. Yet, now he suddenly praised her and expressed confidence in her potential to win the prize. In the audience, Lu Qing observed the latest version of Ode to Flowers with a smile in her eyes. She turned to Lin Shixue and inquired, "Shixue, I had no idea that there was such a story behind your writing of Ode to Flowers." Lin Shixue, however, remained silent. She had always believed that Ode to Flowers was solely her creation, with no assistance from anyone. Yet, after watching the video, she realized that although she had penned the piece, she could not have done so without her father's support. It was not her own growth in adversity. Rather, it was her father who had sown a light within her heart. The audience was unaware of the reasons behind Lin Shixue's sudden silence, but it seemed she was lost in thought. "Shixue," Lu Qing hesitated before speaking. Finally, Lin Shixue broke her silence, her voice hoarse as she said, "I always believed that Ode to Flowers was my own creation, without any external aid. It turns out that I could not have written it at all without his assistance." Perhaps you still do not fully grasp why Lin Heng ultimately affirmed me and expressed belief in my potential to win. He intended to instill confidence in me, to make me believe in my own talent. If all the time I spent crafting Ode to Flowers ended up being worthless, the blow to my spirit would be unimaginable. At the very least, I would doubt my poetic abilities, and I may never write poetry again. He is acutely aware of this, which is why he instilled confidence in me at critical moments, encouraging me to recognize my own talent. Father, how many secrets have you concealed from me? Lin Shixue's gaze was profound and pained. In this instant, she comprehended the depth of her father's dedication to her education. So that was it. The countless spectators, both inside and outside the arena, finally grasped why Lin Heng was so certain that Xiao Shixue would win an award and receive a prize of 3,000. Truly, he is a remarkable father with such heartfelt intentions. In comparison to Lin Heng, Lu Shui is indeed insignificant. Xiao Shixue is blessed with a wonderful father. Suddenly, I felt that Lin Heng must possess considerable talent himself. Is there truly no one questioning the authenticity of the video? After all, Xiao Shixue has no recollection of these events, allowing Lin Heng to fabricate as he pleases. With one audience member expressing doubt, many others began to follow suit. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue and with a smile, inquired, Shixue, do you harbor any doubts about this video? None whatsoever. Lin Shixue replied confidently and resolutely. I am not inherently gifted. All my accomplishments stem from relentless effort. Without the assistance of others, I could not have effortlessly composed a poem. My initial draft clearly reflects that it was hardly a poem at all. Such verses, let alone winning an award, would scarcely be appreciated by anyone. Had it not been for the support of others, I would not have been able to write Ode to Flowers. I had never considered this before. Perhaps because my subsequent achievements grew more substantial, leading me to assume that I must have been exceptional from the very beginning. Most importantly, in my memory, Ode to Flowers is indeed my own creation. Thus, I overlooked the creative process. Now, upon revisiting the video, I realized that my excellence is a result of my efforts, and even more so, my father's quiet contributions. Chapter 82. Merely an Excellence Award. Lin Heng is indeed a good father, a great father. Let us continue to explore what Lin Heng has done for Xiao Shixue and how much he has concealed. Lu Qing spoke with deep emotion. As for whether to question Lin Heng or whether Lin Shixue should forgive him, all will be revealed once the videos conclude. The video on the large screen continued to play, the scenes shifting. It was already half a month later. Lin Heng received a new email on his phone, sent by the organizers of the Children's Poetry and Song Contest. At that moment, Lin Heng was working at a construction site. Upon receiving the email, he did not open it immediately. Instead, he found a corner to sit down, lit a cigarette, and took a few slow puffs before finally opening the email. Congratulations to young Lin Shixue for winning the Excellence Award in this year's Children's Poetry and Song Contest for Ode to Flowers. The certificate and prize have been dispatched. Thank you for your participation. Staring at the email's content, Lin Heng was momentarily stunned. An Excellence Award? A look of disappointment crossed his face. An Excellence Award? The audience present was equally astonished, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief to ensure they were not mistaken. Lu Qing was taken aback. Lin Shixue was also in shock. An Excellence Award? How could this be possible? Especially Lin Shixue found it almost unbelievable. If it was merely an award of excellence, how could she have a piano? Where had the mistake occurred? Just an award of excellence. Lin Heng reviewed it once more, confirming he had not misread. The disappointment on his face deepened. After a while, Lin Heng put away his phone. He silently finished his cigarette, then stood up to continue working. It was indeed an award of excellence. The audience inside and outside the venue erupted. If Yonghua was only an award of excellence, then what were the first, second, and third prizes? No one had any recollection. What everyone remembered was Lin Shixue's Yonghua. What had transpired during this period? Only the first prize came with a monetary reward of 3,000. Little Shixue did not win an award. For her, it was undoubtedly not just about the 3,000 yuan. More importantly, it was a blow to her mentality, a denial of her own talent. The large screen was filled with various discussions. How could Yonghua not have won an award? May I ask what the first prize work was, as I have no recollection whatsoever? Is there some sort of hidden agenda? Can anyone explain what is going on? I will immediately search for the published Shireen from that year to see what the first, second, and third prizes were. I also bought Shireen, and I should still have it in my collection. The fact that Yonghua did not win the first prize is simply a huge pitfall. An award of excellence means little Shixue cannot buy the electronic piano, right? There must have been a mistake in the video. Yonghua could not possibly be just an award of excellence. The host, Lu Qing, was also taken aback for a moment. She truly had no recollection of what award Yonghua received that year. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue, puzzled, and asked, "Shixue, was Yonghua awarded an excellence award?" "No, it was the first prize," Lin Shixue replied with conviction, providing an explanation. "I clearly remember Lin Hang telling me that my poem won the first prize, and I received a reward of 3,000 yuan. At that time, I was overjoyed, constantly repeating to myself, 'I can buy an electronic piano. I can buy an electronic piano.' Later, Lin Hang indeed used that 3,000 yuan to buy me a piano. It should be said, a grand piano. Although it was not an electronic piano, I preferred the piano, because Mr. Zheng used the piano. That piano accompanied me for many years. Although I no longer use it, I still keep it." Could there be a scenario where Lin Hang purchased the piano for you himself? Lu Qing suddenly considered a possibility. If Lin Shixue's Yonghua did not win the first prize, then naturally there was number 3,000 yuan reward. Yet Lin Shixue did indeed receive a piano, which seems to imply only one possibility. Lin Hang bought it with his own money. Lin Shixue fell silent. If what Lu Qing said was true, then the venue fell into a brief silence due to her speculation. If the piano was indeed purchased by Lin Hang, then the secrets this father had concealed were far too many. I found a Shireen from that year. It clearly states that Yonghua was an award of excellence. I also found it. Yonghua was indeed an award of excellence. But wait, I saw in the Shireen selected that Yonghua was a special prize. Was it an award of excellence or a special prize? I am utterly confused. It seems that there is a discrepancy in the versions. Some audience members have already discovered the former poetic sound and are fervently sending bullet comments or messages on the large screen. Observing the audience. Some claim it was an outstanding award, while others assert it was a special award, leaving everyone somewhat perplexed. Which is it? An outstanding award or a special award? At this moment, a voice from the staff comes through Lu Qing's earpiece. Lu Qing nods in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, staff members present 2 books. Witnessing this scene, the venue falls silent, all eyes turning toward the books in Lu Qing's hands. I hold 2 copies of Poetic Sound, one being a collection from the 3rd Children's Poetry and Soundwriting Contest, and the other a later special edition. Lu Qing speaks while showcasing the covers of the books to the audience. The Poetic Sound books have a distinctive design, narrow and elongated, making them easily recognizable. This design choice was also a consideration of cost and practicality. Poetry is generally composed of short verses, yet tends to have a considerable number of lines. Thus, wide pages are unnecessary. A vertical format is preferable. The collection features a total of 20 award-winning works from that year, clearly stating that Ode to Flowers received the Outstanding Award. Lu Qing flips through the pages, locating Lin Shixue's Ode to Flowers near the end. Addressing the camera, everyone can clearly see the annotation beside Ode to Flowers, which distinctly states it as an outstanding award-winning piece. Indeed, it is an outstanding award. Setting down the collection, Lu Qing picks up the special edition. Upon opening the first page, Ode to Flowers is visible, with the annotation clearly indicating it as the special award-winning work from the 3rd Children's Poetry and Sound Contest. After placing down the special edition, Lu Qing gradually speaks. If I'm not mistaken, Ode to Flowers initially received the Outstanding Award, with no monetary prize, only a certificate. However, the influence of Ode to Flowers was so significant that I believe many people purchased Poetic Sound because of it. Consequently, Poetic Sound decided to bestow upon Ode to Flowers a special award that had not originally existed. To verify my assumption is quite simple. I recall that Ms. Malfong, the chief editor of Poetic Sound, is still a good friend of Shixue, and a simple inquiry would clarify the matter. Just as Lu Qing finishes speaking, Lin Shixue turns to Lu Qing and requests, "Please have the production team contact Fong Jie. I wish to know the true circumstances." If this is indeed the truth, then the only possible source for the piano she received would be her father, Lin Heng. Chapter 83. The installment purchase of a piano. Lu Qing nods and informs the staff. Then he suggests, let's watch the video first. The scene on the large screen has shifted. It is still at the construction site. However, Lin Heng is not working. Instead, a fellow worker is smoking and conversing. Old Chun, didn't you mention earlier that your nephew's piano was up for sale? Has it sold? Not yet. Old Chun shakes his head. That thing is too expensive. It's hard to get rid of. Oh, how much are they asking? Lin Heng inquires. It was over 40,000 when bought. But now even 20,000 won tea attract a buyer. Before Lin Heng can respond, Old Chun begins to lament about his situation. My nephew, with his simple-mindedness, clearly has no aptitude for piano. Look, ever since we brought the piano home, it has just gathered dust. He doesn't even touch it. If he were to be pushed, he would simply cry, and his incessant weeping became quite bothersome. After being sent to a training institution to learn piano, he managed to damage the instrument within just a couple of days, leading to his return and a financial compensation of 500 to 600 yuan. One must wonder, what is the purpose of such futile endeavors? Now, attempting to sell the piano, even at half price, no one seems interested. Why is that? Lin Heng inquired with a hint of confusion. Consider this. Families capable of affording piano lessons are unlikely to lack financial means. If they have the means, who would choose to purchase a second-hand instrument? As for those without financial resources, they certainly wouldn't consider enrolling their children in piano lessons. It seems you have a point, Lin Heng nodded. Learning to play the piano is indeed a luxury that most families cannot afford. Simply purchasing the instrument is a significant financial burden, not to mention the subsequent costs of lessons. This is also a reason why children from impoverished backgrounds seldom exhibit a wealth of talents. What is the minimum price at which the piano can be sold? Lin Heng hesitated before posing the question. You aren't actually thinking of buying it, are you? Old Chin expressed his surprise. He was well aware of Lin Heng's situation, being unwell and lacking even the funds for medicine. How could he afford such a luxury as a piano? Lin Heng decided to be forthright. Well, my daughter has a deep passion for playing the piano and singing, but as you know, my circumstances are limited. Purchasing a new one is out of the question, so I'm only considering a second-hand option. I recall you mentioning that your nephew's piano is for sale, so I thought I would inquire. Upon hearing this, Old Chin did not mock Lin Heng. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on Lin Heng's shoulder and said earnestly, Brother, I understand your thoughts. Every parent desires their children to succeed and to acquire skill. However, I must caution you that buying a piano is merely the beginning. The ongoing expenses can become a bottomless pit. I advise you to ponder this carefully. My daughter is exceptionally bright. Lin Heng shook his head, rejecting Old Chin's good intentions. Please help me find out the lowest price at which I can sell it. All right. Old Chin sighed in resignation and agreed to Lin Heng's request. At this point, some viewers had already become emotional. Little Shixue's poem, Ode to Flowers, had indeed won an Excellence Award. The piano that little Shixue received was purchased by Lin Heng. He quietly supported her belief in her talent. The video transitioned to Lin Heng, accompanied by Old Chun, visiting his sister's home. The residence, spanning around 150 to 160 square meters, was tastefully decorated. From the size and decor of the house, it was evident that the family was well off. Hello, Mr. Lin. My brother informed me about your interest in purchasing a piano. He also shared your situation with me. Under normal circumstances, I would advise against you buying a piano, as your current means would not support nurturing a child in piano studies. However, should you insist on buying, I cannot dissuade you. As for the price, let us say 10,000 yuan, which is a fair half-sale offer. Of course, you will need to arrange for transportation yourself. Ms. Chun concluded her statements. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Heng responded, May I first take a look at the piano? Of course, it's in the study, and it is as good as new. Ms. Chun led Lin Heng into the study. The study is more spacious than the bedroom, adorned with a wall of books, a dazzling array of various volumes. A desk, stretching 3 to 4 meters in length, is illuminated by the bright light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Heng's eyes unconsciously glimmer with envy. In a corner, a piano draped in a cloth sits quietly. You may take a look. Ms. Chun gestures towards the covered piano. Thank you. Lin Heng replies gratefully, approaching to lift the cloth. The piano, entirely black with pristine white keys, bears no scratches. It is extraordinarily beautiful, truly as if it were brand new. After a brief glance, Lin Heng replaces the cloth and returns to Ms. Chun. I would like to purchase it, but may I make a request? Lin Heng gazes at Ms. Chun earnestly. What request? She inquires. Could I arrange for installment payments? I will settle the total amount within 3 months. Lin Heng expresses hopefully. Ms. Chun furrows her brow, about to refuse, when Mr. Chun interjects, Sister, just agree to it. Asking him to pay 10,000 all at once is unrealistic. With Mr. Chin's words, Ms. Chun hesitates but ultimately concedes. All right then, you can pay 4,000 now, and 3,000 each month for the next 2 months. Thank you. Lin Heng responds immediately, casting a grateful glance at Mr. Chun. Spending 10,000 to buy a piano for Lin Shixue surely exceeds his budget. Yet he still opts for the installment plan to acquire the instrument. At the scene, Lin Shixue bursts into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The scene shifts. Under the night sky, Lin Heng pedals a tricycle, laboriously transporting the piano home. It is evident he is straining, yet his expression remains resolute. When fatigue sets in, he pauses to rest, and after regaining his strength, he resumes pedaling. The journey home seems interminably long, primarily due to the distance from Ms. Chin's home to the impoverished village, spanning half the city. By the time Lin Heng arrives at his doorstep, it is already quite late. He is drenched in sweat. Upon entering, he collapses onto the floor, gasping for breath. After catching his breath for a moment, he begins to cough, seemingly concerned that the sound might disturb Lin Shixue upstairs. He covers his mouth with his sleeve, coughing softly. After a sufficient rest, Lin Heng stealthily ascends the stairs, retrieves some clothes from his room, then heads downstairs. He takes a shower in the bathroom and changes into fresh attire. Emerging from the bathroom, he hastily consumes a few leftover morsels from dinner. He then steps outside to bring the tricycle in, covering the piano with a rain tarp. Having completed these tasks, Lin Heng finally exhales a sigh of relief, before wearily settling into a chair and retrieving his phone. He opens a text message to check an unread notification. Your card ending in 0947 has successfully processed a payment of 4,000 yuan, balance 18420. Chapter 84. A Bad Father. Oh, I am overwhelmed with emotion. The silent, steadfast love of a father is vividly embodied in Lin Heng. Although he is not wealthy, he dedicates everything to Lin Shixue. Her current achievements are inseparable from her father's sacrifices. He is indeed a remarkable father. Little Lin Shixue truly has a wonderful father. Why has he not shared everything with me? Sobbing, she wept bitterly. On the large screen, the video scene shifted. It was now the following day. Lin Heng had not immediately informed Lin Shixue about the piano, adhering instead to his usual training regimen. After breakfast, he escorted Lin Shixue to school. Upon returning home, Lin Heng purchased 2 packs of quality cigarettes and sought assistance from 2 individuals nearby. The piano weighed between 400 to 500 pounds, making it impossible for him to carry it upstairs alone. With their help, the piano was successfully moved into Lin Shixue's room. Lin Heng then retrieved a stool from downstairs and placed it before the piano. He sat down and casually pressed a few keys, filling the room with the melodious sound of the piano. However, he soon halted, casting a wry smile at his rough, calloused fingers, realizing he could not play. Moreover, he was not skilled in piano playing. Lin Shixue would surely play beautifully. My dear Lin Shixue, I have long known that you desired a piano. You have mentioned several times how lovely it is when Teacher Zheng plays. Perhaps you heard somewhere that pianos are expensive, which is why you wished for a more affordable electronic keyboard. If Lin Shixue wishes to learn piano, how could I possibly not support her? I can already envision the joy on your face upon seeing the piano. My daughter, strive for greatness. In the video, Lin Heng wore a loving smile, whispering softly before rising and heading downstairs. He donned the work attire hanging on a pillar and stepped outside. Gazing at the video, Lin Shixue observed her father, clad in a tattered, soiled work uniform, riding his bicycle into the distance. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She truly was unaware of these sacrifices. She had no idea how much her father had silently devoted for her. All she remembered was how he had hurt her, how cold and unfeeling he seemed. He ought to have shared these truths with her, even if he had not done so in her childhood. Now that she had matured, why did he still remain silent? Everyone could empathize with Shixue's turmoil. It was not that her heart was too fragile. Rather, Lin Heng was an extraordinary father. He sheltered Shixue with an umbrella while enduring the rain himself. Based on the video alone, should anyone claim that Lin Heng is unworthy of forgiveness, they must indeed be blind. At the age of 10, I once asked you why my piano was so inexpensive, as it could be purchased for merely 3,000 yuan. You replied that the owner was clearing out stock, hence the low price. I should have doubted your honesty. Yet I did not. I thought you would never stoop to deceive me. The video shifted again, depicting Lin Heng cycling to pick up Shixue after school. As soon as he collected her, an eager Shixue, seated behind him, inquired, "Dad, did my work win an award? I really want an electronic keyboard." Today, teacher Xiao Zheng was playing the piano again, and I longed to play as well. Lin Heng replied calmly, "I won an award, a first prize with a cash prize of 3,000. Ah, that's wonderful." Xiao Shixue exclaimed joyfully, "Yay, I can buy an electronic piano now, and I can play." The electronic piano is something you earn through your own efforts, and your father has no objection to you playing, Lin Heng remarked lightly. "But if you do not take it seriously, I will sell the electronic piano to avoid being disturbed," he added. "You cannot sell it." Xiao Shixue shouted immediately, her eyes brimming with tears as she stubbornly declared, "I will definitely practice seriously." As she spoke, tears began to fall, and she cried out vehemently, "You are a bad father. I don't love you anymore." Xiao Shixue was genuinely worried that Lin Heng would sell the electronic piano. Lin Heng remained silent until they reached the doorstep, where he finally said, "The electronic piano is already in your room. Go have a look. If you don't like it, just tell your father, and he will sell it." "I definitely want to dislike it," Xiao Shixue retorted defiantly, and then rushed upstairs eagerly. Soon, her delighted screams echoed from above. "It's a piano, just like teacher Xiao Zheng's." Laughter filled the air as Xiao Shixue's joyous giggles rang out, and a smile graced Lin Heng's face downstairs. He began to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Before long, the sound of the piano, tinkling away, drifted down from upstairs, causing Lin Heng to furrow his brow. Xiao Shixue could not actually play the piano. She merely enjoyed it. This would not suffice. He needed to find a teacher to instruct her, Lin Heng mused to himself. However, to his surprise, after a short while, Xiao Shixue was playing quite impressively. "Shixue, you must have been overjoyed at that moment," Lu Qing remarked, smiling at Lin Shixue. "Indeed," Lin Shixue replied, taking a deep breath. "I cannot express how happy I was. At that moment, I thought to myself that I would play just as beautifully as teacher Xiao Zheng." "Has your father found you a teacher?" Lu Qing inquired, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Given Xiao Shixue's current level, it seemed improbable that she could achieve such high proficiency on the piano without a teacher's guidance. "My piano teacher is teacher Xiao Zheng. Had you asked me before tonight, I would have said he hadn't found me a teacher. But now, I am uncertain whether he has secretly arranged for teacher Xiao Zheng to assist me," Lin Shixue said, her voice subdued. Lin Shixue was now unsure of how well she truly understood her father, what sacrifices he had made for her, and what he had kept hidden. The scene in the video shifted. Upstairs, Xiao Shixue continued to play the piano, the sound echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Heng stood at the door, smoking and lost in thought. After a while, Lin Heng took out his phone and dialed teacher Xiao Zheng's number. Indeed, Lin Heng had privately sought out teacher Xiao Zheng. Lin Shixue's eyes welled up again. "Father, what exactly have you done for me?" "Teacher Xiao Zheng, I apologize for disturbing you again. Shixue has a great fondness for the piano. I wonder if you could assist her with lessons for a while. I will pay you, though it will be a few months before I can do so." A moment of silence followed, presumably while teacher Xiao Zheng was responding. I understand. Lin Heng quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher, thank you." After putting down his phone, a wave of disappointment washed over his face. It appeared that teacher Xiao Zheng had declined to instruct Xiao Shixue in piano. How could this be? Had teacher Xiao Zheng lost faith in Xiao Shixue's potential? Or was it a matter of financial constraints that Lin Heng could not provide? How, then, had Xiao Shixue learned to play the piano? Hadn't Lin Shixue just mentioned that teacher Xiao Zheng was her mentor? Had Lin Heng sought another instructor for Xiao Shixue? Was Lin Shixue mistaken? The audience was struck with astonishment. Everyone believed Lin Heng had privately arranged for teacher Xiao Zheng to teach Xiao Shixue piano. Yet, the reality seemed to suggest otherwise. If it was not teacher Xiao Zheng who had been guiding Xiao Shixue, the comments on the big screen mirrored the audience's confusion. If it wasn't teacher Xiao Zheng, could it be that Lin Heng had found another teacher? That seemed unlikely. If there were another instructor, Lin Shixue would surely remember. What then was truly happening? I suspect it was indeed teacher Xiao Zheng. Although she did not agree over the phone, perhaps she later relented. Lin Shixue furrowed her brow slightly, striving to recall her piano learning journey. However, no memories surfaced of any other teacher guiding her in piano. This implied that her father, Lin Heng, had not sought another instructor. Lu Qing turned to the pensive Lin Shixue and inquired, "Have you remembered?" Lin Shixue shook her head. "I have no recollection of another teacher. I distinctly remember teacher Xiao Zheng instructing me, setting aside time after music class for private piano lessons." "That must be it," Lu Qing replied with a smile. As for teacher Xiao Zheng's initial refusal over the phone, it might have been a fleeting thought. She may have later agreed, or perhaps, although she did not verbally confirm, she genuinely intended to assist you. Lin Shixue nodded in agreement. Let's continue watching the video for clarity. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue refocused their attention on the big screen. Under the dim light, Lin Heng was writing in his diary at the dining table. Xiao Shixue has finally received the piano she desired. She is incredibly happy, and I can feel her joy soaring. Though she had never formally studied piano, Xiao Shixue possesses remarkable talent. With the scant knowledge gleaned from teacher Xiao Zheng in kindergarten, she plays with a semblance of skill. However, learning piano is no easy feat. Without proper guidance and formal education, it remains merely a pastime. As her father, I naturally wish to support Xiao Shixue, which is why I thought of teacher Xiao Zheng. I called teacher Xiao Zheng, but she politely declined my request. She mentioned she was pregnant and lacked the time to teach children. Indeed, as parents, our concerns begin even before the child is born. I completely empathize with teacher Xiao Zheng. Yet, Xiao Shixue's predicament remains unresolved. I must devise another plan. Regrettably, I lack the means to afford extracurricular piano lessons for my dear Zia Shixue. I apologize, Zia Shixue. I'm truly sorry. Upon reading this, Lin Shixue was overwhelmed with tears, and countless others found themselves equally moved. It was not a matter of Lin Heng's inability, but rather his choice to devote all his time and energy to Zia Shixue. However, do not worry, my dear Zia Shixue. I will surely find a way. I will assist you in learning the piano. If necessary, I shall take on additional work. Good night, my little Zia Shixue. With the company of the piano, may your slumber be sweet tonight. From the notes in Lin Heng's video, it became clear why teacher Zheng had declined to teach Zia Shixue piano. It was not due to a lack of faith in her potential, nor was it a concern over Lin Heng's financial capability. Rather, she was with child. No wonder Lin Heng expressed understanding over the phone. The scene on the large screen shifted once more, revealing a few days later. Lin Heng stood before a fruit stall, inquiring about the prices of the fruits, presumably intending to purchase some. "How much for these apples?" he asked, pointing to a medium-sized apple. 5 yuan per gene, replied the vendor. "And what about the larger ones?" Lin Heng continued, glancing at an adjacent larger apple. "The big ones are 8 yuan. So expensive," Lin Heng exclaimed in surprise. After all, they were merely apples, differing only in size. The shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at Lin Heng and remarked, "Whether for gifting or personal consumption, the medium size will suffice. The larger ones are merely bigger. There is no other distinction." "I see." Lin Heng seemed contemplative, his gaze returning to the medium-sized apples. It appeared he intended to buy fruits as a gift. If it were for himself, there would be no need for such deliberation, Lu Qing observed. However, Who was Lin Hang planning to gift them to? He seemed to have no friends, and Lin Shixue was unsure, thus remained silent. I think I shall buy the larger ones. The smaller ones feel somewhat inadequate for gifting, Lin Hang ultimately decided. Could you pack them in a cardboard box and make it look presentable? Certainly, the vendor replied, though slightly surprised, with a beaming smile. Before long, the vendor had packaged the apples, totaling 18. Lin Hang had personally selected each one, ensuring there were no blemishes. The total for the 18 apples amounted to 132 yuan. Upon hearing this price, a clear expression of struggle crossed Lin Hang's face. Over 100 yuan was indeed a significant sum for him. As the vendor began to show signs of impatience, Lin Hang finally retrieved an old wallet from the inner pocket of his clothing, its exterior leather peeling away in layers. Seeing the wallet, the vendor sighed and said, "You can give me 130. No need for the change." "Thank you." Lin Hang expressed his gratitude as he opened the wallet. Inside, there was only a single 100 yuan note, with the remainder consisting of small coins, which appeared to be scant. Lin Hang first handed the 100 yuan note to the vendor, followed by 20 and, finally, two 5 yuan notes. As these funds were expended, the wallet now contained only small denominations, totaling perhaps a mere 20 yuan. Suddenly, a sorrowful wail echoed through the scene. Following the sound, everyone beheld Tan Yu, her head buried in her knees, weeping profusely. Witnessing her anguish, a wave of emotion washed over the crowd, causing their eyes to well with tears. "Aunt Tan, are you all right?" Lu Qing inquired, her eyes reddened with concern. "I'm fine. I just cannot help but cry," Tan Yu replied, lifting her tear-streaked face to Lu Qing, her voice choked with emotion. "You may not be aware of the significance of the wallet in Mr. Lin's possession, but I do. Years ago, while I was employed as a maid in Mr. Lin's household, he lost his wallet. One day, I accompanied Mr. Lin and Xiao Shixue to the market, and Mr. Lin casually purchased this very wallet. I distinctly remember him asking me which color was more appealing. I advised that men typically prefer black, to which he agreed. Seeing this wallet again, now worn with age, brings back memories of that time. Mr. Lin has endured so much hardship, it breaks my heart." Chapter 86. A deep bow through the door. Lu Qing paused the video, granting Tan Yu a moment of tranquility, allowing Lin Shixue, herself, and the audience outside to gather their emotions. A few minutes later, the video resumed. On screen, Lin Hang arrived at teacher Xiao Zheng's doorstep and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by teacher Xiao Zheng, who, upon seeing the fruit Lin Hang held, likely understood his intentions. However, she did not appear displeased. Instead, she greeted Lin Hang with a smile, inviting him inside. Yet, Lin Hang politely declined, extending the box of apples to teacher Xiao Zheng. "Thank you for your constant care of my daughter. Please accept this box of apples." Feeling somewhat bashful, he continued, "As you know, given my circumstances, I can only offer this modest token of gratitude. I hope you do not find it lacking. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Shixue is such a delightful child. Anyone would cherish her, especially as her teacher. It is my duty," teacher Xiao Zheng replied with a smile. "You should take the fruit back. I cannot accept it. Your sentiment is appreciated." Lin Hang shook his head resolutely. "If you refuse, I shall remain here at your doorstep." Seeing Lin Hang's playful stubbornness, teacher Xiao Zheng could only relent, saying, "Very well, I shall accept the apples." "Thank you." Upon her agreement, Lin Hang's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly pressed the apples into her hands. "Oh, I forgot that you cannot lift heavy objects now. Let me carry them inside." "There's no need. I can manage," teacher Xiao Zheng insisted quickly. In the end, however, she could not withstand Lin Hang's determination, allowing him to carry the apples inside. After placing them down, he spoke as he closed the door. "Then I shall not intrude further. Mr. Lin, I would do my best to guide Shixue during music class." Teacher Xiao Zheng softened her tone. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Hang bowed gratefully before finally closing the door. As the door closed behind him, Lin Hang seemed to exhale all his strength, taking a deep breath. "Thank you, teacher Xiao Zheng." On behalf of Xiao Shixue, with reddened eyes, Lin Hang bowed deeply to the closed door before turning to descend the stairs. For reasons unknown, my heart felt heavy, and tears threatened to spill. Lin Hang's final bow was truly heartbreaking. It reflected a sense of guilt towards teacher Xiao Zheng, perhaps because it felt somewhat coercive. It was a demanding situation for Lin Hang, and had I been in teacher Xiao Zheng's position, I too might have felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, teacher Xiao Zheng is indeed a commendable educator. Otherwise, she may not have devoted herself wholeheartedly to guiding Xiao Shixue. Regardless, I remain profoundly moved. This gesture might be the only recourse Lin Hang could conceive. The sole individual capable of assisting Xiao Shixue was teacher Xiao Zheng. Without her support, Xiao Shixue's journey in learning the piano would undoubtedly become more arduous. One can only say that Xiao Shixue is blessed with a wonderful father and an exceptional teacher. Ultimately, Xiao Shixue's pursuit of piano has found a foundation. We are grateful to teacher Xiao Zheng. We appreciate her generosity. It is through her nurturing that we have the privilege of knowing the outstanding Lin Shixue. Amidst the discussions among the audience, many expressed their gratitude to teacher Xiao Zheng, and the comments from the viewers on the big screen echoed this sentiment. Lin Hang's role as a father deeply moved me. For many, purchasing a box of apples may simply be a mundane, fruit-buying errand, indifferent to the size or price of the apples. Yet for Lin Hang, it represented a difficult choice. If I were in his position, I too would be uncertain whether to purchase large or small ones. Lin Hang's bow through the door instantaneously brought me to tears. As a journalist, I have witnessed countless parents kneel in desperation for their children. However, for some reason, Lin Hang's bow struck me with more profound emotion and shock than kneeling ever could. Teacher Xiao Zheng is indeed a remarkable educator. Thank you, teacher Xiao Zheng. Thank you, teacher Xiao Zheng. Thank you, teacher Xiao Zheng. She is a good teacher, and we have seen this through her brief yet heartfelt words, revealing her affection for Xiao Shixue and pride in her achievements. Lu Qing made a summarizing speech, and I believe that among the countless dedicated educators, many, like teacher Xiao Zheng, are responsible and compassionate, striving to assist their students to the best of their abilities. It is precisely because of such exemplary teachers that our nation continues to produce a wealth of talent, contributing to its prosperity. Let us applaud all the diligent teachers as a gesture of our gratitude. Applause erupted. Lu Qing and Lin Shixue led the applause, and a wave of enthusiastic clapping filled the venue. Just as the applause began to subside, Lu Qing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Then, smiling, he remarked, "Teacher Xiao Zheng wishes to connect with us again. She likely has something to say to our Shixue." The audience, both inside and outside the venue, eagerly turned their attention to the big screen, where the video had paused, displaying the connection symbol. A few seconds later, the petite and delicate teacher Zheng, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, appeared on the large screen. "Hello, everyone. We meet again," she greeted with a warm smile and a wave. "Hello, teacher Zheng," echoed Lin Shixue and Lu Qing in unison. "Good evening, host," and Lin Shixue, teacher Zheng acknowledged with a nod, her smile fading slightly as she spoke with a tone tinged with sentiment. "I have something I wish to express now that I am reconnected live. Please do share." Lu Qing encouraged with a gentle smile. Teacher Zheng nodded in gratitude. "First and foremost, I sincerely appreciate all the praise and recognition you have bestowed upon me. However, I would like to clarify two matters. The second point is that I am not as selfless as you might perceive. When Mr. Lin Hang presented me with fruits, he was already aware of his daughter Shixue's piano studies. I must admit, I felt a twinge of discomfort, for I had explicitly declined this over the phone. Fortunately, Mr. Lin never mentioned the piano lessons again, or I would have had to refuse outright. Ultimately, it was Mr. Lin's humble and sincere demeanor that moved me. I witnessed the greatness of a father, fully aware that his gift was modest and that his actions were perhaps inappropriate. He still mustered the courage to approach me. This deeply touched my heart, and I could not bear to disappoint such a father, which is why I agreed to guide Shixue in her piano practice as best as I could. The second matter is this. I truly bear no claim to Shixue's accomplishments on the piano. Initially, my guidance was limited to the basics, and I had little time to devote to her. It is inconceivable that I could have taught her to perform the breathtaking and classic piece The Wind Blows through summer at her graduation concert. Shixue's talent stems from her own diligence and the support of her wonderful father. I merely added a touch of embellishment. Lastly, I wish to express that had I known of Mr. Lin's bowing from behind the door, I would have exerted every effort in guiding Shixue. That is all I wish to convey. Upon concluding her remarks, Teacher Zheng turned to Lin Shixue and smiled, saying, "Shixue, you are truly remarkable." "Thank you, Teacher Zheng," Shixue replied, rising to deeply bow in respect, mirroring the gesture of gratitude that Mr. Lin had once offered from behind the door. In that instant, the entire audience was moved to tears. Chapter 87. The heartwarming teacher Lin. The video continued to play, fast-forwarding through the scenes. Life for Lin Heng and Shixue seemed to return to a semblance of calm. Day by day, Lin Heng attended work, increasingly scarce in the time he could spend with his daughter. Yet, this did not appear to affect Shixue significantly. Each day after school, she would retreat to her room to practice the piano. With several music classes in her kindergarten curriculum, 3 to 4 each week, Teacher Zheng devoted time in every lesson to impart foundational piano knowledge to Shixue. As time passed, the end of the semester approached unbeknownst to them. Shixue was nearing her 7th birthday, and come the next semester, she would be eligible to enter primary school. The slightly older Shixue had not only blossomed into a more beautiful version of herself, but had also matured beyond her years, gradually sensing that her father's affections were not as profound as she once believed. One evening, at the dining table, Shixue turned to Lin Heng and said, "Dad, for the Children's Day performance at school, the teacher has asked me to play the piano. I have no objections." Lin Heng glanced at Shixue and calmly replied, "Given that you have been learning for so long, you should at least be able to play something. I wasn't asking if you had objections. I was hoping you could assist me." Shixue exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. "The teacher said parents are supposed to help choose the piece in practice. Why are you yelling at me? I can't play the piano." Lin Heng, taken aback by his sudden outburst, realized he had never before reacted so irrationally towards Shixue. Stunned, she seemed equally shocked, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. "I knew you didn't love me," she sobbed, dropping her chopsticks and running upstairs in tears. "Shixue," Lin Heng called after her instinctively, but whether she didn't hear him or pretended not to, she dashed into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. The sound echoed painfully in Lin Heng's mind. He stood there, momentarily dazed, then in anguish, raked his fingers through his hair. "What am I doing?" he thought, hastily finishing the remnants of his meal without the heart to clean up. Trembling, he pulled a crumpled cigarette pack from his coat pocket, squeezed it, and found only one cigarette remaining. Taking the last cigarette, Lin Heng sat quietly on the stone step at the door, smoking in silence. He appeared devoid of anger, enveloped in a heavy gloom. Once he finished the cigarette, he slowly rose and returned inside, silently clearing the table and placing Shixue's portion into the pot to keep warm. After completing these tasks, Lin Heng ascended the stairs and knocked gently on Shixue's door. After a few knocks with no response, he sighed, "Shixue, I'm sorry. Dad didn't mean to yell at you. The food is kept warm. Please eat when you come down. I have to go to work now." Still, there was no reply from within. Slowly, he turned and descended the stairs. Soon, the sound of the front door closing echoed from downstairs. Shixue, hearing the noise, rushed to the window to see Lin Heng riding away on his bicycle. "Bad Dad," she choked out. Suddenly, noticing Lin Heng glance back, she quickly withdrew her head and retreated inside. Outside a piano training center, Lin Heng paced back and forth, hesitating to enter. He wished to seek assistance from teacher, yet he had no money. What good would it do to go inside? Ultimately, it was the piano teacher who noticed him. "Excuse me, do you need something?" The young and attractive piano teacher inquired, perplexed. "Are you the piano teacher?" Lin Heng asked. "Yes, my surname is Lin," she replied with a smile. "Hello, Teacher Lin. My surname is also Lin. You can call me Old Lin," he said, attempting to establish rapport. "All right," Teacher Lin replied with a gentle smile. "But you still haven't told me what you need. May I trouble you for a few minutes?" Lin Heng pleaded. After glancing at the children engrossed in playing the piano, Teacher Lin said, Come with me, my dear. Lin Heng expressed his gratitude and followed Teacher Lin to the reception room. After pouring a glass of water for Lin Heng, Teacher Lin spoke again. Please go ahead. Lin Heng hesitated for a moment, but eventually recounted the issues his daughter, Xiao Shixue, was facing. How about this? I will visit your daughter tomorrow to assess her situation. Select a piece for her and provide some guidance. Teacher Lin pondered for a moment before smiling and adding, no charge. Is that truly possible? Lin Heng asked, astonished. Absolutely. I am a volunteer, Teacher Lin replied with a smile. Moreover, since we are family, it is only right to lend a helping hand in times of need. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Heng expressed his gratitude profusely. You're welcome, Teacher Lin said with a smile. Old Lin, please provide me with your address. Your daughter finishes school at 4:30, correct? I will come around that time and return home afterward. All right, but please don't mention meals. I'm not accustomed to dining out, Teacher Lin interjected, preempting Lin Heng's response. The following day, while waiting to pick up Xiao Shixue, Lin Heng noticed her laughing and chatting with the children beside her. However, upon his arrival, she wore a stern expression and remained silent, still upset with him. The father and daughter journeyed home in silence. Even when Lin Heng attempted to engage her in conversation, Xiao Shixue either did not respond or merely nodded. Upon reaching home, they were greeted by a stylishly dressed young woman standing at their doorstep, none other than Teacher Lin, arriving as promised. Xiao Shixue was taken aback to see her and couldn't help but steal a few glances, as it was rare to encounter someone so beautifully attired at their home. Hello, is this Xiao Shixue? How lovely, Teacher Lin exclaimed, her eyes brightening at the sight of the spirited girl. Who are you, sister? Xiao Shixue inquired curiously, though she instinctively clutched Lin Heng's hand tighter. I am a volunteer, and I play the piano. I heard you do as well, so I wanted to come and see you, Teacher Lin replied warmly. Wow, you can play the piano? That's wonderful, Xiao Shixue exclaimed excitedly. Could you help me select a piece for the June 1st performance? Of course, Teacher Lin responded readily. Upon hearing Teacher Lin's agreement, Xiao Shixue eagerly turned to Lin Heng and said, Dad, hurry and open the door. Thank you, Lin Heng said to Teacher Lin before stepping forward to unlock the door. Once inside, Xiao Shixue impatiently led Teacher Lin upstairs. Lin Heng hesitated for a moment, but chose not to follow. Instead, he found a large plastic bag. He approached the vegetable garden at the entrance, selecting the best long vegetables, cleaning them, and neatly placing them in the bag. Half an hour later, Teacher Lin descended the stairs, and the melodious sound of a piano floated down from above, reminiscent of a gentle stream or the whisper of the wind across the sky. Teacher Lin, Lin Heng called out, hurrying to greet her. Teacher Lin looked at Lin Heng and smiled, saying, Little Shixue possesses remarkable talent. I have selected a piece for her. Lin Heng promptly expressed his gratitude. Old Lin, allow me to finish speaking, Teacher Lin chuckled. Lin Heng nodded. What I have chosen for little Shixue is not a complete piece, merely a segment. She must complete the entire composition herself. It is not that I am unwilling to provide her with a full piece. Rather, I believe it is more beneficial for her to create one on her own. This may prove challenging, yet I deem it essential for her growth. Given the circumstances, it is difficult for little Shixue to undergo the same extensive and systematic piano training as other children. Therefore, if she wishes to excel in piano, she must rely on her own insights and feelings. If time permits, it will be prudent to take her out to explore nature and experience life. She is bound to gain something valuable from it. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Lin Heng replied, then handed Teacher Lin a bag of freshly picked vegetables as a token of appreciation. These natural, pollution-free vegetables are delightful. I shan't refuse. With a playful smile, Lin Shixue accepted the vegetables without hesitation and bid farewell to Lin Heng. After escorting Teacher Lin outside, Lin Heng returned home to prepare dinner. With Teacher Lin's guidance, little Shixue's spirits lifted unexpectedly. After a quick dinner, she hurried upstairs to continue her study of the piano piece Summer. Lin Heng locked the door and went out to work. He had a few hours to spend in an online store, primarily assisting with packing. When he returned home, little Shixue was already asleep. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Lin Heng opened his notebook to document the day's events. Regarding little Shixue's piece selection, I initially intended to trouble teacher Zheng, but with her impending childbirth, I cannot impose on her any further. Thankfully, I encountered the kind-hearted teacher Lin, and everything has been settled. My gratitude to teacher Lin is immense. Moreover, I have reflected deeply on teacher Lin's words and find them profoundly insightful. I lack the financial means to cultivate little Shixue's piano talents. If she wishes to achieve success in this field, it must come from her own efforts. I firmly believe in this. Little Shixue is exceptionally intelligent, and she will surely succeed. Coincidentally, the piano debt has been repaid, and this summer, I shall take her to explore the world and experience nature. Perhaps this will be the last chapter of life I share with her. If possible, I truly wish to accompany little Shixue into adulthood. At the kindergarten's Children's Day performance, Lin Hang sat below, watching. Dressed in a white dress with her hair in braids, little Shixue appeared solemn yet pure, radiating an aura of brilliance. Seated at the piano, her fingers delicately rested on the keys. At the host's cue, she began to play. Instantly, a gentle and melodious tune filled the air, akin to a babbling brook or the sound of the wind sweeping through the sky, occasionally reminiscent of cicadas. This piece, which little Shixue titled The Wind Blows Through Summer, truly embodied the essence of summer breezes. There were no cheers, no applause, only the serene sound of attentive listening. Some parents even closed their eyes to listen. Lin Hang, seated behind, also slightly closed his eyes to absorb the sounds. He heard the wind whispering through the flowing waters, the wind caressing the sky, the wind stirring the cicadas in the trees, the wind echoing through the valleys, and the wind resonating within the soul. The audience at the venue quietly immersed themselves in the piano piece performed by Lin Shixue in the video. The composition The Wind Blows Through Summer was not entirely complete, or rather, it did not require completeness. After Lin Shixue's performance on Children's Day, it was later edited and shared online. Despite its imperfections, the piece captivated countless listeners. Consequently, Lin Shixue gained fame from this single piece, becoming widely recognized. Even now, although Lin Shixue has released several renowned piano compositions, The Wind Blows Through Summer remains a cherished background melody for many. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, with numerous parents expressing their admiration. Replaying The Wind Blows Through Summer felt as if one were truly immersed in the beauty of summer. Lu Qing could not help but exclaim that although summer is sweltering, the cycle of seasons imbues each with its own significance and beauty. It simply depends on whether one can discover and feel it. Indeed, The Wind Blows Through Summer is also a memory of my youth. I can hardly recall how many times I listened to it on repeat. I remember it served as the background music for my social media for many years. I, too, share that sentiment. It has been the background music for countless others. I am curious about how Lin Shixue crafted The Wind Blows Through Summer. Lin Hang merely provided her with an initial spark of inspiration. Indeed, the video skipped over the process of Lin Shixue composing The Wind Blows Through Summer. Lin Shixue, do you have any memories of it? Please share with us your thoughts. The audience, both on-site and online, was equally intrigued. The big screen was filled with comments eager to uncover the story behind Lin Shixue's creation of The Wind Blows Through Summer. Lu Qing turned to Lin Shixue and smiled. Do you recall anything, Shixue? Lin Shixue nodded, her lips parting slightly as she watched the video and recalled more. I remember one night I asked Lin Hang, Dad, where does the summer wind go? Lin Hang casually replied, it blows through the cicadas in the trees, through the streams, through the valleys, and across diligent people. Just outside my door, there was a Chinese tune tree with several cicadas on it. I wondered what the sound was like when the wind brushed past the cicadas. On another occasion, Lin Hang took me hiking. At the mountain summit, the wind swept through my hair. I pondered what that sound was like. At that moment, Lin Hang's words inspired me further. He said that sometimes sounds can be felt as much as they can be heard, and the wind blowing is refreshingly cool, isn't it? In such moments, my understanding of The Wind Blows Through Summer deepened, and I poured my feelings into the piano. Thus, in The Wind Blows Through Summer, one can hear the myriad sounds of the summer wind and feel a hint of its refreshing coolness. Indeed, it is so, Lu Qing asserted with confidence. I believe this embodies the power of the soul. The gentle whispers of Shixue have carried the sounds of summer breezes directly into the hearts of everyone. This is precisely why so many resonate with it. Even if some claim the wind blows through summer has its flaws, it does not deter countless admirers. Indeed, the beauty of nature is a universal aspiration. Lin Shixue echoed this sentiment with a sigh. By the way, Lin Shixue, I recall a report stating that someone offered 100,000 to purchase the rights to The Wind Blows. Lu Qing suddenly recollected. While 100,000 may not seem exorbitant, it should improve your circumstances. However, based on our previous conversation, it appears your lives have not changed as a result. What 100,000 for rights? I have never heard of this. Lin Shixue expressed her confusion. She had never known The Wind Blows through summer to have been sold for money. Chapter 89. Is there really a royalty? Lin Shixue's response was unexpected, yet somewhat anticipated. After all, she was merely a girl under the age of 7, and all matters were naturally handled by her father, Lin Hang. If there were indeed royalties, they would be directed to Lin Hang, not to Shixue. This shouldn't be. Lu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Although the concept of copyright was not particularly prevalent over a decade ago, and official regulations were vague, any significant company utilizing someone else's original work would typically provide some form of royalty. Not only for the piano piece The Wind Blows Through Summer, but Yonghua should also have associated royalties. After all, Yonghua has been published and reprinted multiple times. I had not considered this aspect before and had overlooked it. If both Yonghua and The Wind Blows Through Summer lack royalties, there is only one possibility. Lin Hang must have relinquished them. Yet, this is nearly inconceivable. Given their circumstances at the time, those royalties would have been a lifeline. Lin Hang could not have let them go. As Lu Qing finished speaking, the audience both on-site and online began to murmur among themselves. Could it be that Lin Hang was unaware of such matters? Even if he were uninformed, surely those major corporations would have reached out to him. Perhaps he had embezzled it all. Yet, if he had indeed misappropriated the funds, wouldn't it have been for himself and Shixue? Could it be that he spent it all on medical expenses? I believe that the notion of Lin Hang using the funds for his treatment is the closest to the truth. According to the video, Lin Hang had already passed, yet he seemed to still be alive. The only explanation would be that his illness had received some form of treatment. With an ailment of such nature, the costs are insatiable. The initial royalties were scant and insufficient. This is a compelling argument for why Lin Hang continues to survive. After his meeting with Lu Shixue, Lin Hang wrote in his diary, "The best course of action is for him to live a few more years." I believe it is reasonable for Lin Hang to have used that money for medical treatment, though he should have informed Shixue. This matter is straightforward. One could simply inquire with the people at Shirin. Shirin is the publisher of Yonghua, and it would be easy to ascertain if any funds were exchanged. The same applies to The Wind Blows Through Summer, as several media companies have used it as background music in their films and dramas. Among the films, one has provided lyrics for The Wind Blows Through Summer. It seems everyone had the same thought and could have simply asked. Lu Qing smiled faintly and said coincidentally, "We need to contact Ms. Mao Fong, the editor-in-chief of Shirin, to inquire about the award status of Yonghua from years past. The staff has already reached out. This would serve a dual purpose, allowing us to address both matters simultaneously. Indeed, they would be able to connect with editor Mao, as she is still friends with Lin Shixue. It is indeed possible to ascertain the publishing fee with a simple inquiry. Let us contact Ms. Mao Fong now," Lu Qing said as she glanced at the large screen. The audience, both inside and outside the venue, also turned their attention to the display. The originally playing video had been paused, replaced by a symbol indicating a video call. After a few moments of ringing, the image of Mao Fong, the editor-in-chief of Shirin, appeared on the large screen. Mao Fong, in her 50s, possessed an unremarkable appearance, but had a pair of insightful eyes that suggested she was no ordinary woman. "Hello, Ms. Mao," Lu Qing greeted with a smile. "Please say hello to us." "Hello, host, and hello to the audience present," Mao Fong waved with a smile. She then turned her gaze to Lin Shixue, smiling as she said, "Shixue, it's wonderful to see you again. When can I expect your manuscript? I'm online to urge you. Sister Fong, please don't rush me. I'm already working on it." Lin Shixue replied with a gentle smile. Their conversation indicated a close relationship. Let us find a time to have coffee. Perhaps I can inspire you. Mao Fong chuckled. All right, Lin Shixue nodded. It's settled then, Mao Fong decided joyfully before turning to Lu Qing. I have been following your program, and I can provide definitive answers to your two queries. Please go ahead. Lu Qing promptly signaled with a smile. Regarding the award status of Yonghua, it initially received an excellent award. And the reason is quite simple. Yonghua lacked depth in its worldview or values and employed relatively simple language. However, it is remarkable that a 5-year-old could write such poetry, which led the judges to unanimously agree on the excellent award. The first, second, and third prizes, on the other hand, were mainly awarded for a more profound worldview, values, and grand language. However, upon publication, the most popular work among all award-winning pieces turned out to be Lin Shixue's Yonghua, which swept across the nation, becoming a beloved poem among countless youths. Yonghua lacks the grandeur of sweeping landscapes or the valor of iron horses crossing icy rivers, yet it possesses a unique childlike innocence, brimming with youthful beauty and imagination. I believe this is the reason for Yonghua's popularity, as it resonates with every young individual. Thus, upon its republication, Yonghua was elevated to the status of a special award. This explains the differing versions and awards you see. As for whether the special award comes with a monetary prize and how much it is, Mao Fong's gaze shifted to Lin Shixue, remarking, I must say, your father is quite astute. Her words instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. In fact, this was the second question, whether we provided a publishing fee for Yonghua. I can assure you, we did, and it was substantial, Mao Fong declared emphatically. Indeed, it exists. Where has all the money gone? Did Lin Heng truly use it for medical expenses? Moreover, Editor-in-Chief Mao mentioned a considerable sum. Precisely how much is that? Why did Editor-in-Chief Mao also claim that Lin Heng is quite intelligent? What transpired between Lin Heng and Editor-in-Chief Mao? Since Yonghua has a royalty, the wind blows through summer should also have one. Thus, all this money must be in Lin Heng's possession. Even if Lin Heng spent it all on medical bills, there should still be some improvement in their living conditions. For instance, moving away from the impoverished village to a slightly better environment, or investing more in the training of Xiao Shixue. This money rightfully belongs to Xiao Shixue. It is reasonable for her to utilize her own funds. Yet, why do Lin Heng and Xiao Shixue still lead such a frugal life, with not even a hint of change? Whereas Lin Heng truly spent the money. Was it genuinely for medical purposes? Why hasn't he informed Xiao Shixue? These questions may only be answered by Lin Heng himself. However, what everyone is most eager to know is the royalty amount for Yonghua, and why Editor-in-Chief Mao remarked on Lin Heng's intelligence. Chapter 90. A wealthy girl from a young age under the curious gazes of the crowd, Editor-in-Chief Mao smiled and revealed, the prize for Yonghua is 10,000, which is just enough to purchase a piano for Xiao Shixue. 10,000. This revelation took the audience by surprise. The first prize is 3,000, and the special prize is typically 5,000. However, the amount of 10,000 is understandable. Since it is 10,000, wouldn't that cover the installment payments for the piano? Could it be that this prize money was later used to settle the debt for the piano, in addition to the 10,000 prize? We also offer a buyout price of 100 yuan per word. This means each word of Yonghua is valued at 100 yuan. The entire poem, including punctuation, consists of 76 characters, which translates to a total of 600 yuan. Furthermore, the after-tax earnings combined with the prize amount to a total of 600 yuan for Yonghua. This is a remarkably high return for a single poem, aside from a select few renowned authors. It is rare for poets to receive a buyout price of 100 yuan per word. Thus, Yonghua amassed a total of 600 yuan. This sum not only suffices for Xiao Shixue to purchase a piano, but also leaves a surplus. Amidst the audience's mild admiration, Editor-in-Chief Mao's subsequent statement captured everyone's attention. However, Mr. Lin Heng chose not to accept this sum. Instead, he signed a profit-sharing agreement with us. It is this very agreement that has potentially increased the earnings from Yonghua by several dozen times, possibly even 100-fold now. The audience was momentarily stunned. With Yonghua yielding 17,600 yuan, a 10-fold increase would amount to over 170,000, and a 100-fold would surpass 7 million. How could this be? For countless ordinary individuals, accumulating such a sum could take a lifetime of toil, yet Lin Shixue achieved it with a single poem, Yonghua. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question remains, if the earnings from Yonghua are so substantial, why are Lin Heng and Lin Shixue still impoverished and struggling? The audience was left in utter disbelief. Lin Shixue wore an expression of bewilderment and skepticism. If Yonghua generated such immense profits, why was her family still in poverty? Throughout her life, she had never witnessed her father, Lin Heng, experiencing any financial comfort, not even a slight semblance of wealth. Sister Fong, could it be that you are mistaken? Lin Shixue could not resist inquiring of chief editor Mao Fong. Mao Fong chuckled lightly, replying, "This is a nationwide broadcast. Even if I wish to deceive, I lack the audacity to do so." After a brief jest, Mao Fong continued earnestly, "The crux lies within the revenue-sharing agreement. In simple terms, every time a copy of Yonghua is sold, whether it be through Shirin or poetry collections from various companies, online or offline, across all channels, as long as consumers purchase Yonghua legally and pay for it, the author, Lin Shixue, will receive corresponding earnings. Thus, as long as there are consumers of Yonghua, Lin Shixue shall continue to prosper. Based on my estimations, the revenue from Yonghua should exceed 1 million. And of course, this is not a one-time gain, but a long-term accumulation. Additionally, I believe Lin Heng adopted a similar revenue-sharing model for the piano Piece the Wind Blows Through Summer, which likely yields several times more than Yonghua. This is precisely why I assert that Mr. Lin Heng is astute. Even if Lin Shixue were to receive no further income henceforth, she could sustain her life on the earnings from Yonghua the Wind Blows Through Summer. As for why Lin Shixue had yet to see any of this money, or whether it had been allocated elsewhere, remains unclear. Due to Lin Shixue's age, the earnings account resides under Mr. Lin Heng's name. Only he knows where the money is or how it has been spent. As Mao Fong concluded, everyone remained momentarily stunned. They gazed at Lin Shixue in astonishment. At such a tender age, barely 7, she had seemingly earned enough to secure a lifetime of wealth. Yet, the most astonishing revelation lay with Lin Heng, her father. How could he forsake immediate profits to sign a revenue-sharing agreement for his daughter's work? What was he thinking at that moment? In such dire financial circumstances, how could he remain unmoved by the allure of accessible earnings? I shall not prolong the program. Chief Editor Mao Fong smiled, looking at Lin Shixue and reminding her, "Don't forget about your coffee." "All right," Lin Shixue instinctively replied, still partially dazed. "Goodbye, everyone," Mao Fong waved and ended the video call. The room fell silent. Soon, the audience both inside and outside began to murmur among themselves. Lu Qing also turned to Lin Shixue, her face still reflecting remnants of shock, asking, "Shixue, who would have thought that your father, Lin Heng, possessed such foresight?" "Indeed," Lin Shixue nodded. "I never knew any of this, nor had he ever mentioned it." Lu Qing could not help but wonder how Lin Heng ultimately managed the funds. Lin Shixue shook her head. She too was unaware. Regardless of how he employed that money, she could not deny his remarkable intellect. "I deeply admire his ability to make such decisions," Lin Shixue remarked, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Lin Shixue, the wealthiest woman in Yonghua, has a business empire that spans the globe, marking her as a formidable entrepreneur. From a business perspective, it is evident just how exceptional Lin Heng is with his far-reaching vision. Were he to engage in commerce, his achievements might rival her own. Alas, one cannot compare individuals so easily. My 7-year-old child still plays in the dirt, while little Shixue has already amassed a fortune, securing a lifetime's wealth. I am profoundly struck by Lin Heng's long-term foresight. I doubt anyone else would possess such resolve. Given Lin Heng's wealth, it baffles me why he still lives in such hardship. What a remarkable father. I envy the existence of such a daughter. Lin Shixue, an eternal icon. I am curious as to where Lin Heng has allocated his finances. With such an abundance, surely it would suffice for medical care. If Lin Hang were to venture into business, he would undoubtedly be a successful entrepreneur. Now I understand that Lin Shixue's business acumen is inherited from Lin Hang. I wish I could watch all the videos of Lin Hang in one sitting. I long to uncover the events that unfolded in his life. Thus far, we have not only failed to comprehend Lin Hang, rather, we find ourselves increasingly perplexed. Host, shall we watch all the videos in one go? Indeed. Let's do so without delay. If Lin Shixue is a legend, then Lin Hang is also a legend. In a secret chamber, Lin Hang's eyes are closed. Yet, his consciousness remains as he awaits a final meeting with his daughter. Chapter 91. Braving the Rain to School. Little Shixue's grievance lingers. Let's continue watching the video. Lu Qing said with a slight smile. Our discussions have led us nowhere. Lin Hang is indeed too enigmatic. Let the video reveal the truth to us. Countless viewers immediately expressed their agreement. Lin Shixue nodded as well. This is no longer a matter of reconciliation. She is filled with immense curiosity about her father's experiences. Whether he has spent the money that originally belonged to her or where it has gone is of little importance. For her, wealth is merely a number. The distinction between more and less holds little significance. She only desires to know what has transpired in her father Lin Hang's life. On the large screen, the video replayed. The heavens poured with relentless rain, and the streets were flooded with water that had yet to drain away. Apart from the hurried vehicles racing by, pedestrians were nearly non-existent. Two figures emerged, sharing a large umbrella amidst the torrential downpour. As the umbrella was slightly lifted, the faces beneath were revealed. Lin Hang and little Shixue. This scene depicts my first grade school day, and it remains one of my most vivid memories. It recounts the incident of braving the rain to attend school. The downpour was so intense that visibility was severely impaired, and the path was treacherous. Eventually, I fell and injured my leg, pleading with my father to take a taxi to school. However, he refused, coldly insisting on guiding me, unsteady and stumbling, all the way to school. From that day forth, I ceased to call him father. Lin Shixue recounted in a subdued tone, although she had already narrated this once. Hearing it again tugged at the heartstrings. It was evident that Lin Hang's intention was to persistently engage in physical training with little Shixue. However, the interruption of training did not seem to affect her in the least. Yet, Lin Hang chose not to relent. One could ponder whether to label him as cold-hearted or excessively rigid. Was this truly beneficial for little Shixue? Indeed, it caused her pain. Marking the day, she no longer referred to him as father. I believe Lin Hang's insistence was neither appropriate nor wise. One interruption in training should not have posed a significant impact on her. Yet, he remained obstinate, leaving one at a loss for words. I suspect Lin Hang later regretted his decision. Otherwise, little Shixue would not harbor such resentment towards him. It was indeed a case of gains failing to outweigh losses. What could he have possibly been thinking at that moment? Although Professor Gui's analysis lacked reliability, it bore a semblance of truth. Alas, had it not been for this incident, perhaps little Shixue would not have developed such deep-seated animosity towards him. Viewers observed the video while intermittently discussing among themselves. However, witnessing Lin Hang, drenched in the downpour with most of the umbrella shielding little Shixue, rendered everyone silent. The torrential rain pounded against the umbrella, creating a deafening sound and causing it to sway violently. Had Lin Hang not held the umbrella's handle with such determination, it might have been overturned at any moment. Little Shixue cautiously walked ahead, while Lin Hang stooped slightly behind her, his back exposed to the rain, ensuring the umbrella shielded her as much as possible. Little Shixue remained oblivious to her father's soaked state, focusing intently on her steps. Now in elementary school, she had grown significantly, reaching Lin Hang's waist. Dressed in her school uniform and carrying her backpack, her long hair was neatly tied back, revealing her smooth forehead. Despite such a rudimentary and unscientific style, her exquisite features and spirited eyes rendered her exceedingly beautiful. Yet, she occasionally wiped the droplets that drifted into her eyes with her small hands. The puddles on the ground made it difficult to navigate, causing water to seep into her rain boots from time to time. Nonetheless, little Shixue continued to forge ahead silently. until, by misfortune, she stepped into a puddle and fell. It was then that she burst into tears. Lin Heng quickly helped her up, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" "Daddy, my foot hurts. It hurts so much," little Shixue cried out. "You hold the umbrella. Let me take a look," Lin Heng said, promptly handing the umbrella to little Shixue before kneeling to examine her injury. "Which foot?" "The right foot," she sobbed, indicating the injured area. Lin Heng rolled up her pant leg, revealing a red mark on her knee, likely from the fall. The injury did not appear severe, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could rise to speak, little Shixue cried out, "Daddy, let's take a taxi. I don't want to walk anymore. It's not far from school, and it won't cost much. Please let me ride. I promise I will earn a lot of money in the future to repay you." The audience, upon hearing her heartfelt plea, felt a sudden wave of emotion. Lin Heng released his grip on Shixue's pant leg and slowly stood up, taking the umbrella from her hands as he faced her pleading gaze. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes, but it quickly vanished, concealed from his daughter. While Shixue remained oblivious to her father's inner turmoil, the audience perceived it all too clearly. Lin Heng had contemplated taking a taxi, yet ultimately resolved against it. "We're almost at school. Let's walk," he calmly stated. "Daddy will help you get there." "No, I want to take a taxi," Shixue protested, shaking off Lin Heng's grasp on her arm. "I said we were walking," he retorted, raising his voice, disregarding her resistance as he firmly pulled her forward. "I won't go. I want to take a taxi. You're a bad daddy. I hate you. I won't call you daddy anymore," Shixue cried, struggling against him. However, Lin Heng's grip was like a vice. She could not break free. Thus, he dragged her along to the school. Upon arriving, Shixue forcefully broke away from Lin Heng and dashed towards her classroom, rain pouring down around her. Watching her rapidly disappear into the downpour, Lin Heng wiped away the moisture from his eyes, unsure whether it was rain or tears. "Shixue, Daddy truly feels your pain, but I don't know what else to do," he murmured softly. He then retrieved his phone from the inner pocket of his coat, relieved that it had not been soaked. After wiping the raindrops from his screen, he found the contact number he needed and dialed. Chapter 92. My daughter is still young. "I cannot die," Lin Heng was calling Shixue's homeroom teacher. "Hello, Teacher Zhou. I am Lin Shixue's father. She just came in soaked from the rain. Could you please comfort her for a moment? I will hurry home to bring her some dry clothes." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." After hanging up, Lin Heng hailed a taxi at the school gate and then took another to visit Teacher Zhou. He knocked on the door of her office but did not enter. Shortly after, Teacher Zhou emerged. Upon seeing Lin Heng, she sighed and remarked, "I don't know what you were thinking, allowing your child to come in the rain. Please give me your clothes." "I'm so sorry, teacher. Shixue has been without a mother since she was little, and I have neglected certain aspects of her care, causing you trouble." Lin Heng quickly apologized. "It's not a trouble, but if you continue to treat Lin Shixue this way, it could affect her physical and mental health." Teacher Zhou said earnestly. "I understand. I'll be more mindful," Lin Heng replied promptly. "Be mindful of how your words and actions affect Lin Shixue," remarked Teacher Zhou with a sigh. "It is truly a pity to neglect such a promising student." He appeared disheartened by Lin Heng's response. "I will help Lin Shixue change her clothes. You should return and do the same, as you are thoroughly drenched," he added, sighing once more. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Heng expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Since that day, the relationship between little Shixue and her father Lin Heng had grown increasingly strained, with their communication dwindling significantly. Whenever Shixue needed to speak with Lin Heng, she no longer addressed him as daddy. Lin Heng observed all of this, but seemed indifferent to mending their father-daughter bond. Soon, Lin Shixue was arranged by Lin Heng to attend evening study sessions at Teacher Zhou's home. Consequently, she spent even less time at home. However, Shixue found joy in this arrangement. She was reluctant to return home and cherished the warmth and kindness that Teacher Zhou extended towards her. Shixue did not disappoint her teacher, excelling academically as the top student in her class and year, and she showcased a multitude of talents. While everyone marveled at Shixue's brilliance, it seemed they had forgotten the unassuming father who stood behind her. Even the audience appeared to overlook Lin Heng. They were all genuinely pleased with Shixue's current circumstances. Aside from her regular walks to school, Shixue required no additional training. During the day, she joyfully immersed herself in her studies, and in the evenings, she diligently studied at teacher Zhou's home, relishing the affection she received. Upon returning home, she would play the piano for a while, indulge in painting, read a few books, and then retire for the night. The scene on the large screen shifted abruptly. Lin Hang, donning a hat, approached the entrance of a company named Future Pharmaceuticals with a slow and weary gait. A staff member greeted him. Inside an office that gleamed white like a hospital room, a middle-aged man in a white coat smiled and gestured for Lin Hang to take a seat. Lin Hang nodded slightly and settled into the chair opposite the desk. Once seated, the middle-aged man handed Lin Hang a prepared document. "Mr. Lin, I must reiterate the risks associated with drug trials. The dangers are substantial, and fatalities are not uncommon. If you have made up your mind, please sign. What is there to deliberate for someone who is already on the brink of death? Perhaps I might live a few more years through this trial," Lin Hang replied calmly, turning to the final page of the document and signing his name. "Mr. Lin, your mindset is quite commendable. Given your current health condition, the chances of survival are indeed slim, yet you perfectly fit our criteria. With a stroke of luck, you might even extend your life by a few years," the middle-aged man said with a slight smile, collecting the document. "You need only come in once a week, and as agreed, we will compensate you with 500 after each trial." "Very well," Lin Hang nodded. "Then let us proceed with the first trial today." No sooner had the middle-aged man concluded his statement than a staff member entered, signaling Lin Hang to follow him. The audience suddenly understood. Lin Hang's condition was beyond conventional treatment, and standard medical interventions had proven ineffective. Thus, the decision was made to participate in the drug trial. The advantages of this endeavor were twofold. It held the potential to extend his life, and it also offered a weekly remuneration of 500 amounting to 6,000 per month. This sum was sufficient to cover the daily expenses for both him and Xiao Shixue. However, this perspective was optimistic. On the contrary, there was a significant risk that Lin Hang might lose his life as a result. Having completed the drug trial, Lin Hang returned to his original office. As he sat in the chair, his body still trembled slightly, but his gaze was resolute. The middle-aged man lowered his head to examine the drug trial report. After a moment of silence, he raised his eyes to meet Lin Hang's, offering a smile. "The initial trial is the most perilous, yet Mr. Lin has performed admirably, prevailing through sheer willpower. Although I am uncertain how you managed it, my admiration for you is profound. I cannot die. My daughter is still young and needs me." Lin Hang spoke calmly. "Ah, I see." The middle-aged man nodded, refraining from further commentary. He proceeded to instruct, "Mr. Lin, please ensure you rest well after returning home. We are still uncertain about the adverse effects of the new drug on the body." "Understood," Lin Hang replied softly, gradually rising to his feet and unsteadily making his way outside. The atmosphere was filled with silence. The video did not capture any footage of Lin Hang during the drug trial, yet from the brief exchange between him and the middle-aged man, it was evident that Lin Hang had faced grave peril during the trial. Ultimately, he had managed to wrest himself from the clutches of death through unwavering determination. For he could not afford to die. Xiao Shixue was still so young. "I need to use the restroom," Lin Shixue said in a subdued tone before standing and heading towards the facilities. Inside the restroom, Lin Shixue leaned against the wall, her eyes reddened. "I cannot die. My daughter is still young and needs me." This seemingly mundane statement revealed the profound depth of a father's love. The father feared not for his own life, but for the lack of care for his young daughter. Thus, he had no choice but to live. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Shixue gradually quelled the tumult of emotions within her. She retrieved her phone. Sister and I had already sent her several messages. "Boss, the information we could find on Lin Hang is limited. We have obtained a copy of his resume. Lin Hang is an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution, excelling academically from a young age. He was admitted to a prestigious university as the second highest scorer in the province, majoring in economics, and secured a position at a foreign enterprise after graduation. The subsequent events unfolded as depicted in the video, with Lin Hang resigning to seek medical help for his employer. The pharmaceutical company mentioned in the video Future Pharmaceuticals, was dissolved a few years ago, and the specifics remain unclear. However, based on the information we have gathered, it is evident that Future Pharmaceuticals has indeed been researching new drugs in recent years, confirming the authenticity of Lin Hang's participation in the trial. Chapter 93. Xiao Shixue singing. A few minutes later, Lin Shixue returned to the scene. Lu Qing glanced at her, and Lin Shixue nodded, indicating that she was fine. Let us continue watching the video. Lu Qing directed towards the large screen as the footage resumed. On a summer evening, although the sun had set, the heat remained oppressive in the open space adjacent to the market. Lin Hang was setting up a simple performance venue, while Xiao Shixue stood motionless beside him, observing coldly. Xiao Shixue had grown a little, now standing approximately 1.2 meters tall, with a simple headband keeping her long hair neatly gathered, revealing her delicate and refined features. It was the summer vacation of the second semester of first grade, and I was singing to earn money. At the scene, Lin Shixue calmly spoke as she gazed at the video on the big screen, yet a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes. While I was in first grade, my father, Lin Hang, had gradually stopped working and begun to indulge in a lazy lifestyle. Of course, at that time, I was unaware of the specifics of his health or the drug trials he was involved in. One evening during the summer vacation, he said to me, "Xiao Shixue, your father is out of work now. From here on, you will have to support me. You sing beautifully, can play the piano, and paint. We can set up a stall in the market where you can sing and sell your paintings to earn some money." I refused him angrily on the spot. I enjoyed singing, but I was not a street performer. If you believe those paintings can sell, then go ahead and sell them. In response to my rejection, Lin Hang coldly declared, "If you don't earn money, we might as well wait to starve. If you don't earn money, how will you study? If you don't earn money, what use is it for me to support you?" Faced with Lin Hang's icy outburst, I cried bitterly, stubbornly glaring at him with eyes full of resentment. "One day, I will free myself from you." Xiao Shixue shouted at Lin Hang, her heart brimming with animosity. Recalling that moment, Lin Shixue's eyes began to redden. "Ah, Liu Qing sighed softly." The audience inside and outside the venue also sighed in unison. Over a decade ago, the entertainment industry was not as open as it is today. Street performances were often looked down upon. Xiao Shixue, possessing a strong sense of pride, naturally could not tolerate such a fate. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shixue slightly adjusted her emotions. Yet what could I do? If I didn't comply with his arrangements, what options did I have? I still needed to study, I still needed to eat. Some might suggest simply running away from home. I had contemplated leaving, vowing never to return, but I had nowhere to go. So, I silently vowed to myself that I would grow up quickly and distance myself from this home and from him. The azure sky awaited the misty rain. While I awaited you, the smoke from cooking rose gently, separated by countless miles across the river. In the bottom of the bottle, I inscribed the graceful script reminiscent of ancient times, as if to foreshadow my encounter with you. The azure sky awaited the misty rain while I awaited you. The azure sky awaited the misty rain while I awaited you. In the video, Xiao Shixue passionately sang, soon attracting a crowd of onlookers. The audience at the scene listened intently to her performance. It must be said that Xiao Shixue sang beautifully. These classic old songs, through her rendition, possessed a completely different flavor from the originals, yet felt entirely harmonious. As the crowd grew larger, Lin Hang began to hold a cardboard box, soliciting donations from the surrounding spectators. The onlookers tossed coins into the box, yet discussions about Xiao Shixue and Lin Hang never ceased. "This little girl sings wonderfully. It is disheartening to witness such a young girl engaging in singing for money, a choice that could jeopardize her future. The lack of moral integrity exhibited by her parents, allowing their daughter to resort to such measures, is truly alarming. One cannot help but wonder if she is a child abducted for this purpose. How could any loving parent permit their daughter to sing for coins? My heart aches for her. Is this man truly her father? It is a tragic sight to see her so young, paraded for public performance. This girl possesses remarkable talent, and with proper guidance, she could potentially blossom into a celebrated singer. If she were my child, I would never allow her to engage in such activities. At her tender age, she ought to be immersed in her studies, focusing on her education. As the crowd murmured their opinions, the young girl sang with a stoic expression, while Lin Hang feigned ignorance to the surrounding comments, seemingly indifferent to the discourse. After collecting a modest sum, he set aside the box filled with money and began to promote the artwork of the young girl. "This is my daughter's painting. Isn't it exquisite?" he proclaimed. "I assure you, she is destined to become a great artist. Purchase now and treasure it. It will surely appreciate in value." He continued, "If it weren't for our dire circumstances, I would never part with her artwork." Each piece was offered at 20 yuan, urging potential buyers to act swiftly lest they miss the opportunity for wealth. Observing Lin Hang's insincere enthusiasm, the audience's expressions were a tapestry of confusion and discontent, leading to a chorus of disapproving remarks. Doubt began to creep into my mind regarding Lin Hang's affection for the girl. His demeanor suggested that he viewed her merely as a means to financial gain. I found myself repulsed by him. Does he truly need to pressure her into earning money? Despite his reported monthly income of 6,000 yuan, was his earlier investment in her development solely to exploit her talent for profit? My esteem for Lin Hang plummeted, and I felt an overwhelming sympathy for the girl. Is he truly so deranged as to allow her to expose herself in this manner? Unquestionably, Lin Shixue shines brilliantly, her singing a delight to the ears. Yet, I ponder whether Lin Hang is in such desperate need of funds that he would resort to this. The audience, both present and virtual, share their bewilderment at Lin Hang's actions, unable to reconcile his behavior with genuine parental love. Let us not forget that Lin Hang not only has a steady income from his pharmaceutical trials, but also benefits from the copyrights associated with Shixue's talent. Surely, this is sufficient to sustain their current living conditions, and even to cover future expenses for the girl. Yet, he continues to compel her to sing for money and sell her artwork, a decision that is difficult to comprehend. We have all witnessed Lin Hang's previous deep affection for Shixue, but this current behavior is perplexing. Chapter 94. The one aspect for which I thank my father. The confusion surrounding Lin Hang's motives is not limited to the audience. Even the host, Lu Qing, shares this sentiment, questioning the purpose behind his actions. Is it for monetary gain? Lin Hang is not in financial need. Is it an unconventional method of education for Shixue? But what purpose does that serve? Moreover, Lin Hang progressively compelled Xiao Shixue onto the opposing side, leading to an increasingly estranged father-daughter relationship, culminating in a state of mutual estrangement. Shixue, do you perceive any intention behind Lin Hang's actions? Lu Qing inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Shixue. After a brief contemplation, Lin Shixue replied, "Perhaps he intended to cultivate my courage. My earnings from street performances were meager. On good nights, I might make 200 yuan, while on lesser occasions, I earn merely a few coins. Over an entire summer, my total income barely reached 5,000 yuan. Considering my family's financial situation at that time, it was indeed a substantial amount, sufficient to cover many expenses, had I not been aware of the matters concerning copyright fees or his medical trials. I might have thought he was solely motivated by money. His health had rendered him incapable of working, and with both of us needing to survive, my singing to earn money seemed the only viable option. Yet, the reality was evidently different. He did not require that money." Lin Shixue inhaled deeply, articulating her conjecture. "Thus, he must have aimed to bolster my bravery, which I concede is true. Initially, I was indeed apprehensive and restrained, but eventually I grew accustomed to it. The experience of singing on the streets allowed me to become more open and less stage-shy than my peers in various situations. Though this advantage appeared minimal, it has played a significant role in my subsequent life. If this was indeed his objective, I believe he achieved it while also managing to earn a bit of money. If so, it was indeed a commendable dual-purpose approach." Upon concluding her thoughts, it was evident to the audience that Lin Shixue's inner turmoil was far more complex than her words suggested, and her praise for her father did not reflect an unadulterated admiration. There are myriad ways to cultivate courage, and street performing is not the sole method. While it may seem advantageous, not only honing Xiao Shixue's bravery, but also inadvertently providing her with some income, the emotional scars it left on her psyche are everlasting. For Xiao Shixue, street singing represented a demeaning means of earning a living, diminishing her sense of dignity. Even though she has since become a prominent figure, the memories of her past performances are indelibly etched in her mind. As an adult, she no longer harbors the naive belief that street singing lacks dignity. Today, various forms of street performance abound. Does this imply that they are devoid of respect? Not necessarily, as it is merely a unique vocation. What Lin Shixue finds difficult to reconcile is the underlying reason for Lin Heng's actions. If it were truly out of necessity, she could understand his plight, but it was evident that he was not financially constrained at that time. This memory remains one of the profound emotional wounds for Lin Shixue. Prior to this evening, she was unaware of her father's illness, believing instead that he was merely indolent and compelled her to support the family. Naturally, she felt resentment. However, in the earlier video, she realized that her father, Lin Heng, was unable to work due to his illness, which forced him to rely on her singing for income. If this were indeed the case, Lin Shixue, with her current understanding, could empathize with him. Yet, the stark reality remains that at that time, Lin Heng did not lack for financial resources. But why choose this method to develop her? Are you not aware of how much it could harm her? Lu Qing nodded, gazing at Lin Shixue, and spoke slowly. I understand your perspective. There are myriad ways to cultivate courage, and one need not resort to such a base approach. I indeed share this sentiment. I seek an explanation. Lin Shixue did not refute this and responded gently. Perhaps, in the subsequent videos, we will discover the answer. Or perhaps what you have indicated is the answer itself. If it is indeed what you claim, it is somewhat disheartening. Lu Qing sighed softly, then added, however, based on what we currently know, Lin Heng still appears to be a good father. Lin Shixue nodded in agreement. In her heart, she had gradually reconciled with her father. Lin Heng, let us continue watching the video, Lu Qing remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. On the large screen, the pace of the visuals quickened. After a day of street singing, Lin Heng returned home with his singing equipment and little Shixue. Days passed. Whenever the weather permitted, Lin Heng would take little Shixue to sing on the street. Before long, summer vacation had come to an end. Little Shixue resumed her studies, while Lin Heng refrained from seeking employment. His days revolve around picking her up from school, cooking at home, and tending to the garden. When there was an abundance of vegetables, he would sell the surplus by the roadside. Little Shixue's routine remained unchanged. School, practicing the piano, singing, painting, and writing. Yet, their relationship could never revert to what it once was. Another semester swiftly concluded, ushering in winter vacation. Lin Heng decided against having little Shixue sing on the streets again. Instead, he took her on a journey to the north. During the month-long winter break, Lin Heng introduced little Shixue to numerous places, where she marveled at the majestic snow-capped mountains, encountered various animals, and experienced diverse cultures. They stayed in luxurious hotels, as well as in modest lodgings costing merely a few coins, and even camped in the wilderness. Upon returning from winter vacation, little Shixue's demeanor had transformed. This winter break, this month, was perhaps the most eventful of my childhood, and it is the sole occasion I find myself grateful to my father. This journey not only broadened my horizons and enriched my knowledge, but also allowed me to experience various ways of life, laying a robust foundation for my future creative endeavors. Lin Shixue stated with a smile. This was likely intentional on your father's part. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Indeed, I was unaware at the time, but as I grew older, it became evident. Lu Qing nodded, then continued. Yet, many events unfolded later that rendered our relationship irreparable. Events that transpired later? Lu Qing expressed surprise, quickly understanding, and remarked. The upcoming videos should reveal this. It should indeed be revealed. Lin Shixue nodded slightly. I shall refrain from spoiling the plot. The video will divulge the details soon, Lu Qing said with a gentle smile. The scene shifted abruptly to the year when little Shixue was 9, coinciding with her 4th grade. At 9, little Shixue had grown taller, embodying a serene strength, grace, and elegance. At this moment, Lin Heng appeared significantly aged, with a head full of white hair and a slightly hunched back, while his hands and face bore a few age spots. It was once again summer vacation, and Lin Heng did not allow Shixue to remain idle. However, This time, it was not about singing on the streets, but rather assisting her with a different task. Chapter 95. Xiao Shixue aspires to be a star. There is an online clothing store that requires assistance with packing garments. Accompany me each day to help out and earn some money, Lin Hang stated at the dining table. Xiao Shixue did not resist, but calmly replied, understood. She had grown accustomed to her father's endeavors to help her earn money. Besides, aiding in packing clothes was certainly preferable to performing on the streets, where the monetary rewards had dwindled considerably. It was uncertain whether it was due to the overwhelming number of individuals like them seeking money or a decline in people's compassion. Moreover, as she matured, Xiao Shixue gradually understood the family situation and thought it best to contribute where she could. Thus, throughout the summer, Lin Hang would take Xiao Shixue to the online store for several hours of work, allowing her the freedom to manage her time during the remainder of the day. For a time, this arrangement seemed quite satisfactory. However, towards the end of the summer vacation, an unexpected event transpired. One day, while Lin Hang toiled in the vegetable garden outside, Xiao Shixue practiced the piano upstairs. A sharply dressed young man approached them. Without delay, he addressed Lin Hang, saying, Mr. Lin, I am a Fei, a talent scout from Starry Sky Media. Your daughter possesses remarkable musical talent, and with our company's guidance, she could quickly debut and become a renowned star across the land. The wealth she would generate would be akin to a money-printing machine, bringing immense fortune to you both. This is the contract. Sign it, and your daughter's destinies will be forever altered. Observing a Fei's exhilaration, Lin Hang, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, Get lost. A Fei was taken aback by Lin Hang's response. Countless individuals dream of becoming entertainment superstars, and many yearn for overnight wealth and fame. Especially for someone in Lin Hang's position, the opportunity laid before him was extraordinary. How could he dismiss it without a second thought? In the next instant, a Fei comprehended the reason for Lin Hang's dismissal. He was being mistaken for a fraud. Realizing this, a Fei hastily clarified, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I'm not a fraud. Truly, I am not. I possess an identification badge. If you doubt me, please call our company to verify. I am indeed a representative of Starry Sky. I said get lost. Do you not comprehend? Lin Hang thundered again. I know exactly my daughter's abilities. A renowned star, wealth akin to a money-printing machine. Leave. Do not trouble me again, or I shall break your legs. Lin Hang raised the hoe in his hand, threatening a Fei in fury. A Fei, frightened, took several steps back. Meanwhile, Xiao Shixue, hearing the exchange between her father and a Fei from upstairs, hurriedly ceased playing the piano and rushed down in a state of anxiety. Upon seeing the young poetess, Lin Shixue, emerge, a Fei's face illuminated with joy as he addressed her, saying, Dear Lin Shixue, I assure you, I am not a fraud. Please persuade your father. I am an employee of Shinkong Company, and we have been in contact previously. What do you intend to do? Lin Hang Song interrupted, and Shixue quickly interjected, her anger flaring. He truly is a staff member of Shinkong. Do you know him? Flames of fury glimmered in Lin Hang Song's eyes as he interrogated his daughter. Witnessing her father's wrath, Shixue boldly declared, Indeed, I do. I reached out to their company myself, aspiring to become one of their signed artists. Lin Hang Song was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that his daughter would secretly embark on such a significant endeavor without his knowledge. As he appeared to regain his composure, Shixue swiftly apologized to a Fei. I apologize for not discussing this with my father beforehand, which led to this misunderstanding. Not at all, a Fei replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed on Lin Hang Song, who still gripped the hoe with a menacing expression. A Fei then extended the contract to Shixue, stating, Have your father sign this contract, and you will be able to undergo training at the company, subsequently releasing songs and debuting. Very well. Shixue beamed with delight as she accepted the contract and turned to present it to Lin Hang Song. Haven't you always wanted me to earn money? Once I become a star, I'll make as much as you desire, she proclaimed with a hint of pride. Lin Hang Song did not reach for the contract. Instead, he scrutinized Shixue and asked pointedly, Is this truly your ambition, to become a star? What about your education? Shixue, oblivious to the concealed anger in her father's demeanor, replied matter-of-factly, Becoming a star does not preclude my studies. I have inquired, and I can take a break from school. Once I earn sufficient funds, I will return to my studies. Who informed you of this? Lin Hongsong's gaze shifted to Fei, his expression transforming into a mask of rage. Fei instinctively recoiled at the sight. Yes, Shixue affirmed confidently. It is not a secret. Hand over the contract, Lin Hongsong demanded, reclaiming his focus on Shixue and snatching the document from her grasp. Just as Shixue and Fei anticipated Lin Hongsong would sign the contract, he, before their eyes, tore it in half, then shredded it into countless fragments that cascaded down like confetti. Shixue stood in shock, and Fei was equally bewildered, both failing to comprehend why Lin Hongsong had destroyed the contract. What nonsense is this about being a star? As long as my signature is required, I will never allow you to pursue this dream. Lin Hongsong coldly shouted at Shixue. Staring blankly at her father, tears streamed down Shixue's cheeks. I hate you. I hate you, she cried, turning and fleeing into the house, overwhelmed with resentment. Shixue truly despised Lin Hongsong. Had he not always desired for her to earn money? Now that she had the opportunity, he was obstructing her path. The staff at Shinkong had assured her that if she sang, she would surely achieve fame and fortune. As she wept and retreated indoors, Lin Hongsong turned his furious gaze upon Fei, bellowing, "Why are you still here? Get out!" "You?" Fei began to protest. But upon seeing Lin Hongsong lift the hoe, he faltered. "You are a madman. You will regret this. You have personally doomed your daughter's future." Fei shouted and hurriedly fled. Watching Fei's figure swiftly vanish from sight, Lin Heng finally set down his hoe, gasping for breath. After a while, he dejectedly tossed aside the hoe, slumping onto a stone beside the vegetable patch. Trembling, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Coughing painfully after just a few puffs, he muttered to himself, "I cannot be mistaken. I shall not regret this. There is no way I would sabotage my daughter's future. It must be you who is wrong." Lin Heng seemed to be speaking to Fei, yet simultaneously affirming his own decisions. "My daughter is far too young to be a star. What nonsense this talent agency is. Anyone who dares to prevent my daughter from attending school, I will not hesitate to deal with them." Chapter 9.